when he prophesied the 2 terms. So that's what I was talking about earlier, is where was he? Because that's significant. And he had no way of knowing. But God knew that Maricopa County was going to cause a lot of trouble with elections in this country. And so the fact that God put him in that place, in the worst place, to give the best news is so significant as well. So you have him prophesying the wall. This is 2007 now, remember? No one was talking about a wall. He said the walls of protection. He saw the economy, and he saw 2 terms from Maricopa County. So all of those, just those facts alone, are startling when you look at the picture. And I have so much more of this. You have to go to houseofdestiny.org or kimclement.com. We're on YouTube, we're on Instagram, Facebook, Rumble, Truth Social, Twitter, we're everywhere. So if you want to see more of these prophecies, I have so much, I just don't have time to, we would be here all day. I'm going to show you what I have. But that I wanted to start with today because you see the accuracy and also God's intent is there. And knowing that is a great comfort. You know, that it's not just, oh, this guy, you know, he had this ability to see the future. Many people are born with that ability who are not Christians. You end up being psychics, and it ends up being distorted, which is what the enemy always does. Is he not doing that everywhere that you look right now? In the schools, in the movies, the TV shows you watch, the music you listen to, is an infiltration. What you must always remember about the enemy is he cannot create. That's why he hates us. He can only imitate. And so his imitation becomes a distortion because it's coming from an evil place. And we see that manifesting in the streets of America, which we never thought we would see. And so it is our responsibility as Christians to do something about it, which brings me to the next thing, which is my dad seeing a new party. I don't know if he meant that, but I can guess what he meant. He oftentimes didn't always know what he meant. But, you know, I've had much discussion about this because the discussion about a new political party is a pretty difficult discussion because, I mean, if you just look at the way things go now, you have the Republicans, the Democrats, the Libertarians, usually the Libertarian Party. As much as I agree with them on a lot of things, they will tip an election in a way that it may not, you know, they can mess it up. Either way, no matter which side a person is on, having that third wheel kind of doesn't seem to be working. And if you look at countries like Israel, where they have like a barrage of political parties, it gets so overly complicated and so difficult. So it is, you know, it is a deeper conversation. But he was seeing this, and I believe it to be that the Republican Party being the one that perhaps is more salvageable. Because I'll say that I would sit with the Republican side because of abortion, because of free markets, because of things like that. So, yes, but at the same time, I can also see that there's an infiltration of corruption on that side as well with our leadership now. People call it the uniparty. So they're putting on a show for us in front of us, but behind the scenes they're taking money. And this is what my dad actually on one occasion pinpointed that and said this will all turn out to be about greed. And we're seeing that across the globe. But I have to show you something, I want to say new, it's not new, it's new to me because I didn't know he prophesied this. But it is about this new party, and this is one of the first times he's beginning to see. In 2007 he did as well, but this is the first time he really articulated that. So let's play video 2, and you can hear what's
going on. There's an American party that's emerging, a party that's going to outdo the Republicans and the Democrats, a party that's going to stand up for what is right. Of course, they'll have flaws, but you can see the disintegration of the discord that's taking place in this nation. That's coming to an end. Maybe it'll take longer than you think, but it's there. It's like John the Baptist in the womb of Elizabeth, leaping when Christ comes into his presence in the womb of Mary. What made him leap? The presence of Christ. So that's important because they weren't born yet. There are unborn things at this very moment that we need to realize, even though you cannot see them, they are present. You cannot see a child except for the fact that you can hear the heartbeat nowadays and you can see the mother growing and so on, but you wouldn't know. But there are things present today that are not yet manifest, that will yet come, and it takes right to know what they are.
So, I found this just recently, and it excited me so much because of the next video I'm going to show you that I've been playing all over the place. I've gone all over America, especially last year on the Reawaken America tour, and I've played a lot of these videos. But I have newer stuff here to show today that I've found, and so that's one of those newer ones that I found that lines up with what he was seeing later on about this new party. And it's a little bit obvious, I think, to us who that is. And my dad prophesied over and over again, and even made reference to in the Bible to make his point about a remnant of people that would rise up, and how much power a remnant of people can have, especially with the name Jesus in their mouth, because that is the key thing. He kept saying that as well. What is going to handle all of this, to take care of all of this, is one word, and that word is Jesus. And if you look at, for instance, there was just the pride thing yesterday here, right? And I heard that they weren't allowing Bibles in. And I keep asking the question, why is it the Christians that they are so angry with? Because if they went into a mosque, they would certainly be rejected. And I know that their belief is to take them out. If you're gay, they kill gay people. And so my question is, why is the target at Christians when Muslims would treat you much, much worse? And this is to make a thing about Christians against Muslims. I'm not going to go there. I'm just making a point that seems obvious to me, that why do you target the Christians? And the Bible tells us, if you read your Bible, it's going to tell you that it's going to happen to us. This is to be expected. But it also is exciting because it gives us a little bit of a better view of the timeline where we are. Because think about World War II. In World War II, they had, it might have appeared to them at the time to be, Hitler is the Antichrist, and this is it. This is that moment. But certain things, if you know your Bible, had not been fulfilled yet. And when Israel became a nation in 1948, that was a huge big deal in that timeline of events. And we're seeing that happen much more quickly now. And so I can see that God has got his hands in all of it, and he is in control. And that's what gives me hope. And so when I see these things, then I know also, okay, we are going in the right direction, because we live in a time where it is so difficult to see, to discern what is the truth. I mean, I've been fooled so many times. I saw a picture the other day, and my husband laughed at me and said, no, that's photoshopped. And I had to look at it. And so we live in a time where we need God's guidance to find truth. But the good thing about truth is it shines so bright, it's very, very difficult to cover. You can try to cover it up as long as you want, but it will shine through like a bright, blazing light. And so, anyway, I just wanted to make sure to make that point. But I want to show you more about the new party that he saw. And this is now about a year later, on February 22nd of 2014. This particular date you can find on our YouTube channels, my YouTube channel too. I have one as well under my name. If you go to those YouTube channels, you'll be able to see what I'm about to show you, the entire prophecy, which is quite long. It's about 20 or 30 minutes. But it is worth watching because God showed him the timeline. He showed him the two impeachments. He showed him the Supreme Court. He showed him that they would try to pack the court. He was seeing Donald Trump and those who were around him. It is incredible what God showed my dad that day. I call it that day because it's so unbelievable. So I encourage you to go to our YouTube or Rumble and look for this prophecy, February 22nd of 2014. But let's play the video clip I have for today from him.
I was standing in my garden. Suddenly, the Spirit came, removed from my eyes scales. I was praying for America and I was praying for Israel. Nothing unusual. And suddenly behind me, starting behind my back, going in the form of an arrow, were hundreds of thousands of people. And I turned around and I was stuck with what I saw. This was not just a mere dream, but this was a vision. And so I raised my hand like this, and every one of them raised their hands. I looked back and they were doing the same thing. I shouted, and they all shouted. They were one. They were one. One party. One party of people. It continued until I realized that the unity of these, amongst them stood one that God had set aside to be the leader of this nation. And then I heard gold. I wasn't sure if this was attached to his name, but he said to me, he will restore the fortunes in this nation. Because of his brilliance, I couldn't quite see his face because that was not allowed, because there was a mist that covered all the people and he was amongst them.
So, with that particular one, I mean, that is so specific, and I really, the part where he speaks about the scales being removed from the eyes, and you think about woke versus awake or reawaken, and just those words, the word woke, like I was telling you about the enemy earlier, he can't create, he can only imitate, with bad grammar. Sorry, I'm a writer, the grammar part's gets to me. But the woke versus awake. And my dad was seeing back in 2014, scales being removed from eyes, and that's what's happening to all of us, is we're seeing the truth, and God is making sure. And you know, he said so many things through my dad about how God was going to shake the nations. And through that shaking, you know, that's uncomfortable, being shaken around, that's uncomfortable. So we're going to be uncomfortable. But in that shaking, all the bad eggs and all the stuff we need to see that needs to be exposed will be exposed. And so we are in such a tumultuous time, and it's so difficult. And we, you know, we're fighting each other sometimes so unnecessarily, because the enemy loves division more than anything else. But then at the same time, we have to remember that God, Christ said, I will come to divide as well, because there is a time that's needed for that. I mean, if you go back to Babel, at the Tower of Babel, it was God who divided the languages, it was God who divided the people. So oftentimes we don't always understand the big picture, because our little human brains just can't contain it. But we know it here, and he will help us and guide us along the way. And that is why the prophetic is needed. Not just at the level of someone like my dad who held the office, but every single one of us. If you have a relationship with God, if you are praying to him, he will speak to you, especially if you ask. I have seen it in my own life so many times, time and time again, where I have been brought to my knees weeping because I could not believe how quickly he was able to answer me, or how accurate. Sometimes I had to wait. There's a lot of stuff I'm still waiting on, but I know he's there, and I know he hears me, and I know he's real. And everything in this whole world around us is trying to tell us that he's not. And the way that you can just directly do it is just go to him yourself. Ask him to show you, because he's going to show you. And it may not be show me something like huge, like who's the next president going to be. Maybe it's something else. Maybe he's put you in a position where there's someone standing in front of you who maybe you're arguing with, and maybe you're angry with. And that's where you've got to remember to be a Christian, because the goal here, it's hard for me, that's why I'm bringing this up. The goal here is to bring them to us. And that's what we as Christians are supposed to be doing, is wake up even the worst of them. I mean, Saul, who became Paul, he was blinded so that he could see. And it's because of him that we have the New Testament. So, and he was the worst one. He was killing Christians. He was murdering them. That was his thing. So sometimes some of these people who are the worst people don't think that they're irredeemable, because God is trying to reach them too. And so any opportunity we can have to share the truth with them, we must. And we must also at the same time stand firm on certain things. We can't, be like, oh, well, this is okay because we want people to come to church, because that's gotten out of control too. I don't know if you heard about this past Easter, I won't name the church, but they had a female Jesus on the cross and a drag show, and that's not accepting people in. That's compromising morals, and that compromising of morals is causing tremendous damage, especially to the United States of America. And I really do believe that the majority of Americans understand this. I think that there are people in control who are taking extremists and highlighting them and making bigger out of things that aren't as big, and lying, because what they're doing is they've abandoned God, they've taken him out of schools, and look at everywhere that they have taken God away, there's trouble now. And so we can see that the foundation of Western civilization, which is a Judeo-Christian foundation, is necessary. That's why it worked. And if you take it away, it will no longer work. And so I think that the problem has gotten to the point that God is going to have to deal with this, and he is. And so he's using his people, us, and it may be a remnant, maybe just a little remnant of people, but that will grow and grow and grow. Because whatever, if in our hearts we say to God, your will, whatever is your will, forget about what I want. Because I'm going to be wrong because I'm a human being and I'm fallen. So you guide my steps. You guard my mouth. Like every time I get up to speak, I say a prayer and I ask him to put his words in my mouth. And also, not to slander, because it's very damaging and hurtful. There's certain things that I always make sure, just for my own self, that I've learned from watching Dad and from traveling this country, and I love it. I love America. I was born in South Africa, and I'm a South African, but I moved here at 11, 12.
I gotta charge your phone. Hold on.
And we travel this country, and it's worth saving. And if you're an American, maybe you don't understand, but outside of America, the whole world watches America. And what happens in America, the rest of the world follows, and everybody knows that. And that's why everybody's talking, and trying a little whatever all over the world. Because they know America was chosen, God chose America. And we're not just giving up, we're not just folding. And so it's very important for all of us to know. I just wanted to make sure to let you all know also today that each and every one of you may not feel that you're important. You are. Because think about a car engine, okay? A car engine has so many little components in it that make it work. And I don't know all of them, but I know that's the truth. And if one little thing isn't working, you could blow your engine out and you don't have a car working anymore, you know? And so don't ever feel that what you're doing is insignificant or not important, because each little thing that God leads you to is keeping that engine running. And so you are just as important and just as special to God and to us and to each other as someone like my dad. You know, Dad would have stood here and said, I'm a servant, I'm speaking what God showed me to speak, and the glory goes to him, always. And that is the number one thing. We keep that in our heart. We're gonna make it through this. This is, you know, it's like my dad said, maybe it'll take longer than we think.
Thanks, Jay.
God's timing is perfect. And so we have to remain within his time. And so I'm out of time, but I did actually have one little thing I found, and I thought, you know what, I'll share it with you guys too. I found this just 2 days ago, and he was prophesying about China, Iran, and Russia. And this is a very long-term prophecy. I don't think I'm 100%, we have not reached this yet. We're in the middle of it. But I thought it pertinent to share today. So before I go, I want to share this last video, and I'll tell you how you can find us online one more time.
For they wanted inoculation against that which is being sent into this country, but it is not being sent in from outside, says the Lord. It is already inside this nation. Your enemies are within, says the Lord, and I will wipe them out one at a time.
But then we had an interesting development in 2002, and this date is most important. Because in 2002, the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill patented, and I quote, an infectious replication defective clone of coronavirus. SARS is the research developed by humans weaponizing a life system model to actually attack human beings, and they patented it in 2002.
Okay, yeah, I cued the wrong video. That was just as important though. Because, so what was happening there was, okay, Dad released an album in 2001 called America on Her Knees. And it was right after 9/11. He prophesied 9/11 in 1996. And that's why people started paying attention to him in the first place. Because he saw 9/11 in 1996. He saw the planes flying over Long Island. He said the retaliation will not be of my spirit. A lot of stuff he said in that prophecy. Well, what I just played for you was an excerpt of an album he released again right after 9/11, and it was on a CD, and it was prophecy and music. And I had found it on accident. I mean, we have a prophecy database on our website where you can do keyword searches on prophecy and find, to Kim Clement prophesy about whatever. And I had searched vaccine, obviously, at the time. I was looking for, but what did he say? Something about vaccines. And I could find nothing. I got in an airplane, and I was leaving the Reawaken America tour in Arizona, and I got in the plane with my AirPods in, and this album is not on iTunes or anything like that. It's very old. But I had it saved in my phone, and I thought, oh, I'll listen to that old one. I'll listen to my dad. And I put the AirPods in, and I was going to go to sleep, and I dozed off, and I woke up like this because I heard him say inoculations, and I thought, inoculations? God, it's brilliant. He knew that the word vaccine was going to be the one that was censored, and so he made sure my dad in 2001 used the word inoculation. And then if you hear what Dr. Martin was saying there at the EU summit, was that in 2002, because my dad was seeing, they're going to try to bring an inoculation, and they're going to say it's coming from the outside, but your enemy is within. This is what he was seeing. This is why I wanted to share that today as well, because there you see Dr. Martin just a couple weeks ago at the EU COVID-19 summit saying that in 2002, the very next year after that album was released, that they developed SARS-1 in North Carolina at a university. And so that opens up a whole door of things. This is new stuff I'm looking at, and so I'm praying about it, but that was something I thought you guys should see today. Just forgot I hadn't lined up in there. So I cued the wrong one. You guys are looking for China and Iran. That's next. But it is there, but I just cued it wrong. But that was so important, I think, also, that's information. Because this isn't to wow you. This isn't a carnival show. It's not just to be like, oh, that's so amazing, you saw that. It's to help us right now. And that is helpful, because there's so many lies have been told about COVID and about the vaccine and about everything that happened there, that's coming from very, very long ago, too. So there's a purity in that, because there's no ability for my dad to have formed an opinion, to be expressing an opinion. He purely said they're going to try to, at some point, they're going to try to bring an inoculation into this country. They're going to say it's coming from the outside, but God wants you to know your enemy is within. And so that is key, because that's what we're seeing is an infiltration of everything.
Wow.
And all
I have it on this chair.
Everything, the whole world follows America. So you have this unbelievable situation, and now how are we going to deal with it? And so let me play that last video there, though, because I told you about China and Russia and Iran, and then I didn't play it for you. So let's play that one, because that's also, I found both of those this past week.
Oops.
China will endeavor to try and come and rise up against this land, against Israel, the pact that they wish to make with Iran. But there shall be betrayal from Russia that shall make them angry. They shall withdraw. But there shall be another time and a time and a half a time and again a time that shall be given to the saints of the Most High God. And judgment shall be made from the Supreme Justice in favor of the saints of the Most High God.
So, that's the reason I said to you before, and I kind of feel like we're in the middle of that, is because we do see the BRICS nations. We do see China now joining hands with Russia, with Iran, with Saudi Arabia, with South Africa, the country I am from, Brazil's the other one, and many more, to create a gold-backed currency. Something my dad prophesied was about the giants that we would face. And he called them the brothers of Goliath. And he said, they stand in the league saying, we will cripple you, America, we will ruin your credit. Now he was prophesying that, again, February 22nd, 2014, watch that day. And so he was beginning, God was showing him that enemy that was going to be coming against us, and it is a giant enemy. But another thing that God showed my dad is that they will destroy each other. And it's in other prophecies as well. Again, I don't have time to show you all of them today. But he did see, and he even said at one point, while those cats and dogs are fighting, America will prosper. Their goal is to take America down, to cripple America, to take over, to steal, destroy. And that's what their goal is. And especially the part about Russia was very interesting for me because that we haven't seen that happen. So it's something that anybody watching me today can look at, remember, and watch, because it appears that they think they have all their plans together, that they think they've done this, but God is going to intervene at some point. And
sorry, Gloria. I had to readjust.
There will be a disruption over there. There will be betrayal amongst them because they actually aren't loyal. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what God keeps telling me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what's going on over there. And so, this is the time for us to sort of sit back and say, okay, with these prophecies, let's watch that. Let's pray about that because that's a promise. That's something we can look toward that came from God. It came through my dad, but it was from God. And that's something my dad, again, he would have told you that if he was standing here today. It's not me, it's God. And I'm just allowing myself to be used. And that was what he did. It was what his whole life was about. So if you want to find more, you can find us at houseofdestiny.org or kimclement.com. Either or will take you to the website. The nice thing about the website is that it's actually it's a network, an uncensored platform. We have a prayer wall, we have an online church, we have broadcasting we put out every single day of the week. On Fridays, especially, very interesting, we have Israel Update with Christy Desfonte, who traveled with my dad, and it was her mother who helped my father understand about the importance of Israel many, many years ago. And so our families go back very far. She has a great understanding of Israel. She speaks Hebrew.
Wow.
And we have a correspondent on the ground in Israel named Dubi Sabo, who is a dear friend of my dad's.
Sorry about that, folks.
He reports to us from the ground in Israel every Friday. So you don't have to worry about media filters. If there's something you want to know about Israel, every Friday we're doing an update there at the House of Destiny Network. Also, Saturdays, Mom and I, we either do current events or we'll do
Gloria.
Conversations. My dad titled that years ago, where we interview different people. We've had some great interviews. Eric Trump, Roger Stone, General Flynn. The list goes on. We've had just such a great time with that conversations, and that's on Saturdays too. And then on Mondays, I put up old footage of my dad and prophecies, and so that's very, very cool because I pray about it and I ask God, what do I show people this week? Because I've got 40 years of footage, and we still have more we haven't even been able to digitize or watch. So there's so much in there, and so I pray about it. God shows me, and every Monday I put something up on prophetic rewind. Is what it's called. And so I do encourage you to go there, or if you're a social media person, you'd rather do that. We're on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we're on Twitter, we're on TikTok. Even though we know TikTok's trouble, we're there because we believe in being a light in a dark place. So we're just everywhere you can find a social media platform. Search Kim Clement or House of Destiny, and you will find us. And so I thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, Donna. We're gonna have a little extended time now.
Yay.
Will help us.
I gotta readjust, sorry folks.
So, it's always a little awkward, like promoting your own stuff, but let me just say, House of Destiny is on another level when it comes to holy content, revelation. Like, are y'all familiar with Kim Clement?
Oh yeah.
Okay, because I'm a musician and a songwriter, and I like all kinds of music, so for me it's kind of like the typical Christian stuff. It's like, it kind of sounds the same, but when you listen to her dad, it is like heaven's rock star is rocking and hearing from God Almighty, and it's like you can hear God's voice coming out of someone. And it's really quite powerful. So everyone watching on the live stream, I'm selling you this organization. This is a generations in the making legacy of true power and the word of God being spoken freshly on the earth. and this is like so rare and precious, and it's truly amazing. So we're so honored to have you today.
Well, thank you for inviting me to come. And I do live here. I live in Franklin. Mom and I moved here to Tennessee after Dad passed away. And my mom has, there's something about her, you're just talking about the network. My mom was just as perfect as my dad. She just wasn't the person that wanted to be up on a stage. She was very shy about that. Didn't want to, even being on camera now, it's difficult. She doesn't like it. But it was her who God started to show her first, before my dad, what to do with the ministry, because Dad was an itinerant minister and traveled everywhere and would speak in places, and that's what he did. Different churches, events, he would put on events. He went to Israel so many times. And they had been doing a thing with God TV at the time, and my mom just noticed the way they had done Ascent, and she said to my dad, we can do that, and then you don't have to travel so much. And this is, early to mid-2000s, so nobody was doing this. And I believe my parents and the House of Destiny were one of the first, if not the first ministry to go live on the internet. And my dad kept saying, nobody's even going to watch. Who's even going to watch this? And so many people logged on that it broke the servers. Because he had a mailing list, so he'd mail to everybody out, we're going to go online on this date. Everybody tuned in. And they realized this was a new way of spreading the gospel and of having a ministry. And he called them the living room churches, little flames and homes. And that's what we see happening. We've watched that occur. And so the concept of, first of all, going live on the internet, that was my mom, and then creating the network was something Mom and Dad were doing together. When Dad passed away, it was a decision Mom and I had to make: is do we keep this going, or do we, just close it down? And we prayed about it, and both Mom and I felt that there's too many prophecies here that we can see some of it's come to pass, but not all of it. And we looked at the world around us, and we realized people need to hear this. And so we kept it going, and it's been 7 years now. And we weren't sure what was going to happen. We were afraid, my mother and I, because my dad was the strength of our family, and whatever we did was a support to him, and then suddenly God took him. And also my mother's mother died 50 days after my dad passed away. And she was the other pillar, and her and my dad were very close. And they used to sit up late at night and discuss the Bible and certain things. And she really, from behind the scenes, my grandmother was a huge driving force in assisting my dad in what he was doing. And so losing them both was very hard, but we believe we've made the right choice. We truly do, because we've seen the fulfillment of prophecy in a way that is astounding. Even for me, having watched it my whole life, it is astounding. It is astounding.
I was feeling stirred in my spirit, actually, because so much of the attacks on this nation have been against men and against strong men and against alpha males. And I felt a stirring to ask you to actually pray for the edification of the men. And it's like, I was thinking about your dad, and it's like, let's not let that go to waste. Let's let his death be a seed that springs forth another 30, 50, 100 of him. Because we need another 1,000 Kims in this world right now.
That is a war tactic as well, to demasculate, because then, I don't think that's the right word.
Emasculate. Emasculate, yes.
Because the goal, why wouldn't you? Because if you take out that strong man, it destroys so many things. It destroys the family. The structure of the family is that foundational thing in a family is the mother and the father, and that is throughout nature. So yes, we are in great need of the alpha male, and I feel that God has put me in the position in my life around a lot of alpha males. My dad, I would travel with him, and I would be at dinners, and I would be with great men of God, and admired and had friendships and almost like family with a lot of people who were prominent men of God as I grew up. And so God put me in those positions, and even now I have people like Roger Stone and General Flynn and Donald Trump are prime examples of that alpha male. that sometimes they might be a little bit rude.
Yes,
Sometimes
bull in a china shop.
blunt, but we need that, you know, and
Yes.
because that leadership is so important. So yes, it's absolutely, you're right on the money. I say right on the money, I shouldn't say that either. But you're right about that, because that is a core attack. One of the main things that's happening, and that's a global thing too. It is a global thing. So yes, Father God, I pray today for our men, because I am a woman who loves a nice, strong man. And God, I know you put that in my heart and in the heart of every normal woman. That's what we want. We desire the strength of the man. And I ask that you return not only to this nation, but the nations of the earth. Return to us that admiration for the strength of a man. Because the enemy is trying to take that out and remove that. It's a tactic, and we recognize it, and we refuse, and we defy it, and we honor our men. We honor our fathers, we honor our grandfathers. Let me tell you, losing my dad was the most difficult thing in my life, but the greatest honor of my life is to stand on his shoulders right now. What he did, and carry on that legacy. And legacies continue through that alpha man, through that strength of the man. And it is not against women to notice that. It makes my feminism is in its own way as beautiful as that masculine thing as well. And we see the enemy try to attack that, and we define that today in the name of Jesus, that will not succeed. We think it appears it is, that the enemy will try to lie, but we see through your lie.
That's right.
Defy it now in the name of Christ. And we honor our fathers, and we honor the men. And I say that in the name of Christ.
Yes, hallelujah. And I pray that the seed that went to the ground, this great man of God, that it would spring forth thousands of men to carry that mantle, to be men who have the courage to sing and dance like David with their full might and strength, who can rise up like warriors in this time to be able to protect their women and to protect their children. In Jesus' mighty name. Awesome. So I also wanted to talk with you about this party, this new party, because that was something that I had been joking about with my roommates. And it's like, because the founders, they didn't want two parties, because they knew this has already played out in history so many times, it divides the people. And so I was thinking, like, we should have the purple party. And it's like, you know, it could be the party of royalty, of sovereignty, which is what this whole event is about. So I was like, can you speak a little bit about sovereignty and all that kind of
You know what, let me say this. Yes, royalty. And you know, God had me do something in, I think it was here in Nashville. It was in Nashville, at the Reawaken America tour with Amanda Grace. My dad wore a mantle, right? So wearing the mantle, it was a scarf that he wore. It was a representative thing that he did, because it represented the responsibility he carried. He started carrying that mantle in April of 2009 after he had a vision of Christ in a mantle, and wore it the rest of his life. And so that mantle is very significant, and for two reasons. The first reason I'm going to tell you is because you spoke about the legacy. When my dad passed, I was with him, and I had a vision. And one thing that he did was he had these mantles, he wore the mantle, but he also gave them to people and put them on people and used it as a way to anoint people, and they were blue. You know, that his favorite color was blue. He had a number of different ones, and different colored ones that he wore himself, but the one that he was giving to people was blue. And when he passed, I saw a raining of those mantles. And so that anointing that was on him rained down upon anybody who would catch it. And that isn't confined to time, so that's going on right now too. Anybody who can grab it. It is available to you. It is an opening up of the prophetic at this time. And also at the Reawaken America tour here in Nashville in January, Amanda Grace was there, and she's become a friend, a very dear friend.
I saw you guys that day.
And did you see that I put the purple mantle on her? And the way that happened was my dad had a box of mantles that he wore, his personal ones, that I have now in my home. And I have them in a box there at home. And God said, you need to put a mantle on a man down. And you guys, should I do that? No, you need to put a mantle on a man. It was just, so I put my hand in that box and I didn't look. And the one I pulled out was purple. And God said royalty.
Yes.
So the fact that you just, I didn't actually know that you told me that right now, is that seems to be a theme. And I know, the purple and the royalty and the mantle, but also I wonder about the region where we are too.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like, we as believers, we're a kingdom of priests. So it's like church and state in one. And like we are the church and the state, each of us. And so it's like when we can embrace this concept of royalty and sovereignty, it means we're all kings and queens.
Right.
On this earth, we've been given dominion to rule on this earth and to allow a government or even non-government organizations to come in and tell us, you have to do this, you can't do this, you can't assemble and worship in this nation. This should be a cause for true resistance to rise up. And because we're sovereigns, we have the authority to live, righteously. That's how we should choose to live. Not even all the kings of Israel were righteous. But it's like we each have a choice to rule and reign as sovereigns, especially in this nation where that's actually dictated in our founding documents.
Yeah, his head's in the way.
So if you have
Sorry
any
about that,
insight
folks.
on maybe anything that your dad saw about that party, like
You see the new party thing, and that's what I was kind of touching on earlier, is I'm also sort of trying to see practically how that would play out, because my brain works that way.
His head's
How would
in the way.
What does that look like?
Sorry.
Because like I brought it before, and again,
Oops,
it's
sorry.
nothing against the Libertarian Party, I'm not trying to, but I'm saying that when you have that, you have those parties like that.
His head's in the way.
It can,
Damn it.
hand the election to Democrats every time if the Libertarians vote one way, whereas if they had just, and it's nothing, again, people have to vote what their conscience, and I'm not, it's not that. So I have sort of struggled to understand it, and I do see, Trump's there right now fighting to sort of reform and clean up the Republican Party is what it looks like to me. And that may be the way that this happens, but again, you have like what you brought up, it's division right from the beginning. But then when you go to somewhere like Israel, like I said earlier, they have so many political parties and so many parties that it confuses things. So
same in Europe. There's like 10 parties on the ticket every time.
Something else we need to remember, this is a constitutional republic with a democratic voting system, and you have people running around saying, they're destroying democracy, and it's like, well, you're destroying democracy because you're standing up for things that are a facade. You are presenting a facade. And some people will say, well, then if they're going to cheat, then we're just going to cheat. Well, then the whole thing's a bust. The whole American experiment is a bust. And we must just give up. We cannot stoop to. So there is something, and I don't have the answer, but I do have the dad was seeing that. And he was seeing that Americans would rise up and be the American Party. And how that looks, I know he didn't know. And I'm further along in time now observing, and I know people that he didn't know, so I can talk to someone like Roger Stein, ask him what he thinks of those things, or General Flynn. I can ask them. I've never met Donald Trump. I think I might be a little nervous. I don't know if I ever could actually. Well, just because it's not worshiping him or idolizing him at all.
But you feel a little nervous in the presence of a true powerhouse.
Between him and my dad, even though they're not, they were both alpha males. There are some tendencies in Donald Trump that were in my dad. The stubbornness, the outspokenness, those certain things that some people like, some people don't like. They were like that with my dad too. Some people liked it, some people didn't like it. And that's it. Just, you're never going to please all people all the time. So, we know that too. Only God can do that. So, but I do feel that we are in the middle of it. He also saw a time of humbling, and that's what I think the whole Biden that election was a disaster, but his whole presidency and administration has been about that humbling and the eye-opening that has happened. Because my dad saw on February 22nd of 2014 that we would be humbled, and then some more, and then we would hear the sounds of great victory. And so we had the whole Trump's first presidency. We know Dad saw 2 terms for Maricopa. He did not say consecutive. It doesn't have to be consecutive. And there is a reconciliation that needs to happen for the 2020 election going forward, because I don't feel confident.
No.
We don't feel confident. And that is a big problem. And that's when I interviewed Eric Trump, that was the question I asked him, was how do we know that this time is going to be any different? Because we just saw 22 and it wasn't any different. I mean, poor Carrie Lake.
Yeah.
She's had to go through in Maricopa. You see, so if you look at, I know these prophecies so well, that's why I keep encouraging people to go and watch and look at them. Even if you've seen them before, go look again.
Yeah, and enjoy the music.
Well, the music.
Awesome music, too.
You're appreciating what he was, because he was an incredible musician. You would see him up on that platform, and he would be, first of all, most of the worship and the music was improvised.
Yes.
It has like a few songs they knew, but then Dad would go off. He called the song of the Lord. And so he would allow God to sing through him. And when he noticed that presence was ready, then he was very in tune. He called it like being in rhythm with the dance of God. And so he was very in tune, and that's usually when the prophecies would come to, is in that time of worship. But at the same time, he was directing. Every musician you saw around him, was all they knew was what key he was playing in. And so sometimes you watch my dad, you'll hear him shout out, C, A, G, because he's just letting them know. He had perfect pitch, so he was letting them know what key he was going to play in, and then they knew at least what key to be in, and then they could follow him and accompany him. And so he was doing all of that while prophesying. And so that to be able to do that, it takes a special kind of person. Another person I've seen who is capable of that kind of thing, but not musically, but is capable, is Clay Clark. Clay Clark, I've seen that man doing like a million things at the same time really well. And you look at that and you think, how are you handling that? And I think it goes back to that alpha thing.
Yeah.
And that's not saying women can't do that. None of what we're saying about glorifying, not glorifying, but honoring men, is to put women down, because strong women are necessary too. And I think especially now you have feminist movements that are a mess. You've got a bunch of feminists out there shouting that men should be able to pretend to be women, and nobody can define it. So do you see how you can see it's so obvious how the enemy is distorting and disrupting, and it's you can feel it, but you can now. I talked about that humbling. We can see it. We're looking at it, and they're lying to us and telling us we're not seeing what our own eyes are seeing. And when it gets to that stage, that's when God's got to step in, and that's what all of this is about. That we're coming together, that we're sharing the information, that we're praying together, and that we are taking a stand without doing, because they like to accuse us of violence, through bigotry, white supremacy, and Nazis, and whatever the fascists, they who are acting as the fascists turn and play fascists. My mother says it often, she keeps saying this to me, they will call evil good and good evil.
Yes, and they call liberal fascist and fascist liberal. Because it's like, if you were so liberal, wouldn't we be free?
Exactly.
To do what we want?
Sitting there shouting at us about every word that comes out of our mouth.
Yeah, so I call it the fibrils.
That's good.
They're not really liberal anymore.
No,
Please be liberal again. Be liberal again.
Please. Yes, because you know what, you have to understand too, people like Donald Trump and General Flynn, they were Democrats.
Yeah.
You know, this is actually not, like my dad said it so many times, this really isn't a partisan thing. They want to make us think.
That's right.
And control us, and they have so much control over the media and Hollywood and politics and everywhere you look that, you know, you're seeing things and you're being made to believe things, but we have to remember it's a facade.
Yes.
And pull away. Really, it might take a little bit extra work. We might have to turn into journalists ourselves for a while, but it's okay because we'll learn from it. We'll be better, we'll grow, we'll be stronger. And in the end, as I said before, our desire is for God's will to be done. Whatever is His will is what I want. And I know that's what everybody really, we do want that because that's going to be the best way.
Amazing. Well, it's been such an honor to have you, Zane. Thank you for giving us a little bit extra time. And everyone, go check out thehouseofdestiny.org. Is it .org?
Or KimClement.com. Either way will work.
Amazing. And there is a huge archive of some of the most powerful prophecies and worship that you can find in all the archives that have ever been made. So
Sorry,
definitely
folks.
check that out. Thank you again, Donnie, for coming.
And thank you for hearing me, everybody.
Yes, bless you. Bless you. Thank you so much.
Hey.
And we are going to show a little teaser video. If we have that queued up, let's give it a watch. All right, so up next, we have one of the frontline women talking about January 6th. Please welcome Micki to the stage.
Just gonna wait for my video.
There's an estimated over 3 million people here today. So despite what the media tells you, boots on the ground definitely say something different. There is a sea of nothing but red, white, and blue and patriots and Trump. And it was amazing. You can see the president talk. We are now walking down the inaugural path to the Capitol building. 3 million plus people. God bless America, patriots.
My name is Micki Witthoeft. I'm the proud mother of murdered victim Ashley Babbitt, 4-time deployed American United States Air Force veteran. There were times when my daughter was in precarious situations in the Middle East, and there were days I was surprised not to get a phone call something god-awful had happened to her. So to come home and go to a Stop the Steal rally and come home in a box is just an unacceptable thing. You know, the man that murdered my daughter gave no warning. People say that Ashley should have complied. She was given no orders to comply with. My daughter was well versed in the use of force continuum, and Michael Byrne, the man who murdered her, skipped all the steps of the use of force continuum. He never identified himself as a person, much less a police officer. There was a still shot up there of my daughter punching Zach Alam, who was the man that broke the glass that she eventually went up into. The video you saw of my daughter being so proud to be an American that day, that was her state of mind. That 2 hours later, she was dead, she was murdered, she was shot. So and then the cover up and the lies began, and they continue to this day. So I've been in DC with a group of dedicated people that are there with me.
Sorry, folks.
Thank you. And we hold a vigil outside the DC jail every night for 300 days. We go to congressional hearings, and we go to the courtrooms where they hold their kangaroo courts, and they continue to deny people their constitutional rights, their human rights, and their provisions as members of this country and proud American citizens. So, there were millions of people at the Capitol that day, and so I think we need to focus on why they were there. And not everybody there, it wasn't exactly all about Trump. I'm not all about Trump. I'm all about a proper investigation into the day, the whole day. And if you go to these kangaroo courts, you will absolutely see that they do not try these men for their crimes and their actions. They try the day on the calendar. So we need a change of venue for these men, because the DCites are nobody's peers. You're supposed to be judged by a group of your peers. And we go in there, we participate in every level of the trial. We see the voir dire process where they're questioning the jury. And without fail, DC residents will say they do have strong feelings about January 6th, and they don't think they can overlook them, and the judge seats them anyway, many judges. And then they continue to deny the evidence that can come in, and really just steer these trials in a way that does guarantee an over 99% conviction rate. So, like I said, we're in DC, we're holding a candlelight vigil, and it's my position that we absolutely deserve an investigation. I don't think I'm anybody special. I've never done anything for this country that I'm proud to say I did, but my daughter was absolutely a very special person. So Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan, Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips absolutely deserve an investigation into what happened to them that day. It's not a question of whether there were FBI operatives on the ground that day. It's just a question of how many and how much of the violence they steered or perpetuated. We absolutely know that's a fact. We watched the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police wage war on American citizens that day. My daughter, in my mind, was guilty of no more than trespassing, which is not an executionable offense in this country. A lot of people say American citizens shouldn't have been where they were. They absolutely should have been. We absolutely have a right to protest and redress our government. And it was absolutely the police that waged war on American citizens that day. The American citizen that should not have been there that day was Michael Leroy Byrne, Lieutenant Michael Leroy Byrne, who murdered my daughter in cold blood and has to this day not been investigated or questioned. He had prior excessive use of force issues that in any other police force in this country he would have been fired. He left his loaded weapon in a public restroom for somebody else to find. These should be grounds for dismissal, not promotion. So I want to know who's responsible for this. And we know, we have hearings coming up. Yolanda Pittman, her days are numbered. That's not a threat, that's a promise. We want to know what happened, with the pipe bombings. That was absolutely a ruse to thin out the Capitol Police force. Some of them went this way, some of them went that way. We need an investigation of Officer Bagshaw, who beat Victoria White within an inch of her life. We need an investigation into Leila Morris, who absolutely, with evidence on video, beat Roseanne Boylan to death after she was already down and bleeding from the mouth. Leila Morris continued to strike her in the head until she lost her life. We need an investigation into the events of all of it. We have a man, Sarah McAbee's husband, who was a sheriff in this very county we're in right now, who has been persecuted, and he's more than almost 300 days before he's been in front of a judge. Like I said, these judges, they're predispositioned to decide what they're already going to decide. And so, I would say everybody in here is probably feeling a little sad for Ashley, a little sad for me, but I ask you, I implore you, don't be sad for me. Be brave for Ashley, because that's what she deserves. And we hear up here, we hear the question, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? That's the absolute question. We the people be the people. Because these people in this room, there's only a couple of us, but it's going out to live stream. And this is our message. We are the hope. The people in this room are the hope. We are the strength of this country. And big government, large government, they have absolutely overstepped their bounds here, and the lies continue. So, the January 6th committee hearing was nothing but a farce and a lie. We have the same 4 officers that testify in all these cases. Officer Michael Fanone is a gross human being. I mean, he did suffer some things that day, but I suggest that some of those things were orchestrated and perpetuated and lied about to this day. He asked for, he always is there to present his victim impact statements, and he asked for no mercy. He asked for judges to reach beyond the recommended sentence, and so he's ever present, and we need the truth out of him. I know there's evidence of his lies, there's evidence of Harry Dunn's lies, we have all this stuff, and so we absolutely need our congressional members to take a look at it. We are making progress along with Sarah McAbee and Anastasia. We have had weeks where we had 20 meetings with congressional staff and members, and we do feel like we're making progress. But as American citizens, you need to put pressure on these politicians, because they will always, no matter what promises they make to you, they will always be politicians first. So if they feel the pressure from the American people, that's when they're going to act. So you need to call and make your voice known. Make a phone call, send an email, and it's like, there were over 1 million people there that day, and I understand that American citizens are scared because they don't want to be the ones under the bus, they don't want to be the ones in jail. But if every single person that was there that day stands up and says something, anything, make a phone call, write a letter, continue the pressure. So we absolutely have to have an investigation of this. We as American people deserve it. And when we go out on the corner for over 300 nights now, we are attacked by Antifa. And these Antifa members are paid agitators. I have not had so much as a speeding ticket in my adult life, and I've been arrested 2 times since I've been in Washington, D.C. Apparently marches are an issue for me, because every time we have a march or an event, I end up in cuffs in the back of a police car. The first time I was arrested, it was for trying to lay a rose on the anniversary of January 6th. I was arrested for failure to obey and impeding traffic. And then, I don't know I was also arrested for
Freedom Corner.
Some possible real stuff, but I broke a megaphone, so I did. Anarchy Princess, I always hesitate to say her name, but she's awful. She stalks us, and at every chance she gets, she says awful things about me, about my daughter, about everybody standing out there. And so I did break a bullhorn and act outside myself, so there is that. On tape, on video. No sense in doing it if the world can't see, right? So, I just ask as American citizens to keep an open mind and don't believe the lies that have been told to you. I know that some people in this room were there on January 6th because y'all have told me. So, like I said, don't be sad for me, be brave for me. Be brave for Ashley, be brave for Roseanne, be brave for Kevin, be brave for Benjamin. We live in D.C. in what we call the Eagle's Nest, a very eclectic group of people. I live there, Nicole Reffitt lives there, Tommy Tatum, who was right beside Roseanne Boylan when she was beaten to death, Gary McBride, who has seen more J6 video than anybody, and Tammy Perryman, who is also the wife of a January 6th defendant. So we spend our days either in the courthouse or in the halls of Congress.
Sorry, folks.
And then at night we hold a vigil. And so we just need American people. We need support. We need people to be a voice for the voiceless. Like I said, I was very apolitical before January 6th, and then on January 6th, this country took more from me than my daughter. I woke up on January 7th not believing anything that has ever been told to me. As an ordinary citizen, you think, well, the FBI would never do that, but they did. That the United States government would never do that, but they did. And they continue to repress these men in jail and, offer them these horrible plea deals. And a lot of the men that are in jail right now are connected to Roseanne Boylan's murder. So they threaten these men with life in prison and then offer them plea deals so that they will take these god-awful plea deals, and then the discovery doesn't have to come out.
Sure, Lala.
Because they know if these cases go to trial, it's going to show their culpability. So they don't want that. But I feel we're on the precipice of change. We are absolutely on the precipice of change. So everybody needs to get on board and do their best to be a strong American citizen. It's hard because when you know you're risking the full weight of the United States government coming down on you, it's oppressive, it's scary. And I don't have anything left to lose, y'all, because this has touched my family in ways that I cannot even articulate. So be bold, be brave, and you just do what you can. So God bless you, and God bless America.
Hey.
Tonight, but I knew that you I don't know, is this working? Okay, great. But I knew you needed to
Sorry
get
about
on
that,
the
folks.
plane, so I made sure that I was able to give it to you in person while you're still here.
Sorry about that, folks.
So we're doing Personal Sovereignty Leadership Awards. I believe that we all need to exercise personal sovereignty.
Sorry.
And we need to do it by leading by example. And I am so grateful to people like you who are turning such injustice into a fight for justice.
It's a baby.
And I'm gonna cry. The quote that I found, I wanted to find a quote that resonated for each person I'm honoring, and it's the strongest person in the world is a grieving mother that wakes up and keeps going every morning. And you do, and I don't know how you do, but we're so grateful because you are fighting for all the injustice that really all of us are experiencing, but especially your daughter and the J6ers. So this is for you. Thank you so much for everything you do, for your courage, for your strength, for your conviction. Thank you.
Beautiful, y'all. Thank you so much. This has been such a special honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Yay. Sorry about that, folks. Alright. Oops. Yeah, I'll clip it separately. Let's see about that. And you troll who said evict the corner, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. That's all I gotta say. Bring it, trolls. You know better than to try to troll a troll. You know better. Up.
My name is Nicole Reffitt. My husband is a political prisoner, 262-16509. And it is a fact. We have political prisoners being held in the United States of America in our nation's capital, being persecuted for their ideology. The same ideology that our forefathers gave us.
Trying to straighten up.
You know, my husband was the very first trial for GM6. He was convicted on all his charges. He was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison. He never entered the Capitol. He never assaulted a person. They have him in prison because he has a strong voice and he loves this country and he loves his family and he would do anything to protect those things. Many of those men and women that were there that day, They were there in care of their nation, in care of their faith, in care of their country.
What's up, producer?
And they are persecuting them, and they are giving them
Sorry, I get it correct, folks.
no voice. No voice. Because the First Amendment is dead in the United States of America. And
Sorry.
if you don't think it is, then if you were at January 6th, and all you did was stand on the stairs and say you want a cause, we are here to have a voice. They will put you in a jail cell and they'll throw away the key, and they are doing that to tell you to sit down and shut up. And if you don't think they're not, then you should be at my home January 16th of 2021 when the United States government busted in our door in a pre-dawn raid with flashbangs and counterterrorism unit to take my husband away. I did not see that man's face again for 14 months. And when I saw him again, it was in court. And I could not speak to him. I could not say hello to him. All we could do is make little heart gestures at each other. They are destroying the American family, and they are... I'm sorry, it's really emotional because Guy being the first trial, many people don't realize I was our 18-year-old son who turned Guy into the FBI. He's completely indoctrinated by the schools. He believes that his father is the enemy. He believes I'm the enemy. He believes all of you are the enemy, and that's what he's been taught to believe.
Damn it.
We have to make a stand, and we have to do it together. If all the people that were there on January 6th that have not been convicted, please don't be scared. You have to be brave. Just like Micki said, be brave for Ashley. Be brave for your country. Be brave for your children. Because they are taking it away. And you don't understand how they are coming after all of you until they are in your living room, digging through your cabinets, trying to find something to hold over your head. And that's what they do. They came up with a narrative of my husband, and they proved it in court. And that's all they did. They did not convict him on the events of that day. They convicted him because he is a proud American who stood up for his country. And they don't want anyone else to have that courage to stand up.
Fuck yourself,
Micki has
Munson.
courage
Fuck
every day
yourself.
to stand up. I stand with her nightly outside of the DC jail so we can stand in solidarity and give people strength. Give these guys a voice inside because they have snuffed it out. They want my voice snuffed out. They want your voice snuffed out. They do not want the American people to be in control of their destiny.
I got rid of him third.
Our forefathers left us a legacy. They left us a document that is almost perfect. And they're destroying it every day. They're taking away our faith. They're taking our kids away. My child, I love my son so much. And there are so many prayers that go out for him. But what the system, the school system has done, what our government officials have done, is to make strong Americans criminal. And my son totally believes that. He believes my husband, his father, deserves to be in jail because he took a stand that day against a tyrannical government. It wasn't just about election integrity, because that's huge, because they have taken away our vote. It was about the direction that our country is going. And I know, I've talked to many of you here.
Damn it.
The direction the country was going into socialism. It's going into communism. They want us to be these drones out there and to shut up. And there's 150 American citizens detained because they took a stand that day. Ashley was murdered because of her pride for her country and her wanting to keep her country in the direction that the American citizens want it to go. They will murder you. They will take your things. They will destroy your life. And they want that to be very public because they want y'all to be scared. They want y'all to be so scared of this government that you're going to lose your job. You're going to lose your house, and you're going to lose your car. Well, when you lose your country, you're not going to have those things anyway. We have to be brave. We have to come together. We have to unite or die. And that is where we are going. When we hold the vigil outside of the DC jail nightly, it comes with a price. It comes with a price because they want us to shut up. When I say that our First Amendment is dead, I mean that. We are being berated because of our ideology. These guys inside, the things that they believe about their country, the things that they quote from our forefathers, I have seen in court that be criminalized. They are criminalizing our forefathers, so our history is going to be changed and our country will be changed, and if we don't stand together, we will all die together. And I'm telling you, I will stand out on the front line and give my husband a voice. I will stand out there and make sure that there's justice for Ashley, Roseanne, Benjamin, and Kevin, because they murdered American citizens that day. They brought this war. We did not. They brought blood on January 6th. And we have to hold them accountable for what they have done. And I will not sit down, and I invite everyone to please write your representatives. We have to hold these people accountable. When we hold a vigil outside of the DC jail, the men inside, even if they can't call out, they see the flags waving. They know that we're there. They know they're not forgotten because this government wants them forgotten. I have sat in on more Jan 6 cases, my husband being the first one, than any other one person. And what I can tell you, and it was really hard for me because I was brought up to believe that judges are men of integrity, men and women of integrity. I was brought up to believe that the FBI agents are here for our good and our care. They get up there and they lie. They lie and they manipulate footage, and the judges agree. This is not your checks and balances that you think it is. We have this faith that our system is going to work. The system's broken, from our education system to our judiciary. I've seen the judiciary berate men that have served this country for 30 years and tell them that they're mentally unstable because of their belief. Mentally unstable. Men and women who've gone and fought for their freedoms that they are now being told that they're mentally unstable. This is not the country that you think it is. I was so blind to the level of deception and corruption that our government has become. It is sickening to me that I've had to leave my great state of Texas to come to DC because you can't leave them alone. You've got to be in their faces. You've got to make them question themselves. And you have to hold them accountable. The biggest problem that I know that I had before all this happened is I just really believed that the system would work itself out. But after sitting through all these trials and sitting and seeing what the sheer might of the United States government will do to you, and it's not about C.A.U.S.E. Reffitt. It's not just about Colt. It is about the American citizens. They're coming after everyone that they consider a dissident. And they'll come after your financials. They will come after your home. They will fire you. They will turn your children against you. And they turn other citizens against you because the divide is great. When I say unite or die, I mean that because what the government is doing all the time, and I've seen it in my own family, is divide us. And I'm not going to let my family go, and I'm not letting my country go. And I'm going to fight every day. And I am begging the American people, please get up and fight. Please. It's not just about Jan 6. It is about our country. And they are using American citizens as examples to shut up a nation. I often wonder why, when we're in DC and we're carrying the American flags, why people stare at us. And then I got it one day. They stare at us because they're not proud of the United States. They're not. They are proud of their system that they have working in DC. They are proud of these drones that work for the government. They are appalled that people would carry a flag with pride and sing the national anthem every night. These men inside have sang the national anthem for over 2 years at 9 o'clock every night. They do that because no matter what this country has done to them and their families, they still love it. and they know that we can get it back. And they believe in the American dream. And that sounds so cheesy. I know it does, because sometimes I wonder, what are we doing? And I know what we're doing. We are fighting for this country, for our children and grandchildren, and the generations to come. It's the last great stand we have. And they are taking American citizens and throwing them away because they took a stand. It is so scary to take a stand, because there is a lot to lose personally. But losing your nation, the last nation that we consider free, it's not worth it. It is not worth it. We have to band together. I invite all of you to join us on our live streams at the DC jail. Please go to 4ashley.com. We have the live streams there. The guys call in. They talk about what they're going through, because the conditions in the jail are horrendous. Many of these men have never been in jail. My husband has never been in jail until now. And, you know, we didn't understand what was going on. So I ask you to call it, to view our live streams that we have. See what the guys are saying. Sing with us at 9 p.m. when the guys sing the national anthem. Join in. Write a letter. Go to 4Ashley. See all the things that we are doing. Go to the Real J6. We are making a difference because we are taking a stand, and we're not going away. And we're going to keep talking, and we're going to keep walking, and we're going to keep fighting the good fight. I'm going to show up in the court every time that I can for a Jan 6er, because when you walk in there, it's a lion's den. They want you to be scared. They want you intimidated. We have family members coming in tomorrow that are so nervous about going into that courthouse. And how dare this government have American citizens so afraid to stand up? How dare they have people crying because their children are not going to see their dad for another year, 2 years, 3 years. We have women that had babies since their husbands have been in, that their husbands have never seen the babies, because there's no visitation in DC until we started the vigil outside of the DC jail. When I say I didn't see my husband's face for 14 months, it's because there was no visitation, no video visitation. You got a phone call. They want them to be isolated, and they want their families to suffer. And it's not just my family. At this point, it's over 1,000 families affected by January 6th that they've arrested. 1,000. And they've just hired 100 new assistant U.S. attorneys to prosecute the American people. 100 new attorneys at the cost of $30 million to the American citizen.
Damn.
So, you know, they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. So I ask you, please go to 4ashley.com, watch our live streams, go to the Real J6, go to the Patriot Relief Fund. They have an excellent program out there for families that are troubled and need assistance. We all have to help each other in this fight. We all have to. And there will never be any justice until there's justice for Ashley. None. Thank y'all.
Despite audio video evidence showing former Tennessee Sheriff's Deputy Ronald Colton McAbee did not assault a police officer on the Capitol steps on January 6th.
But it's such a miscarriage of justice when you have a federal judge in the Middle District of Tennessee that says, release this man pending trial. And then it immediately goes to the government and it goes to Judge Sullivan. Not only does he say he's not going to listen to the audio, he calls him an insurrectionist and a terrorist on record.
It's out. You guys have grounds for a major lawsuit, especially if there's been an individual involved in the regurgitating that lie.
But then when you find out that actually
morning. How is everyone?
Hey.
I just want to say thank you to Courtney Turner and C.A.U.S.E for having us out. The January 6th movement. That's exactly what it is. It's a movement.
You're welcome, Gloria.
We need patriots across the
Now, if I
country
could just get my
around
gimbal
us.
to work.
I'm going to show a video in just a minute of my husband. He's
Sorry.
actually from here. He was a sheriff's deputy in Williamson County. I want to know where Dusty Rhodes is. That's the sheriff of this county. I want to know where the attorney general is for the state of Tennessee. I want to know where Marsha Blackburn is, where Scott Desjardins is. Those are our representatives. And I think that they've forgotten that they work for the American people. And their own constituents are sitting behind bars for a video that you're about to watch that Louis Gohmert talked about on the House floor. That if they would just turn on the audio, this man would be exonerated and at home. But as of today, 565 days behind bars.
Hold up,
Sits
folks.
and languishes behind bars in the most disgusting facilities. He was 7 years law enforcement when they took him. On August 17th, 2021, they came and raided our house. I wasn't even home and I got a call from the FBI saying they just apprehended my husband at work and they were walking into our house to raid it. 5 hours they were at my house. I have it on camera. They took a gun to my pantry. They took our flag off of our front porch. They took 14 items from our house to use against him. Anything and everything that they could find. He's charged with 8 charges. 4 felonies and I believe 4 misdemeanors for trying to help a police officer who was down and try to save Roseanne Boylan's life, who is a fellow patriot just like us. It gets no bigger than when you walk into the courtroom and they say it's the United States of America versus Ronald Colton McAbee. Can you just imagine how that lays on you?
Sorry,
knowing
folks, I'll fix
that
it.
your husband is a patriot, knowing he would literally give his shirt off his back to anyone. And I'm sure if I would ask him if he would do the same thing, knowing exactly how he's been persecuted, he would say yes, because that's what public servants are supposed to do. They're supposed to run into action.
Sorry, folks.
Can you play the video, please?
What's up, Dale? I'll get back to you on that, Carrie.
that the kind of person that you want protecting you in the community? Because he ran into action when he was watching a woman being murdered while he was supposed to be his own. Supposed to be brothers and sisters in blue, but he just watched someone murder a patriot in front of him. So instead of standing around like some cowards did in the crowd that day, he jumped into action as an off-duty officer. That's the kind of person I want protecting me. And these patriots, 135 of them sit behind bars. Most of them, over a dozen of them, sit in the DC jail because they were around Roseanne Boyland and they saw too much that day. You don't hear about Roseanne Boyland on the mainstream media, do you? I didn't know what he was talking about when he came home on January 7th and told me he watched a cop murder a woman. I said, I watched it on TV. He said, no, I didn't go inside the Capitol. I thought he was talking about Ashley Babbitt. Until months later, when Gary McBride reached out to me after my husband was arrested and said, I know that he did not do what they are saying he did. I've watched his videos. He is now known as the sheriff of January 6th. That's somebody that I'm proud to have in my corner. And you should too as American patriots.
Sorry, folks. I'm trying.
On September 5th, 2022, Labor Day, my phone started to blow up, a feeling that nobody likes to get, especially when they have somebody incarcerated. And it was the men inside the jail telling me that my husband had just been assaulted. So I went into flight or fight mode, and that's exactly what I did. I called everybody that I could figure out who knew what, and I finally got the story. These people have lived behind bars for 2 years, but they made them wear COVID masks every time they walked out of their cells. So he walked 25 feet to a medication cart, mind you, to take oral medication, that in jail you have to prove that you took the oral medication to the nurse and you're not just holding it in your mouth. He walked 25 feet to the medication cart, and a lieutenant who was not supposed to be in that pod because of the situations that she's caused prior was in there and told him to put a COVID mask on, and he politely declined. And so she decided to spray an entire can of OC spray within an inch of his eyes. Then they decided to handcuff him, throw him on the ground, say he was resisting arrest, and again spray another can of OC spray on him. Then they threw him in a hot shower, and he said, Sarah, the only way I can explain this to you is if you had a sunburn and you jumped into a hot tub. They threw him in the same jumpsuit that he was in that had the OC spray on it, and then they put him in a cell for 13 hours without medical attention. They put him upstairs where there were no CCTV camera footage to see what was happening. And if you followed any of the January 6th incidences that's happened in the C2B pod, you know that is not a good thing. There have been assaults, there's been rape, there's been terrible things that have happened to what we consider patriots and heroes. After that happened, I decided that I couldn't be quiet any longer. That I knew if it wasn't for me, then who? Who was going to stand up for this man? Because nobody knew his story, and it wasn't being talked about on Fox. It was talked about on MSNBC and CNN, but they picked the video footage that they wanted to show you and took out the audio. Actually, MSNBC tried to air a clip of him saying he was assaulting police officers, and they had to pull it off live air because Lila Morris was beating Roseanne in the corner, and they didn't know what they were showing. So after September 5th, I decided that we need to do something. So I created an organization called The Real J6 with Shane Jenkins, who is another January 6th defendant who was just found guilty on 10 charges, facing 10 to 15 years in prison. We knew we needed to be a voice for the voiceless, so we started a social media-based company. We do Twitter Spaces on Thursday nights to give a voice for these guys on the inside who want to call out, because I can promise you Tucker Carlson isn't calling them. He can't anymore. Fox News isn't calling them. Hannity's not calling them. So we have to use our platforms to give them a voice. We give breaking news on the cases, and we give a glimpse into their everyday life. Through The Real J6, we started Operation Love Wins. In January of this year, Congressman Troy Nehls went into the DC jail. They hadn't seen their loved ones for 2 years, even via video. They denied it, and they said it was for COVID reasons. But everybody else got to see their loved ones. Why not these men? So Mr. Troy Nehls went in there, and he granted them in-person visitation. And there was a feeling of hope and that they were going to be able to see their loved ones again for about 2 hours. And then they realized that they're not able to afford for their loved ones to come across the country, even halfway across the country, to sit 6 feet apart from them and look at them for an hour, maybe 2 hours at max. So through the Real J6, we launched Operation Love Wins that funds for family members round-trip tickets or transportation of their choice, hotel rooms, per diem, and transportation to and from the facility and to and from the airport. So for help from people like you, we've been able to fund over a dozen families to go see their loved ones after 2 years, and we've raised over $50,000. Through this fight for the Real J6, we realized that we needed to do even more than that. So we're soft launching. We haven't launched it yet. Hopefully we will launch it in July, but we are soft launching our new 501c3 foundation called Stand in the Gap. Stand in the Gap is going to help with re-entry. Our plan is to welcome individuals back into freedom upon immediate release. We want to provide them transportation, clothing, a nutritious meal, and give them a re-entry care package. With my husband being law enforcement, he worked in the Tennessee State Prison System. And I know that when these men get out from the Tennessee State Prison System, they get $75, blue jeans, and a white t-shirt, and maybe a bus ticket. How can you ever get your life back on track if you don't have anybody out here helping you? So we know that re-entry is a big thing. We want to partner with local churches and organizations like American Patriot Relief and everybody's individual communities, because this isn't just subject to one section of this country. There has been J6ers in every state across this country, and they're being housed across the nation. So we need to make sure that we partner with local patriots that are willing to give them a job and give them a chance. We want to meet their mid to long-term needs, such as housing, transportation, employment, education, and spiritual needs. We also want to meet their specific needs on an individual case-by-case basis in regards to dental work, medical care, behavioral health, tattoo removal, and substance abuse. We also realize I've spent over $150,000 since my husband has been incarcerated. We know that we need to give emergency funding for living expenses, both on the inside and the outside. Every time my husband's been moved, he's been moved 7 times. If you look it up on Google, it's called diesel therapy. It's a very real thing. And what they do is they move you from facility to facility, so you have to start over every single time. It's a form of punishment in the U.S. In the U.S., you look it up, it's not really in other countries, but in the U.S., it's a form of punishment. Every time he's been moved, he has to leave everything. He literally just goes with underwear and a jumpsuit. So I have to buy him socks, undergarments, tennis shoes. Mind you, tennis shoes that you could go out to Walmart and buy $13, $15, whatever it might be, $48 on commissary is what we have to pay for. They have to pay for their food, because if you look up online what they're fed, it's absolutely ridiculous. They literally have a piece of cake on every tray, including their breakfast, because they have to feed them so many calories a day. So they get a piece of cake for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And you know what they get sometimes for dinner? A scoop of rice and a scoop of beans. How can anybody that doesn't have help on the outside be able to live? My husband has lost 60 pounds since he has been on the inside. So we want to help. We know it's expensive. A lot of them were breadwinners in their family. The only way I can explain to you what it looks like in the now C2A pod, I believe is where they've been moved, is go into church, pick row number 19, make all the males stand up and say you're arresting them. Because you have young men in there who are in college, you have the elderly that are retired, you have blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, law enforcement, veterans. You literally have every walk of life. But one thing that is very common between all of them is that they were the breadwinners of their families. So now you have the wives out here that are trying to help their families keep their house, keep their cars, keep a job, pay for their children, and it gets very expensive. We've never seen anything like this. It's unprecedented with them keeping these men pre-trial detention. My husband will be behind bars 26 months before he steps foot in front of a judge for a trial. They tried to push him with a plea deal. Now mind you, when he was arraigned and he was in front of the judge here in the Middle District of Tennessee, Judge Frensley said, let this man go. There's no reason. You knew about him for 90 days. You watched him, you watched his house, you watched his wife. You didn't pick him up for 90 days. Now you're trying to tell us that he's a danger to the community? We don't believe you. But then the government appealed it, so he has not been out on bond. So for 2 years, regardless of what he is facing time-wise, 2 years of his life is already gone, and I've had to figure out how to live without him. Under family services, we want to provide legal aid for appeals, legal counsel for family courts upon release, and resources for civil litigation. Again, most of these men have never had to most of them haven't even had speeding tickets in their life. So now you're charging them with criminal crimes, federal crimes, and asking them to figure out. I say all the time, I need a book, Legal for Dummies, because I have no idea. I'm having to look up stuff left and right. So if I'm doing that, I know other people are doing that. So you have civil lawsuits against these jails for the medical treatment and the way that these guards have treated them. And then there's a 97% conviction rate in DC right now for jury trials, because it's not a jury of their peers. So what do you do after that? You're sentenced and you're facing 10 to 15 years. You need appeal lawyers. And not only did you have to pay for an attorney for your defense, now you're having to pay for an attorney for an appeal, and it gets very expensive. We also want to absorb the cost for families visiting their incarcerated loved ones. So we launched Operation Loved Ones through the Real J6, but now we want to take it nationwide. Some of these men are getting sentenced now and being sent across the country. Technically, according to the BOP, you're supposed to be within a 500 miles driving distance of your home. They are not following those rules either. So you have these families that can't see their loved ones because it's so expensive. We've had families that have tried to go see their loved ones on a Saturday or a Sunday. They're able to see them one day but not the other because they pick and choose what they want to do for these guys. The last thing that we want to do through Stand in the Gap is justice reform. It's not just prison reform. We know prison needs to be reformed across the board in America. But it's justice reform, because as Nicole said, as Micki has said, they sit in on these courtrooms and listen. These judges are doing whatever they want. It's government overreach, it's judge overreach, it's the prosecutors overreach, and they are getting away with it. We cannot allow them to get away with it. Through justice reform, we're assisting in changing the incarceration system from a justice extractor to a corrective endeavor by exploring alternative incarceration techniques from around the world. We want to include families in the rehabilitation process and improving treatment, living conditions, and medical care. We want to lobby our representatives for our Constitution to be enforced, because I think they forgot that our founding fathers put these documents in place for this stuff to never happen. We need everyone to be presumed innocent until proven guilty and being represented in an unbiased court of law and a jury of their peers. We want to advocate for policy change by doing meaningful time in prison through encouraging corporations to partner with city, county, state, and federal facilities to provide entry-level opportunities to detainees and give said corporation tax breaks, and also providing quality education and valuable vocational training by investing into the people. Now you've heard my story, you've heard Nicole's story, you've heard Micki's story. How can you help? That's what we always get asked. How can we help? I always tell people that everybody has a voice. We need donations, we need things to keep us going, but everybody has a voice. You've heard something from our last three speakers that you might not have known before. Go talk to your families about them. Go talk to your friends, because when one tells one who tells one, it spreads like wildfire. And that's exactly what we need to do. You can go to patriotmailproject.com where you can find out how to write to these individuals. You can also go on there and find out where they are and what their individual needs might be. You can go to Fort Ashley and support Freedom Corner and all the work that they are doing in DC. You can go to Stand in the Gap and support our movement and our organization. Here today, how you can help, we've had a lovely gentleman who has come alongside of us in the last 6 months and has partnered with us. We have Make Honey Great Again, and part of the proceeds go to help the J6ers and their families. Be the voice for these individuals, for their families, for Ashley Babbitt, for Roseanne Boylan, Benjamin Phillips, and Kevin Greason. I want to close out with this. It's not going to be easy when you want to change. It's not easy. If it were in fact easy, everybody would do it. But if you're serious, you'll go all out. I'm in control here. I'm not going to let this get me down. I'm not going to let this destroy me. I'm coming back, and I will be better and stronger because of it. You have to make a declaration that this is what you stand for. You're standing up for America. You're standing up for your family. You're standing up for future generations. Take full responsibility. You can decide that I'm going to live each day as if it were my last. How will others remember you? Will you sit on your side of the street, eat your food, drink your water, and do nothing because it doesn't affect you personally? I can promise you, if they're coming after somebody like my husband, you're next. Fear kills dreams. Fear kills hope. Fear puts people in the hospital. Fear can age you. It can hold you back from doing something that you know within yourself that you're capable of doing, but it will paralyze you. Live your life with passion, with some drive. Decide that you're going to push yourself. The last chapter of your life has not been written yet. And remember this, it doesn't matter about what happened to you. What matters is what are you going to do about it. Thank you.
Oops. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, my phone's low on battery. Dang it. Sorry. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Oops. Alright. I gotta get my phone into a charger thingy. Excuse me. I'm gonna use a charger. I don't know whether or not should I go over to. Sorry about this, folks. I gotta decide. Is there a brief intermission or? Hold on. Let me put the phone down. Sorry, folks. Oops. So I'll get back with you folks.
I just introduced myself, so I go Micki Cherokee language, as we do. My name is Yoner, I belong to the Payne clan, come from Huntington, West Virginia, aka DJ Yoner. Shout out to all my friends and patriots out in the audience.
Oops, sorry.
The song is for the glory of God. It's called Priceless Life.
Go for interviews. Oh, excuse me. So this is the J6 table. Oh, hey, how you doing? Don't mind me, I'm just documenting all this stuff, yeah. I'm watching all your coverage because of the channel that Ashley helped me. Glory be. Yeah, she's one. Yep. Yeah.
Are you on Twitter?
I am not. Yeah, sorry. I'm on Minds though. Oops. I'm on Minds. Whoops. Minds. That's my Twitter. Yeah, Jay, I gotta figure out what I want to do. Guess this is a brief break. Hey. All these documents. Okay, so they have the why am I out of focus? Oops. Still out of focus. Okay.
But it's on Twitter now, so there's 17 people
Do I just... Yeah, I'll get them back in focus in just a sec, folks. Why am I out of focus here? Okay, that's better. Oh, hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, greetings. Okay, I guess they're stepping out for a second. I'll wait until they get back, folks. I'll wait until they get back. And then... Yeah. I know, that's awesome. I like that. Yeah.
Toboggan. We call it toboggan in Alabama.
Oh, right.
That's your eye right there.
Gotcha. Toboggan. This is some of the stuff that they have. All right, so they went out for a smoke break.
Work in progress.
Prison. Just some of the stuff that they have here. We got the bracelets. And they went out for a smoke break. That's okay. Let them have their smoke. Yeah, Jay, as soon as they get back. Yep. I have the book. Okay, cool.
Well, it's going well so far, like today. Yeah, it's the first one though.
Love me some honey. Cool.
But yeah, it's funny because I'm on Rock.
I don't know how much it is, but.
Oh, it's cool. She's already got it up. It was on my
Cool.
way. I was literally on my way here.
Snow's here at the desk right now.
So yeah, people know about it. People know the stream and everything. Yeah, I mean, it's the first one. I need to just be over the next 2 years. I mean,
They just went out for a smoke break. Oops.
that's just my.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Yeah. Oops. Might have to go out for a washroom break here for just a second. I might put you guys down for just a quick second. Oops. Oh, looks like we have a guitar performer. Yeah, it's Harrison. You up next? It's looking for you yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, that's the guy. He's the reason why I'm here. It's because of him. And all that caffeine that I had. I don't know if I should step up for a quick. Is he getting ready to play? Have this thing knocked over. I don't know if he's ready to play or not. Get to DC. Interviewer. Should I interview her? All right, I'm going to put you down because nature calls. Give me just a quick second, folks. Sorry about. Yeah. Because I had a lot of coffee before coming in here, and I had a production meeting on Turbos Live. Thank you, Jay Jones. I had a production meeting with my executive producer, so. Oops. Sorry about that. Oop. Vertigo. Oh my gosh, vertigo. Should I just put you up like this? All right, so whatever happens. Give me just a quick second. A little toilet break here. So I will be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. All right, thanks for waiting. Whoops. All right, thanks for waiting. All right, I gotta charge this bad boy. It's my battery be low. All right.
It's just the
Hopefully I didn't miss a whole lot. All right. Plug in the charger. Thank you for your patience. Oops.
Sorry.
Oops. Let's do this. Okay. Let's see about doing some interviews. Alright. Here to get set up. Alright. Alright. Let's see about doing some interviews. Oops. Oh, hey. What's up, Rodney? Rodney Andrews in the house. I'm trying to get this thing. Come on, trying to get this thing. Alright. Should I just do it like this? Alright. Maybe this is a little easier. Trying to manage the gimbal. Trying to manage the gimbal here. Oh, is it like this? Oh my god. Sorry folks, trying to adjust myself. Oops. Trying to adjust.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. That's the host for American Journal. 8 to 11 in the morning, banned out video. I refuse to use a gimbal. No, I'm still using it, Aruba. Sorry. Oh wait,
Everyone was kind of falling forever.
Don't worry, I'll get it together. Sorry, folks, about the dizziness. Yep. You're gonna have to forgive me.
That was my thought from the moment I started writing it. I posted a little clip of me playing it.
Okay.
And sure enough, Harrison Smith from American Journal, their producer, messaged me the next day. I thought I was getting pranked.
All right, we'll do interviews instead of the music. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry. Thank you for your patience.
It all started with this one. It's called Bill Gates Feeder.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. Everyone's talking to something.
Gotta give me that government needle. Gotta give me that Fauci jab. Think I'm coming down with the Bill Gates fever. They landed out with that move. Gotta pledge allegiance to the left side. You got to mention vitamin.
Oh, looks like she might be busy with something else. I'll catch her. I'll catch her. I'll catch her. It's okay. It's okay. She's got something to do. Oops. All right. Looks like they're stepping out for something, so hope you folks don't mind. All right. There's barely anyone here for right now, so.
I just couldn't believe anybody actually thought that way. I wrote that song and confused the liberals and
Oops.
gave the rest of us a nice
Man, this thing really forces me to.
So then we moved on to a nice little kind of duet, and I'm going to have to sing both parts tonight for the first time. So it's going to be a little schizophrenic, but I think the main message of it will come across. It's called 2 More Weeks Forever.
I saw you with this yesterday. What is that actually called, and where did you get it? No, this.
Gimbal.
What?
Gimbal. 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 Yeah, it's at Best Buy. Okay. And it's not that cheap. I think this was like $125.
Okay.
But it's your different adjustments. Because I could do this, and it's my holster. Because if I use a regular one, I think it'd be more shaky.
Got it.
This one, it's a lot more accommodating. Well, if I can get it to go, I'm still new at it, so.
Yeah. Does it extend out? Nice.
Yeah.
The reason I asked too is like I'm thinking of like doing. Well, I am looking at like, starting my own podcast, but
Sure.
I like the walk and talk.
Oh yeah.
And I was thinking, I saw you with this. I'm like, dude, this would be so good for that.
Yeah, definitely get one of these. I know it's a little bit of money, but
that's okay. I mean, if it's an investment into what you want to do.
Sure.
So gimbal. I'm gonna write it down right now.
Yeah.
All right, you got it at Best Buy. And gimbal. Thanks, man. That's
no problem.
It doesn't seem too cumbersome.
No.
You know,
just got to get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good talking to you. All right. She sang yesterday. No, the one with the white hat. What's up, JV? Oh, hey. Just until the end of the show, and then I leave. No, I'm in Dallas. Dallas? Yeah. Oh, is that the kombucha?
I'll give you one if you want to hear it.
No, it's okay. Where do you get that? No, I love kombucha.
I'll give you one. I've got a bunch of ice down.
Sure, how much?
Too
nice. Yeah. I'll be ready for that. Right. Yeah, she's awesome. I hope he's here today. Yeah. Love that guy. Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
18-0-0 party over out of time.
There you go. That works. That's awesome.
She does a much better job singing than I do. Yeah, all the videos
absolutely.
Go into awards and they'd hit 8,000 views in like 45 minutes and the numbers would just stop. And then the majority of the comments were like, how is this not trending? Well, because I'm shadowing it. And I wrote a song called Shadowing It in honor of that great algorithmic system they have to keep everybody up.
Thanks for being here.
He's going on the road. I've been in Texas about it.
Nice. Cool. That's cool.
Hey, Dallas.
Yeah. That's cool. Follow them. Yeah.
I have watched the way you've been led astray by their shadow head. You gotta dig
That's cool.
deeper to know just where I stand.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Care what flavor? I have mixed, so it doesn't matter.
Whatever flavor that one is. Yeah. I'll take one. Yeah. Thank you, man. Third, it involves, hey, what's up, Freedom EM? Is that Express Media in my chat? Welcome, Express Media. Okay, they're outside.
So this one actually had multiple lyrics of the great Harrison Smith, who's speaking
yes. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Sorry about that. I have to really make this thing work. There we go. It works.
participation in a lot of these websites do carry their links, but that's
I wonder is she out for oh, whoops, she's on her phone. She's on her phone.
If I spoke to you without the truth, if I just did what been told to me, if I
Oops.
never really met.
Oh, I'm just gonna have to trying to work it like this. Go ahead, promote yourselves, guys. Promote! Exclamation point! Promote! Which looks like she's talking to someone. Oh, she's busy talking to someone.
I can tell you that the two sites that I truly believe are very worthy. I'd be handsome like stuff with those dreamy baby blues.
Oh, whoops. That's, hey, just wanted to thank you for talking to us. If I could get help. Yeah, thank you for speaking up there. Hell of a story. I'm subscribed to NTD, and Epoch Times did a documentary on that's one where I watch it from.
They came, they're doing it part 2 of
Sure.
the documentary.
Sure.
I'm on the second one, so it should be releasing soon.
That's cool.
But I
That's
do know they're also releasing it. I don't know if you watched the documentary
the full
Capital
thing.
Punishment.
Oh, I haven't.
Okay, so watch that one because they're also releasing the second one, Capital Punishment Continues. So that'll be another good one.
Sure. Yeah, because I didn't know about your story. I usually know about Nicole and Micki, but
Right.
so but thank you for that. Yeah, hell of a story. Hell of a story.
One
So
day it's all gonna come to fruition.
Yeah, I gotcha. Because I wasn't sure if you were going to speak yesterday or today, so. Yeah. Well, thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I didn't mean to bother you if you were on the phone or whatever. Yeah. Thank you for that. Sure thing. Oops. Sorry about the bad angle. Whoops. Yeah. Oops. It's a little bit of an interview, folks. Sorry about, I'm holding my gimbal still.
I got time for one more. I call this one, those are my protest songs. This is my crazy worship song. I wrote this whole song in one sitting when I was about 20. And all these years later, it still rings true as a simple
Oops. So I'm charging the phone while having it on the gimbal. Yeah, I know, it's not much scenery right here, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, go ahead, promote the hell out of your channels, folks. See, I'm not one of these channels who cock blocks and says, don't promote your channel. No, promote your channel. So, promote away. I'll just take one. Oh my God. I'll just keep all these that I get. That's so cool on the honey. Hey, that's awesome on the honey. Are the brochures free? Like, can I take the? Okay. Yeah. What's up, producer? We had a production meeting before I went on. Actually, I had to let him. I walked in here when they were starting already. Oh, sorry. No, I'm actually live streaming, so I'm talking to them. No, see, I had a production meeting with my producer, and I walked in and I saw it starting already. I'm like, all right, I gotta go.
I'll follow you right back.
That's a good one. I'm keeping this. That's an informative one.
Is it Val? Yeah.
Speakers going up or? Totally missed the music.
Oh, I think.
Jet Ski Jeff. That was totally 2022 there, third. Jet Ski Jeff.
Of course. Thank you.
I was telling me for another channel I had to unsub from, but yeah. Honey.
Oh, I guess I have to wait for Sarah.
Yeah. Oops. So this is the second and final day, folks. Yeah.
See you. Alex. Yeah, sorry I was lesson. Yeah, you know, it's like working trends
I don't know if anyone else is here or not. They go outside for smoke. Probably. Hey. Thank you, Freedom EM. Welcome on in. Whoops. I think this is the most I've ever gotten all at once. I know I got lurkers. Oh, hey, how you doing? Live streamers are sold. Would surprise me if I'm being restreamed. That's okay. Do not own the copyrights of the music. All right. Freedom EM, I think the last time I checked out, I don't know if you were monetized yet as far as having 1,000, but if not, that's cool. Whoops.
It's on.
Yes.
It's all on.
It's the reason why I'm here.
Everybody.
Yes.
Get set up here.
I'm a leg humper of this guy.
I'm giving a speech. I'm shockingly nervous. It's okay. I won't show it.
Let's get closer.
Hello, everyone. Hi. My name's Harrison Smith, and I wanted to start today.
I'm not Billy.
A little piece of advice that my dad gave me. He texted me this morning, and he said this: "I hope your speech goes well today. My unsolicited advice: let the big dog eat." Now, I have no idea what that could possibly mean, so if you can figure it out, find me backstage and let me know. As some of you may know, I host a show called American Journal on InfoWars each and every weekday morning, 8 to 11 Central Standard Time at Band.video, brought to you by Survival Shield X3, now back in stock and on sale at InfoWars store.
Yes.
X3 fans in the house, good to see.
Or X2.
We cover, of course, political news, current events, and culture, or what we refer to as a satanic cabal conspiracy trying to enslave humanity. And that means that every day, I wake up, like we all do, to a dizzying array, a maelstrom of horrors beyond human comprehension. And it can seem overwhelming at times to deal with the headlines from street crime and violence to the indoctrination of children to deep state corruption to billionaires spraying chemicals in the air to try to block out the sun, and now they're trying to ban food. It can all seem incredibly hopeless. Even the occasional piece of good news screen is hardly a relief. It's more like a brief teasing respite, like a man patting you on the back and saying, "You're doing great, kid," before he returns to the task of beating you to death. I'm actually not hopeless, though. America does not have a terminal illness. She has a treatable infection called communism. In fact, if we're going to get back on the right track in this country, I think that's the way that we should be thinking about this, like a doctor with a very sick patient in desperate need of intervention. And to extend or possibly abuse the metaphor, like doctors, we should look to the Hippocratic Oath, that solemn pledge that doctors used to make before it was rewritten to include diversity and equity. But the old Hippocratic Oath said this: "I will apply for the benefit of the sick all measures that are required, avoiding those twin traps of overtreatment and therapeutic nihilism." Overtreatment in the political sense might be something like fascism, saying, "Do whatever it takes, just end this madness. Liberty is a small price to pay for a little bit of peace and quiet." The cure, remember, should never be worse than the sickness. We are not here to talk about the vaccine. The other thing we're supposed to avoid is more insidious and I think more dangerous. Therapeutic nihilism. Therapeutic nihilism is what we on the internet call the black pill. That is, it can actually feel good to be hopeless. It can feel good to surrender, to stop fighting. Hey, if you give up, you'll never be disappointed.
I like that idea, Denise.
You might even feel a sense of intellectual superiority.
Of course, the bus would be a
If they do as much as you do, they'd be hopeless too. But no, you're not more enlightened just because you're despondent. Hopelessness is a self-fulfilling prophecy, but so is hope. And whenever I feel that abject negativity arise at the back of my mind, I have to remind myself that that's exactly what they want. And I hate them. Klaus Schwab is out there somewhere, probably eating babies. Bill Gates is wandering the earth, splicing cow DNA with cockroaches just to see what happens. George Soros is the globalist. I'm against it. That's right. I don't want to live under this Dolores Umbridge meets Big Brother's slave system of these vampires. They bombard us with the chaotic, frenetic can ignore what's in our medical metaphor. We should think about this queasiness, that car that's speeding down a winding highway. Is to look at something in the distance. If you set your eyes on some far-off tower, the dizzying blur of the foreground races around you. So let's fix our eyes on some distant point. Let's rise out of the quagmire of daily disorientation and find a point in the future that we can actually strive for. Now, if you look 10, 20, or 100 years in the future, do you see a world worth striving for? If you don't, that's the whole problem, isn't it? How do you run a race if you don't know where the finish line is? Certainly the cost of freedom is eternal vigilance, but how can we fight a war if there's no hope of ever setting down our swords again, even in victory? As long as they're fighting for something they believe in. The fetid foxholes of the First World War were endured by soldiers because they believed in their cause, their duty, and their nation. Find a cause worth fighting for and nothing is too great to bear. If you have no purpose, however, then even the slightest inconvenience can be intolerable. So we must have something to fight for, not just something we're fighting against. We have to be able to conjure an image of victory before we can even begin to achieve it. And I think that's where art comes in. One of the reasons I was excited to talk about this event and honored to be asked to speak. And if you really think about it, all literature, of course, the most. Even a building tells a story about the people who built it. Humans are the only ones. But we didn't exactly invent them. Stories just exist. They're real, and we're a real overarching narrative being played out on theater Earth. You hear this a lot, the narrative. What do people mean when they talk about the narrative? You hear things like the narrative of police violence, the narrative of white supremacy. Well, these are all manifestations of a wider story, like individual scenes that together make a film or single words strung together to make a sentence. What is the story that we collectively tell ourselves? I know what the enemy's story is. We all do. Because they understand the importance of the one that we know to meet their devious ends. Their story goes something like this. Everything was going great until those dastardly white people showed up. Everything was peace and harmony until those white Christian European men decided to do colonialism all systems these evil men built continue to oppress everyone who's not like them, and worst of all, they caused climate change. The earth is warming, the ocean's rising, life itself is going extinct, but the globalists will save you. Greed and hate are billionaire masters form a global government and limit emissions and constrict population growth. Will nature survive? Humans, they tell us, are a virus, and central bank digital currency social credit score is the cure. It's got all the elements of a great story. Big bad guy, beleaguered underdog heroes, stakes as high as they could possibly be. They're saving the world. They won't stop telling us. And the urgency of all of this is extremely compelling. We can spend forever talking about every aspect of this lie, and that every aspect of it is a lie.
Thanks, Jay.
We pick apart every one of the claims of this storyline, trying to undermine the foundation of their narrative, but to what end? Their story won't be defeated by logic. It's not to be a positive assertion of the truth, not just a negation of the lie.
Thanks, Freedom.
And the good news is that our narrative, the narrative of patriotism, for inspiration, let's inspiration of President Bukele. Just 3 years, that tiny liberty for all of their citizens. Bukele said in a speech to his police forces, of God, all of us, to bring peace, liberty, and happiness to the Salvadorian people. He explains that countries that value things like bravery, strength, discipline, patriotism, honor, and loyalty inevitably rise, and that it's with those loss of those very values that will inevitably lead to decline. Those are the same values that once built America, and it's in those values that glory can again be found. Modernity is not synonymous with chaos and misery. The choice between living in a modern, hellish, scientific death cult of civilization or living alone in the hut and purpose, and this is the narrative that we have to manifest. That the blessings of modernity and the beauty of tradition can be combined and enjoyed together under the auspices of a people dedicated to virtue. We don't want to turn back time to some heroic earlier age, rather we want to bring those historical for everyone. And to get there, it's great to see you. We have to reclaim the institutions, and we have to in order to reclaim the institutions, we have to actually have popular support. In order to have popular support, we have to unite in a positive and universal message. And to be honest, it's really simple as making patriotism cool again. And the good news is that we have a couple of major advantages in this battle. After all tries they might to sell an image of progressive style, that isn't cool. They really is cool. George Washington crossing. We have another major advantage. My favorite sayings. Is anyone here? Most like things like what is a woman? It's like no one needs to tell anybody what is a woman. You have to censor and propagandize in order to even have that be a question these days. Humor, honesty, courage, and look at what's happened in just the last few weeks. Number one target, performed by somebody who was on this stage, the influence and machination 2 days ago. And these numbers are adherence to reality. Information war, culture war, and a war for the art of war says there's an addiction. And as Martin Luther King was apt to remind us, only love can defeat hate. So whether it's an ancient Chinese warlord, the Nazarene son of God, or the ever-present drama of good versus evil. The story of communal endeavors, where the shackles, like Gulliver waking on the Lilliputian beach, humanity's opened its eyes and sees the straps now holding it down, and we've only just begun the other at this point, and it's not going to get rolled back.
Oh no.
The tide of all is to despair.
Alright, tell me if I'm not buffering, if I am.
Demo video for you to check out.
I think it's... How am I doing on... I'm trying to move up. Still buffering. Good. Am I still buffering? Trying to get some reception in here. Oh, hey. Oh, no, you get that work. Oh, God. I'll try to... Do I have to be by a window? I hope I don't have to get by the window.
Give me some volume. Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Baker.
Yes.
I'm not here to perform for you. I'm here to energize you. I want you to become part of this movement so badly. I want you to feel the energy around you. I want you to know that we are flying on a beautiful planet through a beautiful universe. We've been here so long and we've been through so much. We are not going to let these people win. There are hundreds of billions of cells in your individual body making you up. You are not small, you are giant. When I said those words at that meeting, I didn't do it for effect. People said it was a great act. Oh man, that's a good bit you did. That's how I feel, man. These people are trying to put us in chains. They're trying to destroy the futures of every human on this earth. They want to destroy our genetic code. They want to cut your children's penises off. Okay? And I channel these energies. My hands are shaking. This is real emotion. I want you to tap into your real emotion. Are you a human being? Will you submit to these bastards? No!
Thanks.
No, we will not submit. No, we will not give in. The God that created this universe did not make me to lose to Klaus Schwab or Bill Gates or Fauci. No, we are the human beings. We have the power. We have the control. We crawled out of the dirt. We built this country. We're not going to go shuffled off into the dustbin of history. If we are in a fight right now, trust me, the physical fight is something I sometimes want. I do. Sometimes I just want to get it over with. You really want to fucking fight? We'll fight you. There are millions of us. You are weak and pathetic. However, we are in the information warfare phase. I don't want to fight my fellow Americans.
What's up, Dana?
I don't want to have to hurt my brothers and sisters who have been brainwashed by psychotic morons on the TV, who believe in their hearts they're doing the right thing. They do. They're like, oh, I'm doing it to save the planet. I'm doing it to be inclusive. No, you're a brainwashed slave. But I love you anyway. We've met so many of these people. Coma. But I want you to imagine you're in a battle, okay? Back in the day, face on face, head to head.
Am I still buffering? Oh.
You got a sword, they got a sword. You're mowing down people, maybe you're the best guy in your tribe, you take out 10. So you're the best we got. We got 10 people in that battle. In the information war, when you actually stop watching, no offense, and get involved, every single person you wake up is not just a person that keeled over and died, they're now on your team. So you gained 2 victories. So if you turn 10 people, you have now made a 20 people game. When the battle, if the battle ever does come, God forbid, no. Hopefully we can wake up enough human beings, enough minds to simply say no to all this bullshit. Okay? And in the meantime, we're gonna keep waking up everybody. We're not just gonna sit and watch. I'm a normal human being, a regular Joe, walking through a grocery store with some weird lunatic trying to tell me to wear a mask. I'm going up to LA to be part of rallies where they're finally folded to the vaccine passport, where you can't leave your house unless you submit to the government and whatever they want to put in your body. Are you gonna allow that? No! Fuck no! Tell me, I want to hear your voices. Are you going to take it? That's what I'm talking about. I want to hear that passion. This is not a spectator sport. The globalists are up in the skybox. They're watching the Super Bowl. Everyone in that stadium is the human race. We need to get down on the field and join the battle, and the people in the skybox will run so fast, it'll make fucking Joe Biden look like Speedy Gonzalez. We have to win. There is no sense of losing. We cannot lose. All of the things we've stood for and battled for, these are the things that they will use against us if they win. I hate to say if they win because I can't accept that. You think standing up against some Target Pride thing is going to look good for your social credit score when these psychotic freaks put that in play? That every American who's supposed to have a freedom of speech is now being tapped on a little score unless you get put back in your box and shut your mouth and be a good little slave to the goddamn satanic system. They want to put microchips in your head. This is not some freaking preacher going over the mark of the beast and Jesus is coming back pretty soon, boy. They're going to have that mark. They're doing it. They're fucking doing it. Sorry for my language. These are some guys. I'm not really an angry person. Okay? This is the passion. I feel like children. I love this country. That's how pissed off I get when it gets taken away. Okay? Because if you don't, he didn't touch your hand, no big deal. Oh, he just killed your kid. I was a little brat, don't care. I love these people. I even love the enemy. You know, we've got to do this. We've got to win. We've got to just go to a city council. Make a song.
Sorry,
These
folks.
beautiful songs that people are playing. I have no idea.
No, I'm trying to work with reception.
Those are beautiful songs. I mean, he is great. You know, the Target song, like probably just joking around. Like, oh, let's put this #1 in the world. I met the guy named Nicole. He's great. I love him. Jimmy Levy, he's awesome. You know, he's going to be on our event. I don't want to get into it, but yeah, come see us at that thing. It's the American Liberty Awards. You know,
Yes, August 12th.
Gifts and presents and adoration to the people, whether they be some guy who works in a store who wrote a song, or a guy who made a funny meme, or a guy exposing Fauci, and politicians, you know, like RFK, who gave up everything to actually tell the truth, people that make movies, Micki Willis, you know, Ashley Babbitt's mother's here. I mean, if that doesn't. Prayers to Ashley Babbitt. Prayers to the J6 people who are locked, suffering in dark cells, most of them for nothing. There should be people 20 years we're literally walking through. I know some people got a little out of hand, but most of these people did nothing. You got the freaking BLM burning down cities. It's a giant ordeal. They burned down a Target. It's no big deal. Out of my head. I went so much. And I feel like I've said what I wanted to say, and I don't do things on time limits, and I don't read scripts. So please, remember, this is your fight! Stand up! Now stand up! Get up!
Yeah. Sorry about the shakiness, guys. I'm trying to charge the phone. Ah, boy. Ah. Thank you, Jay Jones. Why? Hopefully I'm not buffering still. Oops. Oops. Oh boy. Anyone by the J6 booth today? Oh, that's terrible, Denise. It's awful news to hear. No buffering. All right, very good. Oh. Hey, how you doing? All right. I wonder if he's going to be a speaker. He sounds like one. 41. All right. See if a J6 with they. What are they doing? Oops. There we go. No, don't mind his butt. Emptied out. That's weird. Where is, just as long as I'm not buffering. Check 1 2. Check on the the other side. It's far away.
That's great.
Hopefully I could get away with this without buffering. Oop. Oh, hey. Oh no. Transmission weak.
Hey everybody, my name's DJ Mike Winter. I've been DJing for 25 years.
Oh, my buffering.
I've been putting on a health and wellness and sovereignty event called Music in Sky that we started in 2020 when Governor Newsom said we couldn't hang out anymore. And so we decided to take on our own festival and do it in the underground, and now we're having our 5th event this summer, where we celebrate freedom and health and wellness and sovereignty out in the desert in California. And there's a lot of fun words for that, but we're bringing California back to what it's meant to be, which is a place of freedom and beauty. And I've enjoyed being a DJ because for me it's my artistic expression, and that's what I think is so powerful about this event, is understanding that what makes us human is our
Denise, you and me both.
And right now is the time, a very, very crucial time to be brave, a crucial time to start reaching for our own dreams again, a time to start expressing our truth, a time to be vigilant with our need to help our kids understand, to be witnesses for freedom for our children. And time is on our side. And so I'm here actually to talk about something that nobody's really mentioned this whole weekend. We've been talking about solutions, political solutions, grassroots solutions.
Sorry about that, Valerie.
Community solutions. But none of that is going to matter. None of that's going to get us anywhere.
Oh, it's going on, Freedom. Mod for a second, you want to plug in a link?
This. How many people right now have a smartphone in their pocket? Raise your hand. How many people use the internet every day? That is
Alright, Karen's been blocked.
the problem we're facing right now. And I think it's becoming quite apparent. Gentleman over here has a sign, counter the 4th Industrial Revolution, pay with cash.
Any problem, yeah, you guys let me know, I'll kick their asses out.
Great thing we can do.
Freedom EM, done. 10-4.
It's not going to stop
Karen's done.
what's coming. The digital panopticon is here.
Okay.
And so we're all facing a monumental decision on how we interact with technology moving
I got
forward.
it, Freedom. Any of you guys see a troll in here, let me know. I get rid of them.
And the good news
Appreciate
is there
it,
are
EM.
solutions.
Appreciate it.
There are powerful solutions happening with people who understand this and care about this. So I'm here to talk about that briefly today. So as I play this amazing Hans Zimmer track, Time, there's a reason why. And I'm here to talk about a very exciting project called Chordal. And Chordal was developed by the cyberpunk-minded folks who saw this coming. 8 years ago,
Welcome,
they started
Gloria.
developing this in order to take back our digital space and have sovereignty
Got rid of a Karen.
again in the
10-4.
digital realm.
Copy that.
And to be honest, I don't know if you've ever had sovereignty in the digital realm. A little history lesson, I don't know if you guys know, but the internet was actually created by the intelligence agencies. It was called ARPANET. And that goes way back. We're talking Frankfurt School, we're talking round table, elite circles that had developed this from the very beginning to control us and to create discord.
Denise, you
And
and me
so
both.
the entire code frame, the entire framework of the internet and the World Wide Web especially, is actually based upon this thing called the Hegelian dialectic, which goes back to a philosopher named Hegel, who is what a lot of these elites look up to as the nature of how reality works. And basically Hegel said that civilization came out of the master-slave dynamic.
Friendly fire there,
That
Valerie.
there is
Whoops,
a master
my bad.
and
I'll
there
look
are
back.
slaves. And it actually, it's mutually beneficial for both. So you can see how elites like this, right? Because they like their slaves. And so we saw
I'll look
that
back,
with
Valerie.
government.
I'll look back. Sorry,
Government
Baron.
being the master and the slaves. And then we saw that with the invention of the corporation. And now we're seeing that become fulfilled through technocracy and through the religion of scientism. And it's a daunting thing. We've heard about what the WEF, the World Economic Forum, has planned for us. You'll own nothing and love it, right?
Karen, if you're still watching, whoops, my bad.
No, of course not. And so this has all been set up from the beginning to get us into this digital fake virtual realm.
All right, so
where they won't have to worry about controlling the assets anymore because the assets will be infinite digital zeros and ones. And we talk about this and it can get really heavy. It can get really kind of scary. And I went down these rabbit holes back in the day when I first heard about Bitcoin.
Oops.
Are there any Bitcoin fans in here? Okay. And Bitcoin was a very admirable. I give Bitcoin props because it was the first project that was really trying to
decentralize.
Bring a solution that was along the lines of what the cypherpunks saw in the late 80s and 90s, which was a group of anarchists who saw that we could use their own tools against them. This idea of using encryption for digital sovereignty so that we can have freedom and privacy in the digital space.
I'll make separate videos there, Crystal.
And whether
Sorry.
you like Bitcoin or not, it's shown to be a pretty dynamic and powerful tool for freedom.
Robust.
However, the problem with Bitcoin is it's still reliant upon that original ARPANET system. And so we need to get out of the box. Like I said, the time is to be brave, the time is to be smarter than them, the time is to be radical. And that's what Chordal is. So I'm going to demo Chordal right now. I'm going to show you what the hell Chordal is. Basically, Chordal is a whole new internet. Chordal is not on the World Wide Web.
Web 3.0.
Chordal is censorship proof. Chordal is owned by the people for the people. It is a new internet where every single person using Chordal has their own data that's encrypted on their own machine, that is basically connecting with other nodes across the world and deciding what they want to do with their digital personality, their digital information, their data. It's been 8 years in the making. It's been built from the ground up. It's completely open source. It's not owned by anybody. There's no corporation. There's no VC. There's no Silicon Valley nonsense. There's no trademarks. There's no patents.
So copyrights.
It's radical. It's completely open source. It's completely transparent. And it's completely open for anybody to join. And I think that's the power moving forward of community-based development, that outside the system, completely outside that Hegelian dialectic. Because the future master isn't going to be the government, isn't going to be the corporation, it's going to be the AI bots, if they can have their way. And there's this thing called Moore's Law with exponential growth of technology, where every 2 years the silicon chips transistors double in efficiency. And so with exponential growth of AI, we now already have AI talking to AI. And basically working on ways itself to exponentially grow, to take more and more power on the internet away from individual, sovereign, conscious, living beings making those decisions.
Sorry, guys.
So we are faced with a daunting task. It is those who appreciate God and life and love versus the death cult machine Borg. And so Chordal is a way for us to, a bridge to move into a whole new world. A world in the private, a world that's transparent, a world that's free, and eventually a world that is fully organic again. A world that might not even need Chordal in the future. Maybe a world where we all become psychic again, or we're all, I don't know, like the Nazarene, the great Christ said, you know, one with God again and in peace and in love and harmony. And we won't need it, but right now it's needed. So I'm gonna demo Chordal and show you just how powerful it is. Let's see if we can get this to work.
Yeah.
Are we up? Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay, anyone familiar with the Corbett report? That guy has been censored to high heaven and beyond. He's on Chordal now. So Chordal, like I said, is censorship proof. What I mean by that is that it's not on the World Wide Web. So what you're seeing here, what you're seeing here is a system that is unto itself its own network. So this is based upon somebody downloading a piece of software, and it works on anybody's computer. It can work on something as simple as a Raspberry Pi, so it's very lightweight. And it provides all the core functionality that we need to exist as a society online. So it has the ability to communicate. So right here is I'm going on to the general chat. It's kind of like, Mike is live now. Hey, thanks, EXH. So this is like a Telegram, a decentralized Telegram that is basically a bunch of people all over the world that are running a node that are now talking to each other. This cannot be shut off. It cannot be censored. If you don't like what you see, you can block it and get it out of your world, but there's no censorship. Everything that can exist, that it wants to be on Chordal, can be on Chordal. And that does open up some very interesting ideas, right? Around freedom of speech, that entails. But anybody can basically create their own group on here. So if you are into, like my dad's on this, he's really into golf and craps, so you can create his own group about throwing dice in Vegas. You can create a group about vaccine-injured people. You can create a group about, God forbid, flat Earth, whatever. There's nothing out of bounds that you can talk about on Chordal. Also in Chordal, you can send private messages.
I'll navigate it, Gloria. I'll navigate it. I'm sorry about the dizziness.
Messages that can't even be read by the NSA. Because believe it or not, those phones in your pockets right now, and why I brought that up is they're tracking and tracing you right now whether they're on or off. In fact, every computer is, because every AMD and Intel chip is built with tracking devices built right in them. So what Chordal's doing is we're actually developing our own hardware. And when I say we, the community, it's completely open source. So we're talking about from the ground up, completely new internet. So to have the ability to communicate is pretty big. We also have the ability to upload websites right on this site. So I was just showing the Corvette reports on here. So this site here, and it will look better if I go out of dark mode. Here is completely censor-proof. It can never be taken down. And anybody can go on and host their website for free. Also with Chordal, you can create your own domain name. We call it a name space. And once you create that, because we do use the blockchain as the backbone, you will own that for the eternity. Unlike current domains, which are owned by a corporation in Silicon Valley. I don't know if many people know that, but when you buy a domain name, you're not buying that from some public trust or something. It's actually privately owned, so you're renting it. And that I foresee as the next choke point of liberty online. They don't like what you're saying. If the host won't take you down, they'll just take your domain name away. So with Chordal, you actually own your own domain. So if you see here, this is one of my accounts. This is the Mike Winner account. This is the only Mike Winner ever on Chordal.
That's fine, Valerie.
And what's cool is anybody wants to send me Court, which is the currency on Chordal, they can just send it to Mike Winner. And I'll get it in about a minute. And they can send me as much as I want. No middlemen. No going through bank authorizations. No signing paperwork, showing your ID, retina scans, whatever the hell they have planned to use banks. And that's really powerful. And by the way, how does the coin work? Well, with Bitcoin, the way that the network consensus works, it's called proof of work. This is going to get a little nerdy real quick. I'll try to be real quick here. Proof of work relies upon machines racing against each other, essentially, to validate the blockchain. And the problem with that is that's a race of technology towards basically larger and larger computing power. And we've seen that erupt into massive mining operations. And essentially what that does is that pulls the power away from the people and gives it to people with a lot of money. And what Chordal was trying to do is create a system that was equitable in true equity, which means based upon your output, your input, and what you bring to the table, not based upon stealing from others and giving to others is what, the normie mainstream calls equity. And so Cordal is based on time, and that's why I started with that time song. Everybody here, no matter how much money you have, no matter where you come from, no matter what your race, creed, or religion is, we are all faced with time. You can't escape it. At least I don't know how to yet. I don't know if anybody's invented a time machine yet. So Cordal is based on time, basically proving yourself over time by running a node. So the longer you run the node, the more authority you get, and the you level up, and the more power you get in the consensus. Very simple. And so once you prove yourself and you get to level 1, you start sharing in the rewards, which are transparent and are listed on the blockchain, with everybody. So it's collaborative. So everybody's sharing the same rewards together. So it's a collaborative economy based on time. And with that now, we can do commerce. So we've launched C.A.U.S.E. This has been very exciting. This is the thing that's taking Cordal to the next level. Just 2 months ago, we launched C.A.U.S.E, which allows developers to create functionality on the network. So for instance, we have Q-Blog now, which allows anybody to create their own blog right on Cordal. And so you can join, and it's completely free. Once again, you just have to set the node up on your computer, and you can start posting to the entire network whatever you want. And it's censorship proof. That's like so important today for freedom and liberty, right? So very, very powerful. So in the near future, Cordal will have farm sharing apps. It'll have YouTube to replace YouTube. It'll have, you name it. And it's easy to develop. If anybody's a developer here, all you have to know is JavaScript. So unlike Ethereum and some of these other more centralized projects that are really complex, you have to learn Soliloquy and all their code base. This is really easy to do as well. So very, very powerful tool. And so really the sky's the limit with Cordal moving forward. 8 years in the making, from the underground with the cypherpunk anarchist mindset. We're here to change the game and bring back our sovereignty online. So if you're interested in knowing more about Cordal, find me here, come talk to me about it. I can show you how to get set up. It now only takes about 10 to 15 minutes to get up and running on Cordal, and it's completely free. And the last thing we're doing to counter the AI takeover is there is a human element involved with Cordal. So in order to actually get validated on the chain, you have to know somebody who's a level 5 or better, or higher, to get validated to mint and earn coin.
Fuck off,
so
Veronica.
It's a human
Fuck off.
human connection. So you have to go find somebody in the network, meet them or know them.
You go watch.
They have to validate that you're a real living
Insurrection,
human.
honey.
And then they'll sponsor you. They don't get anything for sponsoring. There's no multi-level anything. It's just a way, it's like a human validation check against the AI Borg. So it's really unique. There's no other system doing that. So that's Cordal. I hope you guys get a little inspired here that there are people out there creating solutions that are outside the Silicon Valley technocrat system. And I'll just say it's up to us. It's up to the individual to take charge of your digital life.
Veronica Mars.
Every decision you make with every app that you sign up for on the centralized systems, that is your master. Those terms and conditions, you are now their slave. They are tracking and tracing and using your information against you. Very, very important because they're getting us with convenience. We are opting into the slave system through convenience. And to take 15 minutes of your life to look into this and start using it is a very simple way to fight back and to start taking control of your digital life.
Exactly,
because
Lori.
all of these solutions we're talking about today will mean nothing. Will mean nothing if we're in this digital panopticon. Thank you.
Of course, it's like after I go to the table, about that honey. You dumb bitch. Trolls are stupid people. You know... Roberta also. What do you think, knockout Roberta? Reality is a Karen who loses. All right, Roberta. All right. Ah, Roberta. Okay. All right, I think this is the most. What's that? 34. So this is already peaked out. Here come the trolls. I'm ready for you. All right, bring it, bitches. I'm ready for you. Not that I have anything to be afraid of, you keyboard warriors. Oops.
It is on? Alright. I'm going to set my iPad over here.
What's up, Sandy?
All right, guys, I'm Jeremy Slayton, and I'm a local guy. Grew up just down the road in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Cool.
Traveled a lot, played baseball, went to college in Atlanta, then played ball for a while, and finally found myself, after I got married, back in Middle Tennessee. So glad to be here with you guys today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some things that we're talking about this morning, but a lot of you guys were not here for that time. And it's the importance of men and masculinity, because we know right now that men are under attack in general, but strong men and masculinity is under attack in particular, specifically. So one other thing I want to say about this event that I really just love is that idea of sovereignty. And I love words and meanings of words. I looked up, what does that really mean to be sovereign? Because we all know of like sovereign nations, the ability to govern yourself, have your own state. But sovereignty for the individual is really about the ability, it's the state of being able to govern yourself.
You drink wine when you have a headache?
And that's really what we're up against. Can we govern ourselves anymore? Can we govern our families? Or do we have to submit to this authority that so many other speakers have talked about a lot more eloquently than I can? But I want to start this day, or start this little talk with a prayer for all of you. Lord God, thank you for these people that are coming together to fight for freedom, fight for truth, fight for their personal sovereignty. We hear the passion of Mike, who was on earlier, and so many different people that are just being fueled by your Spirit, God, and they're open, they're surrendered. And Lord, there's so many people in this place today that they know what's true, they know what's right, they know maybe what they should do in their life, but there's something holding them back. There's something maybe in their personal life or in their spirit, they feel uneasy, and it's difficult for them in all of their life to take a step toward freedom, to take the action that is so important. Lord, I pray that your Spirit falls on every person in this room in their daily lives.
All right, Daisy.
Family, so that they're
Daisy a troll? What do you think, folks? Knock out Daisy?
To take the next right step
yes or no?
Truth and freedom for themselves and for those they love. Amen. So speaking of prayer,
Daisy, you a troll?
Yesterday I was kind of covering the Pride event right across the street. There's a local guy, Brian Russell, who
Daisy.
said, he called me a month ago. He said, Jeremy, we're going to go out once a week, every week.
Get the fuck out of my chat, Daisy. Dyke.
Just pray over
Dyke.
the grounds.
Get out of here.
Because we know that right
hey,
now,
welcome to me or this chat.
Push, it's really about far more than just the LGBT, right? There's a targeted attack.
Oh, another Daisy.
Directed at our kids. I've got two little boys. I've got a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old son, and I can't take them to the little kids bookstore section at Target without all of it almost being about some kind of agenda or alphabet soup sort of push. And that's bothersome. We see what Disney's doing. We see what all these different corporations are doing targeted at kids. And so that's why they went to pray, because we know that we're up against a spiritual force. So I want a video to be played right now, just kind of documenting, because we got kicked out, and it's very interesting on when and how we got kicked out. Go ahead and play
just like Daisy. Daisy got kicked out.
Over there, the SWAT team, protect them, keep them safe, order their steps, and protect them as they protect the city.
Bring it, trolls, bring it.
Our city leaders. And God, I pray, Father, for this event, that you would just move in a powerful way and just touch everybody that's here. Let them know that God loves them very, very much. And I pray, Father, especially for those churches over there, that you youth as pastors that are pushing this sexual perversion. We know that we all mess up, we all make mistakes, but we start pushing things and agreeing and accepting what's going on there, then that becomes an issue. We pray that they would preach the truth, because your word says the truth will set us free. So I pray for every pastor in the church over there, God, that they would rise up and preach your infallible word. They would preach the gospel, and they would lead people to you. So we thank you for that. We thank you that you just are here today. Thank you for the beautiful weather. I ask that we just continue to move and have your way in this place.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, man. It's like we're corralling the troops here.
You may feel free to exercise your First Amendment rights, but that area is across the street over from us.
Across the street with us.
So we've heard multiple, we've been watching and listening to the conversation. That's pretty good. But we just need to make sure that folks here are comfortable, safe, and so the event organizers have the discretion to ask folks to leave.
What are we whining about? You weenie?
Constitution, I don't like. We just walked in. He just came to What's your bad
Yeah, that's their bodyguards. I got a third. I'm a one-man wrench.
Okay, you can cut it. So what I want to say about that is it's really interesting. I was there for 2 hours just walking around with a video camera, and my plan was to actually talk to several of the people there that would be, in support of LGBTQ+ and all that in a very, just open-ended way. Like, hey, what do you see? What do you think about Pride? What's the future of this movement? Just getting answers, right? And so I walk around kind of doing that. They didn't kick me out for that. They didn't kick me out for having the camera or for anything else. It was when we walked away. We could see, it was like 200, maybe 250 feet away from the overall group. And that's when I noticed, as I'm holding the camera and he's praying, it's like there's cops forming over there. And then there was like 7 or 8 cops that got together and they said, hey, you guys, come over here. They kicked us out right then, right after the prayer. So to me, that was very symbolic. It's like you could have kicked us out because you didn't like something we said or did or whatever. You kicked us out because we were praying, even though no one could hear us. So again, like there's a spiritual opposition that's set up against this right now. But there's a Bible verse that talks about this, and I think it'll speak to a lot of you guys in this room. And I know not everybody's a Christian believer, but I think at the same time you'll understand it and hear the wisdom in this.
I'm telling you, bitches,
So it
bring
says,
it.
Remember, dear brothers and sisters, very few of you were wise in the world's eyes, or powerful, or wealthy when God called you. Instead, God chose things the world considers foolish in order to shame those who think they are wise.
Yeah, Jenna
and He chose
Jameson.
things that are powerless to shame those who are powerful. God chose things despised by the world, things counted as nothing at all, and then used them to bring to nothing what the world considers important. So there's a promise in that. He's going to use the things that the world considers foolish to overturn those structures. I don't know the future. I've got some beliefs based on my faith and based on the Bible about what may need to come. And it does seem like these globalists are sitting up in their ivory tower saying, well, what does Revelation say about the end times? Because let's do that. So it's pretty crazy the way that they're playing into some biblical prophecy. But there's a promise in that if we have faith and trust and hope and we take action, that we can be used. Those of us in this room can be used to overturn those power structures. Not necessarily from the inside out. I love what the last speaker, Mike, he's building is like his own internet, a new internet. We have to have a new parallel society in all of these different categories Several times the last couple of years, I've had to personally ask myself, who am I now after all that's happened? What am I really all about? What am I good at? Where can I make a difference? And I think that there's many men, I said I was going to talk about men and masculinity in my brain, man, I can go off on rabbit trails. As I watched the response to COVID, as I saw the response to BLM and the response to all of these different things, now the transgender craze, open borders, what have you, I have not seen as many men step out the way that they should. Not in true strength. But I have to look at myself first. And it was only a few years ago that my personal life was a mess. I was addicted to things. Now, you wouldn't have known it. You would have just thought, that guy's kind of cocky. There's something maybe a little off about him. But I was holding up my career and making money and being entrenched in a lot of these, world systems in order to do one thing. And it was make money to shield maybe who I really was and what was really going on from the public eye, so I wouldn't really be known. And I had to get over all that real fast because I was going to collapse my marriage, I was going to collapse my personal life. There was going to be a lot of fallout if I kept going the way I was going. So it came to a point where I had to really cry out to God and say, God, can you help me somehow? And oh my gosh, when my heart became really open to ask that question, the little miracles that began to happen where God began to connect dots. This person from my past gave me a phone call. This YouTube video that I watched, late at night. All these things come together, and the kind of people that I met, the places I went, and the influences on my life, it changed drastically. But it all started with getting honest. I had to really get honest about the things I was struggling with the people that cared about me, and that could possibly hurt the most. And when I did that, like I said, God flipped my world upside down. It took some time, and it was hard for a while, but good came out of it. So when I look at the problems in the world, it's like, well, we've got to get honest about what's going on. And events like this are great for describing the problem. What are we dealing with? How do we resolve it? But until the majority of people know what's really going on in our world today, in any of the categories that people are talking about on stage, the masses of us are not going to be able to do a lot about it. So we've got to get truthful and honest right off the bat. So men and masculinity, totalitarian takeovers or technocratic takeovers or whatever you would call. There's a million labels what people call what's going on today, and there is a coordinated attack on men and masculinity through it. Here's the reason why: because those takeovers are never successful unless the strong male population is emasculated, gelded, told to shut up, and weakened. And we see that all the time. I mean, just walk around like a big box store and look for strong males on the ads. You're probably not going to find many at all. And that's being done on purpose. I want to tell you one story that is kind of it's a conspiracy that is provably true. And this is just one example. So, anybody ever heard of the corporation called Syngenta? The Syngenta Corporation, right? Okay. So, the Syngenta Corporation produces a herbicide. It's also a pesticide as well.
Roundup.
But it's called atrazine, right?
Oof.
And it is one of the most heavily used herbicides in America. And 80 million pounds, and this is going back a few years when the study was done, 80 million pounds of this stuff per year is used on corn, soy, sorghum, athletic fields, children's playgrounds, all this stuff. Well, there began to be some kind of underground pushback against that, saying, we think this is an endocrine disruptor. We think that this is taking men's testosterone away. And I think most of you probably know that since like World War II, testosterone in males is down to 30% of what it was then. Some say 40%, but either way, less than half of what it was for our grandfathers and great-grandfathers' generation. So then you look around, well, why are so many, I think Newsweek magazine did a poll recently, and they said how many millennials are LGBTQ or associate with that movement, and it was like 35%. So you wonder why. Well, finally, Syngenta, which is also, by the way, they are promoted on the World Economic Forum websites. They're one of the marquee companies. the CEO of Syngenta often speaks at the annual meetings of the World Economic Forum. And by the way, they're like an hour away from each other. They're both based out of Switzerland. So they finally, Syngenta said, okay, we're going to do a study. So they hired this guy named Tyrone Hayes, who was a scientist and researcher of endocrine systems of amphibians and different things. And he found quickly that like frogs specifically, but there were other amphibians that were used, but frogs specifically, kind of the Alex Jones thing, the turn the frogs gay. He's the one that kind of found this out, right? So he did a study and they found that like one drop of this stuff could turn 50 buckets of 25 tadpoles per bucket from functional males to functional females. How many of you already knew about this? A lot of you, right? Well researched.
What's up, Lori?
Well, so then Tyrone went and stepped ahead, and I'll speed it up because you guys know the story. He said, well, let's see what this is doing to humans. They found the same thing, that it was causing testosterone levels to drop. It was raising the estrogen levels as well in men, because that's what it does. It takes testosterone and turns it into estrogen, and that's coming from somebody that can't describe that extremely well, but that's basically what's happening.
As opposed to Lori
and
Arnold.
He said, okay, this is a problem.
Troll.
He goes back to Syngenta. They're not interested in it. They said, well, that's not really a problem for us. Then he goes to the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. And this was back, I think 2010 that he went to the EPA. They said, we don't think this is really a problem. And he couldn't believe it. I mean, he's got pictures of frogs, like testes or gonads, like sprouting out eggs. Just insane, right? So this is all happening. He goes to the EPA. And basically, the EPA and Syngenta go to war with this guy. Later on, as he continues to research, he finds that this atrazine is also causing breast cancer in women. How many of you knew that? A few of you knew that. So it's causing breast cancer in women. He's like, okay, now we'll find this is a real problem. Well, when a woman is undergoing, what do you call it? Chemotherapy. One of the key ingredients in chemotherapy is a chemical that's also made by a subsidiary of Syngenta, right? So you talk about a depopulation agenda, they've got that. You talk about profiting off of people's despair, off of their disease. These companies are doing that. So that's just one example of, on a physical level, of how they're targeting humanity, but specifically men, to weaken us. So I look at it and I say there's a problem with a lack of men being bold and strong in society and stepping up and doing their part to fight for truth, freedom, and sovereignty for the individual. And then I say, well, there's actually a chemical imbalance going on that's a part of that. So when I was looking at what I was doing in my life, I had left my career, I'd started a podcast, which honestly, my podcast, I'm a lot more well-spoken. I don't consider myself a great public speaker. But in the podcast, I'm interviewing all of these bold and courageous leaders in their fields, and I'm learning so much. And I'm becoming more black-pilled, because I'm like, how in the world are we going to topple all these structures that are set up against us right now? This is incredible. It's going to be an incredible fight, and I don't know if we can do it. And that's why I feel more than ever that we are going to have to detach from those matrices. I do not believe that we're going to overturn the school system. I don't believe that we are going to change the existing government paradigms as it exists right now. Medically, we're not changing the World Health Organization or the CDC. They're going to keep doing exactly what they're doing, marching forward to the fourth industrial revolution. What we've got to do is exactly what Mike was talking about earlier. We have to detach and unplug. That's going to be hard. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, when I personally got honest in my own personal life, and I said, I'm going to detach from those behaviors that are causing me serious harm, and going to cause my marriage and my children serious harm. It was hard. There was a chemical imbalance for a while. There was the fallout of exposing all the lies in my own life. It was tough. 6 months was a dark period, and then life began to get better and better and better and better. I think that's what we have to do in the world, is detach from those things, but we're going to have to learn new skills. We're going to have to, fumble along with new internets and figuring out the homeschool versus private school. All of those things are going to happen, but we have to do it. it's going to require strong men. So what I created, one night when I was black belt, I went out on a walk and I said, God, you've given me some talents and abilities, but I don't know how to channel those into something that's truly helpful and going to provide for my family. And I feel like the Lord took me back to my baseball days and said, Jeremy, mind, body, and soul. Those three things are connected. And when you were a great baseball player, your mind was in connection with your physical body. You were finely tuned. And spiritually, you were grounded. You knew who you were. And so when I got to that place, I was an effective baseball player. I stopped trying so hard, and I started surrendering myself to the flow, which is a lot about art. It's a lot about sovereignty, and for me, God's Spirit flowing through me, letting go, stopping trying so hard, and there's just so much that can be said about that. So I was like, okay, what do I do with mind, body, and soul? Well, I need to create a curriculum for men to help them detach, to help them get back, and let's start with small things. We can get physically in shape again. We can get mentally clear again by detaching from some chemicals and other things and get more knowledgeable about what's causing these imbalances. And then lastly, we can get spiritually grounded together. And we have to do it in community. That's going to be far easier than going at it alone. And also specifically for men, we love competition. So I made it a point-based competition where, right now in the program, we've got 25 guys, all different ages. They all believe in freedom. And they all know that something's wrong in the world, but there's also things wrong with themselves. But I break all those guys into small teams that compete against each other, and it lasts 8 weeks. So it's called Warrior MBS, Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul. You can go to warriormbs.com and find out all about it. But I put this little commercial together. I play this during my podcast sometimes. If you don't mind playing that, I think that'll explain it, and then I'll wrap up right after.
This should be a matter of concern to us all. A country is as strong really as its citizens. And I think that mental and physical health, mental and physical vigor go hand in hand. I hope that we will not find a day in the United States when all of us are spectators except for a few who are out on the field. And I hope when we have seen the astonishing results which we have seen, where we've been able in the short space of 2 and 3 months to change the physical habits and strength, and in so doing we'll be better citizens and happier ones. This is a challenge for us all. Children, boys and girls, college students, mothers and fathers, and all of us, I think, should welcome it. I hope all of you will join in a great national effort to build a strong and better America through physical effort and through the contribution we can make by the drive and force we bring to our daily lives. Thank you.
Hello, friend. I'm Jeremy Slayton, the head coach and founder of the Warrior Mind, Body, and Soul Experience, or Warrior MBS for short. Now, if you're watching this video, I want to congratulate you because there's a good chance that you're looking to level up with some needed improvements in your physical, mental, or spiritual life, or maybe you need a complete reset in all three. Either way, I personally believe there has never been a better time for you to make this move, and here's why. Because the world needs you badly right now. Our culture is in full-scale attack mode on what it even means to be a man. Testosterone levels have dropped by 50% since the 1940s. Transgender indoctrination is running rampant in government schools. And true masculinity is retreating into these pathetic spaces.
That was disturbing.
Beer-soaked man caves that lack any real connection.
Yeah, it is.
Gender bending has been questioning who they are and how to fulfill their sacred roles in life as fathers, husbands, and community leaders. The uncertainty and celebration of weakness is shaking the very foundations of our society. So the demand for men of strength and spiritual grounding is going through the roof. This is men who are awake to themselves, available to their families, men who are physically capable, of sound mind, and spiritually connected to the Father above, who provides the way, the truth, and the life. Warrior MBS is all about unlocking and unleashing these kinds of men. So if you meet the application criteria and join, you will enter a community of like-minded Christian men who are encouraging, competitive, and committed to reaching their own goals and then helping you reach yours over a 70-day period. Now, if you already know that this is completely for you, you can click the Join Our Group button to apply for the next round. If you've got more questions, I've provided 2 links below where you can either book a call with me directly or you can read the Warrior MBS manual for all the details about the experience. I look forward to hearing from you, and regardless of what you're facing in life, you are a warrior and you have what it takes. Just make the decision.
I'm so grateful I joined this group. I feel definitely clear mentally. Spiritually, I feel more grounded and in tune with who God made me to be. And physically, I feel like incredible. I'm so grateful that Jeremy put this together. It's given me the chance to meet other like-minded guys that love Jesus, love our country, and just want to be good men. So it's changed my life. I think it has potential to change yours. I highly encourage that you join.
You can stop it there. There we go. So guys, thanks for watching that real quick. Just want to say, for this event, let me think of a promo word here. We'll say cause. Anybody that's here, whether you've got a son, a brother, parent, doesn't matter. If one of the men here is interested in the program, if you go to warriormbs.com and you click join the group, or you click schedule a call with Jeremy and you put in cause in the notes, the first 2 that I receive will get free tuition to the next round. So that starts on July 30th. And again, you can go to warriormbs.com. You can either join the group or go to schedule a call with me. And if you decide to join and you've put the word cause in the note, I'll know, and you'll get you tuition for free. That's for the first 2. All right. I know that this goes for people online as well. So guys, I appreciate your time and attention. And thank you so much for being willing to fight for truth and freedom. Thanks, guys.
Yay. I know there's not a whole lot in the seats, but that's okay. It's Sunday. It's okay. Doesn't seem like there's a lot in attendance. It's okay. Take it for what it's worth.
How are we doing, everyone? We're good. All right, we can start there. So my name is Jay, and I'm a clinical nutritionist. And I know you're probably thinking, why would Courtney send a guy who's going to tell us we need to eat more kale? But actually, you guys, come on, you know Courtney, and she wouldn't have asked me to come here to speak to you if she didn't think I was some kind of rebel. So let's just do a little bit of a test case. If I was to say red meat, saturated fat, and cholesterol, which one of these is bad for your health? You would probably say, well, it's a trick question, Jay. They're all bad for your health, obviously. But I'm going to tell you that actually it's a trick question because they're actually all good for you. So I just want to start right there, and this is one of my favorite slides. That mine is like a parachute that works best when it's open. So as we go through this, what I'm really going to do is I'm going to tell you a story about nutrition. It's actually a nutritional soap opera. I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson, and I'm going to take you into the future where I think we're going. And really, this is in keeping with the theme of today. I know you're thinking it's nutrition. How is this relevant? But it is relevant when it comes to food sovereignty, because in order to be the best warrior for freedom or anything that you're fighting for, you need to be able to fuel your body, and you need to be optimal at all times. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So we'll start off here with T.L. Cleave. He used to say something very interesting. He would say that for modern diseases to be caused by old-fashioned foods is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my life. So he thought that we were sort of an evolutionary mismatch, and that we were designed not to eat these modern foods of civilization like seed oils and sugars and refined carbohydrates and white flours. And he thought that if we avoided these foods, that we could also avoid the chronic diseases that we never see in the animal kingdom, or that we never see in cultures that are untouched by Western foods. So here comes the history lesson. I'm going to give you I can't do anything in 4 minutes, but I wrote it just to try to keep me on track. So this is a history of nutrition in about 4 minutes. Ellen Gould White in the top left-hand corner. She was the founder of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. At 9 years old, she was struck in the head with a stone, a very severe head injury.
Blue zone diet.
And when she came to for the rest of her life, she started having visions. And in these visions, she said that God was speaking to her, and that God was telling her, in order for her flock to attain the gates of heaven, they had to stop eating meat. They would also have to stop wearing wigs, tight dresses, and corsets. Some of you are in real trouble. But the problem is, you think, well, who's Ellen Gould White and why does that even matter? Well, she is the most translated nonfiction author in the world, male or female, from the United States. The Seventh-day Adventist Church also owns and operates some of the world's largest networks of clinics, hospitals, and schools. So their influence cannot be understated. And her protege was John Harvey Kellogg of Kellogg's Cornflakes. So at 12 years old, he was writing for the church bulletin, and he was translating a lot of her visions. So as a 12-year-old boy, you can be pretty impressionable. So when he went to medical school, he was obsessed. He was obsessed with breakfast. He created granola. He created the first imitation meats and the first imitation milk. Soybean processed food, of course. And so he was also a rabid eugenicist. That's just a side note, because it seems like everybody in history was. But he operated something called the Battle Creek Sanitarium. And that's where wealthy industrialists and politicians would go in order to get healthy. So now you can start to see this influence seeping into the political class and the leaders of the time. His influence didn't stop there, because one of his proteges was Lena Cooper. You may not know the name Lena Cooper.
Sorry about the background noise, folks. There's a lot of
Of
talking
the
back
American
here.
Dietetics Association. So now you can start to see all the way from a 9-year-old's head injury, who said we have to stop eating meat, all the way to why we are obsessed today with plant-based diets. If you move over to the right, Nathan Pritikin, that's a name you may be more familiar with because he died in 1985, but he was a nutritionist who was, again, obsessed with low-fat, low-salt diets. By the way, salt is good for you, too. He was friends with Senator George McGovern. They were such good friends that McGovern actually gave Pritikin's eulogy in 1985. And so Senator McGovern would attend many of Pritikin's lectures, and he actually even had him come speak for the original Dietary Guidelines Committee in the 1970s. And so if you remember that name, George McGovern, that's why he's relevant. He was tasked with creating the first United States Dietary Guidelines for Americans in July of 1976.
Hopefully I'll see you in August.
So
Yeah, that's all right.
you may
Don't
think,
mind
wow,
that. I'll see about seeing in August as long as we can bring our cameras in.
Of course.
Yeah,
You know, they're going to debate the merits.
Do you have somewhere to keep this safe? I don't want them to be trashed.
No. I'll keep it.
Really nice.
I'll keep it. Oh,
I have
laminated.
concerts that I go to that I laminate. That I put on the wall.
Nice.
I want it to be on that level, you know.
I'll do that.
Yeah. And if it gets fucked up.
No. I'll laminate this. Oh, it's one-sided.
Is Nick Moss?
Yeah.
He was McGovern's aide.
Just-
So had to translate
Well, we could just do the live stream like this, and then we just do the like this. Yeah.
Come to the show.
Yeah. That's all right. We just put it like this. Unless you want, hold on. Want to just reverse it?
Oh, that's cool.
Harvard nutritionist.
Hold on.
Who was paid off by the
What is
sugar
that? Can we just
industry
reverse it?
in order to the blame for
Oh, like this? There we go. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Solely blocking it. Yeah, this is ours right here.
Matt Baker.
Yeah.
Come to the American Liberty Awards in Austin, August 12th. And
Working Gas Company.
we're going to be having a good time. We're going to be like party.
Yeah.
Patriot party.
Yeah, just like a party.
We're going to be getting shit done too. But
Oh, yeah, that too.
we wanna, like,
food pyramid said that by the whole thing
All right.
am I signing it?
so all those grains at the bottom of your pyramid, they don't belong to you.
Lori,
They
whoops.
never did. Then we have
Yeah, so you trolls now have a dox of me now. Sorry.
And now we're on to something called the food compass. Now, I'm not sure if all of you know about the food compass, but this is something I'm going to introduce you to today. So before we go on to that, I want to talk really quickly
Thank you,
about
Lori
the
K.
dietary guidelines.
Another trolls are looking over at that
found in
fag.
2022
Like, fuck you,
that
trolls.
looked at the conflicts of interest when it came to the dietary guidelines. So they found out that
I have a selfie of him already.
20 board members, 19 to 20, 95%
I'll laminate
had
this.
conflicts of interest with food or pharmaceutical companies. 700 conflicts of interest were found in the 2020 dietary guidelines.
What's up, Jay
One
Jones?
member alone had 152 of these conflicts of interest. I bet you made a lot of money. Over 50% of the committee members were connected with 30 industry actors or more. You can see the brand names up there. They're the brand names that we
That's
are all familiar with. So, that brings me to the food companies. I want to just read you a couple of things here. I think it's important. I again, I don't know if anyone's familiar with this food compass, but
Yeah.
it's a nutrient profiling system that incorporates cutting-edge science on how different characteristics of foods positively or negatively impact health. And it sounds like a great idea until you take a look at some of the things on the list. Now, this is a rating
thing that's
scale
sitting on my
of 0
lap.
to 100. So according to the food compass, an ideal day of eating would be maybe waking up in the morning and having a nice big bowl of Lucky Charms. Maybe for lunch you have peanut butter and jelly on white bread and a Reese's peanut butter cup as a snack. And then, you know, if you're low on energy, how about an Ensure Plus? And then when you get home, you can have eggs, some fried in vegetable oil, and some sweet potato chips on the side. And all of those foods would rank higher on the food compass than ground beef. Yes.
Whoops. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that. If that happens again, someone speak up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sav says is there.
Okay. So this is just another sort of indication of what we're looking at here. This is just another list. So you're talking ice cream cone with nuts. You're talking Honey Nut Cheerios. All of these foods are entire than cheese, eggs, and ground beef. And what is the theme? It's industrial foods. It's foods that you can't grow in the backyard, you can't grow in the garden, you can't have an animal grazing on grass.
Hey, Gloria.
That is the idea here. It's stripping away food sovereignty. This is just another fun thing. Kellogg's was offering $5,000 for people who wanted to take pictures of their kids eating cereal for dinner. I'd throw that in there. So who funded the food compass? Well, Darius Mozaffarian is the gentleman that is responsible for this, and now he chaired the 2022 Biden administration conference on hunger and nutrition. He was the only nutritionist to speak at Davos 2023. He co-chaired a World Economic Forum Food Summit in 2020. He's been paid by the Rockefeller Foundation. He's been paid by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and a lot of other food and pharmaceutical companies. And he gave us a food compass that has 70 brand-name cereals from all of those players who also had conflicts with the Dietary Guidelines Committee and ranked them twice as high as just simple eggs cooked in butter. So again, you can start to see we have ideological subversion, but now we actually have financial conflicts of interest as well. And this is sort of a making of a dietary disaster. And this is kind of a joke. I found this online. This is where I think we're going, right? As long as you eat Starburst in moderation, everything's going to be just fine.
Oh.
And so what's the price that we pay? Because this is really serious. So the World Obesity Federation predicts that 51% of the world's population, which is 4 billion people, will be considered overweight or obese in just 12 years by 2035. The CDC says that 49.3% have either pre or diabetes, and that an additional 23% are undiagnosed. And that also reduces gray matter in the brain. So it's not just a metabolic problem, it's actually a mental health problem as well. And so this is just a little quiz. In 2020, we spent $4.1 trillion on healthcare, okay? So that represents a stunning 19.7% of our gross domestic product. So does anybody have any idea, if we spend that on healthcare, does anybody have any idea what we spend on national defense expressed as a percentage of the gross domestic product? If 19.7 is coming from healthcare, any guesses? Be one number. 5%. It's pretty close. 3.7% on defense. So we're spending 6 times as much on healthcare as we are on defense. I often say we don't really need enemies because our enemies can just wait for us to eat ourselves to death, because that's essentially where we're headed. So a couple of things. If you don't believe there's a war on meat, I beg to differ. The World Health Organization has put red meat in the same class of carcinogen as glyphosate. That is a patented antibiotic, something that kills life. They're telling you that red meat is just as dangerous. The United Nations has called red meat the world's most urgent problem. I can think of at least one other problem. The World Economic Forum, they famously said that you will eat much less red meat, just as a treat because it's better for you and it's better for the environment. Bill Gates, again, in the 2021 MIT Technology Review, he said that I'm afraid the synthetic protein will be required for at least the beef thing. Required, that's a dangerous word. Dr. Sarah Martin, she was the author of a book called Green Meat, and she gave a talk at the Future of Protein Conference, and she actually said that market control is why there is interest in lab-grown meat, and that control of supply chains is the ultimate goal, and that, listen to these words, that these are lucrative intellectual property licensing opportunities. That she's talking about your food. your ability to put food on your table and nourish your family. And then, of course, Henry Kissinger famously said, if you control oil, you control nations, you control food, you control people, and members of the Kissinger Center for Global Affairs are in the Biden administration. Okay, so now I'm going to prove to you, because, and I pulled a few quotes. I don't usually read in presentations, but I think it's important because I spend my days in the medical literature. You guys all have jobs, you have busy lives, you have things to do, you don't have time to do what I do. But I wanted to bring this to you because I want to show you that there's a psychological game being played against you. So this is from the journal Nutrients in 2018. Just listen to the title of the paper, Selected Psychological Aspects of Meat Consumption. They are studying what makes you eat meat. Convincing people to make changes in their diet is not a simple task, and one of the solutions may be the use of new technologies and media. Any of that seem familiar? Although the contemporary human is considered mainly an outcome of psychosocial processes, the evolutionary roots of humans should not be forgotten, and this may involve a desire for meat. I would say not just a desire, but a need, a biochemical need. And that without properly addressing these deep psychological needs, we're not going to shape a more sustainable profile of human consumption and nutrition, and therefore research involving human behavior should become a more integral part of nutrition science. And so I will translate that to you, and it's trick them into eating a suboptimal diet for the greater good. That's essentially where we're at. And then this is the last paper I'm going to read a couple of quotes from. Just again, the title of this paper, Framing and Tailoring Pre-Factual Messages. What is a pre-factual message? I had to look up that word. I didn't know what it was. It is, apparently, it's a fact that's not a fact yet, but it might be a fact someday, so I guess what we should do is push people in this direction just in case it becomes a fact. To me, you can't have, it's either a fact or it's not a fact. It can't be a pre-fact, but apparently it is. And so, they're using AI in this study, this was just last year, to try to figure out how to get you onto their foods, the industrial food system, and away from natural foods. And so they say efficient recommendations on healthy food choices, they need to be personalized and sent out on a large scale. And in this paper, we present a model of automatic message selection tailored on the characteristics of the recipient, focused on the reduction of red meat consumption. So they're going to spam you with personalized propaganda. Last quote. This reads like the owner's manual to a Large Hadron Collider at CERN. It's not even a scientific paper, it's unbelievable. Thanks to the integration of theoretical models developed in the field of social psychology, allowed by AI, we have developed a procedure to personalize messages aimed at favoring the reduction of red meat consumption and thereby making them more effective. We identified psychological factors that play an important role in bringing about a different red meat consumption change after being exposed to differently framed messages. So if they can't beat you with facts, they will trick you with AI. So this is in the medical literature, my friends. There is a war on you and there is a war on your food. And I put this one in here for Jay Dyer, I'm not sure if he's here, but Bertrand Russell wrote the Scientific Outlook in 1931. That was prior to 1984, prior to Breaking the World. And he predicted, he said, not predicted, I'm sure he was in on the game, but he said that the main food will be manufactured in vast chemical factories. He also said that meat is not necessary for the diet and that synthetic beef steaks will be served everywhere except the tables of millionaires. I promise you, Bill Gates is not eating the fake meat. In fact, I think one of his favorite foods, he's admitted, is a burger. Okay, so now this brings me into modern times. So I was born in Boston, I live in New York City, I'm trying to get out. But if anybody has any real estate options, just let me know afterwards. But the mayor of New York is a vegan, and he's a bad vegan, he eats fish. He has decided that he's going to begin tracking the carbon footprints of meat and dairy consumption of all of its citizens. So I could very likely, I am a trained scientist, I have a master's degree in science, and I'm a clinical nutritionist. I know what's good for me. I know what's good for the human body. So if I go into a grocery store and put my credit card down to buy a pound of ground beef, I might not be able to do that anymore in New York City. I'm going to have to use cash, which is also why the central bank digital currency. So this is going to be my this was the highlight of why I wanted to do this talk, and I put this in the last minute because I only found about this recently. Anybody, I just need a quick show of hands, it's really important. Anybody know what a C40 city is? See a few people who saw me talk on Friday. Okay, so a C40 city is a collection of mayors around the world. Nashville's not one of them. But they're working across borders to protect people and communities, and they're going to build a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future. I can't imagine those words meaning any less anymore. Because you literally, I mean, I just think everything now gets advertised as equitable, sustainable, everything from the carpet on the floor to the lights, and it's just ridiculous. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to help create and implement solutions that make it easier for people to eat more plant-based diets. And they say that this will help reduce emissions, and this will improve health and more equity, and it will enhance climate resilience around the world. I don't have time to get into the whole climate meat debate, but at the end I'm going to give you my coordinates. I write extensively about this, and I do all of my writing for free, so you can read all of this stuff. It's all referenced. That's the school that I come from. That's how I've been trained. Oops. I promise you that well-raised meat on a farm is not bad for the environment. And again, I've gone through this in other talks, but specifically today I wanted to kind of work on something different with you guys. So these are just some of the C40 cities. They extend all the way from Melbourne, Australia to Vancouver, Canada, and everywhere in between. So go to the website, or you can just, I think it's c40cities.org, and check it out, because they're
Houston.
Really,
oh, hell no.
The push for 2030 has never been stronger. And it's not just food. It's these 6 sectors: food, construction, clothing, vehicles, aviation, and electronics. Smart devices in your home. Maybe your refrigerator won't open if you've eaten too much meat this week. So you have to be very careful, because essentially they want to control every aspect of your life. And the last thing I'm going to do today is I'm going to defend red meat, because you're sitting here saying, well, what's the science behind red meat? So this is not a scientific lecture. I would love to talk to you guys about the mitochondria and get all nerdy, but then you probably all leave. And so instead, I'm just going to go on one of the most recent and largest systematic reviews on red meat ever done. And it was 14 board members from 7 countries around the world, and that they said people should continue eating red meat, despite the fact that the United States, the United Kingdom, the World Health Organization, and everybody else tells you otherwise. Why? Because these organizations did not conduct systematic reviews of the evidence, nor did they effectively address conflicts of interest. And what did we talk about earlier? When you've got 19 of 20 board members on a board paid by food and pharmaceutical companies, what kind of advice do you think you're going to get from them? So this is what they did. 4 parallel systematic reviews focusing on both observational and RCTs. Those are randomized controlled trials. So that's the highest on the evidence pyramid hierarchy. That's the top quality of evidence. And then they conducted a 5th systematic review, and this is important, to discuss people's health-related values when it comes to red meat. So I'll translate that for you. That's something called healthy user bias. Because red meat is so demonized, people who eat red meat tend to do other things that are unhealthy, like smoke or drink or not exercise, because they think, well, I know red meat's bad for me, so I'm just going to do these other things too. They don't test red meat with an otherwise healthy population. So that's incredibly important. It's the only study I've ever seen that has done that, and what they told you is that adults should continue to eat unprocessed red meat because there is low certainty of evidence, and recommendations are weak, and they also even said even processed meat should continue to be eaten because it is one of the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet. And so the very last thing I'll say to you is, beware, as George Carlin would say, the illusion of choice. Because even if you go to a store and buy an organic brand of something, or you purchase something, most likely, if it's in a store, it's coming from one of these few companies. So my advice to you is to find a local producer to get at least some percentage of your food from a local farm that will be incorruptible in terms of supply chain, that will not suffer the same issues that we had at the beginning of 2020. Remember when there was, in some supermarkets, there was no meat in the shelves. So get some percentage of your food from local farmers. You will benefit, I'm telling you, in so many ways, financially, but also with your health. So these are my coordinates. You can find me. I'm very active on Instagram, Substack. I write more, I would say in a less encumbered manner. And I always give everything away for free because I just really want you guys to be able to have access to the information. I cannot tell you, no matter where you are in your life, no matter what health condition you're suffering from, I'm telling you, nutrition is the bedrock of everything. No matter what any doctor tells you, no matter what anybody tells you. I worked at a hospital in New York City. The only tools I had were lifestyle changes and supplements. And I was able to see reverse things like type 2 diabetes. I saw amazing things. So I'm telling you, no matter where you are, you can do this. So I beg you to always take curious, ask questions, and I thank you for spending the most valuable thing you all have, your time. Thank you very much.
Yay. Woo.
My slides up? Okay, cool. Okay, who here is happy that COVID is over? Woo!
Yeah.
It's a trick question in multiple ways. So, COVID never began. And time out. What I mean by that is a lot deeper than what it seems to be on the surface. Because a lot of people will say things like, COVID was a hoax, COVID was a scam, things like this. But then they'll say they created a bioweapon in the lab that we need to be afraid of. Oh, they're doing gain of function stuff well into the future. And if we don't stop gain of function, if we just get Fauci out, he's the one behind the Eco Health Alliance, yada, 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 then we'll be safe, right? So, people will say COVID is a scam, but then they'll still be fearful of these supposed pathogenic particles. So who here, raise your hand, believes they were infected with COVID? Who thinks they had COVID? Raise your hand, be honest. I can't really see because the lights are so freaking bright, but I'm assuming a few people are raising their hands, so. Okay, very few.
Shut up, Sebastian.
All right, so I'm going to contextualize this with a few data points. Let me make sure I got this. Okay, so this is according to the CDC's own data on COVID. 95% of COVID deaths had an average of 4 comorbidities, most being lifestyle and nutrition related. 79% of hospitalizations were in overweight or obese people. And this one is a really big, it's really shocking to see this coming from the CDC, but it's not a shocker when you see what's gone on the last 3 years. The second strongest risk factor for death associated with COVID was fear/anxiety related disorders. Think about the implications of that. The second strongest risk factor for death was fear/anxiety related disorders. That's according to a study published in part by the CDC that you see on the screen. All right, so a little thought experiment. From the time that I'm able to form complex thoughts in my head, I'm taught that Santa Claus exists, right? All of the things in my environment reify the existence of Santa Claus. Songs, decorations, movies, all the kids around me that are getting really excited, the Santa Claus sleigh tracking app that I'm following on Christmas, or on the night before Christmas, on Christmas Eve, Fox News and CNN talking about Santa Claus's trajectory across the earth, and then the piece of beard I find in the fireplace on Christmas morning, and the half-eaten cookies and milk, the presents under the tree. All of this proves the existence of Santa Claus, right? I mean, when I was a kid, I get really afraid when my parents say, hey, you're not going to get presents this year. Santa's going to bring you coal because you've been bad. It conjures up a fear response inside me. I feel fear about the idea of Santa Claus. That must mean Santa Claus exists, right? All of these things in my environment reify the existence of Santa Claus. Therefore, he is real, correct? Yes? No? No, he's not. He's real only in the mind. Of course, we know this, right? So I'm going to skip this analogy, but I want you to think about these two questions. I want you guys to read them and think about them for a second. Can everyone see that? Okay. So if I were to tell you that SARS-CoV-2 has never been isolated or proven to exist, I'm sure many of you have heard this by now, but we're going to talk about it in a very deep way. Some of you might look at that and say, well, Alec, what do you know? You're not a credentialed expert, and then you'll go on PubMed or you go on Google Scholar. You find thousands and thousands of peer-reviewed studies where the title says isolation of SARS-CoV-2, yada, 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 just like this study says, right? The problem with that is, Webster's dictionary definition of isolate is to separate from another substance so as to obtain in a pure or free state. And if we go back, sorry, I'm trying to follow along on both slides. Okay,
Lori, it's like a lecture.
To that study, if you read the methods section of that study, it essentially says this. They take snot from a sick person that they assume contains virus particles. They then add that snot to a substance known as viral transport medium. Inside of viral transport medium is contained at a minimum amphotericin D, gentamicin, and then some saline and some other inert substances. They then take that mixture and add it to a monkey kidney cell alongside several cytotoxic antibiotics and antimycotics like amphotericin D, gentamicin, sometimes geneticin, sometimes these other substances. Then they'll add penicillin, streptomycin, fetal bovine serum, Delbecco's minimal essential medium or Delbecco's modified equal medium. And then they'll take that mixture, or that mixture then experiences what is called the cytopathic effect, which is essentially the cell begins to break down,
bathroom break.
Right? They'll then take the byproduct of that, prepare it for electron microscopy, and then they'll take these electron micrograph images. I'll skip ahead real quick to show you an example.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Just gotta take a
And
bathroom
they'll
break.
take images like this, point to them and say, that's proof of SARS-CoV-2.
No,
This is
you're good.
literally the foundational proof for virology, for the existence of not only SARS-CoV-2, but all viruses. This is how they prove it, right? Again, they're assuming that there's snot inside the fluids of a sick person, or they're assuming that there's a virus inside the fluids of a sick person. They assume that this virus is what made the person sick, but they never validate that the virus is there. They then take that snot, add it to a foreign cell culture alongside all of these other substances. It breaks down, experiencing what is called the cytopathic effect, and then they point to the particles on these images and say that that's proof of SARS-CoV-2. So let me go back to this. Alright, sorry. So is everyone clear on that? What I just said with regards to the methodology? Okay, so I'm going to go back to this now, this analogy. Okay.
Freaking gimbal.
If I were to tell you that a ping pong ball could break through a brick wall, obviously you would want to see proof that that could happen, right? So if I take a ping pong ball and tape it to a giant boulder and set it aside for a second, and then I take corrosive acid and pour it all over the brick wall, then I take a giant mallet and smash the brick wall several times. Then I take that ping pong ball, take it to a giant boulder, I can't pick it up myself, so I put it on a chain and have it whirled at the brick wall and the brick wall falls down. Have I proven that the brick wall caused the destruction of that, or the ping pong ball caused the destruction of that brick wall? No, right? Okay. You guys are following along pretty good. Okay. So you see how that relates to the isolation of SARS-CoV-2, right? You guys see where I'm getting with this? Okay. So the scientific method, who remembers learning about the scientific method in school? Yep. Raise your hand, right? So the scientific method, I'm going to let you read it on the screen, but it's essentially a method of discovering knowledge about the natural world, right? So the steps of the scientific method, and again, we learned this in grade school. You observe a natural phenomenon, right? That's the first thing that happens, a natural phenomenon. Then you formulate a hypothesis surrounding that natural phenomenon. When it comes to so-called infectious diseases, that might look like, okay, I see a bunch of people sick in the same space with similar symptoms. I think it might be a submicroscopic particle causing these people to become sick. That's my hypothesis, right?
Sorry guys, trying to adjust.
And I would proceed to test that hypothesis once I have established that I have the independent variable. Remember, the independent variable is the presumed cause. The thing
screw
you
this thing on.
is causing the observed natural phenomenon. Again, in this case, it would be, I see multiple people getting sick. That's the observed phenomenon, or the independent variable. I think that it is a submicroscopic particle that will pass from person to person. That would be the independent variable, right? Is everyone following along with this? I'm just kind of
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the problems
That's a
with
jib.
virology within the context of the scientific method.
Sorry, guys.
They assume that there is a virus in the snot of a sick person. I want to re-emphasize this for everyone. Those little images that I just showed earlier, those electron micrograph images, every single one of them in history for any so-called virus comes as a result of the experimental procedure that I just described on how they, quote, isolate viruses. And you can go look up any isolation paper for any virus, and you will find that the methods section describes exactly what I laid out, where they assume, but never verify that there's a virus present in the snot of a sick person. They then take that mixture and add it to a bunch of other substances, confounding variables galore. And then the cell breaks down, experiencing a cytopathic effect, and they point to the particles and say, those things that are the result of this cell dying must have come from the sick person, the snot from the sick person, and none of these other factors inside this experiment have any effect except for, in the case of, for example, gentamicin, to keep out bacteria from the culture. In the case of amphotericin B, to keep out fungi from the culture. They assume that those substances have no effect on the culture, and they assume that the virus is present. So with that, with respect to the scientific method, virology quite literally does not adhere to the scientific method, because in order to test your hypothesis, your independent variable, the thing you think is the cause of the observed phenomenon, you need to have it in nature. They have never, I repeat with emphasis, never been able to find a virus inside the fluids of a sick person to then proceed with experimentation. Ever in history. Every virus is a result of the procedure that I just described.
Oh my God.
Is that shocking to some people? No, some people have heard it before. Okay.
Oh God.
Sorry for those who have heard it before. So pseudoscience, by definition, this is one of like 4 definitions, but pretty much every one of them describes anything claiming to be scientific that does not adhere to the
That's funny,
scientific
Lee Bart. I know. I'm ready to throw this
not
thing.
only does virology not have a properly identified independent variable, they also don't conduct proper control experiments. So, by definition, is virology scientific? No, because they have not adhered to the scientific method. So, by definition, they're pseudoscience. So, when it comes to, we'll say for the sake of this conversation, the viral subset of germ theory, a theory is something that has been repeatedly corroborated and tested in accordance with the scientific method. So is the germ theory, we'll say for this, the sake of this viral theory, but I promise this applies to bacteria as well. Bacteria is real, but this is the conversation for another time.
Damn it.
So viral theory isn't even a proper theory. When it comes to viruses and germ theory, really, it's really germ hypothesis. They haven't even tested and corroborated this in accordance with the scientific method. Okay, back to the Santa Claus thing. Can we do a scientific experiment on Santa Claus? Yes. Who said yes? Why? Why can't we do a scientific experiment on Santa Claus? I said, can we? And you said yes. We can? Why? You can do a scientific experiment. You have Santa Claus, he exists, he's real. Do I have a physical, can I do an experiment on a flying, pissing unicorn? No, why? Not real, right? You have to be able to, like, we do scientific experiments on things in accordance with the scientific method that are real things that are physically shown to exist first. Sorry.
Yep. Excuse me.
Yeah, is my son right there? Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. No,
Sorry, Lee.
He hears me cuss all the time. He's really good about not repeating it. So okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. So when you challenge virologists to explain why viruses, and this was a lot of cognitive dissonance for me when I was going through this, why can viruses not be isolated from the fluids of a sick person if they are inside the fluids of a sick person as claimed, right? That's the claim. The claim is that a virus is inside the fluids of a sick person. You should be able to isolate, purify, characterize, and sequence directly from the fluids, right? And this is why, according to virologists, that can't be done. The virus is too weak to isolate or purify directly from the fluids. Let's think about that for a second. They say that on one hand, that a virus is too weak to isolate or purify directly from the fluids. But then they'll say that a virus travels freely through the air, lands on a surface, survives on a surface for upwards of 4, 5, 6 days, makes it to a body, makes it all the way to a cell, breaks into the cell, hijacks the cell's machinery, and begins a replication process that overwhelms the body where it's excreted out that present and does the same thing over again. Too weak to isolate or purify, but then it does all of these things, all while being claimed by virologists to be a non-living entity. Does that make much sense, logically? Or they'll say that there's not enough virus present in the fluids to isolate or purify. Let's think about that for a second. They also say that there are over, in estimations, according to science, will say that there are over 200 million virus particles inside one sneeze. So how is there not enough of it present inside the fluids of a sick person? And the third one's a little bit complex, so I'm going to skip that for now because I don't have the time for the full presentation, but the fourth one they'll claim you're not a virologist, you don't get to determine what isolation is. And my response to that is, and it has always been, it doesn't matter what my credentials are, if you don't adhere to your own methodology, your own scientific methodology, the scientific method, and you're claiming to be scientific, that's a problem. It does not matter what my credentials are. Okay, so I'm going to try to go through this fast because I know I don't have a ton of time to do this, but those other substances that are added to the culture alongside the fluids of a sick person that are assumed to contain the virus, amphotericin B, gentamicin, penicillin, take out your phone right now, go to Google, and type in amphotericin B toxic kidneys, or type in gentamicin toxic kidneys. And what you will find is a number of articles describing how amphotericin B is known to be toxic to kidney cells and can produce renal failure. So let's think about that for a second. Amphotericin B is toxic to kidney cells. They're adding amphotericin B and gentamicin and all these other substances
and an itch
to a monkey kidney cell, assuming that it has no negative impact on the cell, and it is simply there just to keep out bacteria and fungi. And then on top of that assumption, it's assumed that there is a virus inside the snot, never proven. They then add that snot, and then they assume when the cell dies, it's the virus that caused it, not all of these other substances that are added to the culture. You guys see a problem with that? Yeah. I'm trying to keep up on both here and there. Okay, we don't have time to discuss that for now. Okay, and then when it comes to these pretty little pictures of viruses that we see, remember, after adding all those confounding variables, the cell experiences what is called a cytopathic effect. And they point to the particles in these pictures. It might be kind of hard to see on the screen, but nonetheless, these are claimed to be images of SARS-CoV-2 virions, right? This is the foundational evidence for virology, for all of it. But here's the problem. There are several papers, and I don't have time to go into all of them, several papers that have been documented where morphologically indistinguishable particles have been discovered in people prior to the COVID-19 era, and also in people who were negative for COVID-19. Think about that. They're finding particles that are identical to what virologists call SARS-CoV-2, and really insert any other virus, in people who are not presently sick. That doesn't make sense, right? If this is the foundational proof for virology, or one of the foundational proofs, these electron micrograph images, why am I finding morphologically indistinguishable particles elsewhere? And I don't have time to go into all of them, but there are several examples of that. Several. We've documented several studies I got to give a shout out to my friend Mike Stone from ViralYG.com. That's spelled ViralYG.com for compiling these and talk a little bit more about him in a minute. But I'll go to this last slide here. These are all claimed to be different viruses. You see the problem with pointing to these electron micrograph images and claiming that that's proof of a virus? You guys see what I'm talking about? They're virtually indistinguishable, right? And again, these particles are ubiquitous and found in people who are not presently sick. This is the foundational proof for virology, right? Okay. Who can give me an example of a logical fallacy? I can't see, so anyone? Yeah, let's see, let's hear one. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that one first, I think. Okay, so appeal to authority. This one's pretty common, and I hear this one all the time in the health freedom space. Well, Robert Malone is a vaccinologist, and he says SARS-CoV-2 has been isolated and proven to exist, therefore you're wrong, Alex. It's funny because Robert Malone tweeted, "Stop the nonsense. Stop appealing to these disinformation agents saying SARS-CoV-2 doesn't exist." And when I simply asked him, "Robert, will you join me on my podcast to back up your claim?" he blocked me. Yep. Okay. This one. Burden of proof reverser, we're on bandwagon penalty. Sorry. So, the overwhelming majority of experts believe that viruses have been isolated and proven to exist. Yeah, the overwhelming majority of people in the world, well, I would actually argue that we're propagandized believe that, but let's just play with it. Believe that the LGBTQ movement is justifiable. It doesn't matter what the overwhelming majority of people believe, right?
What's up, Crystal?
Okay, this one. Burden of proof reversal fallacy. This one is so common too. When you say there's no proof that adheres to the scientific method of SARS-CoV-2 or any other virus, people will then respond to that and say, well, where's your proof that viruses don't exist? That's like saying, where's your proof that unicorns don't exist? Where's your proof that, a flying squirrel that pisses lasers doesn't exist? The burden of proof is on those that are making the positive claim. And yes, this applies to those that are making the claim surrounding a gain-of-function virus too. There is no such proof of a virus naturally occurring or gain-of-function. None that adheres to the scientific method or to logic. And we're going to get to some other things with respect to what causes the phenomenon of two or more people getting sick in the same space. So I'm going to skip this one, it's a little heady. Affirming the consequent logical fallacy. This one you hear all the time. I was sicker than I ever was in 2021, therefore that is proof of a virus. That's called an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. If you say that X exists and causes Y, then you need to prove that X exists and directly observe X causing Y. You can't say Y is present, disease symptoms are present, therefore that is proof of a virus. That's called an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. And I know people claim that they got sick with symptoms that they'd never experienced before, they lost their taste and smell and things like this. But the reality with that, I'll get to this later, is that that's not new. If you look at archived Google searches from prior to this whole charade of the last 3 years, you'll find that 1 in 3 people who had the common cold experienced loss of taste and smell. Zinc deficiency can be a problem when it comes to loss of taste and smell. And then of course, prolonged exposure to non-native electromagnetic fields can also bring about loss of taste and smell. And then of course, there's some other psychosomatic things that we can get into, but I don't have time now. So, reification fallacy. This one happens a lot too, saying that a virus mutates, saying that a virus causes X, Y, and Z symptoms, saying that a virus does literally anything, assigning any characteristics to a virus. It's not possible because you first have to prove the existence of the thing that you're assigning characteristics to. It's like when you tell your kids, well, you can't stay up because Santa won't come here if you're awake. He's going to skip our house. That's assigning a characteristic to Santa Claus, and Santa Claus has not been proved to exist. Right? So then, you could ask this. So if not a virus, what's making us sick? This is not an exhaustive list. There are so many other things that are making us sick. And it doesn't, this whole paradigm of what happened in the last 3 years can be explained perfectly without having a supposed virus present in the first place. I want to highlight again, and that's why it's highlighted in yellow, perpetual fear. Again, the second strongest risk factor for death associated with COVID was fear/anxiety related disorders. Think about the implications of that. That's people who had already had a diagnosed fear/anxiety related disorder. That's not even accounting for the large number of people who were just in a state of perpetual fear, wound up in the hospital, being put on remdesivir and ventilator, and the whole 9 yards. And a lot of people in the freedom community will say, I wasn't scared of this virus, it's just the flu. But were you scared of government tyranny? Yeah. Were you? Yeah, you were. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend I wasn't at any point in time. A lot of us were. I was just on Luke Story's podcast, and he wears like a Fitbit or some type of monitor that monitors his blood pressure. And he said, dude, looking back from 2020 through 2023, my blood pressure was at a higher level than it had been ever. And then recently it's just dropped down to a level that it was prior to 2020. So all of us, to some degree, were experiencing underlying perpetual fear, right? Which, this is why I have a little bit of a problem with the so-called freedom community when we're sharing things like let's say, died suddenly, or we're just wanting to prove those pro-vaxxers that are latching onto the bioweapon, we want to prove them wrong. What we need to do right now, more than anything, rather than perpetuate fear, even for those who don't agree with us, is dissolve fear. And how do we dissolve fear? By helping people that understand that their bodies are a miraculous, intelligently designed creation, that other people can't make them sick, that there's no need to ever even get one of these products in the first place, not because they're poisonous, and they are, but because there's no proof of the alleged cause that necessitates the need for those products in the first place. You see, talking about vaccines and masks, of course it's important to talk about that. But what if we cut to the root instead of chopping off the branches and said, actually, there's no proof that any of these particles exist in the first place? And I'm sure right now many of you are thinking, well, fuck, dude, like, sorry, or F, Alec, like, I was around so-and-so, I was around Betsy she works at a dog kennel, and she got sick, and then I got sick. Like, what's causing that if not a virus, right? But that brings me to the next piece of this. When it comes to the idea that disease is passed via particles or the fluids of a sick person, we sort of approach that as if it's a well-established fact. Like, we know that disease is passed via fluids from a sick person, right? Wrong. So this experiment was done at the height of the Spanish flu, which is said to be one of the most deadly pandemics in modern history, right? And I don't deny that people died, but what we're trying to figure out in this experiment is what did they die of? And they already had the presupposition that it was caused by fluids from a sick person. So what they did in these experiments is they took 100 healthy volunteers who had no history of influenza, and they exposed them via various methods to the fluids from sick people. They took swabs from Spanish flu patients and swabbed the back of these healthy patients' throats. They took infected blood from Spanish flu patients and injected it directly into the healthy patients. They took 13 volunteers and brought them into a Spanish flu ward had them shake hands with Spanish flu patients in a Spanish flu ward, had them open mouth cough into their face, had them talk at close range. Can you guess how many people became sick as a result of these experiments? Correct. 0 people became sick as a result of these experiments. None of the volunteers developed influenza. And the guy conducting the experiment, Milton Rosenau, is quoted as saying, "We entered the outbreak with a notion that we knew the cause of the disease, and we're quite sure we knew how it was transmitted from person to person. Perhaps if we have learned anything, it is that we are not quite sure what we know about the disease." But that's not the only one. I don't have time to get into all these, but on this one, 0 out of 50 men became sick. This was another one done in 1919. Another one, 0 out of 6 men became sick. This one, that's the correct one on screen, is super interesting because they did use a control, and they injected saline into the people in the control experiment. And more people became sick as a result of being exposed to saline than those who were exposed to the mucus secretions from a sick person. Which again, re-emphasizes how our beliefs, our conditioned beliefs surrounding something can manifest real symptoms of illness. And there's more. Like, we could go on and on and on. They stopped doing these experiments, claiming that it was unethical to deliberately attempt to infect people. But we've documented so many of these experiments where they attempt to prove that diseases pass via the fluids of a sick person and cannot do it. They've done it with chickenpox secretions where they tried to infect healthy people and they could not get people sick. They've done these experiments repeatedly, and the only times they are able to claim that they've proven contagion, they'll do an experiment like this. This is literally what they did with polio. They'll crack open the skull of a monkey, they'll take noxious fluid from a diseased spine from a kid who had just passed away from what they said was the polio virus, so like again, infected fluid, and they'll dump it in the brain of a monkey that paralyzes the monkey, and they'll claim that that proves contagion. Or they'll take a mouse that was raised in a lab, not eating a proper diet that mice are supposed to eat, not living in a natural environment that mice are supposed to be living in, and then they'll pump its stomach full of a bunch of fluids from a sick person, and the mouse will get a little bit sick, and they'll claim that proves contagion. So again, this idea that diseases pass via the fluids of a sick person is also completely unproven. Let me go back real quick. Well, what about blank? What about gain of function, Alec? Like, what are they doing in those labs? I mean, I got sicker than I ever did. It sure felt like a gain of function made virus. Or the spike protein. We hear a lot of people, Peter McCullough, Ryan Cole, talking about the spike protein toxicity, the PCR test, the variants, the viral genome. What do you mean? They've sequenced the genome 10,000 times and all these variants and stuff? What are you talking about, Alec? Ivermectin, measles, chickenpox, polio, bacteria, Lyme disease, how we get sick. And more importantly, or most importantly, solutions. Solutions in terms of health and in terms of freedom. Alright, so I need everyone, I know you all have them on you, take out your personal wiretap, your phone, and go to the endofcovid.com. All of those questions that you have, all the whatabouts, I promise you, beginning on June 20th, we will answer every single one of them. Myself, Mike Winter, who's somewhere in the back, I know you spoke earlier, and then my team, Katie's right here, and Ashton, and a bunch of us have been putting together this massive resource that consists of 90 presentations, interviews, documentary films, roundtable discussions, covering every single aspect of what happened the last 3 years down to the granular details. It features Dr. Christian Northrup, Dr. Larry Pilevsky, Dr. Kelly Brogan, Dr. Tom Cowan, Dr. Andy Kaufman, and over 95 other speakers. Say again? And Etienne and Mark, who's here, and Mike Winter, yeah. Features some of the people that are here right now. So please check this out when it comes out on June 20th, because in order to ensure this nonsense never happens again.
Sorry.
we need to be fully informed on exactly what happened. And most importantly, I know Etienne talks about it a lot, and also Mark and Mike does as well. We need to really understand where our rights come from. Understand that freedom doesn't look like protesting outside of the Capitol. It doesn't look like any of these things. And I know that may be triggering to some people. But I want you to think about this for a second. Had all of the people who authentically did not want to comply simply just refrained from complying, which doesn't require belligerence, doesn't require hostility, doesn't require petitioning, it doesn't require going to your courthouse or contacting your congressman or electing another puppet on both sides. Sorry, that may be triggering too, but on both sides of the spectrum, a complete puppet. It doesn't require any of that nonsense. It requires that you understand you are already free by virtue of existing and just living in a loving, peaceful manner. That's it. That's all it requires. And then lastly, I'm going to give a shameless plug to this. So in about a week, we'll be dropping a new version of our website, thewayforward.com, and that's spelled FWRD. You can go to our booth at the very back, where you'll be. We love going to events like this, and then we leave, and it's like, damn, how do I find my people? We'll have a tool on our website for those who become a member where you can type in your zip code and it'll populate other people near you so you can find your people in person who are like-minded, freedom-oriented, and health-oriented. And of course, please subscribe to my podcast. I'm one of the top 0.5% of podcasts across the entire world in every category, and one of the top 50 alternative health podcasts in the world. So, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
All right, so we have Owen Shroyer next. He unfortunately was not able to make it in person, but he's going to zoom in on screens. So he'll talk for about 5 minutes, and then he's going to open the floor for questions. So I just wanted to give you a heads up so you can prepare your questions for him.
For Zoom.
Is that it? Am I a giant head on a screen right now? Is this the giant Owen Shroyer head on a giant screen in front of the audience? I am the all-powerful face on the screen. You must listen to me now. If I say take a vaccine, you will say how many? If I say wear a mask, you will say how many? That's how it works, right? With the big light box here. No, actually, rebels with a cause. It's funny that I've never heard that before, but it really rings true, doesn't it? Everybody probably in this audience in some way, shape, or form has been a rebel in their life. I certainly know I have. And I think that we've all had something dormant inside of us. Call it the American birthright, call it the American soul, the American spirit that just yearns to be free. But it's more than that. It's practically applied. Just not having government interference in our lives, just being able to live our lives freely. You just heard the last guest talking about this. That is our birthright. And somewhere down the line, we've forgotten that, we've become complacent, and we've just let this metastasizing, cancerous government continue to grow and become more corrupt and find new ways to intervene and interfere in our lives and try to dictate our future. And we're sick of it. And we're finally starting to get up on our feet and decide we're going to do something about this. We're going to restore the republic. And I see all kinds of great things happening when it comes to this. It's events like this. I was at an event last night. Part of the reason why I couldn't be in town for this, unfortunately, but now I'm a big giant head on the screen, and I think that's kind of fun. Hope somebody sends me pictures of this, by the way. I'd like to see what the giant Owen Shroyer head looks like. I'm imagining, is it like in one of the cartoons where you have to like sing to the giant head in the sky in Rick and Morty? Or is it something more like the 5 Minutes of Hate? Like what is the vibe of the giant head on the screen? But seriously, I was at an event last night, and that's why I couldn't be there in person. Unfortunately, though, I know you guys are having a good time. I saw the Alex Jones impersonation from the great Matt Baker with the characters on the stage there. That was pretty funny. I saw my friend Harrison Smith speak as well. And I was at an event last night. It was a movie premiere of a movie called The Great Awakening, and it's a documentary film by Micki Witthoeft and many others. And so we had a bit of a red carpet premiere last night, and Alex was there and I was there. And I mean, we're talking big names in what we are calling the Great Awakening, and that was happening in Austin, Texas. And you guys are also having this event in Nashville, Tennessee, or just outside with a bunch of great patriots as well. Now, 10 years ago, activities like this weren't even happening, really. They weren't even happening. This brand, this genre, this type of a gathering, this type of a group of people wasn't really happening. And now it's happening in more places than one in a single weekend. And so that right there shows you that there is a new growing camaraderie. There is a new growing curiosity of, hey, how can we peacefully restore this republic? You know, we've got families, we've got friends, we've got futures, we've got goals, we've got dreams. And then we see the globalists, we see this political infrastructure being built like a cage on top of us, telling us what we can and can't do, wanting to dictate our future, saying, oh, your freedoms are just too toxic, and your freedoms are just too dangerous. And so you can't fly on airplanes, and you can't have combustion engines, and you can't eat steak, and this is the world. You can't own property, and this is the world they expect us to accept. And they hope that we're stupid enough, they hope that we're naive enough to walk into their trap and become their slaves. Because that's really what this is. But see, we're smarter than that. And you know what? We had to go through it. The world had to go through it with COVID to see this tyrannical system that's being built. But we saw it. We saw it applied. We saw it applied in our lives. We saw it applied in our politics and our economy. And we got a taste of it. And we spit it out. And it was disgusting. But you know they're going to come back around. You know they're going to come back around and hit us with either another pandemic or potentially a cyber attack like they've been building up. I noticed that China is in the news a lot. Apparently 2 ships almost ran into each other. That's almost impossible for that to happen, so something else is going on. China is using weather weapons to smash into Guam. So if they try to pull some event or a cyber attack and they say, oh, the government's here to save you, don't worry, we're here to save you, just do what we say, do what our controlled media on television says, take whatever drugs we tell you to take, go wherever we tell you to go, you'll be fine. We care about you. No, I don't think so. No, I think we're smarter than that, and I don't think that's gonna work this time. But you know that they're going to try it. But hey, we're rebels with a cause now. Rebels without a cause, a little harder to gather, a little harder to get on the same page, move in the right direction together. But rebels with the cause, this is what we're doing now. And I think we're starting to see the results. And believe me, I'm as impatient as anybody, folks, but we've gone from having a virtually useless Congress as far as individuals that understand the true issues that resonate with us and the average American now, to now having actually a couple dozen in there that actually say it like it is and have the same spirit that we have. And I think that trend is going to continue. It's okay to question elections. Why wouldn't you? The government's lying to us about everything else. They just put in place a guy that can't even walk, can't even talk. Do I have to say that he can't even wipe his own ass? I think we know what's going on here. So the truth is, we are waking up. I see it in all kinds of different aspects. I see it in the fact that, I'm one of the most banned Americans out there when it comes to being able to access internet platforms, and yet still I get recognized all the time when I go out. So the message of truth is still getting out. And that's what they've been trying to silence, folks, but they can't stop us all. They can't stop us all from gathering. And I do want to take some questions from the audience. The giant head on the screen will talk to the small people today. I would like to hear from some of the audience members of what they think about this, because how many people in the audience, let's say there was an event like this 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, how many people in the audience would have been interested in attending something like this? How many people in the audience would have brought their families to something like this or considered something like this? How many people in the audience 10 years ago didn't even know who their local representative was, but today they might? They don't even know all these different bureaucracies. They have all these rulings over them. But now they understand how the system of oppression against the United States people works. How many people would say, yeah, you know what, the FBI is wholly corrupt. It probably just needs to be totally shut down. How many people would have said that 10 years ago? How many people in this room would say that today? So just that right there shows you that the awakening is on. And it's a lot of rebels with a cause now. And so we look a lot of different ways, we talk a lot of different ways, but we're starting to understand the common goal here. And we're starting to understand the common thread here, which is we have a birthright of freedom, and we're not going to let that be stolen from us. And you're not going to trick us into giving it up with viruses or wars or pandemics or cyber attacks or weather or climate. It's not going to work. You're not going to trick us into giving us our freedoms, because America has to stand for freedom for the entire world to see. That's the revolutionary idea. We don't need government, you don't need government, you don't need royalty. You can be independent, self-sufficient, and self-governing. That's what freedom is all about. And that's why America must be preserved. And that's what we've come to understand, and that's the fight now that we're in. With so many different groups, man. You've got big tech, you've got big pharma, you've got big government, but we know who the enemies of freedom are, and now they're having to deal with a lot of rebels with a cause, and a lot of big personalities and big people that realize what it's really all about.
The lights turned on.
Freedom in the West. So, guys, I'm assuming that, because I can't actually see the people there. I'm staring at the back room right now. I'm looking at the people pushing the buttons and moving the wires and controlling the levels. Like if I start to go off and start saying stuff that they don't like, they're gonna shut me down. I see them all right there. Oh, they're behind you actually. Oh, there's everybody. Okay, so I see the stage now. That's where the Alex Jones impersonators, and there's the big head on the screen. All right, so yeah, if you guys want to start taking the mic around, I'm assuming I'll just be able to pick up your audio.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
This is Alex Jones. You're doing a great job, Just gonna stand in for a little bit here. I'm gonna take over that. I'm gonna take a break, okay? We've got Matt Baker here. He's gonna go around and talk to people. All right, everybody. Matt Baker here. Who would like to talk to Owen Shroyer? Come on. Don't be shy now. There we go. We got Bruce Free here.
You have a good Alex Jones impression, by the way.
Of course I do. This is the real Alex Jones. The real Alex Jones has been taken by aliens and put it on a ground base. Anyway, here we go. What's your name?
Caitlin, I'm from Massachusetts, Boston.
Caitlin, Massachusetts, Boston. What would you like to know? Oh, thank you. Well, we're all about Owen right now. He's the big head. So, what would you like to ask the main man?
I just wanted to say thank you to Owen because I started being more conservative. My husband is a conservative, but when Donald Trump was running and I was confused or I hated him, I started looking into it, and that's kind of where the ball went rolling, and then I came onto the InfoWars. And I just love your message, and it's inspiring. 2 weeks to the day after Joe Biden was inaugurated, I got a knock on my door from the FBI.
Yeah.
I'm the mom of 3 little boys. I was at K6 peacefully protesting. And
it's one of the last ones you did.
All of you guys, it inspires me more to basically say, screw you, like I'm gonna fight harder, you know? So just thank you.
People media?
So okay. Well, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening. You guys are all amazing. Anybody else? Come on now. Come on now, people. We got one over there. You want to go?
Yeah.
You got a question over there?
I absolutely do. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up, Owen? Yeah, it's U-Haul. I'm also filming this too. So how you doing? Can you hear me? Okay. Are you going to be there August 12th for his event since you couldn't be here today? So are you going to make things up since you're going to be here?
Oh, calling Owen Shroyer.
August 12th at Vulcan Gas Company for the awards, the American Liberty Awards.
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, you got
Alex Jones is out of town. Harrison Smith is here. It was a turn of events. If you think about it, somebody has to man the ship over there.
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely.
They will get pillaged by freaks.
Owen's doing God's work. So, anybody else? All right, the beautiful, the incredible, the amazing.
Yeah.
Hi, Owen. It's Erin Joe. So
Oops.
what can we do
It's hard to
besides
see.
talk about what we want to see in our country, and
It's hard to see your
what
face.
we do besides just talk about things?
Oh, there he is.
What's the action that we need to do?
Great question. So I get this question a lot, and it's a great question. And the truth is that I don't have the answer. If you're asking that question, then you know the answer. You might not know it yet, but somewhere inside of you, you know the answer. I'll use myself as an example. I was in sports media 10 years ago. It's funny, 2013 is when I actually made the switch from sports to politics. And, here I am working at InfoWars. But I made that decision. I said, I don't want to do sports anymore. It's not rewarding for me. I'm not getting anything out of it. More importantly, I had the red pill awakening experience. I was like, what's going on in this country? I've got to do something here. So for me, I was already in media. I was already hosting talk shows. I was already involved in reporting. So for me, it was easy. It was, okay, I'm going to go into politics. I'm going to speak truth to power. I'm going to change hearts and minds.
Teach
I'm
her on,
going to use
Lori.
information to wake people up and change the world. So for me, it was easy. The answer is going to be different for every person. For some people, it's going to be about getting involved locally, whether that means getting involved in city council or local politics, running for state office, maybe running for a representative, getting in on a school board, anything like that, thinking local. For some, it might just be as simple as changing their lifestyle, finding ways to not fund these companies and these groups that hate us. I mean, look at this. Look at some of these boycotts that are going. Sometimes it can be as simple as just boycotting. For some, literally, you might just start farming. You might just say, you know what, I'm just going to become completely self-reliant, and I'm going to make sure that I can also provide simple stuff for my neighbors if they need it, produce, eggs. So the answer is going to be different for everybody. And I think the fact that you're asking that question means that somewhere you already know the answer. You're searching for the answer. But yeah, you're right. It's not just going to be people talking. It's going to be people actually getting involved.
I'll be on the lookout, Lori.
Look at how many members of Congress we have now that actually understand what's going on, that actually understand how corrupt the FBI is. They understand the aspects of the deep state. They understand the World Economic Forum, what we call the globalists. I'm not sure if there were any that were in Congress. I mean, you've had Ron Paul for years, but outside of that, there haven't been too many outspoken men and women in Congress that call this stuff out. Well, now there's a handful of them. So maybe next time, after 2024, maybe we have even more of them. And instead of having a debt ceiling vote that Kevin McCarthy calls a victory, that more Republicans vote for than Democrats, we'll have no Republicans vote for these ridiculous clown bills. They just voted, what was it, like 6 months ago, I think, they just gave Biden like $4 trillion in some omnibus bill that Kevin McCarthy gave over to Joe Biden. So, I mean, if it's getting involved politically to stop stuff like that from happening, everybody's answer is going to be differently. For some, even just, oh my gosh, my kids are in the public school, this indoctrination, I've got to take them out, I've got to teach them the right way. So the answer is going to be different for everybody. The fact that you're asking yourself the question means that you're already searching for it. And I think that you'll find that answer. You'll find that answer in your life. If anything, God will open up a window, a door for you, and it'll just be so obvious. You'll say, yes, this is my time. This is how I can change things. This is how can I get involved.
Well, I gotta say, she's actually one of the performers here, so she stopped talking and started singing, if I'm correct, right? Do you have any other ideas for us? Maybe you could tell us.
Well, I just think about how this country got formed, and a bunch of people who were, maybe some of them, even working for the king, maybe some of them were born on this soil. They said, what the king is doing to us isn't right. Let's make our own country. And they got together and they started talking and they started writing some letters and they started having some debates. And they wrote a document that they wrote our founding documents.
Will do, Lori.
And they sent it out. And they're like, we are a sovereign nation now. And if we've lost that sovereignty, what can we get together and write to say we're taking it back? And to do what they did and to say we're restoring these documents now and we all agree, like the modern day founders, to refound the republic.
Amen. Sounds good. Let's go.
All right, who else wants to go?
Secession might be on the ballot in Texas by 2028, so watch out for more stuff like that.
All right, Owen, we got one more guy for you.
Hey, Owen, one question about the upcoming election, voting in general. I've been having a lot of conversations over the last 2 days about people that realized that the election, that there was cheating, manipulation, and both sides of the paradigm argue that, on one side Trump was put in by Russia, on the other side they're cheating. We know that there's cheating in every single election, right? We know that. So what is your thought on whether we should be voting in general with a system we know is being manipulated? And then secondarily, what's the virtue of voting if we know that it's being manipulated? Just your thoughts on that.
This is a really tough thing to tackle intellectually, and so people can have different opinions, but my opinion of it is you still have to vote. Even if I don't think my vote counts, or I think the whole thing is rigged with some electronic system or what have you, I still will go vote every time. And believe me, I don't like waiting in lines, but I'll still go vote every time because it's about showing faith in the process that when it's done right, it works. That's what it's about. And in fact, I would argue that the Democrats want you to not vote. I think the Democrats would love to have a system where there are no votes and nobody votes. And so they would love to have this voter apathy take over, which I completely understand. The great Rush Limbaugh predicted this for many years, that really the Democrats want to end elections. They want to end the votes. And I think if they ever did try to do that, voter apathy would be one of their biggest weapons. Hey, people don't vote. People don't want to vote. They don't trust the vote. So we'll just run the whole thing for them. So I think it's important to vote just to show that there's faith in the practice. There's faith in the system, and when it's done right, we have faith in it, and we don't want to break that system. There's another reason why you should vote. A lot of local offices, when it comes to the Republicans, if you say you're emailing your local representative, this probably goes for the Democrats too. I just talked to Republicans about this, Republican insiders. I don't know about Democrats. I'm assuming it's the same though. If you call your local representative or email or send a message to your local representative and they keep seeing your name, well, they're eventually going to look up and they can find out, does this person vote? Has this person voted? Does he vote Republican? Does he vote Democrat? And so they can find all this information out. If they're getting messages from you and they see that you've never voted, then they're going to delete that message because they don't care. But if they see you're actively voting, they might actually respond to your vote. And I think as corrupt as it is, it's probably as corrupt as we think it is, maybe worse, but it also is probably easier to defeat than we think it is. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but I really think we can overwhelm the voter fraud. And I think that I know that the Trump campaign people and the DeSantis campaign people are starting to realize this, and so they're going to engage in what are legal tactics like voter harvesting, which have only been done on one side of the aisle. They're going to start doing funding initiatives into the inner cities like Democrats do to just turn out as many blue votes as they possibly can. The Republicans haven't even been on that playing field. Now they're going to think about funding in those areas. So I think there's still hopes, even with our corrupt voting system, to still get victories. But the issue is going to be getting the Republican to understand what the biggest problem is going to be in the 2024 elections. And actually, I can show you on the screen right here. Here's the problem that they're going to have, because until they address what goes on at 3 o'clock in the morning in Michigan, and 3 o'clock in the morning in Pennsylvania, and 3 o'clock in the morning in Phoenix, and 3 o'clock in the morning in Georgia, I see no path to victory for Republicans. I mean, you can go ahead and put these on there. You can even go and give them to that if you want. I don't see any path to victory forward until they address what happens in Detroit, Michigan, what happens in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, what happens in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, what happens in Atlanta, Georgia, and Phoenix, Arizona at 3 o'clock in the frickin' morning to give Joe Biden 300,000 votes. Shouldn't be that hard. Shouldn't be that hard. And again, all of these things are starting to be understood. by we the people, and even by members of Congress and people involved in the Republican Party. And if we can get these McRhinos, McCarthy, McConnell, McDaniel out of the way, I think that the Republican Party has a chance to really actually save this country. So still vote, even if you don't think it counts, even if you think the whole thing is corrupt, you should still vote to show faith in the practice. We don't want to destroy the system, and it's going to matter if you do want to get involved. Local officials from the Republican or even the Democrat Party, they're going to find out, do you vote or do you not? So I still say you should vote, even though you might think it doesn't count at all.
And I gotta second that too, and I want to tell everybody I feel the same way. Obviously, people have lost hope in voting. However, do you want to put them in a position where they no longer have to cheat? Now, we catch them cheating all the time, we don't see much going on with them actually getting in trouble. But if they get to a position where they never even have to cheat, we can't catch them cheating. The idea is to make it hard for them, force their hand to make them cheat. One day they're going to slip up. One day the right, judicial system or the right judge is going to be there, and we're going to get victory. We're going to pull that thread and we're going to unwind it. So I would say we absolutely must vote. One more question from Steve.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this on. I have a lifetime thing of questioning narratives, and just want to address the question. All right, well, here we go. It's like, we're here in America. We have a narrative of history. The founding fathers came here and had a bunch of great ideals. One thing that seemed to escape notice is that those ideals were lifted from the Iroquois Conference. I do believe there were 7 tribes involved. Yeah, okay. And so there's that aspect of it. And I think there was something about changing one word. And we're going on about reclaiming our freedom. And it's very hard to, I feel this in my heart, that we're standing on ground that has been stolen. And I don't see many Native or Black people here. And somehow or another, I'm just feeling like we need to have this be a fully inclusive conversation. And anyway, I'm just gonna leave it at that, I think, for now. I'm appealing to everybody's hearts to really get real. Thank you.
Do you want to respond, Owen?
Well, sure. I think the message of freedom and prosperity is universal. I don't think it has anything to do with your skin color. I don't think it has anything to do with your background. You can get into the history of the world forever. I don't know what the number is, but it was once claimed that I think like half the people on the planet were descendants of Genghis Khan or something. So does that mean we're all guilty because Genghis Khan was a murdering rapist? The idea here is that the revolutionary idea that you don't need government to control your life is what we're trying to preserve. And so again, if you want to start getting into who stole land from who and who did this to who and who did what to what, well, I think you're just getting lost in the message, and now you're looking for new ways to govern yourself out of those situations instead of just saying no, government is not the answer. So, but I don't believe I've ever seen anything, let's say, non-inclusive or unopen to any individual of any background into this movement to preserve freedom in the West. So I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, and if you know, Nick Natoli was here, and he is a quote-unquote person of color, and a lot of the people that are in our movement are Black. Chinese, Jewish people, people from Israel, all people all around the world. And we were just talking about the Iroquois Nation and the Confederacy and the whole thing, and I was like, oh no, that didn't happen. The point of the matter is these are sins of the fathers that we are not necessarily a part of. I'm an Irish immigrant. I never was part of any of this slavery thing. You know, my people were from literal potato eaters. We were being oppressed by governing bodies from Europe and these bloodlines, like many of us are. And we all know that the Indian tribes were not completely innocent of doing their own warfare and taking over other people's lands. I mean, look at the people down in South America. You think these giant pyramids got built by everybody kumbayaing together? There was a certain warlords there too. In fact, in human history, if you can't fight, if you don't have a warrior class, you're a slave class. But we definitely hear you, and we hereby invite everyone to come. Seriously, love everyone. And next question here.
Hi, I'm not Jewish, or I don't know if I'm Jewish or Armenian, or I could be Khazarian, I wouldn't know. But because my father was adopted, and I never looked into my bloodline. But I don't think it matters what race we are. It matters if we're right or if we're wrong. And I really do feel like that race. I mean that we're all. There's only one race, and that's the human race. Thank you. And I also wanted to address the political situation. I do not believe there isn't a political means to an end here. However, I believe there's a monetary means to an end, because I believe that the bank owners, the monetary, the people that make the money control whether you can have it or not, or if you can spend it, where you can spend it or not. They sanction everything. They don't have. This is not. It's a little bit over red pilled. I think this is a black pill. Really. Sorry to anyone who is sensitive to this, but if they own the money, they own you. They own you. If you own the money, you own you. Think about it like this: Monero, Dero, Pirate Chain. Silver and gold are the silver bullet to this werewolf. 100%.
Gold and silver.
They starve overnight. 99% of us become the 1%ers now. Roles change. Got it? We own our own bank. We own the same bank. Monero. I own a node to that bank. You own a node to your bank. I'm sorry, we're crushed for time. So I wanted to know, and I didn't want to be, put into a. I heard you just a second ago. You were saying that voting is you don't. People that are Democrats or lefties, they don't want for you to vote. And I have to disagree there. A lot of us are black-pilled. Some of us are libertarians. We're not left and we're not right. We want to be right and not wrong. What do you say about that?
So, question. Yeah, but let me respond. I would say first off, let me give two analogies here. One, how many times have we heard stories of, let's say it's a young newborn baby and they're told 0% chance they'll live past 2 months, and they're still alive, they're 50 years old, maybe they did something to change the world. Maybe you have a friend or family member, they got diagnosed with a terminal illness, they said dead in a month, dead in a week, whatever. Survived that, got over it, still living. So you don't give up when you're told you're dead. You don't give up when you say, when you believe it's over. You still have faith and you still fight because it's worth it. I don't know if this would make sense to you, and I forget what you said that made me think of this, but I remember there was a big, beautiful house in an area where I was growing up in St. Louis. There was a famous architect that built it. It was part of the Underground Railroad. It was a historic site. And a family that lived there, one of the family members committed suicide in the house. So do you tear down the house then? Do you tear down the house and do you say, well, this house is just, it's too tainted, we have to tear this house down? No, it's a big, beautiful house. It houses many families. Part of a historic thing in our country, so do you just tear down the house because that happens? Some people might say, yeah, you know what, I don't want to be in this house, nobody's going to be in this house, just completely tear it down. And so I kind of look at that's how our maybe the situation you're getting into with our financial situation. The financial situation is so corrupt worldwide that, yeah, you want to try to get to the central bankers and understand how it all works. It's so convoluted, it's so rigged, of course, nobody denies that. So, you want to talk about Bitcoin and stuff like that, that could be an answer. I think we're so far away from that solving anything. I think we're so far away from that it's just not really worth pursuing that as the first thing to try to save the country, if that makes sense. I think that we can have a peaceful revolution and start to get our government off our backs and get it back to where it's supposed to be. And then once we have that, maybe we can start dealing with some of these larger issues. But I would say when it comes to the currency, what we have to be really concerned about is the central bank digital currency. That's when it's over. We still have some financial freedom. We still have a little control over our currencies. I understand where you're coming from, the black hole, believe me. But if the central bank digital currency, that's the final one. Then they can really turn it on, turn it off. At that point, there will be no opportunity for we the people to decide if we want to use cash or not. It'll all be on the grid, and they'll turn it on or turn it off depending on what your social credit score is. So that's the real concern I have with the financial system. Obviously, all the fraud and everything that we have now can't exist forever. We still have it better here than probably most of the planet, if not the rest of the planet. But when they bring in the central bank digital currency, that's when you're going to have to really be concerned, and that's when we're going to have to be ready to either survive without it or have enough people aware of what it's going to do to completely reject it.
Thanks, Owen. We're really appreciative for all the time you spent with us, getting the call that we're running very short on time, and we're going to have one last comment. Go ahead.
Owen, this is Matt from former St. Louis, Missouri native. What's up, brother? And just wanted to say, appreciate you very much. And the question for you to end this is, when is InfoWars going to become a 24-hour newscasting site?
All right, buy the products. let me tell you a story first. When I got hired and joined InfoWars in 2016, there were people that were naysayers because I'm a dreamer, I'm a visionary. And I talked to some of the people that had been there for a while on the technical side, producer side, and I remember I sat down with them and I said, you know what this means? Because they were like, yeah, we're gonna hire you. And I was like, well, you know what this means? They're like, what? I was like, we're going 24 hours a day. It's like, you know what this means, right? I was like, we're going 24 hours a day. I'm starting a show, we're starting new shows, we're going 24 hours a day. And so they were like, never gonna happen, can't happen, you're never gonna do it, Shroyer, not gonna be possible. I said, you watch. I got that done in less than 2 years. Now, obviously, since then, we've had the massive censorship against us. We've had all the massive lawsuits against us. It's back in the news today. The headlines you can find is like New York Times and stuff. Sandy Hook families demand, I think it's like $400 million more from Alex Jones. So it just never stops. And I mean, to answer the question, when or if InfoWars ever goes to 24 hours, it's really, I know it sounds cliche, but it really is up to the audience at the end of the day. And it's not easy, folks. It's not like, I'm not sitting here saying, oh geez, all they gotta do is buy stuff and give us money and we can just do it overnight. No, it's not that easy. It's a process, it takes time. You gotta have the right talent in place, you gotta have the right workers there as well. The crew we have right now, folks, is already working I'm not kidding you, 10, 12 hours a day. I mean, these people never even leave the office. They work so hard, they do so many different things. I've been all over media, nobody works like our crew. And obviously people see how often Alex Jones is out there, myself is out there. So, I'd love to see InfoWars go 24 hours. but also part of me is like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to be on for 12 hours a day if that happens. So I don't really know if I'm gonna try to volunteer to do that right now. But really, we've come such a far way. I don't even think we're supposed to be on air still at this point. We're still on air, cranking every day. We still got the support. So it's really in God's hands. It's really in the audience hands. It's all magical. It's all a blessing. It's the leader of the rebels with a cause, and it's been such an incredible experience and such an honor, if you will, to provide my service in the InfoWar. So we're gonna scratch and claw, and they're gonna have to probably come into the studio and literally physically shut us down.
Yay.
Of everyone. Thank you so much, Aaron. Yeah, that's definitely a big round of applause. And
Yay. Now I really have to put you guys out for a bathroom break. Alright, sorry to have to do this to you. I know. Now that I just said that, watch the trolls come on in. Alright, hold on. Oh, I don't know if I could see it or not.
Hello. Hi there.
Hi there. Oh, I'll be back.
Well, Courtney, what did you do? Look at this. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give it up for Courtney Turner.
Yeah. Woo, woo.
Yeah, so it's some of you may be familiar. We started something called Pirate Stream Media.
All right. I'll be back,
the
folks.
idea, let them talk as well. But the idea was that the alternative media is very atomized, and we wanted to, there's really nothing that allows them to, they're also really censored, and so there's not a lot of cross-pollination and collaboration because they're all separated. So we wanted to create some sort of an aggregate for the alternative space. And then we've been doing a show called Dialectical Dissonance, as some of you may have seen. And the premise behind that is to take people outside of the sorcerer's circle. We talk a lot about the managed dialectical narrative. And we try to present the topics of the day, but coming from all of our perspectives, and hopefully, present something that might be outside of the mainstream narrative, and not within one of those, one of the dialectical attacks. So.
Well, I'm Ryan Christian, and founded the Last American Vagabond, and really proud to be beginning this new venture, this new direction, Pirate Stream Media, and in the podcast, the Pirate Stream Dialectical Dissidence is a great thing we've been doing, and I really enjoy the different perspectives. It's a little background on the name in general. I started something maybe a year or more ago, just called T-Lab Pirate Streams. You might have seen James Corbin started doing it as well. I think Richard Grove is now doing it. The whole premise is people that have been censored. And myself, I was censored many different times, just on YouTube and everywhere else you can imagine. And I started thinking about how I could circumvent that. I was tired. I didn't want to make another channel, the third channel with over 100,000 subscribers get pulled. And I'm just tired of giving them the energy. And so I reached out to my community and I said, hey, I know this is kind of a faux pas. It's a little bit of a weird thing to do, but if you want to send me your login information, I'll broadcast on your channel. As long as you realize that you're most likely going to lose that, and maybe everything else Google connected, like a lot of people. And so surprised, I got an overwhelming response. Since then, I've been using those pirate channels, broadcasting, switching it up, and I've probably gone through 50 plus channels that have been removed from YouTube. Some of them without any strikes, pulling it. And I know that they're aware of this now that multiple people are doing it. And so the point of this is to try to start that, bring that concept into another kind of realm. So it's not just individuals with channels, but the whole concept. And really also kind of the idea of like pirate radio, or from a new generation, like the Matrix, right? Broadcasting the pirate message. And that's what this is really about. That's kind of how
All right, let's see any trolls.
Is that we are pushing that message in front of people that aren't supposed to see it, right? So what we want to do is create kind of like this co-op, sort of an umbrella where people can join, maintain their own sovereignty, right? Their own individual platforms, but be a part of a larger group network, which is exactly what we're doing here. right? Trying to connect and make those connections in ways, especially today, circumvent all the things that are happening by local farmers and so on. So we want to do this and try to find more people to bring in to this concept and just push back against censorship, against everything that's happening. And again, really excited with the three, Courtney Turner, Scott Armstrong, absolutely outstanding people with their own channels you should check out. And we're really kind of coming, and again, the idea of dialectical dissonance, right? We're coming together our ideas to something completely new. It's different for me. I'm sitting there talking 4 hours by myself and sitting here engaging.
I don't know where they went off to, Lala. I have no idea.
It's an amazing thing, right? I think every one of you have had conversations over the last 2 days where you've discovered something
I don't know
new
where they went.
about yourself, about something else, or great discussions. Just since I'm sitting here, a discussion of the ACEs, the ACE acronym in regard to what's happening with children and how impacting, how powerful that is, how incredible that is. And that opened my mind. I want to reach out to have an interview on that. That's what this is all about. So I'll leave it to Scott to make some comments, but eventually we'll have some questions and you guys can ask us some stuff. So thank you all for being here.
I have no idea where they went.
Okay, well, thank you guys for having me. This is great. I don't know. I was gonna just talk on like what Ryan was talking about, like just the community aspect, and I feel like that's really the solution. We don't have to fight the establishment. We don't have to go and yell at buildings. We don't have to do anything that instigates the type of stuff we saw on January 6th. Like we literally just have to be like, okay, fine, I'm good. Like we're just gonna go over here and do our own thing. And I think that this is a big part of that. This events like this, things like this, where we actually go and affect culture and bring people together around a single unified vision or idea. Like this is the solution right here, So get to know people here, like exchange numbers. Try to do like a meetup outside of this next week. Like we're all, if you meet somebody that's from whatever region you're from, exchange numbers. Like this is how we win, when we come together and do stuff like this. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so well said, both of you. I couldn't agree more. I personally love the show that we do so much because I think that it's so much fun.
I don't know, they might be back.
One of the things I appreciate so much about
Love forgiving.
is that even when we don't have a lot of times we don't necessarily agree on everything, but both of you have so much curiosity and there's always so much mutual respect. And I just wish there was so much more conversation like that because I think that that's how people learn. They learn when they actually. I don't think people, there's something to be said for having roundtable discussions where everybody agrees, but then you're kind of spoon-feeding. And again, it's just one narrative that's being fed. When you hear people having respectful, actually curious, engaged conversation and discourse, then somebody listening to that is like, wait, I have to actually think to myself. There's not just one perspective here. I have to decide what am I more aligned with? What makes more sense to me? What resonates with me? Where do I not disagree? Where do I disagree? Where does this not make sense?
One last thing just on that same point is because James Corbett did a great video about the Milgram experiment, right? That's kind of the idea is that people watching are being so trained and groomed and informed all this stuff. And the point is when they see this, they go, oh, are we allowed to push back on an idea? I thought that was everyone thought. And they realize that it's okay. It's always okay to push back on classically held beliefs. And you know me, free speech absolutist concept, that goes for literally anything. There's all these taboo topics. And you can disagree with the mainstream concept. But the point is that we're allowed to go, I don't know if I trust that. I don't think it's true. And today especially, it's like, oh my God, I don't lose their mind, and that's so important. So, rock and roll. What do you want to think?
Yeah, so if anybody has questions, we'll open the floor for questions. I don't know does somebody have a microphone they want to pass around? Or I can, they do, okay. Is Matt here?
Matt Baker.
Matt Baker. Okay, if not, I have an extra microphone. So
he's got it right there. Just hand it to you over.
Perfect.
Who's got some questions?
It's storming here. Uh-oh.
Here we go. Here we go.
Anyone have a question? Yes, sir.
Well, you're not leaving because I can't get to Micki, are you? I'll try to get to.
Not so much a question, just as a request.
All right. La, if you're still watching or not. Let's see.
As far as having a conversation ongoing, I'm very excited about the possibility of doing.
Of course, it's always great seeing you as always. Hold on. Give you a hug. Oh yeah, absolutely. We had a production meeting right before I came on, and I walked in at 9. They had like a sermon. I'm like, I gotta go.
I would say along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Micki, everyone. Yeah. I know. Oops, Law Forgiven. You still there or what? All right. I think I copped out on Law Forgiven. Sorry, Lala. Look at that. As soon as Lala leaves, I pull up the guest of honor. What the hell?
has some good, even though they aren't really necessarily aligned, and if you do like
I'll try to get to Nicole.
group, they'll probably like take it down or something like that. But if you kind of be like kind of sneaky about it, like
Good seeing you again. Oh, hell of a speech.
Oh,
yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a hug.
Glad. I hope to see you again.
Yeah, good meeting you.
Yeah.
Hell of a speech. First time I've heard you speak. So aside from the live streams.
Oh, well, you know, I didn't prepare anything, and there was a couple of things that I should have added. But if I get to speak next time, I'll just have bullet points. So make sure to cover all of it.
Absolutely.
You know, thank you.
Yeah. Are you leaving soon? Yeah. Are you leaving?
We're leaving at 4.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, my streamers are, I'm live right now, so they want to see you.
Come to Freedom Corner. You know, we love Freedom Jeffrey. Go to 4ashley.com, please. And it's the number 4 ASHLI. And thanks for watching. And let's help get the word out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for coming and covering this.
Oh yeah. First time meeting you besides online.
Hey, this is the real stuff right here. This is real media. This is how life goes. See, loving all around.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing up both days, not just yesterday. Yeah. So thank you for that. I tried to take in as much as I could from there. Not the shirts, but yeah, obviously the rest of the stuff on there. So.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Take care. Safe travels.
You too, baby.
We need a round table. Like this. These people, they got their own ideas.
All right, Lala, I gave it for you. Now she left.
I don't know what else to do, but we got to come up with something. What do y'all think?
I know, I did it last minute. Sorry for you there, Lala.
I mean, just in terms of like a round table, like within like
round
table, like I mean, like what we were talking about, like just the round table we have, just like getting together with our people in our community, just building trust among ourselves, you know. If you go to like one of these websites like Freedom Cells and you notice that there isn't a Freedom Cell in your community, then the next step is for you to create one. Create that.
As soon as Lala leaves, I give her what she wants. Shame on me. I should be ashamed. She asked for it and I totally stiffed her.
These people out are voting the right person in. We're not going to win by like changing the laws, like all that, dude. It's just like you can try. Maybe it's worth having some people out there fighting for, you know, at the same time. But in the meantime, we should be organizing within our own community, creating our own roundtables, and you know, eliminating independence as much as physically
I totally
possible
stiffed you
from,
there.
like,
I feel
any
bad.
of the systems that just want to destroy this, you know. And so by coming together in community and you know knowing like having access to like food, like right from the farm, like you know I know so many people, you know, and that's my goal this year, make it so that I don't get any of my food from the grocery store.
No, Lala had to go away. That's the problem. I did it after she left. So I feel bad there, Lori K.
I don't want to like create some roundtable and like overthrow the government or anything like that. Like it's just strictly just, you know, how do we do this locally within our little community, you know?
Lori, Lala left already when I went up to Nicole, so I was late to the party for Lala. So I should be ashamed of myself, which I am.
If you think that's a great idea, start it. Make it happen. Right? Find your community, meet people here, start the group. Right? He's talking right here about wanting to connect, meet weekly, talk together. Right? Start something. And I think we all know.
Lala's like, see if is Micki there with her? She asked the question, and I'm like, yeah, whenever I get around.
Should I not start my channel? Absolutely. Absolutely. Go start your own channel. Go start your own blog. Make it happen. It doesn't, you know, whether or not people wind up looking at it or not, that's kind of irrelevant. I mean, obviously we all want that, but it's about putting it out there, expressing your ideas.
Whether or not she had the storms.
That's really important.
Oops.
Yeah, Chris, start your channel, dude. No excuses. No excuses.
Oops.
Any thoughts about that, Courtney?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what both of them are saying. I think in person that's part of why I did this event. I think it's so important for us to be together in person. That's where I think you can really effectuate change. You know, they can shut us down, you know, as Ryan said, talking about how many YouTube channels he had to start, and that's why he started party shaming, right? I'm about to be banned on a channel that's not even mine, that I've been using because they keep kicking me off. And yeah, so they can do that. They can put us in the digital gulag, but what they can't stop is people building networks in person. That's so incredibly powerful. And you know, if you think back to a lot of people over the past few days have been referencing our founding fathers, and when you look back at that time period, you know, they didn't have the internet, obviously, but what did they do? They had their local communities, and that's, think about the amount of change and the amount of like the movements that they created. They created a whole nation out of that. And it was people in person having meetings, writing documents.
You're welcome, Lala.
You know, that
I thought you said you had storms.
Today, you write a blog, you put it out online. You know, back then they wrote Federalist paper and they went back and forth and had debates. And I think today people are,
his head's in my way.
become so siloed. They almost don't know how to communicate anymore. They're almost afraid of building the in-person connection. But that really, I think, is the way that we're going to save humanity. Their agenda, you know, as I said in the very beginning, is to put us into a transhuman, leading to a post-human world controlled by an AI high-powered mind that they program. And then we're all siloed in the metaverse. Well, how do we combat that? And I think we often think so much about, like, what is the problem? But we don't often think about, well, what can we do that's pro? What are we for? And I think we should be for building connections in person, building communities, and even online. I think that's part of why we started Partnership Media, is to build this, you know, an aggregate of people who've been atomized, who are, you know, outside of the mainstream media, outside the mainstream narrative. So, yeah, if you've got an idea, if you have a way to connect with people, either go reach out to the ones that have already done it and become a contributor.
What's up, Patty?
Build a network within it, or start your own. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I followed up because Micki and Nicole stepped out, so they're basically like
Hi, my
sisters.
name is Kaden. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Katie.
That was a joke. Okay, I'm not making fun of alcoholics. Okay, I've been to, they're great groups. Anyway, I want to dovetail on what that gentleman was just saying about a round table. And I was thinking the exact same thing. We've got the telepathy going.
Yeah, you could go there,
We
Gloria.
need some big bucks. So if the My Pillow guy is listening to this or anything, I mean, because this is a movement and this is amazing what's going on and the people I've met here and everything. And I agree with everything you said. I also agree with this gentleman too, though, in that I think the idea of a larger round table where maybe whoever's interested could speak, and we have a chance to do this because, you know, when this C.A.U.S.E thing started, I was like, what? There's a billion solutions to this. Why don't people get together and talk? So there may be some solutions or ideas that are going to build on what you all are thinking. Now, I'll just say briefly one of mine that I just pitched to Jay, the meat guy. I forgot his last name, I'm sorry. Buff-looking guy who talked about we should eat meat.
Yeah.
What's his name? Jay? Okay, anyway. Does anyone know Jay's last name?
Oh, Jay Gallinello?
Yeah, the meat. Okay. So I said, all right, we've got these things and they're great, and everybody goes home and we have fond memories, and you know, but how do we have a bigger local community thing? So I've got a great idea for investors buying like a cool old hotel or something, because if you have 5 investors who can put up $200,000, you got $1 million property right there. So I've been hatching these ideas for quite a while, and how these kind of things would also allow people, let's say you're traveling to one of these events, and we got one of these places in LA, and we got one in Florida, and we got one in Georgia, and these spots were large enough where, you know, people could sleep there, or other needs. A lot of other things could be accomplished in this with the local community in owning the property, which is a big deal because, you know, for a million reasons. So thank you, My Pillow guy, and we could use about $20 million.
Mike Lindell.
Ask a question in response, really. So when you're talking about a round table for either of you, talking about local community, My Pillow guy, are we talking about including people that might not believe what we believe? Are we talking about including people that may have a different political standing? I mean, you don't have to answer if you want to here, but I just in general, right? Is that there's a problem a lot in this conversation where we talk about community and coming together, but a lot of people don't think that includes other people with a different color of political standing. Or, you know, there's a lot of people out there that may believe
Second
in certain,
Batman.
you know, that maybe think they're a Democrat or think they're a Republican, but disagree on certain things. And at the end of the day, don't make them a bad person because they're lost and believe certain things. And the problem is we tend to box those people out. And obviously, I see exactly what you all say, the exact same thing. What I tend to question is that let's put it this way, unless we cross party lines, and that doesn't just mean left and right, there's a lot more than that, by the way, we won't succeed in what we're trying to do. That is what the two-party paradigm is designed to do. And so, go ahead, if you'd like to answer, that's fine, because I think that's important.
Hey, sure it is, and I've already thought a little bit about that. There's a lot more thinking that can be done in a roundtable, okay, but in any event or movement or a whatever, you've got your bylaws, right? So you write that in. That we're not going to argue about X, Y, Z. You know, everything is possible, and I really think that he's correct in that more brains in this are a lot more. Because you never know what someone might know or what experiences they may have.
I think a lot of what we lost now is that we've lost the common goal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, we might have different common goals. So maybe we can bring people together, although as long as we agree that we have the same common goal. You know, if we have the same common goal of just like preserving freedom, liberty, whatever that looks like to us, you know, but maybe that means something to somebody else too. Maybe their view of what freedom is involves, I mean, we've seen it. Like to me, that's not freedom. What we've seen these last few years is not freedom. So how do we get back to that, you know? So I'm 100% willing to have a debate, which is like what the origin of debate is all about. It's like getting closer to the truth. Like we're not trying to win, like this side isn't trying to win over this side. It's like we're both trying to arrive at the truth. And so that's when healthy, robust debate is a good thing. But if we're just trying to be right, then the truth suffers at the end because of that. And so if we can agree on an end point, then let's figure out how to get to that point. I don't care where you're from. There you go.
Nice. And you missed what's your question?
My name is Val Jones, and I first want to thank you for being on this book. I mean, it was like I got something, but I got your tweet on this book. I wasn't even following you. So I called my son right away and I said, what do you think about going for this? Because we had lost our way. And we didn't find our path. We had some tragedy happen in December. So it was like a godsend. When we first came, I gotta say, I really appreciate the crowd that is here, that it's not overwhelming, that we've had some great conversations, and I came here to learn, so I could sit here and listen without a lot of voices going, and really comprehend what people were saying. So it's been a great learning experience. And one of the things that you said, Courtney, which brings back, my dad used to always call the TV the boob tube. He said, if you sit in front of this thing, you're going to get dumb. And so we weren't really allowed to watch TV. And my mom was from England. And she used to say, you know, years ago, everybody in the neighborhood used to come out in the evening after eating, and we'd talk. The neighbors would just talk. And they would have they'd hear political things, and they would have their discussions and their debates and their arguments, and then they would, you know, new ideas would be brought to each other. I think that's what people were talking about around the table. And then after the war, the UK gave everyone a free TV. They gave them a free TV, and that stopped that from happening. Everybody stayed in and watched the TV instead of going out and talking amongst their neighbors. So I think that's when it really probably began, when we stopped talking to each other. But my real question is, are you planning on doing this next year? And if so, around the same time frame? Because this happened on my daughter's birthday. She's really upset that I'm not home.
Happy birthday! You're watching.
So I'm wondering if you're planning on doing this annually. And if so, around the same time.
Oh, yeah, so the idea is to make this a tour. We'd like to go every 3-4 months, you know, different places. This is the vision. You know, a lot of logistics need to be sorted out. and we would like to make it annually here as like a flagship because we live here, we want to build communities, right? So, yeah, that is the plan. But, you know, we're in early stage. This is the beginning, hopefully, of many. So but that's the vision. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think we have time for one more question. We're gonna have to wrap it up.
What's up, Yona?
All right, I got a quick question for the panel up here, and I'll let y'all take a stab at it. Here we are in Tennessee, the heart of the Cherokee Nation. Cherokee Nation has always welcomed the pioneers and other frontiersmen into this land and to become part of the Cherokee Nation. It's still very much alive today with all these people giving glory to God. So my question is this. Much has been made in the press about illegal immigrants coming into the country, but my question is about legal immigrants, like so many of my Latino friends that are in this facility and the hotels all around Franklin and Williamson County doing the hard labor every day here. I'd like to see more involvement of the legal immigrant communities in this movement because they came here to live the American dream that we all used to live before January 6th, before September 11th. So that's my question. How can we do more in terms of unifying solidarity and sovereignty of everyone, bringing in more immigrant voices, legal immigrant voices? That's my question.
Well, it's funny because, like, I bet you if we were down at the border and we were, like, playing The Last American Vagabond for them as they were coming across, or, like, giving them Jay Dyer's books or Mark Bober's books or something like that, and they actually started to realize that they were being used and weaponized, they well, not only they may go back, but you know, they would stop that off right away. They realized they were all coming here and voting Republican or something like that. Maybe that'd be the end of that. Anyway.
Well, I'm just kidding, right? But I think what's important to think about too, is just before I even answer that, is that I don't necessarily agree that only people are here or coming here because they're seeking the American dream. I think it's important to realize that probably the vast majority are fleeing something caused by U.S. foreign policy. That's not and the point is that never, despite, regardless of what percentage you think that is, it's clearly a percentage. The point is it's part of it, and it never gets included in the conversation from really either side. But to your question, though, I think what's important is, well, there's actually another thing before that, is that the problem on one of the reasons why I don't think it happens, and let's just take the Republican side of this conversation, is because there's a lot of misrepresentation about that exact point. You know, people that are using this as a political tool and framing every one of them as illegals or whatever else, when there's plenty of people that are going through normal channels and so on. And the whole important part about this, what's going on with the agenda today,
Hold on, folks.
is there's no disputing that there's obviously an agenda around this. The way they're moving these people around internationally and that's not debated, but also really legal.
Just wanted to say thank you for a good speech. Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Oh, thank
It's
you.
the first time I've heard you speak too, so I'm actually live streaming right now. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say, like, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You can go on to therealj6.com and find out more information about these guys. You can go to patriotmailproject.com, figure out how to write to them. Just, we always say get to know your local 6 because there's been January 6 defendants in every state that have been apprehended.
Sure.
So I think to get to know their story and just humanize them.
Sure. I took some of the brochures here. I hope you weren't in charge of it. Okay. But obviously I didn't take a shirt. I know that's not.
The more information, the better. You know, I mean, that's all. We're going
Do we have
against
time
the
for one
regimes,
more?
and so what
Sure.
we can do is
right.
raise awareness. That's what's within our power.
I got you. Yeah, hell of a speech up there. It's the first time I've heard you speak, so.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, there'll be more of that, so.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
He was trying his best to preserve the republic. He was fighting his first cousins on the other side with Morgan's Raiders. And so I came down here today. Never been here to Franklin before, zipped by it on the interstate. And I just thought, wow, what a moment to come here. You know, having my ancestor here fighting for our freedoms. And I just want more people to wake up and
I got you,
realize
Lori.
what's happening, and
Copy that.
To reach out to the community and have these
that's
events
Micki.
where hopefully maybe we can reach out to the churches and our normie friends and create a more say inclusive with our communities. Bring them in, let them know what they're losing, and show them what the alternative is. And I see we've had the worm has turned. People aren't buying the narrative anymore. But how do we get them on our side? And to make this movement grow. That's all I have.
It's a great question. I think the important part of that is that, I think we need to realize, at least my opinion, is that the vast majority of this country is, I was actually just talking about this back there, is that they don't necessarily know how to articulate what they feel or see, but there's a problem. They see that. And the point I make is about, just talking about the injection, the bivalent injection, when that came out, a lot of the people that have been coerced and driven and scared and threatened to take it, even the ones that we might have perceived hardcore on one side of the argument, they were like, I don't know about that. There's something going on, right? And it bottomed out at about 14%, despite the government saying, you have to take this, you have to take it. Well, that was 3 times. Why didn't it work that last time? The point is because even these people that were towing the line were like, there's something wrong. Something is not okay with this. The point is, we need to reach out to people. Like, that'd be the obvious answer. So we tend to look at our neighbor and go, I don't know, they might think I'm a conspiracy theorist. I bet the odds are they're thinking the same thing. And you may end up in a little community circle, like a court party, and they're all going, we should do the right thing. And then when you get it behind closed doors, they're like, this is crazy, right? That's happening a lot. And so we need to realize there's a lot more people than we might expect that are open to it. And all you gotta do is just go open and plant the seed. And of course, if they get aggressive, then okay, sorry, you walk away. Maybe go back and water that seed every now and again, but most people are going to be willing to plant it anyway. And it's going to grow, right? And I think that's important. Again, that's what we're doing here. And I want everybody in this room to do their own thing and go talk to your neighbors and share ideas. Have, measured and balanced conversations. Don't yell, don't get upset, because you'll be surprised you'll be receptive to it.
Yeah, I'm going to be really quick because I want to give him time. You can see a different side of him. He's going to play some music for us. But I want to address that because I think one of the biggest problems, and this has been created, I think, by the lie of the identity politics, is that all of these factions have been created, and they've done such a successful job of dehumanizing us. So now we look at somebody as, they are in this party line, or they're this race, or they're whatever label you put on them, and then we become so afraid of having an actual conversation. When the reality is, we have so much more in common than we do different, right? There's so much more at the core of humanity. Yes, we all have a lot of differences too, but there are basic things. If you meet somebody where they're at, and you find out what's important to them, oftentimes, you still may very much disagree, but if you find out what's important to them and you actually care about them as a person, and you're curious about why they believe the things they believe, you can still disagree with them. Don't kowtow. Don't give up your belief, but actually engage and find out why are they holding on so dearly to the things they believe. What is it in their thought processes, their history, their makeup, the things they've been fed? Why do they believe what they believe? And you may find that if you can't approach it that way, and you have a more humanized conversation, you may start to, as I said, plant the seed. You may still disagree, but I've had people 5 years later come to me who really told me I was absolutely crazy, at the time, and dropped me as a friend or whatever. I've had so many of those situations, and I've had them 5 years later come back to me and say, Courtney, I legit thought you were crazy. And
sorry, folks.
Now I think you're 100% right. And it's those seeds that are planted. And I know I've had the same experience where, at the time I wasn't ready to hear those things. And I just say this, it doesn't mean that you're always going to get that. And a lot of times people won't even tell you if they have that experience. But plant the seed, but come from a place of you're talking to a human being. So.
And also, of course, always consider that you could be wrong. Always. Right? But one thing, one of the favorite parts of that is when that person comes back 5 years later, Courtney, did you hear about this? Let me tell you about something you didn't know. Yeah, I told you that 5 years ago. You forgot about that.
Totally. Well,
I can't hear him.
Yes.
Nobody can hear you.
Yeah. We are gonna have to wrap it up.
Well.
That healing is the key point to this whole thing. Is we gotta heal all of our divides. Jab, unjab, white, black, Mexican, whatever. You know, it's just that's the healing is what that's the key word I'm after. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I absolutely echo that sentiment. You know, talk to people and, you know, as humans, and don't let them divide, right? I told you about the triple Ds, and the middle one is the division, divide and conquer, and that is how they succeed. So
I just thought I'd show this,
the more we
folks.
come together, which is why we do these events,
Oops.
the less they win because they can't divide us. I do want to make a couple of just housekeeping announcements. One is if you bought a VIP ticket, then we have gift bags for you.
Huh.
So you can either come to me or find one of us and we have them in the back for you. So don't forget that. The other thing is we have some art and
Thought I'd show
great
that,
artists
folks.
who are selling their work, and one is over here, one is over there. So go talk to them if you're interested in their work and you want to learn more about it. We want to honor those artists who are doing new paintings and more fine art as well. And then also we're selling t-shirts, C.A.U.S.E t-shirts. So some of them have the 2023 on it, so that's the first ones. And we're also selling we have a couple of books that were donated. So we will be giving all the proceeds to charity, and they're over on that table. So.
Courtney, you want to plug your stuff so that people can find you?
Oh, my stuff. Well, I'm at CourtneyTurner.com, so like Courtney Turner, and we are live streaming on my channel, on my Rumble channel, the Courtney Turner podcast, on Rockfin as well, and it's also live streaming on the RebelsForCause.com channel.
Awesome. And then Ryan, I don't know where he went. He's the Last American Vagabond, LastAmericanVagabond.com. Make sure you follow him there. I am at libertylinks.io/Rebunk. I do 2 awesome shows, Rebunk News, 3 awesome shows. And then the Unjected Show. I want you guys to all check it out. It's every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by Unjected.com, which is the world's first unvaccinated dating website, which is having a big relaunch this week. So there's going to be a brand new version of Unjected coming out this week. So Unjected.com, and then make sure you check out the Unjected Show. We've had like John Stockton on, we've had Peter McCullough on, Edward Dabb. Like, it's a lot of fun. So Friday at 9, Unjected Show.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. Woo. I don't own the copyrights of the music. I got a copyright claim for yesterday, so fuck it. Of course, yesterday's video, folks, it's marked private to avoid the strike. Oh, hey. Oh, August 12th. Austin, Texas. Yep. Yeah. Hey, is he still here? Oh, no. You want to take a picture with your phone or whatever. Yeah.
I think Matt Baker's going to give me one.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
I'm going to put it in my locker at work.
I'll laminate this one because it's nice. Yeah. Or you could just photocopy a flyer size and pass out the flyers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. So they do kind of like a 4x6 version of it? Or, well, yeah, I guess it would be portrait, not landscape. There's that idea too. Nah, Laura, yesterday was marked private, so this one I'm going to have to section off. And I'll probably just make separate videos, each one having their own video.
Thank you all for
And
glad to see you all here.
the other thing I could do, Lori, is timestamp this.
So I'm going to do a quick little talk. We're short on time today. So I'm just going to talk about a couple things, kind of truncate what I was going to say, and then I'll make up songs for you.
Oh, nice.
But first of all, for those that are left, can we get a round of applause for Courtney Turner and all that she put on?
Yeah, Courtney. Woo! Oops.
And thank you, Patrick Byrne. I don't think he's here today, but he's making the way this happened. And a really special shout out to Houston. Houston!
I know barely anyone's left. I don't care.
I'm here to say thank you, but you guys don't know, maybe you don't know, but Houston has been the glue keeping all this together the last 2 days. He's been no sleep, running around doing unbelievable amounts of work. So he has a round of applause for Houston and all the work he's done, guys. Now, really, the one thing a lot that I was going to get into, but really just kind of a resonating message from before, that, you know, it's a creative artist uniting for the sovereignty of everyone, right? That's what we're talking about here. And, I mean, we're not just here to rebel, right? Well, maybe a little bit, just for the sake of rebelling, but really it's about rebelling with a purpose, right? Where there's a reason that we're doing this.
Oh, Lori K. Oh, my God.
Is that we're here united.
What was on the video?
Different opinions. We all have different opinions about so many different things. And the fact is, regardless of that, we're all here together under a common purpose. But what I was mentioning before is that a lot of people on both sides of this two-party illusion are convinced that they're not supposed to be doing that. Whether politically as politicians or
if I should take one.
sitting here in a crowd, that
I'm
you
selfish.
sit too close to somebody who might think different than you. And that's a big problem for me and I think for this country. You know, and so I was going to talk about a lot of different things that I think resonate with that. But one thing I'll just want to say really quickly, then I'll play a
That's good.
song.
Nice meeting you.
You too.
Yeah.
I'm very passionate about the idea of the two-party illusion, and I don't think that, I mean, it does not mean in my mind, like right now there's a group, they call themselves Patriots, which I love. Absolutely, my opinion is they're this close to seeing the real picture, right? Is that the problem for me is that they still think, well, both sides are fake, but I'm still going to vote in the two-party system. Now, there's a reason I asked that question earlier, and I'm not saying I have all the answers, but in my opinion, I don't think it makes sense to say that we need to remove the government from our life, but we need to vote for the government to do that. I find it to be a logical fallacy. That's just my opinion, and I'm always open to people's perspectives and how I might be wrong on that.
Al Schwab Jr., you don't mind me shaking hand, do you? Yeah, nice job last night. No, I saw you on Alex Stein last week. You were funny as hell. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys talking or what have you. Yeah, I like the Klaus Schwab impersonation. Yeah, I thought your regular comedy was a bit raunchy, but, you know, to each their own. But it's just, I like the Klaus Schwab better. Yeah. No, but that was funny, yeah, because I saw you on the couch. I'm like, who's the guy in the BDSM leather outfit? The same outfit as the dude from Village People. But you know who you remind me of is Bearded Eater. He's like he's out in Britain, or Great Britain, and he's an eating contest dude. Bearded Eater, yeah. All you have to do is put a British accent, and then you'll be just like him, and then work out of the yeah. He's like, yeah, I just like to go to the gym to take on the fight contest. All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, good meeting you. All right. Sorry, that was just a miscellaneous. Oops.
Armed insurrection, despite the fact that there was no guns there. Now, of course, they bent that into being, you know, broomsticks and whatever else. There's some fun, and somehow now.
Gender infiltration. Oh yeah, that's definitely Rumble material. Lori K, that's definitely Rumble. I tried working Rumble, I can't do it, so I have to go on to Minds.
Because that's the point. They needed to set up areas where people were the problem. Right? They were the rising white supremacy risk. And I think I was going to kind of go off for the next 45 minutes about the outside movement in Ukraine, how the CIA set this up to be framed, and it goes on forever.
I know, it seems pretty emptied out, but that's all right. I want to thank you for still sticking around, folks.
Or the problem they created. That's exactly what they've done over and over and over throughout our history. And so my point is that we shouldn't be taking this bait. And unless we see through this, we recently coined the term called extremist seeding, which is online, and what you're doing, and all of a sudden you're talking about something very legitimate. I mean, evidence about the election, Maricopa, and so on, and all of a sudden it pops up with some ridiculous thing.
Yeah, I'm going to try trolling.
That they would argue you're talking about. They're trying to drive you in the direction. I've talked to so many people about this, and it's everywhere. They're trying to set you up. So just be aware, in my opinion, that the illusion is that we have any difference. And I'm not talking, it's not the rhinos and them against all of it, guys. Every single person in a political position today is actively trying to do things that benefit themselves and maybe even their interests. That's only secondary. Quite frankly, I see that second front too. But I don't know.
Sorry about that.
So I just hope we're willing to question. That's what I'm saying before. You may disagree with everything I just said. I hope at the very least, you're willing to stand back and say, could I be wrong? Am I misunderstanding what's happening? Should I go vote for somebody who I don't agree with on this or that, one lesson or two weeks, and some of the narrative they spin for you? Or should you take a different path? Like one last thing I want you to say, some of the things I want to get into, but the idea of abstention.
So,
you realize that that's something that's been taken from you. You're supposed to be able to go right back to the founding fathers in that very room. You can say, I agree, yes, nay, no, or I abstain. That's actually true. Check that I abstain. Today that doesn't exist. Why is that? It's sort of like jury nullification. Do you know what that is? Probably not, because they don't want you to. It's the only one of the few ways that you as individuals can come together and say, we disagree with what you think, Judge, and we make that decision.
That's one of the reasons why I'm here.
On the street, because they just don't want to know about it. So the same point applies. You know, we just have to be questioning these things and realize that they're always trying to find ways to manipulate us unless they get to each other. I'm not going to leave it there, because I don't want to listen on tangents forever, but just question everything, guys, including your own opinions. It doesn't mean you have to deny them, but just ask yourself whether you know for sure, whether you could be wrong, and if you don't know for sure, then just put it down. Talk about it, discuss it, but don't say this is what's happening. We know that this is what's happening because one of these channels that have historically lied to us over and over said so yesterday. Alright, so anyway, I'll leave it there.
Oops,
thank you for being here, guys. I'm going to play a few songs, and then Governor's coming up next, but I'll jump into the song right now.
Well, you'll be back. Austin and Nashville. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Great.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah, see you.
Yeah. What's it? That's gonna have a sign.
I didn't remember. He was a very controversial figure in terms of went up against the mainstream material scientists. He was super cool. Tesla actually buys time to lock his oil up for 1,000 years because mankind is
How do you know what's real? They censor it.
So I think I'm going to start with my newest song.
They would issue a decree against it and him.
And this
but
is
his
called
most famous
Come. It's one that I wrote. I've got two other songs I want to play. We'll see if we've got time. But this song was written recently, and it has to do with exactly what you think of the pandemic and all the stuff that's been going on. And I wanted to write this. Well, first I wrote this actually, and it turned out that I kind of seemed negative. Actually, like, you know, we're all gonna die and everything's bad, and I don't like that. So I had to add a third verse to it. I've already played this live somewhere.
Yep. Oh, it's good seeing you again. I thought your speech was going to be yesterday, but I know it's like pushed over.
It was supposed to, yeah.
Yeah, like.
So did you see it today?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was here. I didn't realize it was going to be that early, but I made it in time. So.
Perfect. Awesome. You
going to be on the show tomorrow, or is it going to be filling? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
Christy Lee's filling in.
Oh, I got you.
I'll be back on Tuesday.
Your mac and cheese commercial still plays.
Yeah. How funny is that?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Dude, it's the real deal.
It has a national anthem. Yep.
Delicious.
That's awesome. It was a blindfolded taste test.
It really was.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I still have mine. Yeah, I'll see about calling in to thanking you. So I already trolled Owen already.
Yeah. What does that sound like, you guys? Good? Embarrassing?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Whoops. All right, let's go perform room. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, see ya. It's inspiration.
We know times are strange. We know how you pain. Time to break the game.
I want to see if it's raining outside or not. I hope not. I heard thunder before. Oh no. Am I safe? No, I think it's. No, I don't see. No, I'm checking to see whether or not it rained. Nah. Should I be worried? Should I not be too worried? Sorry about this. I hope. Nah, it's moist. Hold on, I'm just. Because it looked like, I don't know whether or not it's going to rain or not. That looks kind of ominous. So, I did crack some windows, so hold on. It's just a brief intermission, folks. Or I should say, Lori K, since you're the only participant. So I'm going to check to see, hopefully, and then do I have chamois towels if you see my shorts channel. Hold on. Hopefully, yeah. I gotta up my windows. Up my windows. Oh. Yeah. Hopefully it didn't soak. Yeah. Texas. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I don't think it's. Should I up the windows though? Because I did hear thunder. Okay. Take care of that. Alright, back to the venue. Sorry about that, I had to take that brief intermission. I don't know if people are leaving yet or not. I'm sticking around, I don't care. LOL. No, see, if you look at that, I heard thunder before. I said, oh, I did crack a window. Oh my, oops. Franklin Juice Company. All right. Just loading in. Nice, that Franklin Juice Company. I want to thank you folks who stuck with me all the way through midnight, and you made it out to Carrie's morning. So I don't know how you had the quick turn. Well, then again, I was in the Carrie morning live too, so I had the quick turnaround. All right, let's get back in. Look at that, I'm doxing myself. Okay. Thanks again, man, for the kombucha. It was good. It was tasty. Yeah. The culture. Yeah, the SCOBY. Yeah. You just need the culture. Culture sugar. Yeah. It's good. So I tried that with water kefir. Water kefir. Not milk kefir because I'm lactose, but just water kefir. Nice. Oh yeah. Nice. Good deal. Yeah. I'm just gonna do a little tour, so I'm just gonna. Well, I was one of the last people to leave last night at midnight. I have no idea. Until they start shutting the lights off, I don't know. But because the pushover from last night, they started earlier rather than going late today. They started at the regular time. Yeah, they just started earlier. So, yeah. Woo. Oh, whoops, the pole's getting in the way. Baby shower. Yeah, I am. Short night. Well, it was a short night, Carrie. It's a quick turnaround. Same difference. Yeah, I don't know if the venues are. The coffee place was just, it was a crawl yesterday just trying to get coffee. Yeah. It's like, is this the only place that has coffee? Because the gas station Mapco is garbage. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Now Mexican coffee. Now you want the beans so you can ground it. Yeah.
That's not working for us, right? So what happened is that people sold this idea that it's some kind of privilege,
right?
Like they didn't give us our rights. That's not true.
Happy baby shower there, Big D and Hippie Mama. I met him in Berkeley Springs last year. Whoops.
God gave it to the point, right? So this song is about that illusion, right? But not the idea.
Should I just take you guys for a
freedom
walk?
and liberty in this country, right? The illusion around it. It's called American Dream.
All right. Stupid thing. Garbage. See.
We don't need no home.
See, this is how this thing's supposed to work. Okay, I'll make this work. I'll make this thing work. I'm gonna take a little walk. Okay.
You got the right to choose the path you lead. As you step into this world of all your hopes and dreams, of everything they told you could possibly.
Yeah, how legends are made. Bow, 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 bow.
Right in the beginning, the stars have shown.
Yep.
One by one, you watch your dreams go. As they tell you what to do with the rest of your life. No one stops and thinks it's not their choice. We don't need no home. We don't need no control.
Hey, good job, man. Good job up there. Yeah, yeah. So a lot of these places aren't even open, I don't think. Ah, boy. Okay, so it still shows that it's on. Whoops. I like it better the other way. All right. Ah. Sorry about that, folks. So these places that were open yesterday are closed. Okay, I thought, this thing's so stupid. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay. Everything's gourmet soda. Oh. Yeah, a lot of these. Nope. What's up, Golden Chariot? I see that he just went live. What's up, Golden? Met him in Branson. Those of you who subscribe to Golden Chariot. Not all that much. They're closed anyway. There's barely any place to get coffee here. See? Yeah, there's no coffee. Gotta have coffee. Gotta have coffee. Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right there, Lori K. I think you're the only one left in the chat. Talent Jeweler. What? Milkshake bar. I'm lactose though. Whatever. These are just a bunch of other stuff, so I'm doing it very quickly. So I guess in here is where you order. Not that I'm gonna order. This is where you order coffee. See, I'm not gonna order anything. Oh, a lot of this stuff is under construction. Right, I'm barely getting acclimated to the, oops. Oh no, see, hi. I'm just ordering coffee in there. All right, it's just still in good company. Lori K, I think you're the only one in the chat. Patio. Oop. Hey. These, just what are they, clothing stores. As long as it's not Balenciaga. Couches, peppermint. There's ornaments. Huh, that's interesting. Art gallery. Oh, it's not a whole hell of a lot. See? Oldest retail shop. Okay. Oops. Right? Amen. Five Daughters Bakery. I don't think they have coffee though. Five Daughters Bakery. Yeah. Well, that looks cool. They got the pastries over there. That's so cool. Yeah. Houston's actually where about my personal vehicle there, Lori. Fork of the South. Huh. So this is pretty empty. Oops, whoa, that thing shook. Oh, I almost doxed myself. Did I dox myself? Whatever. This is the bar. Fork of the South. That's just a bar to my left. It's just a bar. Say, it's just a bar, just a bar, just a bar, just a bar. Eh. Idea generator for OKC. OKC's all right. I mean, I like Muskogee. I have some good memories in Muskogee. I think that's how it's pronounced, Muskogee. Muskogee. I have memories there. All right. Yep. Was that Route 69? Muskogee. Oh wait, is this what I did not show before? Muskogee? Squeegee? Alright, sorry. Muskogee? Muskie? Alright. Or, I remember Bronze Ice Cream Shop. That's up there a lot. And, okay. Yeah, this, oh. So I guess they closed early. This looked like an eye place. Oops, look at that, I'm doxing myself. So they was open, they was. The Puffy. I think they have Puffy tacos back home in Tejas. Yeah. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. Go to a Mexican restaurant for fried chicken. Breakfast tacos. They serve breakfast here. Miga. My freezer. Yeah, it's like a Culver's competitor or Dairy Queen. Yes. Bourbon. Oh, whoops, excuse me. Oh. Fork of the South. Okay. Oh, there's the milkshakes. Milkshakes. You see that? Oh. Is it hard to see? Okay. Nutella. Why don't they ever make anything of Nutella? Nutella, M&M's, cookie dough, praline. Look at all them flavors. Bougie. What's bougie? What's bougie? That's expensive. Huh. Cool. Drizzle. Drizzle my izzle. Cool. They got in there. Go figure. All right. I have to take a step in. I'm about to see. Oops. Hot honey. Oh, so that's what they were talking about. Creole. Oh, cool. So this is where they make all this stuff. Cool. Just looking. So that's where they make it. Huh. That's awesome. All right, let's head back. Pastries. I have no idea. What is that? Claymation? They just do crafts in there? Just do crafts? Oh, I guess they do crafts. Sips and sweets. Yeah, I hope you found that entertaining. If not, you know, I tried. So that is that. Oops. Oh. All right, back to the show, folks. Back to the show.
Provide services. Besides the redistribution, you know, what government really does is it provides services, whether that service is armed protective services that they call the police, whether it's dispute resolution.
I'll have to do another bladder break.
Delivering the mail, whether it's building the roads, whether it's air traffic control. All of those things could be and have been done better, faster, and cheaper by the free market, by co-ops, by nonprofits, by mutual aid societies, by insurance companies. There's a variety of other ways.
I'll be back, folks.
Some of the best known economists in the world have explained in detail.
All right, Lori, hold down the fort.
But you're never ever allowed to hear that situation, that idea in mandatory government school or on the monopoly media's airwaves. If you're voting and supporting government, then you're advocating violence as a solution to socioeconomic problems, and you're legitimizing the system that is enslaving and tax farming. If you can see this, if you can see the little graphic at the right, each box represents what that political system is willing to use violence for, and each bigger box encompasses the next political system. So minarchism, which is what we probably call constitutional republicanism, says that the government should use violence just for police and courts and roads and things like that. And then conservatism says, oh yeah, but we need some other things like that. And then the bigger box is socialism, and well, we need to have a little bit more things. And then communism encompasses everything and says, well, we got to use violence to do everything. And voluntarists are really the only ones that are saying, hey, we don't have to use violence for anything. The world is a self-organizing system. We can do it all without government. Now, one of the things that we break down in the book is that belief in government has been
seriously? Sorry about that. Oh, I just went along.
as a religion. Now they're not going to they don't call it a religion. But government, if you think about it, is using all of the little tricks and techniques that an unethically manipulative religion or a cult
Still got water here.
use on people to create followers and believers. And so the flag is the indoctrinated holy symbol. You're going to learn about it at the mandatory government church school where the teacher, the priest, is going to teach you about the holy documents of the Constitution. They're going to teach you the Common Prayer, Pledge of Allegiance. They're going to teach you the hymns, Star Spangled Banner, and the national anthem.
Sure you didn't, Lori. Sure you didn't.
To Mecca as a middle schooler.
Sure you didn't touch it.
Okay, Washington, D.C., where you're going to go into the cathedral of the Capitol that looks like the Vatican for a reason. You're going to be taken to the temples. You're going to be shown the deities of Lincoln and Jefferson, and it's going to be very hushed, and it's going to be very reverent. And then the television, the monopolized media system, is going to come along and run some more unethically manipulative techniques on you. And they're going to begin product placing the flag in moments of high positive emotion. If you think about almost every movie you've ever seen, the government is the hero, whether it's the military, whether it's the CIA saving the world, Tom Cruise, Top Gun, Maverick, the President of the United States flying fighter jets to protect the planet from invading aliens. The government has been the hero, and that hasn't been a coincidence. That's been done for a reason. Almost everything the population has received has been indoctrinating this religiosity of the flag, this religiosity of the government, these ideas to the population in an unethically manipulative way. The NBA puts the flag on the backboards so that you subconsciously associate the goal, the exhilaration of the goal with the flag. The NFL puts the flag on the players' helmets where they're forbidden to remove them. The military and the police unethically manipulate public opinion by putting the flag in the burial ceremony so that you associate the flag manipulatively with the memory of your deceased loved ones. I could go on and on about all of these techniques. They're all broken down in my book, Government, the Biggest Scam in History. The courts and the judiciary wear vestments. They enforce the commandments, the laws, the commandments of the religion. The police and the military, they have their head shaved. They're putting the uniform in single form, the same way very Christians do. I could literally go on and on about the techniques, but I'm just going to kind of leave it at that. We break it down. We break down 20 plus techniques in the book, and we show what the technique looked like in the United States, in Nazi Germany, Soviet Union, and East Germany. And what you really, when you go through all 20, you see what that technique looked like in Nazi Germany, you see what it looked like in the Soviet Union, you really come to that moment of insight. Hey, wait a minute, that's a playbook. They're doing that on purpose. That's artificial. They're doing that on purpose. They're running a game on me, and it's been a game. And some of these techniques, are thousands of years old. The original Etienne de la Boétie wrote about them in 1530. At that time, some of them were 1,000 years old. They're still using the exact same playbook, the exact same techniques. One of that is, I mentioned that, they're weaving the American flag and product placing the American flag in moments of high positive emotion. It's a marketing technique called anchoring. A lot of people don't know this, but there's over 800 plus movies, 1,000 plus television shows where the Department of Defense or the intelligence agencies have provided military equipment. They always have script control. They're able to excise. They're able to kind of shape everybody's view of the military or the intelligence agencies or the government itself, where the movie doesn't get funded, doesn't get the military equipment, doesn't get the toys, and they've been rewriting history. There's now a documentary called Theaters of War, where now they claim it's thousands of movies and thousands of television shows. And so from Top Gun Maverick to, the Transformers, they're putting these techniques. We have a link in the book to a short video showing 469 placements of the American flag in just 12 microwave movies. so you don't really understand this is going on until they just cut out that small second of the flag, and they're like going ding, 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 and they're just showing that second or two that the flag is on the screen. And then once you see it, you can't really unsee it, and you realize, hey, wait a minute, they're doing that on purpose. They're running game on me. So it's the government and the media. We do a lot with visualizations. If you've seen the posters on the back wall, these posters we call the White Rose Mucho Grande. You can download them at theartofliberty.org/white-rose, White Rose Mucho Grande posters. But what we're doing is we're using visualization to make what was invisible visible. And so it's the government, the media, and academia working together. Academia is kind of obvious. The government is running mandatory schools, and they're running.
Thank you, Mr. Producer.
Where the curriculum is, the government is legitimate.
I know this might be kind of hokey pokey at this point.
Appears to be independent, but is working along with the government in a kind of cartel system. And so what we're showing with this
it's a PowerPoint presentation
is 6 monopoly media companies on old school print media, print, radio, television, newspapers, etc., running hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries to give everyone the illusion that there's all of these different information sources in society. But at the end of the day, Fox News, which is the upper left or right News Corp, they don't just own Fox News. They own 175 newspapers. They own satellite networks. They own magazine companies. They own television production. They own television distribution. They own a variety of other news assets where they're able to set the policy across hundreds and hundreds of independent outlets. This is a different visualization that shows 3 organizations: the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, have maneuvered their members into the key reporterships, publisherships, and editorships at dozens and dozens of ostensibly independent media companies. They don't appear to be working together. They're not owned by the same entities necessarily. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But the key people are being coordinated in this network. That network allows them to have private meetings in secure facilities. They're swept for bugs on a regular basis. It's organized crime. They're given their marching orders. These are the organizations that do it. Now, those 3 organizations, it's not just the media. It's the presidency. It's the vice presidency. This is a different visualization. And what we can't really see the detail of it, but each of those little boxes is a different key power position in the United States, from the presidency to the vice presidency, to the FBI director, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, to the head of the Federal Reserve System, to the cabinet level positions, going back in time through Democrat and Republican administrations, going back decades, showing that every single major power center in the United States has been held by one of these, somebody in one of those organizations. Frequently, they're in 2 or 3 of those organizations simultaneously. The more important you are, the more you're doubling up, and you're going to more.
Sorry if this is boring, you guys.
Stuff, coordinated. But we don't. One of the things that sets us apart is we're not calling it a deep state. We're not using the term New World Order. We're not using the term globalists or elitists. It's organized crime. It's intergenerational organized crime. You can follow the money. We'll talk about how they're stealing the money in a little bit, but they're taking the profits from stolen money and they're buying up the politicians and the media. So the politicians and the media don't tell you about it, and the politicians and the media vote to hand your money to private banks, private companies, from TARP, TOF, bailouts, military equipment that you don't need, etc. The Republicans and Democrats, they're both in on it at the top. Beat the new boss, same as the old boss. If you really, really think about it, both the Republicans and the Democrats are 100% completely aligned in everything that is important to the ruling establishment of this country. They're 100% behind fractional reserve banking, even though it's inflationary and stealing the value out of your money. They're 100% in on handing trillions of dollars to private banks and private companies to tarp the tall from the bailout. They're 100% behind the wars. Trump was 100% behind Operation Warp Speed. He took the vaccine. He's 100% on it. You're not cleaning out the swamp if you're putting Goldman Sachs at Treasury and Wilbur Ross, who used to work for the Rothschilds and did Trump's workout and bailout into commerce. You're not cleaning out anything. Jeffrey Epstein is another member of both the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, and the Trilateral Commission. I think he should be the poster boy. This is the kind of people that are in the organization. So in addition to controlling the publishers and the editors and reporters, we're going to blackmail prominent individuals, politicians, other people to keep them under our thumb in a kind of factory brownstone operation that is now kind of obvious. We talked about the old media sides, the print media, the radio, television. On the new media internet side, I want everybody to understand that the internet was a military network. It was built by DARPA, the Advanced Research. I'm sorry, it was originally built by ARPA, the Advanced Research Project Agency. ARPA became DARPA when the internet was handed over. This is a network map from 1974 showing in 1974 dozens of organizations connected to the internet in 1974. They had the internet a long time before we had the internet, and they had already figured out what the key companies and technologies were to be able to control the information that you receive algorithmically on the DARPA-ARPA internet. And so what are those companies? That's Google, Facebook, Twitter, Wikipedia, Reddit, Discuss that does comments on thousands of websites, Snopes, Netflix, Amazon Prime. I think you're getting the idea. And I'm not speculating that these companies are censoring information. This is now all out in the public. Matt Taibbi, a former reporter from Rolling Stone, was given access to the Twitter emails showing a network of 50 different companies that were coordinating, censoring truthful information that was going out over the search and social media sites, takedown orders on truthful information to be able to algorithmically control the information that you receive. He calls it the censorship industrial complex. We back it all up in our flash drive. We've got all of the evidence. We've got other visualizations showing who these networks are, who these companies are, what's going on. It's not hypothetical that this is going on. This is now out in the open. It has been proven. The House had the weaponization of government hearings. Everything that I just said is now kind of out in the open. And so how are they stealing money? Well, they're stealing trillions of dollars. And, it may cost them a couple $100 billion a year to control the media. On Wall Street, we call that license. If you're stealing trillions of dollars and you have to spend a couple $100 billion a year to control the media, it might as well be free. It's the marketing budget to control the media. And so that control of perception is really the most powerful weapon in the U.S. arsenal is control of perception. Can we get you to believe that you're not a free human being on the planet, that you're an American, and that you owe Washington, D.C. money because you were born on this side or that side of an imaginary line? The Ruskies are going to get you, the Chinese are going to get you. The Chinese and the Ruskies are running government on their populations the same way that our government is running government on us. They're menacing their populations with the threat of war with us. We're menacing our population with the threat of war with them. They're all laughing at the top. They're all in on it at the top. Government is the enemy. It's not the Chinese. It's not the Russians. The Russian and the Chinese people are a victim of the exact same game. They're having the exact same techniques run on them. It's just a little different. It's a little different constitution. It's a little different flag. It's a little different curriculum in the mandatory government school. It's a little bit different of the religion. It's a little bit different religion than our religion, but that's how they do it. And so at the top of the pyramid is the banks, and they're creating money out of thin air using a technique called fractional reserve banking. The basics of the scam is you go to a bank to get a mortgage or a car loan, they're not loaning you depositor money, they tickle the ivories, they credit.
No care, they just pretend it doesn't exist.
Even though that's inflationary, and even though that's stealing the value out of everybody else's money, the more dollars they create for bailouts or stimulus, or quantitative easing, or whatever it is, those dollars begin to compete with the existing dollars that are in circulation and bid up prices. This is the reason why prices are going up. It's not because fairies come at night and sprinkle pixie dust over gas pumps and price tags, which the media would have you believe. It's because we've got a crooked monetary system made possible by government that is doing something that is inflationary and stealing the value out of everybody else's money. We're handing trillions of dollars to private banks, private companies through the bailouts and stimulus. This, I think, was one of the reasons that they engineered the COVID was the engineered reason to hand billions of dollars to private companies and bailouts and stimulus. It's military procurement, weapons deals, $2,400 toilet seats, $35 screws. The Pentagon can't account for trillions of dollars in weapons and spare parts. Homeland Security, police state spending, government monopoly privileges. These are just a few. These are kind of like the big buckets, but there's a gazillion ways that the government is ripping us off. And so it's the banks at the top. And so imagine you're playing Monopoly and the banker is cheating. And the banker is reaching under the table and grabbing $500 bills when nobody's looking. At the end of the game, who owns everything on the board and who are renters and debtors in their own country. And so that is the kind of the basics of how the scam works. I'll give you one more analogy. If I have $1 and you have $1, and we have the only $2 in the world, I have 50% of the world's wealth, and you have 50% of the world's wealth, and a bank or a government comes along and creates $2 more, okay, through quantitative easing or fractional reserve banking or bailouts or stimulus, now all of a sudden I've been reduced to 25% of the world's wealth.
Target.
You've been reduced to 25% of the world's wealth, and the bank or the government has just stolen 50% of the world's wealth.
Yeah.
So they're buying up the world with the little paper tickets that they create out of thin air, and those assets are being managed by BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and some other large
sports authorities out.
Equity companies and capital managers, all right? And the executives, the C-level executives, are being organized in the World Economic Forum, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, and the Trilateral Commission. Those are the front organizations that allow them to get their puppets together in private, secure facilities where they're giving their marching orders to participate in COVID, or go along with 9/11, or whatever the scam of the day is. Now, they typically leave, if they just left one company standing, okay, so they're providing unlimited capital to a certain amount of people, of companies. Those companies are buying up their competition, and they're leaving 2 to 3 companies standing, because if they left just one, then it'd be obvious what was going on. So they're going to leave Walmart and Target. They're going to leave Costco and Sam's Club. They're going to leave Lowe's and Home Depot. They're going to leave Staples and Office Depot. They're going to leave Democrats and Republicans. But it's the illusion of choice where BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street own the majority of both of those companies, frequently own the majority of both of those companies. So, again, the good news message of the book is that we just don't need government. So everything the government does would be done better, faster, and cheaper by the free market, by mutual aid societies, by insurance companies, co-ops, genuine charities. The world is a self-organizing place. The word voluntarism means that everything must be voluntary. It's a little bit of the rebranding of anarchy, but it gets there in the kind of moral idea that everything must be voluntary. Nobody gets rights that other people don't. Nobody gets the ring of power because there isn't a ring of power. If everything has to be voluntary and nobody has rights that other people don't, then you don't have a government. You can't have a government because a government by definition has rights that you don't. And so I'm not saying that you can't have governments. You just can't have government. The world is this self-organizing system that produces spontaneous order, and it is capable of organizing and coordinating the actions of millions of people without any central top-down coordination. One example is the grocery store, which coordinates the activities of millions of people in a supply chain that stretches across 6 continents to provide you avocados in 4 seasons, strawberries in 4 seasons, and it's done without any bureau of grocery stores. It is done completely in a voluntary system where everyone is compensated for their contribution. And if you think about it, from smartphones, computer systems, automobiles, bookstores, all of those are coordinating massive, complicated supply chains without any, central organization whatsoever. My organization is called the Art of Liberty Foundation. We're a startup public policy organization. We're voluntarist in nature. The thing that makes us different, I mentioned, is that we're coming at the problem. We're not pretending the government is legitimate. We're saying that it's illegitimate on its face, and we're not saying that we have a political problem. We're saying that it's an organized crime problem, and we're fingering banks, media companies. This is a little bit of what makes us unique. These are some links. I don't know if I've got time to take a couple of questions. I'll defer to whoever.
Brian F.
Then I think go ahead. I'm going to be at the Porcupine Freedom Festival. I'm also going to be speaking at Freedom Under Natural Law, which is going to be an online seminar talking about natural law. Natural law is really the basis of morality. It is kind of a codification of the golden rule: do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And that if everyone would just abide by natural law, then of course we couldn't have government, because government has to violate natural law rights, natural law to exist. And so I'll be at Freedom Under Natural Law. I'll also be participating in the End of COVID for myself, and your next speaker, Mark Gober, will be presenting on the illegitimacy of government. I'll be at the Porcupine Freedom Festival. I've got some upcoming podcasts, but that's where you can find me. If there's no more questions, go ahead. So I think there needs to be a free market in monetary. I describe myself as a crypto enthusiast and a crypto realist.
There we go.
And so there needs to be a free market in money. If we had a free market in money, then there's no way that a rapidly depreciating fiat dollar would have won the day in the marketplace. And so I'm a crypto enthusiast, and I say let the best coin win, and let's have it in a fair and open society. But the reality is, what I cover in my book, Government, the Biggest Scam in History, is that Bitcoin appears to be a project of the National Security Agency. They had a white paper entitled How to Implement the Cryptography of Electronic Cash, Anonymous Electronic Cash, that came out about a decade before Satoshi's white paper. They outlined the wallet, they outlined the blockchain. A lot of the early entrants, manufactured moguls, like Joe Lubin, number 2 guy at Ethereum, was a banker, a vice president of technology at Goldman Sachs. A Lammers were connected to the military-industrial complex companies. Brock Pierce came out of Hollywood, you know, and so there appear to be certain people that were given a head start in crypto, and so I think you've got to be realistic about that going on. I could go on and on about crypto. I'll just cut it and say I'm an enthusiast. Sure, one more. Yeah. Exactly. So the crypto anarchists were already working on dollar alternatives when they brought that to market. So eGold was out there, the Liberty Dollar, the eLiberty was out there. There were other, dollar alternative platforms. So I think that they were trying to front run that. And I think that they allowed some people to make a whole bunch of money to whet the appetite for crypto so they could slide in central bank digital currencies. And so what I'm worried about is that crypto and the market for crypto was essentially used to kind of prime the pump for central bank digital currencies, which would be programmable money. It would be similar to crypto for people that aren't familiar with crypto. It would have features that crypto has. There would be a blockchain. It would be cryptographically secure, but it would be programmable, and it would have a centralized control choke point at the central banks where they could turn off your ability to buy or sell. They could say you can't. They may give you universal basic income in a Fed-backed central bank digital currency, but you might not be able to spend it on soda, you might not be able to spend it outside your 15-minute city, and so that's something that people need to be aware of and need to be conscious of, and to say no to central bank digital currencies. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Brian F., I can't tell if you're friendly or not. Yeah, I don't know about Brian F. there, Carrie. He's... Whoops, I'm playing around with that.
How's everyone doing?
Hey, it looks like golden chair.
I think we need another round of applause for Courtney, please.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. My name is Mark Gober, and I'm going to be talking about passion. Why it is a good thing, but also why it's a danger. And the central claim of this talk today is that developing compassion with discernment is essential for our future as a civilization. Why am I focused on this topic? I'm noticing that we have a lot of extremes, as we all know. But on the compassionate side, the extreme is people want to be caring and empathetic, which is great. But then they fall for the wolf in sheep's clothing. And on the opposite side, you have people with great discernment, but they don't have the compassion. So what I'm going to argue today is that we have both. And I'll start with making a metaphysical case for compassion, arguing that it's actually built into the fabric of reality itself. And then I'll talk about discernment as it relates to our societal trajectory, specifically the Great Reset.
I'll be right back, folks.
Before I go into that, though, because I'm going to talk about some things that are probably sound a little wild and crazy, I want to give you a sense of my background. Because a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about not long ago for me was very new. So I graduated from Princeton University for undergrad. I was one of the captains in the tennis team, Division I program. So I was on a very mainstream track. I went into investment banking when I graduated in 2008. So right during the financial crisis, when I was working in New York at one of the big banks. And actually, my clients were other financial institutions. So I was advising the companies that were distressed. I was at one of the distressed banks. that was my life. I decided to leave investment banking in 2010 for something that was pretty similar. I joined a firm that is based in Silicon Valley, advising technology-focused companies on mergers and acquisitions and also their business strategy. Spent 10 years there, became a partner at the firm, and while I was there, in 2016, things shifted for me. I kind of hit a wall in many areas of my life, started listening to podcasts, and came across perspectives on the nature of reality that totally challenged the way that I looked at life. And long story short, since then I've been trying to understand things more and more, and I've written 5 books published by Waterside Productions and actually left my firm to try to focus on this stuff more. I alluded to a worldview shift, and what I would describe that as now as I used to be a materialist. And at the time I didn't even know what that meant. When I started researching, I realized this is the name of a worldview, scientific materialism, some people call it physicalism, and it basically goes like this. And by the way, this is what mainstream academia teaches. Much of the media kind of presumes this, but they don't call it materialism. Materialism says 13.8 billion years ago, roughly, there was some event that started the universe, Big Bang, and it filled the universe with pieces of matter, so physical things. Those physical things started interacting. We call that chemistry, the interaction of pieces of matter. And in a big universe, you have lots of random chemical reactions, and that ultimately, over time, chance says you're going to end up with a molecule that can replicate itself. That would be like DNA, and DNA leads to biological species like a human being, which over time develops a brain, and from the brain comes consciousness.
No. This thing's temperamental.
Is our sense of
Sorry about that,
experience,
guys.
our ability to experience, our subjective inner awareness. It's a difficult thing to actually define because it's not a physical
U-Haul
thing.
Live.
But it's a very important thing. because
U-Haul
we have
Live,
consciousness
yep.
wouldn't even be able to
Yeah, go ahead,
hear
subscribe.
today and evaluate our own lives. So consciousness is an essential piece of our existence.
Yeah, I guess I could do a
Materialism says
panel.
that consciousness comes from the brain. More generally, materialism says that consciousness comes from the physical world.
Sorry about that, guys. Oh,
So if you think about the implications of that, your
maybe it ran out of
consciousness comes
juice.
from your brain. What happens when your brain shuts off?
Oh yeah,
That's the
this.
end. You don't have any consciousness anymore. So materialism would say is when your body dies, that's the
Yes.
end. There's nothing else.
Sorry,
It would say
guys.
There's no afterlife. It would say that consciousness is stuck in your
It's
skull.
all men.
Things
I like
like the
PE.
paranormal, that wouldn't be possible under materialism. And to quote Yuval Noah Harari, who's an advisor to the World Economic Forum, he wrote the book *Sapiens*. He represents this view very well, which used to be my perspective. He said the idea that humans have this spirit or soul.
Sorry, I'll
that's
be right
over.
back, guys.
Because the perspective is that science is teaching us that materialism is the answer.
Oops.
When I started researching, I was first shocked.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Lori.
I would summarize
I still
by
support
saying
InfoWars,
I didn't
so.
realize that science did not understand the connection between the brain and consciousness. In other words, science knew that the brain is related to our conscious experience. There's a whole field of neuroscience.
Thanks for stopping by, Lori.
Car accident.
The good Lori, not the Arnold Lori. Good God.
Say, oh, that is responsible for the memory loss or whatever issues the person has. But what science doesn't understand is whether the brain is actually producing consciousness. So you can have correlation, meaning the brain is highly related to our conscious experience, but that doesn't mean that the brain is actually causing it. And in fact, Science Magazine, so this is the mainstream outlet, for its 125th anniversary edition, it listed the top questions remaining in all of science.
God bless, Lori.
The question was, what is the biological basis of consciousness?
Yes, that's a
In
charge.
other words, how is it that our brain, our
I'll be right
body is
back.
producing our conscious experience?
Yeah.
This is actually known as the
This
hard
with
problem of
LIVE
consciousness.
at the end.
The mainstream scientists
U-Haul
talk,
Live.
they will acknowledge we don't
U-Haul,
understand
yeah,
this
this
actually.
and then LIVE.
So to help illustrate what the hard problem of consciousness is, I know this can be a bit abstract. I'd like you to please touch your leg.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Thank you. Please touch your arm. Now please touch your mind. So consciousness is not physical, your body is. How is it that something physical could create something
getting a
non-physical?
donut from down the page.
Science actually doesn't know the answer to that question. So there are actually many alternative theories that are emerging. that challenge the idea that the brain produces consciousness. And there are phenomena of science that are accepted by even mainstream scientists that don't really make sense under the traditional paradigm that the brain is what's creating our consciousness. And I like to call this pattern less brain, more consciousness, which is not what you'd expect. You'd expect if someone has an enriched experience, there'd be tons of brain activity that corresponds with it. But there are a number of phenomena that actually reverse. And when you get the brain out of the way, the consciousness is expanded. And there's an article I mentioned here in Scientific American in 2017 that goes through a bunch of these examples. So very briefly, near-death experiences. These are instances in which a person is either clinically dead or has minimal brain functioning, and yet they have an experience that is realer than real. Real is real, but little or no brain functioning. What's going on? Is the brain getting in the way of our experience? And when you get your brain out of the way,
thanks, man.
There's enriched consciousness. That's a possibility. That would mean that the brain is like a filtering mechanism. That there's a broader reality. When you get the brain out of the way, you actually get to experience that.
That'd be awesome, man.
Mindful. That's another analogy. I did a podcast series a few years ago, which is still
Day in the life was streaming. Yeah, you're telling me, Carrie. You did a sunrise already this morning.
In this domain. And one of them is
I'll be
Dr.
right back,
Bruce
guys.
Grayson from the
Oops.
University of Virginia, who studies near-death experiences. And he said, Mark, we're left with this paradox that at a time when the brain isn't functioning, the mind is functioning better than ever.
I get a close-up of the chair.
That's a big paradox and a big challenge to materialism. So briefly,
I'll be right back.
there's some emerging studies on psychedelics that show that
All right, you can still see the speaker. All right, I'll be right
in other
back.
words, enriched consciousness, there are certain reductions in brain function that are associated. So we get the brain out of the way, more consciousness. Savant syndrome. This is acknowledged in science. You have people who have extraordinary mathematical abilities or memory or musical abilities, and yet they have a damaged brain in some ways. Certain impairments, less brain, more consciousness. Terminal lucidity is another example. This is acknowledged very often in hospices. People who work at the bedside of people who are dying, they see sometimes that people who, for example, have Alzheimer's disease, they snap back into clarity, like maybe a few hours before they're going to die or a few days before they're going to die. But for years they didn't have memory. So you've got an impaired brain, we know that, and they've got a normal consciousness. So these are anomalies that suggest maybe the brain is not actually producing consciousness, but there's another relationship. Now, if the brain is not at the top of that pyramid that I showed, how else can we explain reality? And one alternative that is emerging, and this is a simplified version, reality is multidimensional, this is on a two-dimensional screen, but this is just conceptually and directionally saying, what if we put consciousness at the base of the pyramid? So we don't have to get rid of physics and chemistry and biology and even neuroscience, but we're recontextualizing where consciousness is in that picture. So Max Planck, a quantum physicist, Nobel Prize winner, he even said, like many quantum physicists who've gotten into this realm, there are some anomalies in that field too. He said, I regard consciousness as fundamental. I regard matter as derivative from consciousness. So it's a flip. And my first book is called An End to Upside Down Thinking for this very reason. It's a flip in the view of consciousness. One other related quote that can help conceptualize something that's abstract is Owen Shroyer, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist. He said, in truth, there is only one mind, meaning that there's a substrate of reality, kind of a consciousness that we're all connected with together. But it's not that simple. So there's another analogy from a philosopher named Dr. Bernardo Castro, who says that yes, all of reality could be likened to a stream of water, where water is like consciousness, and each of us is a whirlpool within that stream. So you're an individual, but part of a collective. So it's still a bit abstract, but it allows for the individuality that we all know to be true. That there is separation in the universe, but maybe at some deeper level, there isn't separation. And he makes some compelling philosophical arguments that are more complex that actually counter materialism very well. But one of the reasons I like his analogy is that it helped me reconcile other anomalies that I was coming across in my research, scientific evidence that had been validated by many people all over the world for decades that just didn't make sense to me with a materialistic perspective. You might call them paranormal, and they're really only paranormal if you think normal is materialism. But if you recontextualize reality, then they become just something that you would expect. So let's use this whirlpool analogy as just a general approximation, an analogy for reality. If some of the water from my whirlpool gets into your whirlpool, that would be like some of my consciousness getting into your consciousness. That would be like a telepathic ability. So this model would predict that psychic phenomena are real and not anomalies. Imagine if a whirlpool stops being a whirlpool. The water flows back into the broader stream. The analogy there would be that when the physical body dies, consciousness doesn't die, but rather it transitions into a new form. So this model would predict that when the body dies, consciousness does not die. So my approach when I first started on this journey was, because I was very much stuck in the materialist paradigm. I thought life was random and meaningless. If you had asked me that, I would have said, well, there's meaning that I'm making up, but there's no meaning built into the fabric of reality itself. And some of these phenomena were challenging the way that I looked at things. But I realized that if any one anomaly were to be true, then materialism is going to have a really hard time standing up in my mind. Whereas something closer to this consciousness, this primary framework, could accommodate those things very well. So what I did in my first book, End to Upside Down Thinking, was to collect as much scientific evidence as I could in each of these areas. And the argument I made was, can you disprove every single example? Because if even one is real, then materialism's got big problems. So I'm not going to go through all of them here, but I want to give a taste of the evidence. So with regard to the category of psychic phenomena, I looked at the evidence for what's known as remote viewing, which is the ability for someone to perceive with the mind something that's far away in space and time. Which sounds insane, I know, but I'll go through some evidence. And by the way, this works if consciousness is not only primary, but also exists beyond space and time. Then all sorts of things open up. Telepathy is mind-to-mind communication. Precognition is knowing or sensing the future before it happens. And psychokinesis is the ability for the mind to impact matter. And this is an area, when I started to research, I couldn't believe that scientists were actually looking at this and there was some statistical evidence to suggest that it was real. Not 100% of the time, but just beyond what chance would predict, which is all that matters to show that there's an effect. So for example, if someone had to do a psychic task in a study where random chance would be they would guess correctly 1 out of 4 times, people were guessing correctly closer to 32% of the time, which when you run the statistics is massively significant, meaning some information is getting through by non-physical means. But one of the reasons that this information was not known, I was so surprised I had ever heard of it, is that very similar to what we've seen with COVID and doctors that speak out against the narrative, scientists that say things you're not supposed to say, people who talk about the vaccine in a way that's not universally positive, they're often demeaned, censored, things like that. In this field of consciousness anomalies, there are similar things that happen, where people are afraid to talk about this until they get tenure. I know a scientist personally who was told to take this research off her resume until she got tenure if she wanted to, and then she had to go to an independent organization. I know another scientist was talking about this about a year and a half ago, that he was told at a prominent neuroscientific institute in Canada, that by the head of the institute, that as long as this person was living, she would never allow scientific study of spiritual phenomena. And his conclusion was this is social engineering, because if people understood that this was innate, that we were more than just the body, that would be a very powerful thing. So there might be something to that. I think also people have a hard time challenging their own paradigms, so ego can get in the way. But there are a few studies I wanted to draw your attention to, because you might have heard this stuff and you might have heard, well, this is pseudoscience, it's never actually been shown in laboratory settings. Here's one paper that just destroys that perspective. This was in 2018, published in American Psychologist, the official peer-reviewed academic journal of the American Psychological Association. So as mainstream as you can get, Dr. Edsel Cardenia, who I also interviewed for my podcast, aggregated the statistical evidence for all those psychic phenomena I mentioned over many decades by many researchers, and they allowed the paper. So they evaluated the statistics and said, this is good enough to publish. It's very powerful. A study came out in Frontiers in Psychology recently where they were asking this question, what if consciousness is not an emergent property of the brain? And it has over 30,000 views in just a few months, which the scientists tell me is a big deal, which means that mainstream people are looking at this question because the hard problem is still a hard problem, consciousness. And one of my favorite quotes, this is from Dr. Jessica Utz, who in 2016 was the president of the American Psychological Association. She said in 1995, looking at all of the evidence, using the standards applied to any other area of science, it is concluded that psychic functioning has been well established. And that is very damaging to materialism. And I want to quickly quickly show you some visual evidence with regard to remote viewing, because I was surprised to come across U.S. government programs where they use psychic spies for national security, and documents have been declassified. People are openly talking about this. On my podcast, I interviewed Russell Targ, who was one of the leaders of this program back in the 70s. And if you talk to people who were involved in it, they said, without a doubt, there were people that could use their mind to see things far away, and it was used for national security. So this is one document that talks about it. They explicitly say remote viewing. They also talk about remote action, which is psychokinesis, mind attack matter. This is the government talking about this stuff. Pretty crazy. Remote viewing is a real phenomenon. Those are not my words. They're their words. And there I was trying to figure out, are there any anomalies that I can prove, and the government's telling me remote viewing is real. How could that work under materialism? And there was a scientific panel that looked at it, some prominent institutions involved. And they said the implications are revolutionary. Evidence is too impressive to dismiss as mere coincidence. Actually, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter confirmed that when there was a downed Russian bomber lost in an African jungle, the radar systems couldn't find it, but they used these psychic spies that were able to locate it. So with regard to survival of bodily death, I could spend a lot of time on all these. In my book, there's a chapter on each of these. But near-death experiences. So again, these are instances when a person is close to death and they have to have a very elaborate experience. Some people will tell you, well, that's just because they have residual brain functioning and it's allowing them to have this crazy experience. The problem with that theory is that when someone has an elaborate experience, you're going to have to correlate it with brain activity. And usually there's just a little bit of brain activity. People are having a real experience. More than that, some people talk about going out of their body, meaning their consciousness while they're on the operating table, for example, is hovering over their body, and they can see things or perceive them, hear them in the room or even outside the room. And in the strongest cases, when they're resuscitated and they tell their doctor or family members, they're validated. What they saw was validated as accurate. It's called a veridical out-of-body experience, and there are a number of these well-documented cases. They're so challenging to materialism because these are instances where there's a time stamp on when the memory occurred, and you know it was accurate, not a hallucination, because other people validated the memory, and you know what the brain was doing at that time. So basically, you got no brain, you got a consciousness that is realer than real. Sometimes people even have omnidirectional vision, 360-degree vision. How do you explain things like that when there's little or no brain function? Communications with the deceased. There are actually studies on mediums. It's done at the Windbridge Research Center. 5 levels of blinding to control for all the things when people say it's a hoax. And of course, there are charlatans out there. But these are controlled studies where they're showing a statistical effect where people are knowing things that they shouldn't know. And I'm not saying that everyone should try to reach out to other dimensions. There's danger in this stuff too, because there's dark and light. The reason I'm mentioning it is just from a scientific perspective, is it real or not? And there's some evidence to suggest that it is real. And the last one is children with past life memories. I'm referring to over 2,500 cases that have been studied at the University of Virginia. Young kids between the ages of 2 and 6 years old usually, who have memories that sometimes can be validated by historical records, very specific memories of a life that is not their own. And sometimes the children also have birthmarks.
Sorry guys, I'm back.
Defects.
Sorry to leave you hanging, Terry.
They claim to have died in his previous life. And sometimes the research
Ibuprofen, oh my god.
medical records that prove what the children are saying. And the reason that UVA is able to have this lab is that the initial person who studied this, Dr. Ian Stevenson, who was so prominent back in the 60s.
Is it the Havana Effect or third?
It's kind of a legacy group they have at the
Oh my god.
I just want to show you one
What the hell?
piece of picture evidence. Dr. Stevenson wrote a book called Where Reincarnation and
What's up,
Biology
Carol?
Intersect. This is one case out of many where the girl had a very strange shaped
CB.
leg. She talked about dying in a previous life, an alleged previous life, where she was tied up in ropes and murdered. And she said, "Grandpa, look at what they did to me." So she was reliving this, and there was a person that died in that exact manner. So these are very strange things. Again, materialism can explain it, and from my perspective, if one anomaly is true, materialism's got problems. So if you're with me so far, something closer to the one mind, consciousness is primary, whirlpools in a stream, which by the way can accommodate beliefs in many traditions all over the world, even though there might be differences around the edges. Generally speaking, this allows for quote-unquote spiritual phenomena. Moving in that direction seems to make sense. Nice. Now, going back to where I started with regard to compassion, that's why I went down this road.
Yeah, there you go.
Number one, if we're interconnected at some level, then that would lead to compassion, because it would be rational to want to treat others well if we're connected at this deep level of reality. But to give an example, there's a phenomenon in near-death experiences
as long as it's 13.6.
Roughly 25% of the cases where a person has a life review. They relive their whole life in a compressed amount of time, which tells you something about the nature of time, which we don't understand.
That's good.
But they become the people that they impacted in their life. They relive the events through the eyes of the other people. So it's almost like when the brain's out of the way, consciousness can shift lenses or something like that. And they even become third parties. So
Wait,
they
do you
feel
take the shot?
effects of their interaction with some people. For my podcast, it's called Where Is My Mind? I interviewed a number of near-death experience survivors, including Danny and Brinkley. It was an extreme example because he had 4 near-death experiences. He was electrocuted, had open heart surgery twice, and brain surgery once. And each time he had a life review that he remembered, where he started from the beginning of his life. And his case was so striking because he had to relive his combat days in Vietnam. He said, Mark, I was vicious in combat. I had to feel what it was like to kill those people through the eyes of the people they killed. And he also felt what it was like to be children who no longer had a father because they killed his father in combat. So what happens often, and psychiatrists study this, like Dr. Grayson at UVA, because they're interested in the changes that people have after they come back from these experiences. Often they get divorced, they change their perspective, they're much less materialistic. But in Daniel Brinkley's case, he became a hospice volunteer. He said, look, I think about life totally differently. If what seems to matter is how we treat people, at least partially, then I'm going to embody that. So in his later life reviews, he got to be the people.
Here, the pilot was shot. He had the needle.
People who were dying in the hospice, he got to feel the ways in which he comforted those people. So you feel both. You feel the good and the bad. That's what they say. And they also say that the little things in life are the big things that come up in the life review. So if you believe the life review is a real thing, or possibly a real thing, it's powerful information. And Dr. Grayson, who studies UVA, who studies lots of these near-death experience cases, when he talks to the people who survive, they say that this is actually beyond morality, this golden rule, basically. That the golden rule is built into the fabric of reality and it's natural law. That's what he's hearing from these people. So going back to compassion, if you think about it from a metaphysical standpoint, and you're with me so far, the golden rule is built into the fabric of reality. There's some kind of natural law embedding everything, and it would mean that we should be compassionate. But the story did not end there. So I'll give you another example that was it was kind of a turning point in my research. I was studying people from my second book, it's called Into Upside Down Living, who've had spiritual awakening experiences. These have been reported throughout history. Various religious and spiritual traditions talk about people who have these awakenings, and even in the modern era, they happen all the time. There was one case of a woman in the modern era where she was feeling unconditional love toward everyone, which is one of the things that happens. People often also say that there's an ineffability to the experience, meaning they try to explain it with words, but it's not possible because it's something otherworldly. But anyway, this woman was feeling love toward everyone all the time, and she met a man and let this guy into her home for 6 months. And she said the guy manipulated her and made her life hell. She goes, I couldn't discern. There she was totally compassionate, living in accordance with natural law, feeling the oneness, and she was not able to discern the duality. And that's why I want to emphasize here compassion with discernment, because I see a lot of people, as you can imagine, writing about consciousness, and they want to go in the direction of unconditional love, which is, there's evidence for that, but then the discernment piece, acknowledging that there's light and dark, that's sometimes missing. And I think that's a really essential piece. So I want to tie it now to the direction of our society, which to me is the Great Reset summarizes that very well. And my most recent book is called An End to the Upside Down Reset, where I analyze what it's about. If you're not familiar with the Great Reset, briefly, this is the World Economic Forum's explicitly stated vision for society. And the WEF, the World Economic Forum, is one of the most powerful organizations in the world. And in June of 2020, Klaus Schwab, as the executive director, alongside then Prince Charles, said, time for a Great Reset. And then shortly thereafter published the book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, and then the sequel, Great Narrative. So there is an explicit plan for society. What do you know? They talk about compassion. They They say, wouldn't it be nice if we had a more caring, compassionate world? They're talking about doing things for the benefit of society. Sounds really nice. Sounds like it's in alignment with natural law and where the world, the nature of reality actually is. But doesn't mean that it's actually a good direction. So there's a weaponization of compassion that I'm concerned about. I know a lot of people are talking about it, and the Great Reset is a good example of that. Because everything is positioned in the Great Reset of where we're going as something that's benevolent. It's not positioned as a nefarious plan for the world. But if you actually go through what they're saying, look at the potential consequences, it's not about freedom, certainly. And so in my new book, Into the Upside Down Reset, I break down what this Great Reset is actually about into 6 categories of societal change. They don't break it down into these 6 categories, but I wanted to simplify it for people because as the world is moving more in this direction, I think we're in the Great Reset, I wanted to create categories so people could just put things into buckets. So very briefly, how does compassion or the weaponization thereof fit into this? With regard to culture, they're talking about equity and equality and justice, things that of course sound great, fairness. But as we know, in examples like the Cultural Revolution in China that led to tens of millions of deaths, we see similar kind of rhetoric. There's a weaponization of compassion. Politics, they're talking about the return of big government, because government's going to save everybody. In this room, I don't have to explain much there. With regard to economics, they don't want a fully free market. They want stakeholder capitalism and ESG, environmental, social, and governance, which of course sounds nice, but there's a very specific version of those things that they want to be implemented, which has potential to control the whole economy. With regard to the environment, the weaponization of concern over the climate, people are concerned about our interconnectivity, that's great, compassionate, but then rights might be taken away to save the world under the guise of saving the planet. Again, a weaponization of compassion. And technology is similar. That we can make our lives so much more convenient with surveillance and transhumanism by putting chips in our bodies. Who knows what that does to our consciousness. But it's marketed in a benevolent way. And metaphysics actually is not related to compassion, but there's an absence of metaphysics in their work. So I was someone who had this kind of like awakening about the nature of reality, and they're talking about a great reset, and I assumed, wow, they must be talking about a scientific revolution in how we think about ourselves. It is implicitly materialistic. And I mentioned Yuval Noah Harari, who's associated with WEF. He's talking about no soul or spirit. So I don't think the Great Reset is a good direction, personally. And I think being able to discern the issues around compassion is critical. So the way I see life now is I think we're in a spiritual war. I think we live in an inherently spiritual reality, but things are too dark to make sense of them from a materialistic perspective. So I think evil is real, and so is the light. But often evil masks itself as something deceptive. A wolf in sheep's clothing. So good intentions are not enough. That's where I come out of this. It's got to be the compassion with the discernment. As the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, in closing, I think if we as a collective can get closer to compassion and discernment together, that could be the core that helps us to alleviate many of the issues that we have. Thank you for your time.
Medical emergency by the needle. There to talk about third. It's the only emergency I could think of. That's one of the reasons why I thought that commercial airlines pilots were thinking of going on strike.
Mic working? Alright. I was expecting it to go wee like it usually does every time I use a microphone. So, my name is John Kleinzig. I am the author of School World Order, the Technocratic Globalization of Corporatized Education. And today, I'm going to show you how education technology is being used to data mine children in order to build artificial general intelligence that can be programmed into robotics. So, most of this research is going to be based on my book, which is back there. You can pick yourself up a copy when I'm done here. And my book is largely based on the 2 books you see on either side of my book in the middle here. So the one on the left is Delivered, Dumbing Down of America. It was written by my mentor, Charlotte Thompson Iserby. She worked for the Department of Education under Ronald Reagan. She blew the whistle on something called Project BEST. That was basic education skills through technology. And what it was a plan to privatize education through public-private partnerships that would implement operant conditioning to psychologically condition students through computer technologies. The other book you see on the right there is America's Secret Establishment. Anthony Sutton's seminal work on the Order of Skull and Bones. It was actually Charlotte Iserbyt who leaked to Sutton the catalogs that contain all of the members of the Order of Skull and Bones, because
You're
her
welcome,
father
Sandy.
and her grandfather were both members, and she was able to leak that document to Sutton. And Sutton is relevant because the Order of Skull and Bones was instrumental in setting up education psychology, which provides the impetus for data mining and programming the artificial intelligence. Which button makes it go for?
Shooting today, you mean live streaming? There's
Probably
third.
the arrow, right? That's probably the smartest one. All right, so basically I'm going to walk you through
I think that was
3
yesterday.
sets of technologies and show you how they're basically building blocks to build this artificial general intelligence that can be programmed in robotics. So you have adaptive learning courseware, which basically data mines students' cognitive behavioral algorithms, or in other words, their thinking algorithms.
I think that was yesterday's
And you have
Rally Day third.
social-emotional biofeedback wearables that data mine students' affective algorithms, so basically their emotional or feeling algorithms. And then robot tutors. So these are basically, some of the newer versions are using GPT style of artificial intelligence, which is basically a large language model that uses neural networks to extrapolate language patterns that it can respond to and simulate. So,
Oh,
not
that's
only are we
shooting.
going to look at a
Dang.
little bit about how the data is being used to program
That's
AGI,
close to
we're also
home.
going to look at a little bit at how the data is being used to psychologically profile students, and that psychological profile
We'll have to
is
look
pumped into a
at that
social
after.
database, which is going to permit or
Dang.
restrict their access to all walks of life, all public and private services, everything from transportation, healthcare, education, workforce, housing, etc.
Another border town shooting. Damn.
Basically, we can break it down into a little equation like this, okay? So you have the cognitive, behavioral, or thinking algorithms, plus the socio-emotional algorithms, plus the GPT language algorithms get you an artificial general intelligence, or at least this is the goal. Once you get the AGI software, you can then program it into robotic hardware, and then effectively what you have is a humanoid robotic AGI. So here's some of the prototypes for robotic skeletons that could eventually be used to program with the various
It's probably cartel
AGI
related.
algorithms. So what you have on the left there is something called PetMan, and it was basically used to test chemicals for the military. So it was developed through Boston Dynamics, which is a big robot corporation, in partnership with DARPA. It can do like push-ups and can walk. Atlas there on the side is another Boston Dynamics DARPA project. This thing can run, it can do backflips, it can flip. You may have seen the
I don't know if
the
he's
ad
making
where it's
movies
doing a
again.
Cute little dance to make you think these things are wonderful.
Might do
and
AI in his
adopt
movies.
them into our daily lives. So that sort of provides like the exoskeletons.
Yeah, he's been
you
out
use
for a
to
while.
Program
Here's DeMar Hamlin.
with the cognitive, behavioral, and social emotional algorithms. So how do you get from psychological data to computer programming? Well, basically, you take Skinner's operant conditioning theory and you just convert it into data inputs and outputs. So the basic theory of operant conditioning is that all behavior, all thought is basically responses to environmental stimuli. So most people are probably familiar with Pavlov's dog. The idea here is that if a dog has a natural association between a stimulus, if you connect that to an artificial stimulus, you can then condition the dog or the animal to have a similar response to the artificial stimulus. Okay? So you have stimulus response and then reinforcement through a punishment or a reward. So if you take the stimulus and you just convert it to the data input, and then you take the response and you convert it to the data output, and then the reinforcement part, the reward or the punishment that's going to elicit the behavior to continue or to not repeat, that becomes the feedback loop that essentially becomes the AGI algorithm.
Oops.
So a little background on how we get just from something like Pavlov's dog to education technology. We need to know a little bit about teaching machines, which were developed by B.F. Skinner. B.F. Skinner is the founding father of operant conditioning. And basically, he took those theories and he decided that you could take those learning stimuli, and you could put them into an automated system, whether it be analog, electronic, or digital. So what you see up there on the left was early prototypes. That was an analog system that was like gears and wheels.
Yeah, that's terrible,
There's two
Crystal.
slots up there. One of those is where you have the learning stimulus. So that's going to be like question, answer, multiple choice, etc. The other slot is where you're going to scribe the answers. The student turns the gear. You'll see those little discs there on the wheel. It sort of looks like an old style Viewmaster. So they get automated feedback right away. And some of them were also programmed to dispense chocolate if the student got a right answer, and that would reinforce the learning response. Later on, what you see on the right there, in the middle is Sidney L. Pressey's prototype. He was actually the very first person to come up with the idea. Skinner was the one that largely popularized it. What you see on the right there was a showcase of the electronic versions that came about in Skinner's technology of teaching, and the prototype you're looking at is actually an IBM program. So there was a partnership with IBM. Now today, we just take that and we sort of digitize it. So we move from gears and wheels, analog, to clicks on a mouse, virtual windows, etc. Maybe they gamify it a little bit.
Yeah, it's cartel.
Interactive, put some videos in there, more graphics. But it's effectively the same idea. So the modern version of the Skinner box or Skinner's teaching machine is called adaptive learning courseware.
Yeah, it's
We have
cartel.
several products up here that are currently being used.
It's Allen
You have
2.0.
Newton up there. Newton is actually was financed by Peter Thiel, who was a member of the Bilderberg Group. And then you've got others like Smart Sparrow, Brightspace Leap, and Nearpod. Nearpod is actually funded by Mark Benioff, and Mark Benioff is actually a trustee of the World Economic Forum. The Dreambox diagram there, which is another product, sort of shows you how the data mining works. Okay, so up at the upper left-hand corner by the number 1, you have a student. The student comes into contact with the content being the learning stimuli. The student's response to that content is going to get fed down the pipe of number 2. It's going to data mine it. It's going to data mine it in several different directions. So in one direction, it's basically going to go all the way to number 3, which is going to provide sort of a psychological profile, like a permanent record. And then that data is also going to go get fed down to what you see there on the lower bottom half. There are administrators on the left and teachers on the right, so they can help.
We know, Crystal, we know.
Learning. And then that data is going to get fed back up to number 4, and that's going to determine the next lesson. So if the student does really well the first time, then they'll probably expedite the student to more difficult things. But if the student doesn't do so well, it's going to feed it in there, and it's going to basically remediate the student. And in this way, the pitch is that it's individualized and personalized, that the students can work at their own pace, where they don't have to keep up with the rest of the class, or they can move ahead of the rest of the class. Another product that is adaptive learning AI is known as IBM's Watson, okay? And it also does similar data mining.
Oops.
So that's basically the cognitive behavioral part. That's going to basically data mine students' thinking algorithms. The feeling algorithms, the emotional algorithms are going to come through what are known as socio-emotional biofeedback wearables. You have 3 basic categories. So you have EEG headgear or halos that basically data mine students' brainwaves. You have electrocardiogram monitors, so EKGs or ECGs that are data mining the students' heart rates. And then galvanic skin response monitors or GSR bracelets, and those can basically infer the intensity of the emotions that you can extract from the other 2 types of devices. We also have facial recognition algorithms, which are not necessarily biofeedback wearables, but they can infer a student's emotions. So based on how the student's brain waves, heart rate, facial expressions are responding to learning stimuli, the computer can then sort of extrapolate an emotional psychological profile. Okay, so let's just take a look at just a couple of these so you can sort of see what they look like. What you have here on the left, these are the EEG headgear. On the left is something called Focus One, developed by a company called BrainCo. BrainCo developed Focus One. It was a partnership between Harvard academics and a Chinese state-run electronics corporation. And if we have time, I might play a little clip from a Wall Street Journal piece that shows you exactly what it looks like when the students wear the Focus One in China in a classroom wherein the data is then funneled into the dashboard for the teacher and eventually into the broader social credit system. Now we've got the ECGs or EKGs, and these are the ones that data mine the heart rate. We've got a couple here. Both of these are developed by the Heart Math Corporation. There's a nonprofit version and a for-profit, so the Heart Math Institute.
Wonder what the race of the shooter is.
On the left, you have M-Wave, which is one of the wearables, and on the right, you have something called Inner Balance. They both basically do the same thing. M-Wave is being piloted in schools, and actually, it wasn't too long ago that I got an email. I'm also an educator. I'm a public educator. I'm an adjunct at a couple different community colleges. And I got an email from the Wellness Center that said they were having heart math workshops. In my book, I knew that they were already piloting it, but now it's directly in my school. So, the GSR bracelets. GSR bracelets, a couple products we have here are the Effectiva GSR bracelets, and there's others that were funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's interesting to note here that Effectiva, its biofeedback algorithms are literally the same as the algorithms that Netflix uses to provide your behavioral advertising. Okay, so Dreambox actually traces the Skinnerian stimulus response algorithms that are in the adaptive learning courseware. Those are also based on the behavioral advertising algorithms. So the things that make when you're using Facebook or social media or Netflix, it's those algorithms that offer you these personalized videos or other content. That's based on the same sort of algorithm. And of course, we've got the facial recognition algorithms. One of the more important ones to know would be Microsoft Azure. And maybe we got time for this. I think I'm moving quick enough. I got about 20 minutes, so let's see what happens if I click it. Does it play or does it go to the next?
Full motion picture.
Or does nothing happen at all? I guess it goes to the next slide. All right, well, what you saw there was a little boy there with oh, wait a minute. It went back. Somebody trying to do it for me? Awesome. Or not. I think I did that. Well, what you would have seen is sort of green and red. So basically it's showing whether the student is paying attention, whether they're daydreaming, are they frustrated with the curriculum, do they enjoy it, things like that. And that data is not only going to be used to personalize the lessons that they're going to get, but it's going to get funneled into the broader social credit system. Now, it's important to note here that the social credit system is run by Alipay, which is owned by Alibaba Group. Alibaba Group is funded by both BlackRock and Salesforce, all three of which are corporate partners with the World Economic Forum. And remember again, that Salesforce is run by WEF trustee Mark Benioff. BlackRock is owned by Larry Fink, another World Economic Forum trustee. So at this point, right, we've got two sets of data. We've got the thinking algorithms, we've got the feeling algorithms. Now we just need to combine them with the large language models, and then we can upload those into a robotic system. So this is just sort of a diagram to kind of show you how we can take one of the feedback algorithms and sort of pump it into a big database. So take a look at the one in the upper left-hand corner and sort of atomize that into an individual data point, sort of condense that biofeedback loop into a data chunk, and then sort of place that into the upper left box on the loop on the right, and that becomes individual data points that can then be aggregated into the larger big database, fed into machine learning. Then the machine learning is going to evolve certain products and services that the students will then use, and then based on the students' interaction, right, we go back to the beginning, and this recursive loop is going to effectively evolve the algorithm. It's going to be refined, the AI is going to become more precise, and the goal is for them to eventually make it conscious. I honestly don't know that it'll ever be conscious. I have my doubts. The more I study it, the more I doubt it. But this is effectively the goal, or at least it's the spoken goal. So, a couple robots here that I wrote about. And wanted to focus on a new one that I got in an advertisement on YouTube the other day. It's a robot called Moxie. That's the one in the lower left-hand corner. The one in the top I wrote about in my book. It's called C.A.U.S.E. These were first designed largely under the premise that they were going to help with autistic children and other children who are neurodevelopmentally challenged, who often have difficulties recognizing human facial expressions and responding to them with appropriate social cues. So something about the more simplistic nature of the facial expressions on the robots is supposed to remove the nuance that gets in the way of the neurodevelopmentally challenged students from responding accordingly. The iRobot also has like some gamified learning apps in it. So basically, you wouldn't just interact with the robot, but it would have some gamified lessons, and within that would be some social emotional learning outcome or goal. And it even has an augmented reality projector, so that gamified lesson can be projected or interfaced through some sort of AR app. What you have on the lower right, I also wrote about in my book, that robot is called Pepper. It can do some ed tech stuff. It can facilitate some e-learning, but it's not its primary purpose. I believe its primary purpose is to be used either in counseling or healthcare. Now the Moxie on the left there is what I wanted to sort of zoom in on today. Let's see, we got another video here. I'm going to guess that I'm not going to be able to get into it. So maybe I'll just extrapolate a little bit on what we mean by social XGPT. So I spent some time looking through the privacy policy on this thing just to see exactly what type of data does it track, what does it do with it, and what type of software does it run on. It happens to be run on a social XGPT. So again, remember that GPT AI stands for Generative Pre-Training Transformer, and that's based on those large language model neural networks. So basically, it's programmed to recognize language patterns and to recognize various responses to those patterns. And over time, the neural networks basically create associations, so they have sort of a queue of different responses, and those should become more refined and more precise over time, to the extent that instead of having sort of a blanket of cookie cutter responses, it almost begins to at least look like it mimics consciousness, thus giving it at least the appearance of artificial general intelligence. The social part of it has to do with, it's also programmed to do the same thing with the neural networks, but rather than with language, to do that with the emotions. So data mining, again, largely the students' facial expressions is what Moxie focuses on, but of course you can enhance that over time if you were to also hook up the other wearables, and you could infer not just the students' facial expressions, but the heart rate and the brainwave, so you can get a more precise measure of exactly what and how the student is feeling. And its ability to therefore data mine those feelings and the language that you feed it, again, is going to make it be able to mimic humanoid emotions and language more
It's like a
effectively.
Teletubby.
So what type of data does this thing track? So if you look at the privacy policy, the first thing it gives you is a parent app. So it's going to give you like
without the
an
antenna.
app that's going to go on a computer dashboard. This is going to log all of the data that the students are funneling into it through the various, they call them missions. These missions are these gamified learning lessons. Okay? And the way that it's aggregating that data is through three broad categories. So they have activity data, interaction data, and insight data. The activity data is basically just what is the child doing on a given mission. So
Over easy.
Student smiling, is the student frowning, there's some reading comprehension games,
There you go.
other storytelling games. Okay. The interaction data is where the feedback loop starts.
Good question.
The interaction data is going to also correlate what is Moxie doing, and then how does the child respond. So it's sort of the dialectic between how Moxie prompts the student, and then how effectively does Moxie prompt the student to achieve the social emotional learning outcome. The insight data is the part where it's going to basically build the neural networks. This is where it's going to extrapolate the patterns, and it's going to take a look at the trajectory of the student learning over the course of various lessons. So it's going to be able to look at trends in terms of how quickly or how efficiently certain students reach their social emotional learning goals, and then based on those patterns, right, it can then refine its algorithms to repeat those prompts that elicit or facilitate the student towards social emotional learning.
Oh.
And then they tell you is that the data is not just used to help you, to help MOXIE facilitate more effective learning outcomes for the student. The data is also used to improve MOXIE products and services. In other words, it's used to improve social X, GPT, AI. I did a little more research on this MOXIE.
It's data mining.
And
Just like Siri. Yeah.
it's actually developed in partnership with Jim Henson Studios and Pixar. And you can go on the, I think it's moxie.org or moxie.com. You can just take a look at it. Got some videos and things. I wanted to showcase it there with that embedded video. But it almost looks like CGI. When you're looking at the screen, you're like, is that real? And it's exactly what it looks like. This thing is financed by 4 companies that happen to be corporate partners with the World Economic Forum. Those are Amazon, Intel, Sony, and Toyota. So, given all the support financially from these corporate WEF partners, and given its ability to help enhance and develop the GPT AI, basically this thing is, I can see this thing is going to be key to advancing the Great Reset and the 4th Industrial Revolution, specifically in terms of developing the artificial general intelligence.
I just put the brain chip, Carrie. There we go.
So once we get there, and once again, right, I don't know that it will ever be conscious. It might be able to trick us that it's conscious, but once we get to this point, Elon Musk says something to the effect of, well, at that point, you can't be AI, so you gotta join. Right? And so what that means for him is you need to interface with it. And so
it's basically cyborg,
has developed what's known as Neuralink. And this is a brain-computer interface. The first brain-computer interfaces, or the first neural implants, I should say, were actually developed in the 60s. So this is like basically a 60-year-old technology. Basically, we're just gotten to the point where it's getting ready to be commercially available. And it's worth noting here that he says it'll probably hook up to an app on your phone. So basically, your Neuralink is going to be hooked up to your phone along with all the other data mining that goes on in your phone. There's a few other prototypes here, different styles of brain-computer interfaces. The one up at the top is known as the Utah Array. It's one of the earlier ones. It's pretty crude. They decided that it wasn't the most effective because if you see it, it looks like a bunch of thumbtacks, and they say that it tends to cause scarring and inflammation, which you probably don't want in your brain. So what they've come up with instead are some other less invasive styles. So they have external ones, and that's the one that you see on the right. It's called Kernel. Now, it can do a lot of the same stuff that an actual implant can do, but the signal's not as strong because obviously it has to go through the skull. What you have on the bottom there is something called a stentrode, and this one basically, instead of boring a hole in your skull or putting a helmet on, it's going to run the neural chip through the artery in the neck up into the brain. I almost lost my earpiece here.
Oh.
So, whether or not this thing can be conscious, I think the key question here is, are we conscious? Because if we are conscious, then there's a very, very simple solution to this. That is, don't use it. Don't feed it, right? Whatever you think you're getting out of it, it's getting more out of you. Whatever you think you're learning from it, whatever you think your children are learning from it, it's learning more from you. And it's learning faster. And the more it learns and the faster it learns, the more we'll be able to replace not just manual labor, but eventually intellectual labor. At which point, right, I mean, the very notion of consciousness perhaps will be an antiquarian idea. So, what are the solutions in terms of what we do educationally? Well, to begin with, we need to be out of the public schools as quickly as possible. And in a broader sense, we just need to get back to nature and community building, homesteading, human-human interaction in the broadest sense of the term. Now, obviously, I can give you like a 5-point program here, and I do have one in the back of my book, but none of that's going to work if we keep feeding these things, and not just stuff like MOXIE, but all the ubiquitous screen time, the phones, right? I mean, it's a common phenomenon to see parents use the phone as a babysitter, right? And while the parent, him or herself, lives through the screen as well. As long as that's happening, like any 5-point program is going to be a moot point. So as far as the curriculum in the homeschools that we need to start developing, right, some homeschool co-ops or pods are some of the terms that are used for sort of neighborhoods that get together and help each other's families homeschool. The curriculum we really need to use here needs to be no tech or low tech as much as possible, and that means that, right, make sure that whatever tech you're using is not doing any type of data mining, certainly not any psychometrics or biometrics. Try to use encrypted technology as much as possible to protect that data. And then in terms of the pedagogy or the methodology of the curriculum, we need to go back to the classical method. The classical method means the trivium, that's grammar, logic, and rhetoric. It needs to be grounded in history and civics, not social studies and critical theory, because the goal here is the pursuit of truth, and truth is objective and metaphysical, and basically this means that truth comes from God. And so there is no truth higher than God, there is no God higher than truth. And with that, hopefully I didn't go too far over my time. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is McAbee. I'd just like to real quick give an acknowledgement and shout out to the crew, to Courtney, to Houston, to all you speakers.
Hey.
Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Hey. Hey.
I'm going to briefly try to get this all through in 33 slides. And I picked that number because I'm not amazing. I mean that, actually. Double digits, sacred numbers. I do love numerology. A little bit about myself. I'm a self-taught musician, written over 400 songs, self-taught poet. I'm a person who loves vocation. I didn't go to college, but I ended up as a president of a university. Go figure, right? When a vocation, when you have something that you love to read about, love to learn, it really can take off because it's your choice to learn. The University of Science and Philosophy was a 7-year endeavor, and I learned quite a lot about business, quite a lot about consciousness, and some of the talks we've had, you may hear echoes of similarity in that. But let's go ahead and move into the first slide.
Sorry about the shakiness, guys. All right.
I run a podcast too called The Exploration of Consciousness, and I decided to start this podcast back in 2010, and I've done several different series on
there's a website.
One in particular, which I'll just throw out there, is Knowing the Creator 101, which is a very interesting correlation of knowledge about God that we're probably not familiar with, but it all ties into consciousness as well. Well, how does consciousness relate to freedom? That's what I particularly want to talk about today. We all know what tyranny is. In fact, tyranny has been the rule of the ages. As Nietzsche said too, so is madness. What does the psychological angle have to do with tyranny? And why does it seem like most people on this planet are terrified of freedom, actual true freedom? How come the human race has been enslaved over and over and over? And every race has enslaved every other race repetitively in cycles going back thousands of years. How does this happen? That's part of what spurred me into the research. I wanted to know the cause. I'm not the kind of person who's ever satisfied with the effects, with the explanations. I want to know what the cause is of things.
Sorry if this lecture bores you.
And so, I also looked into government. The only non-essential business is government. I agree with Etoile's presentation. I hope I got that pronounced right. Bureaucracy to me is mediocrity, and this is exactly why it self-destructs after gaining the reins of power. Power is best left to individuals. It's only when you collectivize it that it becomes destructive in its ends. This explains why 29 civilizations have come and gone, in my mind, because we don't really understand what power truly is. And when the bureaucrats or the mediocre get control of everything, it goes to hell. Isn't that interesting? So the base man, he desires a return to the tribe, the collective, the womb metaphor. Different psychologists have called it. It's the instinctual, the animal, thus inversion as a standard, which we also call Satanism, the inversion of reality. And to quote my dad, who passed some 30 years ago, the only purpose of government, he told me, should be to maintain roads and bridges. So in times like these, the common defense against tyranny is for individuals to form loose alliances to secure their rights and interests, and to protect their lives and families from an overreaching entity void of checks and balances. These kinds of events are those loose alliances, bringing people together from all different walks, all different modalities, different fields of research and expertise. There's a lot of different presenters here who have done hard work on their own to bring their knowledge to fruition, to share with the world. And always remember, we stand on the shoulders of giants. But what is the purpose of standing on the shoulders of giants? Is it to worship the giants or to become a giant yourself? So really, it comes down to your own desire. And man can set this knob of desire to a very small level, or he can turn it up and maximize his efficiency. I just want to say, too, that nature always balances, and man would do well to learn this most important lesson. That's why nature doesn't collapse, because it has balance. Man's civilizations collapse because they eventually become like a wheel that's not mounted correctly on a hub. It spins out of control, and you end up in a bad situation. I just want to play something from a clip from the Here for the Truth podcast, Gerasimos and Nicole Reffitt. I've been fortunate enough to join them on the podcast, and great guys. And then the man needs no introduction, Michael Sirion of Unslave.com, who's done a tremendous amount of work in the fields of psychology. And he'll often say, don't leave. Why do the people that try to analyze the trouble we're in leave psychology at the door? Why is it always something other than the mind that we should be looking at that causes the trouble we're in? Again, that's part of my focus here. But he's going to talk about the shadow, which from this perspective isn't often thought about. But as an archetype, we don't need demons and angels anymore. We have Jung, we have Freud. We can look at these things archetypally. Let's deal with the real world so we can actually solve these problems. Here you go. Oh, stand by. I better plug this in.
What we call the shadow, that's singular. It's not really the best term, because the shadow is really a realm in which all the parts of us that society frowns upon, and then we learn by our superego, which embodies these standards, we don't like about ourselves. So the shadow realm is where all these legitimate parts of ourselves are cast. You wouldn't have a shadow archetype without the group. When we were absorbed in the plasma of the group, this ancestral man, in the early stages, and there was no individuality, because there's no individual consciousness at all. The archetype is in domination, the collective factors dominate, so what we know as individuality doesn't even exist. Now that was the way it was for literally millennia. We as individuals, it's a tiny blip in history, but during the time when you were absorbed in the The crowd decided what traits that you had were taboo, and it remained that way even after the advent of ego-individualism. Right up to today, and still it happens. The crowd determines, starting with mom and dad, what parts of yourself you must manage. So anytime you talk about a shadow, you're talking about a crowd. They go together, they can't exist apart. No crowd, no shadow. So shadow work is getting away from the crowd. Does that look like what's happening today? No. The crowd is more powerful now than it ever was before, which means that the individual member of the crowd is going to be more impoverished, because that crowd, whether you like it or not, is going to determine what is correct behavior.
And so the crowd, is everybody familiar with the crowd? See the crowd in 2020? See the crowd today? Where's the individual? There's a sort of womb-like comfort in the crowd. You don't have to think for yourself. You can be told what to think, what your profile picture should be. Is it the Ukraine flag yesterday? Get your COVID shot the day before? And tomorrow, what will it be?
Yeah, rainbow.
So I wrote a little pledge of allegiance. If there was one for the mob, it would say, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United Nations of tyranny and to the collective for which it kneels, one world under mob, with servitude and slavery for all. It's fitting, isn't it? So this brings us to Niccolò Machiavelli, and he said, it is better to be feared than loved if you cannot be both. So fear, from this perspective, is a one-way street. It's one way. I believe he even said that himself, where love is reciprocal. Think about that too for a second. So there's two kinds of reactions, well, two kinds of ways to respond to a situation. Or I should say two kinds of things that happen when we're confronted with a situation which is either shocking, surprising, or spontaneous. We can do two things. We can respond or we can react. I'm also a volunteer firefighter on 2 fire departments. We don't call ourselves first reactors. Reaction is a one-way street. If you're a reactor, you're going to be fed a narrative, you're going to react to it, or you're going to, let's just say problem, reaction, solution. You've heard that. Have you ever heard problem, response, solution? Why do you think? So the reaction versus the response. Reaction is often done out of fear. In fact, most times it is done out of fear. And that's why they got us by the balls. And if kids are in the room, I'd talk to them. So when we start responding to emergency situations, whatever they may be, 9/11 got me, I admit it. But when I found out that it got me, I swore that I would never react to another media propaganda mind control operation as long as I live. And I've done pretty well. And I know you guys have too. You're learning, we're all learning. This brings us to freedom. Why freedom? How did freedom come to be? Let's blast through these.
Blast them.
One of the earliest post-Dark Age philosophers I could find was Pico del Mirandola, and he wrote orations on the dignity of man, that human freedom and dignity are man's birthright. He challenged any and all scholars to debate them in Rome around the year 1487, if I'm correct.
Oh, I gotta move that other one.
And he stated that man was the only creature in existence that can bridge both heaven and earth. Philosophy and dialecticism, which there's 6 definitions of dialectic. Look it up. I don't mean the one that's used in Hegel or the other ones, but dialecticism basically from this point of view means reasoned argumentation.
Sorry, that's true.
It's the ability to understand opposites and to synchronize or synchronous, make them syncretic. Where they fuse together and more logical truth. So that's the base needed to ascend the mundane. He was a Renaissance humanist. Philosophy caused art to flourish and gave birth to science and eventually freedom. If you believe the materialist, Stephen Hawking says philosophy is dead, or at least dead until he died. Pico's 900 Theses, and this is a very interesting point that I want to stress, marked the first time that a printed book had been banned by the church, and nearly all copies were burned. He was one of the first philosophers ever censored by the Catholic Church in the Renaissance.
So this thing. Trying to have this thing fit.
So he's a particular champion of philosophers to have been banned and censored. He is responsible for the inspiration that John Locke would come to. And in this quote, John Locke says, "The end of law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom, for in all the states of created beings capable of laws, where there is no law, there is no freedom." So he saw law as necessary to keep freedom alive. And again, he was inspired directly by Pico.
Pico the guy.
In turn, Locke inspired Thomas Jefferson. So we're tracing freedom through philosophy. And then my question would be, and my assertion actually, is that we owe our freedom to philosophy. It's the thinking that produces the product.
Damn it.
It creates the action. So we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created.
There we go. Damn.
And as I mentioned earlier with Michael Sarian talking about the shadow work is really to the discovery of the self, the inculcation of the self into one's life, learning to surf the duality. You could also call this a triality or a trinity. So really the self is the way out. It's an interesting concept.
It's definitely a class
But that
action.
master-slave dynamic, which is really what we're still all in today, the answer, the way out, is the self. And that's why we should never leave psychology at the door, or consciousness. The unification of opposites is the oldest ancient secrets of the alchemist. It was Falconelli who said that the alchemist really isn't seeking to transmute lead into gold, but rather unify the opposites within himself. I'm paraphrasing. He's one of the greatest alchemists that ever lived, and that's the real goal that man should see. We have the union of opposites of male and female, and what is the thing between male and female that produces the offspring? Love. Anyone? Love is reciprocal. It's two-way. It's a response, not a reaction. So that union of opposites, again, is what is responsible for the continuation of human life on this planet. Why do you think they're telling us and targeting our children, saying, you don't have to be what you are? We'll confuse you in one word.
Oops. There's my card.
This scene from Lord of the Rings, when Aragorn was finally able to transcend his fear of death, he was unified within himself and he could command death. That's the message I get from it. You can command life only to the degree that you can command death. And if you have fear of either one, you have control of neither. The key is to be centered and to wield the power and knowledge of both life and death. It's a way of creation. We can wield it to the degree that we understand it. Carl Jung, wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by the integration of the contraries. Another genius mind. So the pursuit of truth, the goal for me is to see truth become the new normal. It's a wonderful thing. I think that's all of our goal in some way, shape, or form. Can we do it? I think we can. Maybe. And the best way to predict the future is to create it. Why be in the prediction business when we can make it for ourselves?
That's not why I try.
Was freedom not made? Is it not an attitudinal way to look at the world? to have that attitude? What comes first, freedom or liberty?
Freedom.
Why freedom? Because liberty is something prisoners get for good behavior. Freedom is an attitude. It provides you with liberty. So what can we do? We can resist the inversion. I love this quote by Buckminster Fuller. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Let's be in the new model building business. Butler Schaefer said, "You and I can bring civilization back into order neither by seizing political power nor by attacking it, but by moving away from it, by diverting our focus from marble temples and legislative halls to the conduct of our daily lives. The order of a creative civilization will emerge in much the same way that order manifests itself through the rest of nature, not from those who fashion themselves leaders of others, but from the interconnectedness of individuals pursuing their respective self-interest." And so this brings us to the theme of this conference, which creative artists uniting for the sovereignty of everyone. And this quote: "To send light into the darkness of men's hearts, such is the duty of the artist." And that's what the Renaissance was. Inspired the movement for freedom philosophy.
Actually, turn on Bixby.
I would be derelict in my duties and remiss if I were not to mention the 7 years of my job at the University of Science and Philosophy, formerly the Walter Russell Foundation. He wrote, "You have no limitations until you set them." This man here is the most famous unknown artist in the world. I implore you to look him up. He wrote the book in 1926 called The Universal One. He made 1,000 copies of this book. He sent 700 out to prominent scientists around the world and another 300 to the major universities of the world. And shortly after that, he was notified by the Catholic Church that if he reprinted that book, the Pope would issue a decree against him and his work, and he would never work again anywhere in the world. One man did respond who received this work, and he said this: "Nikola Tesla and Walter Russell, lock up this cosmic knowledge in a safe for 1,000 years until man is ready for it." When I read that quote some 12 years ago, I said, wow, the greatest electrical engineer in the world that ever existed says something like this. I gotta go check this guy out. And boy, was I happy that I did. So as I said, I was president of the university. I coordinated and facilitated the moving out of 64 tons of art, sculpture, and personal effects from storage in Waynesboro, Virginia, and set up a world-class art museum. I had no experience being president. I had no experience moving priceless artwork. But we moved basically the equivalent of 11 tractor trailers full of art in 9 days with 7 people.
Wow.
And 0 breakage. And in Waynesboro, Virginia, you can visit this link, snap a picture of this slide if you want. Visit philosophy.org to learn more about this genius. On his passing in 1963, Walter Cronkite said of his passing that the Leonardo da Vinci of the 20th century passed away on his birthday, May 19th, 1963, at the age of 92. His university was an extension of the Twilight Club, which was a consortium of poets, philosophers started by Herbert Spencer. Mark Twain was a member, Edwin Markman, who said, "In vain we build the city if we do not first build the man." And multiple others, Walt Whitman, some of the top thinkers in the world. And it was Herbert Spencer's concern that man, because of industry and the Industrial Revolution, was losing his soul to this thing called industry. He was literally becoming a cog in the wheel of industry, soulless. And so they implored the creation of character building clubs to keep man's character from plummeting into a machine-like mindset. And so character matters to the greatest minds whose shoulders we stand on. And the more we develop our character, the greater people we become, the more we can affect change on this planet. In fact, I would assert that genius is the only thing that has brought true meaningful change. So it's important that we remember and have the memory of the history of these great minds that came before us. And if we do inculcate our character and work on our characters individually through the understanding of, we are what we desire to be, we create ourselves to the degree that we desire either greatness or mediocrity. And if we do that, we cannot be defeated. Why? Because defeat is something one has to accept. If you do not accept it, you cannot be defeated. And another warrior, defeat is a state of mind. No one is ever defeated until defeat has been
Ooh, glory bees on.
reality. Now, how do I know we're going to win this? We're going to fight ahead of us, there's no doubt. But how do I know we're going to win this? What did they do to Pico? What did they do to Walter Russell? Censored. Why haven't you heard of Walter Russell? Most people haven't. In my opinion, there's nobody greater. I haven't met a man who could master all the 5 fine arts with only a 4th grade education. Isn't it interesting? We've never heard of him. That's the thing I got more than anything. People would call the university, and 1,000 calls, people said, why have I never heard of this guy? See that? This is the White House, the inauguration of the 46th President of the United States. The date is January 20th. You see the thumbs down there? That's how I know we're going to win this. They took the thumb down off of YouTube because every video was the same thing, a mirror image. I think it got up into the hundreds of thousands of thumbs down. Still never over 10,000 thumbs up. And here's one more way.
Oh, sweet Lord God. Oh, no.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And finally, the children. It's you, the parents, that are going to raise the kids that will have the ineptitude, the aptitude, the wherewithal, the knowledge that are going to make the changes. Every succeeding generation going forward is only as good as the parenting that preceded it. So I will say this much. Seeing this video gave me a lot of confidence as to why we're going to win this as well.
No, it's TikTok. That's not good.
That's as country as you get right there. Chickens and possum on your head while you're eating a biscuit. That's why we're going to win this world. Grassroots. We're going to learn the things we need to learn as we go through the trials that we have to go through. But freedom is an ideal, it's an attitude, and it will never die. I want to give a quick shout out to, and all these are .coms. If you got a .com, you take a picture of this. These podcasts will help tie things together from a psychological perspective, and definitely with consciousness added in. Here for the Truth Podcast, Call to the Medics, David Whitehead, great guy. I've been on his show several times, and of course, Unslaved, great Michael Sarian. I was honored to be the first guest on that show when it started. And I want to say that in light of that, just remember that you are the new media, folks. The old media, the mainstream, it's dead. It just doesn't know it yet. But it's going to take time for something to kick. You ever seen an animal die? It takes a minute, a few minutes. This thing's a beast. It wasn't made overnight, it's not gonna die overnight, but there's so many great podcasters, so many great things coming out. Never forget the balancing side of the equation. The death half of the wave is what inversionist worship. There's also the life half of the wave.
Yeah, that
and
works.
love is the force. You gotta have love for yourself, love for your family. That's where it starts. Love is balance.
Amen. Balance
is key to winning. The more balanced you are, the more in the zone you are, and the better you're going to perform on the field. So always remember, that dignity of self. Dignity of self, balanced use of one's free will, your vocational interests. You don't need to go to college. I didn't. I became president of a university. I'm self-taught in most things that I've done. Anybody can do what they put their mind to doing. That's something we don't often hear mentioned in this fight. Your reverence for life, your love of God, family, country, they all lead to higher character development from an individual standpoint. This is the path to unfolding the genius within you, which we all have a genius within us. Such a life will be worthy of remembrance. And just remember this, mediocrity is self-inflicted, genius is self-bestowed. Thank you very much for your time.
All we do is win, 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 no matter what.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. And wrong.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys? My name is Alex. My pronouns are vaxxed and vaccinated.
Yeah.
That's right, I'm trans. What are you going to do about it? You know, part of being trans is you get to identify as whatever you want to identify as without fear of judgment. And I happen to identify as somebody who has had 3 shots and 5 boosters, even though I've had 0. I mean, listen, I just don't want you guys to think I'm a right-wing extremist or anything because I don't want Jeffrey Epstein's friends giving me public health advice. And you know, it's not like COVID happened right after he didn't kill himself. Anyway, that's neither here or there. But I did write a really fun song about how Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. So let's cue the song, guys.
Oof.
Till Alita Island, where they had sex with The globalists engage in demonic rituals, sacrificing kids and worshiping Satan. Everyone's involved, even the United Nations. Hey, speaking of pedophiles, how do you feel about our president?
No.
Hey,
He ain't
watch your
mine.
mouth, my cat voted for Joe Biden. This is the most popular president in the history of our country, all right? Joe Biden, he got 81 million votes, and he's so popular that Civil War veterans, they came back from the dead in order to cast their vote for Joseph R. Biden. Anyway, you guys have any kids?
Yes.
No? Would you vote? Well, if you did, would you trust Joe Biden to coach your son's Little League baseball team?
No.
Well, funny you should mention that because I wrote a song about that too, so let's cue that. Joe! But I didn't molest kids. He's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo. Joe! But I didn't molest kids. He's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo. Yeah! You know what it is. Creepy Joe. Love little kids. I'm gonna set your hair. That's nothing. Hanging out with that scene. He's got hairy legs and he won't look so well. He's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo. I'll set your hair and I'll make him call you Uncle Joe. He's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo. White hair, yellow teeth. The kids are scared of him with his classic face. He's gonna touch your kids without permission. That's what Freaky Joe molests children. He likes them young. You know that is the same. He only likes you if you're under 13. Call me crazy, but you know I ain't lying. You gotta be this tall to ride your bike. Yeah. You know what it is. Handy Joe is free. He best kid. Whispering and grunting. He'll make you sit on his lap like it's nothing. He's like your class on the low. He's an express. He's a pedo. He's a pedo. He's a pedo. He's a pedo. Trafficking kids with a twisted foundation. Adrenochrome. White lies, green money, Bo's dead, 100 face, it's funny. He'll fuck his brother's wife without permission, yet he'll smoke some crack and wind up missing. Ukraine, natural gas, selling out to China, Joe is living fast. Hunters on the board of Burisma. Sleazy Joe makes out with his granddaughter. He orders hot dogs from a local pizza place. John Podesta, close the case. President of the United States. He's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo. You don't want to coach in yourself, little ET. He's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo, he's a pedo. I love my life and everyone in it. For the record, I have absolutely no intention of committing suicide. And if I get shot 2 times in the back of the head, I want all of you to know that I was not the one who did it. Sorry. Anyway, we got an election coming up. And I actually brought a surprise guest. Let's give it up for the greatest president of all time. Mr. Donald J. Trump.
What?
Excuse me. My turn. The greatest president in the history of the world. That's who I am. Everybody knows it. The fake news hates it. They won't even turn the cameras around. You see that?
Well, anyway, I wrote a song about how great you are, so we're gonna play it. I hope you like it.
I can't wait to hear that.
Donald Trump is great. He's fighting the deep state. Donald Trump is a man of God. He only lost because of voter fraud. Donald Trump is perfect 10. That's because he's making America great again. Donald Trump, he fights the globalists. Donald Trump, he fights the communists. Donald Trump, he'll be here for a while. Donald Trump goes after all the pedophiles. Donald Trump, he's a phenomenon. That's because Donald Trump is QAnon.
And he mentions that I'm the greatest vaccine salesman in the history of the world. And I have to say that I didn't even want to sell it, but a lot of people said Bill Gates is doing a tremendous job, and nobody does a better job selling things than, you know who, the greatest president in the history of the world. And everybody does that. Everybody does that.
This is true, and I wrote a song about Bill Gates, the greatest vaccine
Well, he's
salesman
not,
in the world.
usually fake news, you fake news. He's not the greatest, I'm the greatest. Nobody pushed the vaccine better than I did. I didn't even want to do it, and I did it fantastic. I didn't even want to do it, but I did it. And I did it better than anybody, and faster than anybody's ever done it.
And then,
we called it warp speed. Did you hear about that? Warp speed. I even sold the vaccine to you.
No, well, I identify as having...
I sold the identity to you, too.
Oh, wow.
That's what I did.
Well, anyway, I wrote a song about Bill Gates and the importance of vaccination, so let's cue that song.
And he's going to do a great job, believe me.
Most of the work we're going to do to be ready for pandemic 2, I call this pandemic 1, most of the work we're going to be ready for that are also the things we need.
This song is for the children.
To minimize the spread of bioterrorism.
Where I make viruses, and now I run a foundation where I make viruses, depopulating planet Earth, one shot at a time. I'm blackmailing scientists who increase my bottom line with me and my pal Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, you're all getting vaccines. Myocarditis, arthritis, social credit score. We're depopulating you, and there's nothing you can do. I used to go to Africa and give kids polio. The world is overpopulated, don't you know? I only sterilize the kids to fight climate change. Just hop on my private jet if you're underage. I'm riding Fauci with Epstein. Oh, you're all getting vaccines. Fly out the sun, final farmlands, instant injection, you're all getting smallpox. We're depopulating you. There is nothing you can do. Wait till we get pandemic 2. Oh, you're all getting vaccines. Yes, you're all getting vaccines. You're all getting vaccines. Getting vaccines.
You had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, he's dead, so, in general, you always have to be careful.
Hey, cut the tape.
And,
You guys know the real pandemic is racism, right?
You mean pandemic?
That's right. If you didn't want to wear a mask and get vaccinated, you are a white supremacist. I mean, look, that's what Justin Trudeau said. And he painted his face black in solidarity with the black community.
Okay.
Anyway, I wrote a song about how I'm not a racist, but most importantly, this song, it was written specifically to end racism, so I dedicate this to you, Justin Trudeau. Thank you for painting your face in solidarity with people like me. I'm 3% black, I took a 23andMe test, so this actually really hits home, so let's go. Hey guys, there's a lot of racism going on in the world today, and I just want to let everybody know that I am not racist. I'm not racist, I have black friends. I'm not racist, I like basketball. I'm not racist, I like rap music. That's right, guys. Give it up for the Open Society Foundation. Yeah, George! That's right. If it wasn't for the George Soros World Tour, we wouldn't have the greatest president in office right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wrote a song to show how much I appreciate Uncle George, so maybe we can cue the tape. Also, by the way, if you think rapists and murderers belong in prison, you're announcing a white supremacist and you belong in a camp. But anyway, let's get to the next song.
I think that I've been blamed for everything. I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do.
I'm controlling the world, buying off politicians, overthrowing the governments of countries that oppose my agenda. Depopulation is the key. We must keep numbers down, poison the food, and then we'll blame it all on climate change. With Bilderberg and CFR, Open Society and Hillary, we're creating one world government. I love the world. You're getting RFID chips. We will keep track of you. Know what you do. Resist and you will commit suicide. Cue the lizard people. We're controlling the world, influencing elections, giving money to dictators and putting them in power. We're technocrats, creating false flags that will go to war for big banking and oil. You won't defeat the globalist regime.
I'm going to charge my phone. My battery pack's already out of juice. Yeah, it's just right over here. Oh yeah, it is cool. I like it.
That's right, guys. Let's give a round of applause to Vladimir Putin. Yeah, that's right. He cured COVID. I mean, you know, Ukraine happened. Nobody cared about the virus anymore. What a coincidence. Anyway, I'm here to go insane for Ukraine, just like all of you guys. And we're gonna close out with the final song about Ukraine. Let's cue it.
If Russia invades, that means tanks and troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer Russia. We will be.
But how will you do that? Exactly.
And this song is dedicated to Raytheon. Let's go. I go insane for the Ukraine. We gotta put a bullet in Putin's brain gas. I go insane for the Ukraine. We gotta put a bullet in Putin's brain gas. Prices are way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. I'm balling. I wanna be like Mike, but can't because of Putin price. Like damn, disinformation. Criticize Zelensky and you get re-education camps. That's where you'll be because we can't stop you from starting World War III.
Before she's a woman of the year. Insane for the Ukraine. Go insane for Ukraine. Put all more in Putin's brain. Insane for Ukraine. Insane for Ukraine. I'm insane for Ukraine. Dan Crenshaw is iPad's McAbe. He can't even function. Lost out of weapons of mass destruction. Make America great. Unstanding snatch of cheddar from Bill Gates.
Sorry about that, folks. I had to plug my phone.
For Ukraine. Put all blood in Putin's brain. Insane for Ukraine. Insane for Ukraine. Run for the kids into extra fruity. AOC's not being alive next with a booty. Big booty Latina. AOC is my number one senorita. I am insane. I go insane for Ukraine. Insane for Ukraine. Insane for Ukraine. Go insane for Ukraine. Put us all in Putin's brain. Put us all in Putin's brain. Insane for Ukraine. Insane for Ukraine. I'm insane for Ukraine. Put us all in Putin's brain.
Thank you guys so much. I'm really excited for World War III. We got a population problem, and the best way to fight our climate emergency is to reduce 90% of the people on Earth. But anyway, guys, thank you guys so much for coming out. I really appreciate this. I just want to let you know before I pass the mic off that each and every one of you guys are going places, and those are called re-education camps. So thank you guys. Thank you.
Am I live?
Yeah.
All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello, Nashville, and all you fellow rebels, and people who are on the live stream, and people who are watching this in the future on a replay. I am Simon Essler. I am the filmmaker behind the film C.A.U.S.E, Daughters of the West. Now, some of you are going to get a chance to stream the first 20 minutes of that film a little bit later on in the festival. So I wanted to unpack a little bit of what I'm up to, my mission, give you guys some context and some calls to action here. So I made this film as my form of participating in what's called 5th generation warfare. All of us are in the midst of this complex, sophisticated new kind of warfare, and the best way you can describe 5th generation warfare is that it is a war of narratives. So we're looking at all these narratives around us, constantly competing. I made C.A.U.S.E, Daughters of the West to respond directly to the impact of gender ideology on girls, specifically teenage and preteen girls who are being hit the hardest with this. And I noticed when I was going to make this film that there was a massive problem with the way the narratives were being handled by the public, the aspect of the public that was pushing back against this, and that people were getting sucked into overly political narratives. This idea that this is a left-wing versus right-wing issue. So right now, we have thousands and thousands of girls medically transitioning. You can go on to GoFundMe at any time, and you have thousands of girls trying to raise money for double mastectomies. You have a big problem with young people being coerced into transitioning to the opposite gender. Now, the reason the political narratives are dangerous is because they invite people into the idea that, number one, all left-wing people must agree with this. Number two, that the way to deal with this issue is just to become more right-wing. And if we get pulled into overly political narratives, we are actually at the whims of the enemy, because 5th generation warfare is a war of narratives. C.A.U.S.E is a film that is made to expand your awareness about this issue and invite people into understanding the nature of this sophisticated war that we are currently living through right now. Specifically, it invites you into understanding this war over a longer period of time. We are constantly coerced to think in terms of political cycles. Our thinking is always narrowed into these terms of the left-wing ruling party, the right-wing ruling party. What this film invites you into is the norms that were established long before the injection of gender ideology into our culture. This is one of the things I noticed, that people were very upset about gender ideology and its impact on girls, and rightfully so, but there is no way that gender ideology could have exploded in girls, in teenage girls, the way that it has without some other norms being installed in our culture first. And this is really important to understand. Why did we have the 4,000% rise in trans girls in the UK? Why did it quadruple in the United States over 2 years? Is that only because left-wing entities inserted gender ideology into our schools, into our culture, into celebrity culture? It can't be only that, because that is simply not the way culture itself works, but more importantly, it's not the way the war we're up against operates. We're looking at a communist-style warfare that uses incrementalism, okay? This is about changing societal norms over generations, over numerous generations. Communist defector Yuri Bezmenov in a 1984 interview pointed this out very clearly. He stated that communist warfare targeting North America is going to very, very slowly change the norms of our society, so that by the third generation that has been under the influence of this warfare, you will have people who are so ideologically subverted that they cannot see that black is black and that white is white. So we are dealing with this incremental, slow form of normalization. And the norms that I discovered in researching for this film, and that I'm inviting you to understand in this film, it's why it's so important, have to do with women's bodies and girls' bodies. So before there was this explosion in transgender girls, there was actually this huge rise in girls getting not only breast augmentations, but cosmetic genital surgery. And this is something that I unpack very carefully in the film. So we have to ask ourselves, why were girls already getting their bodies cut up for social trends, right? Why were girls at the whims of trends that were being given to them from this centralized system of cultural production that is under the influence of this New World Order operation, that is under the influence of this globalism that is pushing upon sovereign nation states and influencing them towards this globalist structure? When we look at the fact that these girls were already cutting up their bodies based on the messaging they were getting in the media at large, it's not a surprise that once gender ideology was inserted into the culture they were consuming, they latched on to this idea that the new way of cutting your body is, instead of getting the breast augmentations and the labiaplasties, is actually to get the double mastectomies and the testosterone injections. There has long been a war on the anatomy of women and girls, and this is really important to understand. So I want people to comprehend this expanded view and invite everyone to not only check out the 20-minute preview that you are going to be getting through this festival, but to actually go to daughtersofthewestfilm.com. You can check out this QR code right here. If you have a phone on you, that'll take you right to the site. That will give you a chance to screen the film in its entirety. It will give you a chance to join my email list so that you can get 10% off the film itself. There is also a section on that website that has resources for families struggling with the impact of gender ideology. Check out the resources section, share it with the people that need that help, and get on the email list, because I'm going to be releasing a book that helps families develop rites of passage for their children so that they can heal from the impacts of this cultural warfare. Stay alert, stay clear, understand the war that you're in. You can check out all of my work at simonessler.com and screen, cut Daughters of the West at daughtersofthewestfilm.com. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Shout out to all the beautiful people that are at this festival today. I know there's been some great speakers. You guys are really blessed to be in that space. And thank you so much for the chance to speak and share with you. And anyone who sees the 20-minute screening and wants to reach out, give me feedback, anyone who watches the film itself, please reach out, give me any feedback you'd like. You can find the email for that at my website, daughtersofthewestfilm.com. And you can also find a section on the website for hosting a screening in your community. Please check that out and enjoy the rest of the festival.
Hey. Don't own the copyrights to the music. Oh, it's hard to see him from this angle.
All right, so we have a show. It's called The Right Voices, and I'm just going to tell you all a little bit about it and why I started it. It's essentially, I call it a counter to the view, because I felt like there needs to be some other representation of women in the media. I think there are horrible representation of women in the media.
Terrible.
There needs to be something else. So that's where I came up with the idea for the show. And I'm going to let all of them introduce themselves briefly, and then I'm going to open up for discussion. We're going to talk about how women are currently portrayed in the media and what we think is needed from women in the media. So maybe we'll just start with
Erin.
Oh, okay. That's how it's going to go. All right.
Hi everyone, my name is Erin Jo Harris. I'm so honored to be here. And I'm a singer, a songwriter, an actor, a writer, and I've been interested in creativity and performing since I was a tiny, tiny child. I got interested in freedom and in politics because I was in New York during 9/11, and it's kind of like, it was so not on my radar, but then it kind of became on my radar when they did some stuff in my backyard. So that's my story.
Hi, I'm Rachel Wilson. I'm an author. I have a book called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. And you might have seen me do some shows with the brilliant Courtney here, and also with Jamie. Great to be here.
Great to have you. I'm Courtney Turner. I put this together. I'm a podcaster. I have 5 shows, the main one being the Courtney Turner podcast. And I have kind of a similar story, but much later. I always make the joke that, it took me a really long time to find the train station, but then I found the high-speed rail, so I'm trying to catch up. And that's kind of my journey with the podcast. I started it 2 years ago. It was born out of the 2020 pandemic times, and I was just incredibly isolated, depressed, lonely, and it was mostly because I was in Santa Monica, California, and everybody was wearing masks. And those of you who heard a little bit about my story yesterday know I'm hearing impaired and learned how to speak by reading lips. I did not realize how much I still depend on that, even though I wear hearing aids currently, until all the coping mechanisms I spent my entire life developing were then stripped from me. And so I started speaking out, and people had suggested I do a podcast, and the idea really terrified me. But it dawned on me that if I could have naked face conversations with people, even if it meant through like a digital portal, like Zoom or some sort of interface, but naked face conversations, that it might save my life. And so I honestly never intended it to necessarily be a podcast. I just thought I would start having conversations, hopefully meaningful conversations with people where I could actually see their face, and then that's spawned fashion.
Hi, my name is Jamie Hanshaw, and I have 3 books on popular culture and the occult influence on children and movies, television, media. They're called Operation Culture Creation, and you can get those on Jay's Analysis. I work with my husband, Jay Dyer. We do esoteric movie reviews and all kinds of other weird stuff on his channel, Jay Dyer, and I also have a YouTube channel under my name, Jamie Hanshaw, called Out of This World, where I often have Rachel on and Courtney, and we talk about women's issues and things that get overlooked in the conspiracy world. What else? Oh, I also have a Rockfit channel called Conspiracy Science Theater, where we get deep into defense against the dark arts.
Wow, that's a tough one to follow, Jamie. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Massey. I'm probably the least busy person on this panel, but I've been in toddler hell for a while. And I'm slowly coming out of entertainment, being forced out because of my political affiliations. So that's been a little bit of a wake-up call. So I'm slowly stepping into that. I should be starting a show with my former boss, Congressman Steve Stockman, in the next month. We're going to do like a, I kind of want to say like a Howard Stern, but from a conservative point of view. I'm going to be Robin, obviously. And I think it should be great, but I'm, like I said, slowly stepping into it. But in the past, I have been an actress, and at my university, I was the head of one of the political organizations there. I'll let you guess which one that was. And yeah, just moved to Franklin, like most people. And I'm glad to be here, and we're hoping to spread the word of how women, conservative women particularly, need to have a voice in the media.
Awesome. So yeah, so I'm going to open up, I know we don't have that much time, but I'm going to open up the discussion, then we'll open up for questions from the audience. So yeah, maybe we'll start with you this time. How do you think women are currently portrayed in the media?
Well, I mean, conservative women are basically drowned out in the media. You know, you don't have a big platform. Everybody has a show, or they're trying to get a show. But if you do get a show and you do get some viewers, you get shadow banned or you get banned. And everybody here talking today was saying, oh, my backup channel. I said, that's really sad that you have to have a backup channel just in case you're kicked off. And that's the biggest problem, is we don't have a platform to get the other side out there. And so how are people supposed to learn what the other side is doing or thinking, or have other thoughts, or critically think for themselves? That's so important. And even the conservative women that do have a big platform, they're constantly attacked for whatever they're doing, what they're wearing, one wrong word. So it's just really sad that somehow we need to be in control of a network to be able to not be shadow banned or kicked off of any kind of platform. So I think we all have been here, at some point. So yeah, I think right now there is not a big representation for women. I mean, like you said, The View. Why am I turning? I don't know. I'm like trying to get out of here. The View is a terrible example of women, and that show is so popular. And who's watching this? They're all so angry and yelling all the time. So that's the representation that we see that's mainstream, and that is a huge problem. And so hopefully we can change that, or just take a little of their audience. That would be great, just for all even the young girls out there, to see different kinds of thought and maybe role models instead of like a Joe Leon. Joy's not a good role model. I said it.
Not that controversial.
Well, speaking of The View, the only conservative woman that I remember being on there, I think her name was Elizabeth Hasselbeck, and they picked on her so much,
And even though she was a little bit annoying, honestly, but her views were the most, conservative, like you said, and she didn't try to go along with the hive mind of Hollywood and liberalism and everything is allowable. And she was the only one that ever gave any type of pushback, I feel like, on that panel. And she was not received very well by the public at all. So I think if we could get some, like you said, some better role models, some more well-spoken people, some more relatable people maybe, to give conservative points of view, that would be very helpful in portraying femininity in the media.
You want to go next?
Sure. So it's so funny because you grow up and you experience the world and you experience movies and culture and it's kind of like this path is laid out for you. And you're like, okay, you're supposed to be good, you're supposed to succeed, you're supposed to be smart, you're supposed to be pretty and popular, and you're supposed to be a go-getter, and you're supposed to do all these things. And it's almost like you don't have a choice when you're a child and you're growing up in this society. And then you kind of wake up one day and you're like, wait a second, like, I don't have to be any of these things. And I had kind of like a femininity crisis a few years ago. And this idea of like leaning back and an idea of like attraction and an idea of maybe it's okay to just be as a woman and you don't have to fight for everything in your life and you can exist and that's okay, that's enough. And it's not like just sit and do nothing all day long, but it's like I feel like there really is a femininity crisis in this world, and I started kind of picking up on these concepts, and they didn't teach me that in school. I certainly didn't learn it in the movies. It was like, here's your dream guy, put your heart on a platter and give it to him, and maybe he'll realize that you're a great girl someday. And it's like there's so many of these pervasive lies through movies and music, and now it's even like degrading on a whole other level. Like women talking about their body parts and songs, and it's like, how did we get here? Like this is so far from okay. And so I think that, I feel like there's a huge gaping hole of like femininity, womanhood, groundedness. And it's something that I would like to passionately restore and to change.
The person's head's in the way.
Hopefully put art out there that can say like, it's okay to be a woman and be beautiful and to have children and to go dance in the woods. You know, it's like, I don't know. That's my thoughts about it.
Well, so let's talk a little bit about women in the media and what we see and what is acceptable and what is popular. You kind of have a dichotomy. You either have your strong girl, ass-kicking chicks, the boss bitches, right? The strong, empowered woman, I don't need no man. The little 90-pound girl who beats the shit out of all the Green Berets in the movies, and she's the superhero, and it's like, ugh, these men don't know what to do. I'm going to come save the world. Or the single mom scientist who's going to save us all from the asteroid that's about to, destroy planet Earth. That's the one side. And then on the other side, you might have seen some of these popular dating podcasts, like the Whatever Podcast or Fresh and Fit. Some of these where you've got the OnlyFans girls who can barely put two words together into a sentence and show up with no clothes on to tell you how high their body count is, right? So it's like you're either going to be kind of a sex object or you're going to be a boss bitch. And I think what we're lacking is motherhood, femininity. It's not okay just to be a good wife. anymore. If you say, oh, I love being a wife, I like to, help my husband, take care of him, be a support to him, well then you're a loser, you're weak, you're not competent, right? It's like, oh, you're just nothing. So I would love to see a return to, if we were to ask little girls, what do you want to be when you grow up? Right now, it's not acceptable for them to say, I want to be a mom. I want to raise my children myself. I want to homeschool them. We just had John come up here and explain what's going on with the education system and how bad it is. The average child right now is spending 35 minutes a day on average with their parents. The rest of the time, they're under the influence of the state, a daycare, or the media. So I would love to see a return to real femininity, to motherhood, to something like the Theotokos, like the Virgin Mary, this virtuous femininity, not the boss bitch, not the OnlyFans girl, right? So I think that's what's lacking right now.
I think all of that is so well said. And I think what is really interesting about what you're pointing out is that they put these two extremes against each other. And you see it, yes, in like art representations of like in Hollywood, the music industry, and all of these different artistic mediums. But you also see it actually in like the media, right? You have kind of the, I'll put it in air quotes, but like the Fox News type of very hard kind of conservative, but they fit a certain mold, at least on the surface. And this is not to criticize all of them. There's some wonderful people, but there is
like no vulnerability.
What?
It's like no vulnerability, like perfection, like.
It's almost like a modern day Stepford wife type image, but with an edge. There's a harshness about it. And I think that and then that gets juxtaposed by the external image of someone who is much harder, but who is professing this compassion, right? That they're the super uber compassionate and everything is led with emotionality, which is not news, and that's not that's not reporting, so it's not journalism, not in the traditional sense anyway. So you have, but what I see that's just very interesting, put up against so much what we're seeing currently just in the world, is these polar opposites. And there's very little representation of women embracing, as all of you really hit on, but femininity. Because I think that in media, there's going to be something that women bring to the table. And I see this with my podcast you guys saw. I do the Dialectical Dissonance with Brian and Scott. And there's definitely something I bring. Of course, we're all just different. We have different thoughts and opinions and whatnot, regardless of being male, female. But I think there is something different that I bring to the table being a woman. There's, a different perspective. And it's not because I'm a woman that I should have like a different platform or that I should be given, right? It's because the merge. And I think we need both. But I think that instead of there being this notion that women can bring something unique to the table, men can bring something unique to the table, and both are really useful in the media, both in art and in the journalistic sphere. I think that's what's lost because we don't have nuance anymore. Everything has to be polarized, everything has to be competing against each other, and everything has to fit a narrative. So where I was going to go with all of this is that you will later see, we didn't have time, so we kind of split it, but Simon Esler, who spoke earlier, he did a phenomenal film. He's done several phenomenal films. He's a great artist, but he's a really great storyteller. This film that he did is called Cut, and he outlines the origins of the women's lib movement, moving toward the targeting of plastic surgery on women, and how that paved the way for the transgender movement. And I very much think that he did a beautiful job, and I think his thesis is pretty on target. And I think that that's something we see reflected, where women are not, they're either this hyper shell of what femininity is supposed to be, but they're not a real person, and they can't be valued, or they're the opposite. They're, as you said, like the boss bitch, basically. And that's not really reality. It's not how we were designed. And I think there needs to be a space for women to have, who may not agree with each other, who come from different perspectives, but to give their perspective from the feminine, from the, typically they're more in touch with their intuition. Typically there is a difference in the emotionality and how they reason with things. And for that to be seen and not only have one image of that, which currently, the only one I can think of is The View. And I think you said that they're just always angry. And, I don't know. I don't think women should be portrayed as people who are always angry. But, yeah. So I will quickly let you guys ask each of you to just say, like, in a nutshell, what you think would be great to see portrayed in the media, and it could be the media or the journalistic media, and then I'll open it up.
I have a little something to say about that. So there is actually a trend stirring about like femininity. There's a lot of new influencers talking about it, and hand in hand, like the war on masculinity. And so I love this idea of like the feminine archetypes, and you have like the diva, the mystic, there's all these different archetypes, and I love that concept of like subtlety. And you can have like a combination of all of these things, and I think it's really good for people to take a look at that, because you have to have something, like you have to have the medicine, like the cure for the disease. And we're all so unique, and we're all so precious. And it's like, who are you really? How can we uncover the layers of what people have put on you, or the lies that you believed? Because like at the end of the day, trauma is you believing a lie about yourself. You made an agreement that you were something that you're actually not. So when you start to heal, and we've said that a few times, it's like you have to replace the lies that you believed with truth. And the truth is like, we can become anything, except for I can never become a man. That's a fact. And it's like, but I can become any kind of woman. And it's like, just to discover who you really are. Because you could be someone truly amazing. And we are all miracles. So it's like, that's what I would like to see. To say like, what are all the different kinds of women that could be? Like all the different kinds of characters that we could see in different kind of stories. And you can see them through history. There's so many amazing men and women. And it's like, we can't just be boiled down to these things. And so I would like to see that subtlety explored more.
Well, I'll tell you what I would like to not see. I don't want to see Jane Fonda being sexy at 80. I don't want to see Jennifer Lopez playing a newlywed when she's in her 50s. I don't want to see this illusion that women should be giving birth, post-menopause because they froze their eggs and all these crazy things. And I don't want to see women having 2/3 of all college debt now, but only making $40K a year and foregoing family, giving up family and marriage to pursue some kind of corporate career that this corporation is not going to give a shit about her. The minute she retires or dies, she's replaced. Nobody cares about her. I would like to see media that gets younger women to think about the second half of their life. We live into our 80s now, on average. Women do. Most women are going to get a double windfall in their life now, where they're going to inherit something from their parents, and they're also going to probably outlive their husband and inherit something from him. And everything in media is directed at women to milk everything they can from their sexuality, which is a very short window of your life. It's only from about your teens until 30, 35 maybe. And we don't ever tell young women to think about what are you going to do from 35, 40, 45, 50 on. What's your life going to be about? You can't just be sexy forever. So I want to see less sexy at 70. I want to see less...
I want to be sexy at 80, just so you know. I disagree with that.
They have the Playboy swimsuit issue just came out, and they have, somebody 80 years old.
Martha Stewart.
Yes, Martha Stewart. And it's like, can we not just tell women that they have to eternally be sexy until they're in the grave, right? Can we have something where we are making it okay to want to care for and nurture other people? That we're not constantly telling women, you're not worth anything if you don't have a degree and a career. You're not worth anything unless you are going, like Erin said, you have to be a go-getter, you have to be successful. It's like, there's a lot of room in the world for women to be caretakers and nurturers, and we've been the support system throughout history. And we talked a lot in this whole weekend about losing community and people being atomized. And one of the big things we're missing in community now is we used to have, when you'd have a baby, you'd have your mother, your sister, your grandmother, your neighbor, all there with you. We were all together. And now all the women are off in corporate jobs and cubicles. And so the few of us who do want to have kids feel very lonely. We don't have a support structure. Our mothers aren't there, our sisters aren't there, because they're all at work. So I would love to see more representation of women who maybe don't, ironically I'm under a bunch of spotlights, but maybe women who don't want to be in the spotlight and want to be caretakers and nurturers and be the ones that used to take care of orphans, veterans, the elderly, the infirmed, things like that. Those were the unsung heroes of history that kept societies together and formed community. And when we tell families, oh no, you all have to get up in the morning and go to your separate places. The kids go off to school and daycare, dad goes to his job, mom goes to her job. And then we outsource motherhood to other women who just need 10 or 11 bucks an hour to raise your child. Apparently they don't need a career, right? But you have to be a successful woman, so you need to go have a career and you have to be climbing the corporate ladder. It makes no sense. So we've sold women a total lie, a total delusion about who they are and what they're supposed to be. And I would love to see a lot of that go away and more of what a lot of us just want to live every day, which is life with our families, life in our church parishes. And just not this constant pressure to be like a career-oriented, college-educated, successful woman who's getting Botox, fake lashes, fake hair extensions, fake boobs, hips so wide that you look like a wisdom tooth. Like the amount of fillers and plastic surgery that women are getting nowadays has reached absurd levels where you have to be a human blow-up doll and also have a career. It's crazy to me. So I want to see a lot less of that and a lot more sanity and just femininity. Yeah.
Like a celebration of the simple life. Like there's so much dignity in a simple life, and there's so much contentment and happiness. Like if you can be content in a simple life and not be like, I have to be a superstar. Like
I have to be. Yes, I have to be an OnlyFans. I'm gonna make it $20,000 a month and rent a Tesla and then bend over it for my next OnlyFans. It's reached absurdity where women are a caricature, and I think that's what set us up for this transgender stuff, don't you think? Yes,
absolutely. If they become a caricature, then they're not real, and they don't have substance. They're just they become a prototype.
Yeah, you might notice that a lot of the really popular trans celebrities out there do not look like me or any of the ladies up here. They look like a stripper. They look like a sex object, and even for those people, that's not going to last forever. What are they going to do when they're 80? Like, how long do you remember if that's Sports Illustrated, obviously? How long are you going to dance around in a thong? Like, maybe don't build your life around that, that's all I'm saying.
It's exhausting, I'll tell you.
It is exhausting.
So what I'm hearing is we need a remake of Little House on the Prairie or the Virgin Mary as a superhero.
There you go. Jennifer tied everything I said together. She's like a Little House with the Virgin Mary superhero.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, I think I'm sure that's what I want to see, but okay.
I know, but it's something. That's why we're all up here, because we all have different views and opinions. Some of us cringe when others talk, and I'm talking about myself. You cringe when I talk, but it's fine. we all get our voices heard.
Oh, I gotta put this.
And maybe something touches what we were talking about.
Oops.
But I agree with the fact that these TV shows and these movies need to be a little bit more homespun. More centered around the family, community. We don't have that anymore. Everyone's out for themselves, fighting by themselves. They don't have a village to raise their children anymore. And it's just a sad turn of events. So, you know, I'm for a Little House on the Prairie remake. You know, maybe they have a dance off sometimes. It would be, you know, something modern that they could do, but you know, something like that. Something, you know, they remake everything these days. So why not something wholesome?
Nothing original.
Yeah, some wholesome remakes. Yeah.
Wait, who's gonna have a dance off?
I mean, anyone can. I would watch that, but I will at any time. Don't test me.
Hit the music.
What are your thoughts on what you want to see? Yeah.
Well, the only time I'm exposed to mainstream media is when I'm getting my oil changed at the dealership. So I don't watch a lot of television, but I do spend a lot of time on the internet. Yes.
Yes.
So I can speak to that arena on the internet, and what I've noticed being in alternative media for so long is that there's only two ways for a woman to get her channel or her information or whatever, her fan base to grow very quickly, and that is to, one, take your clothes off, or be disparaging towards other women. So that's a huge sticking point for me, because it's like the women who get up there and say, it's all women's fault. No, I'm not talking about Rachel's book or anything, but they want to blame everything on feminism, and I'm like, no, that's not right. That's just a symptom of a larger problem. But, so if you can, as a woman, make all the other women look bad, then you will get a larger following. That's just because of what the internet is composed of anyways. But I'd like to see, you know, and if you say you're not a feminist, then automatically you're perceived as not on the girls' team anymore. So why do you hate women if you're not a feminist? I'm like, no, that's not what I'm talking about either. I love women, I am a girl, and I put women first. Their opinions, the only opinion I care about from a man is my husband or my priest or, you know, people in my own circle, but I'm not trying to get a lot of male attention using sexuality. And I want to support other women like how we do. And I think that the sexual part of it puts us all into competition. And so why would you get a boob job or a lip filler or all of these things? Because you're trying to compete in the marketplace, like you're a used car or something crazy like that.
Yes, exactly.
And so that's what I like about this show and what we do, is that we give platforms to other women, but not in a competition way, and we support each other, and it's not about our sexuality.
So well said. I agree very much with all of what you all said. The competition thing is so huge, and I think that is one symptom of this emasculation of men and this hyper-masculinization of women.
Bimp, you're bored, yet you're
I
watching.
think that hyper-competitiveness
As opposed to Limp Bizkit.
And I think that one of the ways that we can rehumanize is to bring about more of a sisterhood bond where women are. And it's interesting when you point out the age targeting, right, and how it's so focused on the hypersexuality, and that's really
At least the chat's working.
Years, really, right? So, but because they're selling this lie that women do not need to get married, they don't need to have children, that they should just focus on their careers. And I'm not saying that women can't work and have careers, and that's not what I'm saying. But because they sold the lie that, you know, the other is not important, then what you have is a society of a lot older women who are still single, who are still competing in the marketplace. And so it increases that, and what do predators love? They love to have their enemies compete against each other, because then they don't need to conquer them. They defeat each other, and they do their dirty work for them. So I think that the best solution as women is that we can form sisterhood, lift each other up, and help support other women. That's something we're really seeing. We are really running over time, so I want to open it up for questions. I don't think we have time for too many, so maybe 3, maybe 4. But yeah, if you have any questions, let's take them. Awesome. Yeah? Is there a microphone anywhere for?
Here you go.
Okay. All right. All right.
Here you go, sir.
Putting it to work.
Hi. My question is about like the trend of things like cottagecore and how there's this almost, I don't know if it's like fetishization or something, but it's like people love the aesthetics of traditional motherhood and being a wife and traditional life. How do you connect that to the actual substance of it, and how do you take advantage of the fact that these things are very attractive and people love them, but they love them as like a costume? How do you take advantage of that trend?
Yeah, Jamie and I just did a show on my YouTube channel where we talked about this exact thing, the fetishization of the trad wife, where we love the aesthetic. You know, we like girls with curled hair and pretty dresses, and we like to watch them bake things and decorate their house. But oftentimes the women who are like blowing up on TikTok or something doing this, you find out, well, they're unmarried, they live with their boyfriend, they don't have any kids. So it's just, it's kind of a grift, right? And it really kind of devalues women who are out there doing the really unglamorous work every day of motherhood and keeping a family going and keeping a household going. It's a lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of barf on your clothes. It's a lot of, you know, very unglamorous, dirty work that you do as a mom for many years before you really start to see all the fruits of all that labor. And I think that the fetishization of it is like everybody wants some of that femininity back, but it's like who's going to step up and do all the work, right? So Jamie and I were kind of talking about how it's not a princess routine, it's not an aesthetic, it's not a cosplay. This is real women working every day in a very unglamorous way to keep life going for all of us, to raise children, which are the future, right? A lot of the talks this weekend have been about the future of this country and of humanity, and moms are really the ones who keep that going. So I'm not a fan of the trad grift fetish thing.
Well, I think a lot of the young men who want a traditional life, that's admirable, but a lot of these people are going to be disappointed when they actually get married and she can't dress up every day, curl her hair because she's breastfeeding, she's got, you know, laundry, she's got multiple children, like you said. It's like half of this is in the trenches, and if she doesn't have help, then she's not going to be able to look like she just stepped out of Mad Men or something like that every day. So that's it. What do you call it? Unrealistic standard.
Yeah. I'm not in my heels vacuuming like Donna Reed every day. A lot of it is like a sloppy bun and sweatpants and just trying to get everything done in the day and get everybody fed and things like that. So I wish there was a lot more actual real world support for women, because we know birth rates are super low. We know that a lot of women are opting out of motherhood and marriage altogether. Divorce rates are actually going down, but only because marriage rates are going down. A lot of people, they're just opting out altogether. And I think a big reason why that you don't hear about very often is because women are very unsupported. If you want to have 5, 6, 7 kids, that's going to be really tough to do when you don't live near family. Nobody in your community is doing that. Everyone else you know is a career woman, and you feel very alone and very isolated, and your husband is at work all day, and there's just no support, right?
I think the other thing you brought up, the unrealistic standards, and I think a huge part of why those have increased, I mean, I think they've always existed, because you've always had, mediums that were putting up prototypes and putting up artificial images and standards. But I think now it's like, it's become so much more exaggerated. And I think part of that reason is the digital world. You know, we had it a little bit with film, with television, even with literature and theater to some extent. But now it's directly targeted, and what you don't have, especially for younger generations, is they don't have the real life external validation to say, okay, that is just an image and it's not real. What you used to have, even when you had artificial representation, whether it be in the movies, magazines, whatnot, you knew to some would go out and about in the world and you would see real people. Now people see that less and less. They see these images on the screens and they're glued to their screens for hours and hours a day. And so they forget, oh wait, there's a real world out there.
Yeah, everything is a cosplay. Everything is a character.
And now that's why men think that they can be a woman just by putting on a costume.
Exactly.
And then that makes them a real woman.
Exactly. I want to give you an opportunity to input anything you want on that.
What do you think about that? Yeah, I mean, I know that some people do think it's a fetish, and like you said, it's not. I didn't have time to comb my hair today, so see, that I'm living.
It looks fantastic. It looks like you ironed it with a flat iron, you know?
Yeah. Just want to point that out. Sometimes you don't have time to get everything done when you're actually, being a homemaker, raising children. It just doesn't happen. Usually you're last, and maybe they should do some shows about that. That women are last when they're doing all of these things, but they're happy about being last. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing like that.
Yeah, it's we've drilled into little girls' heads the idea that any sort of service or self-sacrifice is like bad, right? It's to be looked down upon. Like, oh, I'm not some slave. I'm not a servant. He's got 2 legs. He can get up and get it himself. Like that whole attitude. So it's like if you do, I'm a person who genuinely gets a lot of joy from serving the people around me. And that doesn't make me a slave or a mindless person who can't stand up for herself. It's just what I love to do as like a nurturing woman. I like to take care of my friends and my family and my kids, and I don't want that stomped out of me. I feel like when I was growing up, people tried to like smash that out of me. Like, no, that's not okay. You can't get joy from serving others and sacrificing yourself a little bit. So, and of course you have to take care of yourself. Nobody's saying you shouldn't, but it's fine to serve others.
When people say they want a traditional woman, I always kind of have to ask the question, well, what tradition are you talking about? Traditionally women had to do a lot of different jobs, like Rachel said, you might have to work alongside your husband on the farm, or you might have to go to his office with him and be his secretary or whatever. That is a more traditional way of living, husband and wife doing the same job, than him going off to the office and she's staying home and, playing bridge and smoking cigarettes and with the kids or whatever. And then when the kids come along, they do that too. They go to daddy's workshop and we all work in the same area in our home. So the way that we atomized it, in the 20th and 21st century, splitting up for the whole day, doing our own thing and then coming back together kind of as strangers is, I don't think is very traditional in my opinion. So
very successful growing a family though.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree.
So nobody has one other question. We can take one more.
I did actually have one little thing to say about that. So I feel like also like in the modern day world, marriage has become a very unrealistic standard for most people. Like you're actually trying to self-actualize in your marriage. So you're trying to find the perfect person for your perfect destiny of your dreams. And it's not this simple, little house on the prairie type lifestyle where we were in a little town and there's another person somewhat my age in my small town. There's only 5 to choose from and he's the best one in my town. So, and now it's like you have all of the internet. You can find your husband on the other side of the world, and you can do a mail order bride and all these things. And it's like, whoa! Like you have all the options in the whole world, and it's like, who is my perfect match? Who's gonna make me live my dreams? And it's like we're just, our standards are really crazy now, so.
Well, you've seen how the dating apps are like Gambler. They attract people who just want to stay in the game and keep on swiping or putting their chips in or whatever, and they cannot just settle on one person and cash out their chips and go home and make a family, but they have to stay in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the apps are literally designed to keep you on them because if you leave the app, well, that's not good for the...
Not a great business model, yeah. So if we have one more, we'll take it.
So I grew up in a pretty male-dominated household.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Speak up a little
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. I grew up in a male-dominated household, so I kind of was a tomboy most of my life and didn't really value femininity. And it took me many decades to kind of come around. I guess my question is, I still am not 100% clear what femininity is. So can you define it?
I would love to answer that because I have that in common with you. I grew up a tomboy and I am still very much a tomboy. I'm a firearms instructor, I lift weights, I do debates and philosophy on the internet, a lot of very male-dominated things. I don't know, but it is only like 10% of philosophy degrees are earned by women.
There was like women in the whole school who, yeah.
I think most women are like more practical and they don't like these really meta like abstract ideas, which is totally fine, but it took me a long time too, and I always say if I had been born 20 years before I was, or 20 years after, I could have easily been convinced that I was really a boy, you know what I mean? I wasn't super comfortable in my femininity until my 20s. I had a baby at 20 and it was like, oh wow, I really like this. I love being a mom. Like, this is awesome. And that really helped me develop a sense of femininity. But I don't like the idea that to be feminine, you have to be like dainty, or you have to be weak, or you have to be incompetent or incapable. But we don't have to be boss bitches either. You can be like a very competent, very strong woman, and you should be, especially if you're raising a family. Especially in this day and age, it's like an endeavor you do with your spouse where you're kind of at war with the world. It's like you and your spouse kind of battling this current society that we live in that encourages everyone to get divorced and kind of discourages having children, right? So I think strength in women is great, and women should be strong, and it's more about not pitting yourself against the men in your life, right? Appreciating your fathers, your brothers, your husband, and really just doing what it is that's going to put you on a path to Christ and to God. In my opinion, coming from like an Orthodox Christian perspective, we have a lot of amazing female saints in the Orthodox tradition who are very strong and very tough, but still feminine and still humble. You know what I mean? Humility is very underrated. We don't encourage women to be humble anymore. So for me, it's more about that than it is an aesthetic or like baking muffins or something. I love baking. I like to do all those things, but that's not like what makes me feminine. But what do you guys think?
I think part of it is what you touched on earlier, the caretaking. When she said, what is femininity? That's what I thought of, number one, was, you know, caring for the people that you love, your friends, your family, you know, anyone you meet. I think that's really a big part of femininity. And that's what just stuck out to me when she said that first. That was my first thought.
Nurturing. Yeah, I feel like, because this is something that I obsessively studied, and I know it's like dorky for me to say that, because it's like, I'm saying I needed to learn about this because I was weak in this area. I was very insecure and had a lot of issues and come from divorced parents, so it's like a lot of identity issues and kind of like root core issues kind of get broken, and so you have a lot of things to overcome. But I feel like it's about groundedness, like being very connected to the earth, being comfortable in your body, being creative, being curious, having that nurturing instinct, having a little bit of mystery. Like, it doesn't have to be like you just say everything that you think all the time. You can actually just, it's more about feeling as opposed to thinking. So it's like, how do you feel about this? It's a little bit more emotional as opposed to cerebral. And it's like, there is a lot to be said for the humility and the curiosity, and instead of demanding your own way or trying to plan everything, you let things unfold and you let things flow and you just exist and you trust. Like, when you're thriving in your femininity, not just surviving, you can have, you know that you're taken care of, you know that you're gonna have shelter, you're gonna have food, you're gonna have, you know, provision. So you're not striving and struggling and trying to climb a corporate ladder or something like that. You're content in just having the simple things that you need in life, and being someone who is created by a creator and knowing that you're loved by your creator, or by your family and your friends. And it's like coming from that place of, this is who I am, and that's enough. And I don't have to strive, and I don't have to be someone else, and I don't have to be anything, because you already are. So that's kind of like what I've learned about it.
I'll give you an opportunity, and then I think we're gonna wrap up and bring on the Hollywood panel.
That's such a good question. And the two things that came to my mind, when I think of feminine, think of nurturing, like you said, and just softness, gentleness, but also tough on the inside. Like, it's like you're a fluffy pillow with a rock inside, right? There's a core in there that is unshakable, and you can take a lot of pounding, but the outer shell is very receptive and soft, and also willing to receive. And that's what I think
definitely
it is usually the receiving.
Well, I mean, if you just think about male and female interaction of itself, the male is the giver and the woman is the receiver. And this helps men self-actualize their masculinity when you can sit back and receive what they have to give, because they need to give it because they have to, and if you're not always like, I can do it myself, or like you said, boss bitch or slay queen.
I don't need you for that.
Exactly, but you do need them for that, because you don't want to wear yourself out and break down your body, and like you want to be able to be feminine for a long time, and part of that is just staying soft and gentle.
I think that's so well said. I am going to wrap this up. The only thing I would add to all of what you all said, which was so beautifully said, and I definitely agree, is just the element of intuition. I think not that men don't have intuition, absolutely. I think all humans do. I think we've been very much disconnected from our intuition, but because the women are receivers, I think they tend to be a little bit more in tune with it, and they tend to be able to receive intuition in a different way. Intuitive, more subconscious messages that, where men I think they're definitely intuitive, but it's a much more in a task-oriented type of situations. That's the only thing that I would add. I think that we have, just as humanity, been very much disconnected from our intuition. It's one of the things that I think women need to, or I would like to see more of women really embracing that and connecting with their intuition, because I think that would just enhance all of humanity. So I hate to wrap this up here so far over, so I'm going to. Thank you all, and we've aired only one show. We've aired a couple of interviews that Aaron and I did on location. The first one we did was at the McAbee studio, and it was on feminism, and I just thought that was a great one to lead with, because it's kind of, you would expect a round table of women to be discussing pro-feminist perspectives, and
you can find it. It's called The Other F Word. The Right Voices, The Other F Word, Femininity.
So, yeah, there will be more, and look for us, The Right Voices. Right now it's on my channel on the Courtney Turner podcast. But thank you all. If you want to all just say where they can find you, and
You can find me on Instagram at Erin Jo Harris.
You can go to my YouTube channel and find me. It's just at Rachel.Wilson, or just search Rachel Wilson. I'll come up on YouTube. I also have a Twitter. It's at Rach4Patriarchy. Or you can find my book on Amazon. It's called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation.
And at the Courtney Turner podcast, or CourtneyTurner.com. I keep saying Courtney because that's how it's spelled.
You can find me on YouTube. The show is called Out of This World. It's under my name, Jamie Hanshaw. And I am on Rockfin. The show is called Conspiracy Science Theater. And what else? I'm on Jay's Analysis with Jay Dyer. You can look him up on YouTube, JAYDYER. We do all kinds of shows on all kinds of things, and my books are for sale on our website.
I don't want to be found. The government's probably watching this right now.
You're probably on the list.
Feminine of you list, and they're very feminine. Back to China, but sometimes I show up on these ladies' channels, and so that's where I will be occasionally until I'm more comfortable. Thank you. Well, thank you all so much, and thank you all for watching. All right.
Yay.
We're gonna bring up the guys now for the Hollywood panel.
Do not own the rights to this music. Do. Empty stage. I know, Crystal, except for this dick limper, whoever this guy is. It's like Limp Bizkit, but he misspelled it to make himself look cool, or at least try to look original. And yet he's watching, he's saying zzz, or what have you. So he's probably from the drive-thru channel, whatever that place is or whatever. It's from the enemy. I know that. That's for shizzle. But yeah, that's right, Cristal. It'd be quiet. No one said nothing for like minutes on end. Be like, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try to explore. Let's try to find it. Oops. Well, there's hardly anyone even in the chat. They probably all went to Glory Hole, or B, excuse me. Why did I say hole? Stupid trolls. I'm just gonna go out here. We've been out here already, but I don't care. It's good chatting with you, man.
Do it?
Yeah, it was good chatting with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the cave sound. I like the cave sound.
Cool. Oh, nice. That's awesome, man. Trying to find one dude. Godless. Yeah. What a baby shower record. Man. Yeah. Got down to like one person there, Cristal. Is everyone out on the park lot? Where the hell is everyone? Factory. So how'd the baby shower go? How'd it go? Pretty good? Well, all the stores are closed. bored. Should I just go outside? I am bored. Is there like nobody out here? Look to see if there's anyone out here to talk to. Is there anyone? I am bored. Bored off my... I shouldn't say bored. It's like over here. Yeah. That's good. That's good to hear. I'm just taking a stroll outside. Lori left, Denise left, so yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, is he leaving? Oh man. See if I can catch him before he leaves. Oh man. Oops. Ah. Thought I'd catch his ass. This. See if I could catch him.
I would come in with you, but he said...
I don't want to look like I'm stalker-ish.
Yeah, it's Chris. What was it again? Angie, alright.
No, I'm not leaving just yet.
You too.
I ain't leaving. Alright. Well, anyway. I think he been leaving. It's alright. It's alright. I ain't leaving. I'll come back in. Yeah. Poor peeps. Oops. Oops. It looks like they started.
Hi, my name is McAbee, and I was just one of those millions actresses in Los Angeles, and that's where my relationship started, and I suffer today still from it.
Should I try to?
Well, I am a first-generation entertainment professional, and so I've had
Alright,
to
I'll be back.
navigate a lot of crazy
Alright, nature calls. Hopefully this don't. Whoops. Trying to have stand it up. I'll get it to stand up. Whoops.
Has really set me on a course to success and having
Get this thing to lean.
fulfillment and being able to be a
All right, I'll be back, Crystal. Okay, duty calls or nature calls. I'll be right back.
faith walk and the fact that I have grace on my life, and it's not just about my talent or the opportunities, but it's like, you know, the fact that I let God be my casting director, my manager, my agent, and have had like a real kind of like divine path to be able to do some awesome stuff. Got to play at Red Rocks, got to be on BBC Radio 1, got to be a principal in some national commercials and do a little bit of acting as well. So I've been very blessed, and also it's been very disillusioning. Is that a word?
Solution might be the way.
Yeah, you know, I've gone through some of that as well. So that's a little bit of my story.
My name is Ben Joseph Stewart. I was a professional musician for quite some time, and then started making documentary films because I watched a film called Zeitgeist on mushrooms, and then I followed that up with a 2-hour talk by Michael Tessarian, and I didn't find any other pathway forward other than making documentaries. So I've been doing that for 15 years now, and really every single time I do it, I do everything myself and put it out there. Back in 2008, 2009, I put out Chimatica, Esoteric Agenda. It went viral. I didn't even know what that word meant. And just kept snowballing into a career. So I often say that I tripped and fell up the steps of the career ladder. And it's just been a blessing because as I go to events, as I have spoken around the world, that's how I met my wife. I just end up meeting people that can teach me more. And I found that when I started making films and I started getting feedback, that was my school of life. I never went to university. My school of life is when people are interested or vibe with what I say or disagree with what I say, and they help me along in the school of life. So that's a little bit about me.
Chuck Pierce. No, Courtney from Beverly Hills. And went to LA to have an impact and make a difference by
Okay, I'm back.
producing. However, when you get out there, it's not like the great and grand stories of old. You start meeting people that have such a different worldview and a different mission. So even the people that I would hire, I would end up in a battle with, even paying them cash. Meaning, as a producer, I would hire first, second, polish, and have to fire the person because. And I got this announced in a meeting where the girl writer blew up at me, saying, changing the script to my partner said, "She made your script much worse." I said, "I know. But we hired her. She was supposed to be this phenomenal person. The director wanted her. Here's what happened. She blew up at me and stood up. Said, I came out here in the Express to write feminist messages in films. That was her mission." I said, "That's good. It's fine. You can do that. Just not on this film." It's fine. I wasn't upset. She was more angry. Then we developed another script about terrorists. They wanted change. So the problem is clashing worldviews. They have a mission, many of them, not all, but many of the ones I met, to drive Marxism, feminism, even if they can't articulate. Good?
You can pay me cash anytime.
Okay. Pay Aaron Joe.
So you know.
Aaron Joe, you're on the payroll.
Or precious metals. I accept precious metals as well.
Jay Dyer wrote 2 books on film symbolism. We do a movie analysis podcast. Me and my wife. Woo!
And one of my books is called Hollywood Mind Control, and I write about how Hollywood itself is a continuation of the ancient mystery schools, and it is a cult. I write about how film is such an interesting art form because it encapsulates all the other art forms in it, writing, art, pictures, but it is also a tool of mind control. And we do a lot of shows and movie analysis. I think you're the best movie critic in the whole world, and that would be number 2. And our shows go places about movies that you would not expect, so check them out.
Well, if Jay's a movie critic, he will never run out of material. There's an infinite.
The question that I'm going to put out to everyone is, what do you think is problematic about what we have currently in entertainment, whether it be in the music industry, in the film, television, and what we're seeing? You can even include, I guess at this point, like some social media. So what do you see as problematic, and what do you think could be done to culture through art?
Well, I think I love how everybody has a platform now with the internet and YouTube, and how we can all make our own content now. There's not a lot of gatekeeping to get through. Anybody can make a movie, anybody can have a channel, so we can all express ourselves a lot more freely. And I just think that that's one way of overcoming the Hollywood monolith, is to do our own content.
It decentralizes it. Yeah. Who else has any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it's pretty much because it used to, like,
back in the golden days, if you follow the history of it, it was these rogue guys. They were all basically independents, which became Warner Brothers, which became, they were all just independent filmmakers too, and they created something. Once they got too big, once they started making enough money that they started buying them, which buys them, which buys them, and then it became this whole conglomerate thing where, Disney buys Lucas because he's already got the audience, Disney buys Marvel, Disney buys. So then you're controlled by only a few people control everything. And then once those people that are controlling are the agenda people, then you do not get funded if you don't put the agenda in there. So you notice on series, they'll always hook you with the series into usually season 1, but season 2, somewhere 3, that's where they start putting the agenda because you're already a fan and you're like, well, I love the show, but I'll just ignore it. They know that. They're doing it for its own purpose. So it's not exactly like as
here. Just make it easier.
It's so predictable now that it's ruined movies a lot. That's why I think that there's more alternative voices. There's a huge disservice to the audience. So if you create something that is of highest quality, but it has the services of people that are just turning it off, then all of a sudden you'll have these hits that Hollywood just shocks the system. And so that's what's happening. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I agree. I feel that from the early 1900s to now, you can't escape what is called the machine that we are all a part of now. And so anything that has force and effect and influence and power over or through people is going to be absorbed by the machine or used by the military-industrial complex. So the more that it's just understood that, by season 3 of any show, what they're doing now is they're not getting the top level people in there, they're firing them, and they're spending less money on different directors, different actresses and actors to get them through there, to put stories out there, narratives, because narratives is the number one controlling factor. If you believe something, you can quite love your servitude. So I've often found that the best thing we can do is really encourage artists to use their voice through the medium of art and story. And in that, I think the best way to do that is really to make amazing art, because it was amazing art that turned me into an amazing artist, because I saw that it could be done. It didn't make me copycat. It made me, or it helped me step up into what I knew that I came here to say, to voice. So I think that the best thing that we can do is use the tools that are already in our agency. And I'm not saying ignore the machine, because definitely study the machine, understand the machine, but do what Bucky Fuller said, render it obsolete with better art, better story.
I wanted to say one thing about saying the machine. I've noticed over the years, maybe in the last decade, that China is controlling the machine more and more with their money and influence. And now our American huge production companies, they go to China for a script rewrite because they want to sell their film in that huge market. And so we're getting those messages that the Chinese Communist Party finds acceptable for Americans and American children. So the financing is a big problem. I guess the way to get around it is to create your own. These guys are doing.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on that. So when I was in LA and I was doing a lot of film fundraising for films, as a producer, I would find people who put money, and this caveat was so often over and over again that they were getting it from some Chinese bank, and that there had to be a line in there when I signed these contracts saying that if I took the money, I had to have anti-American messaging in the film. This was, you would hear this, and I didn't necessarily believe it was true. And I think the picture is bigger than necessarily just China, because China may look like it's coming from China, but you know how these banks work. This conglomerate system is much more intertwined than it being just isolated or relegated to necessarily one entity. But nonetheless, the front was that it was coming from China, and it had to have, you had to sign a contract saying that it had to have American messaging in it. When I first came across that, I was a little bit surprised, because I had heard that and knew that it was implied, but I didn't realize you were actually going to sign a contract stipulating that. So
Yeah, but it's like what you're saying, you know, anti-American is communist, so it's not always, like you said, from China, but it's communism in general that they want to come in with the messaging.
And they also want to emasculate men. You know, they want to destroy. They want to destroy our identities, or substitute them with something that is easier to manipulate and to oppress and to steal from. And my thing is that being an artist and wanting to make the world more beautiful, it's something that should nourish the soul and should elevate the soul and the human experience. And our eyes, our ears, our mouths, our hearts, our brains, they're all portals. And it's like when you let something into those portals, you can literally either heal your soul or you can destroy it. And so I want to be someone that nourishes and heals souls in art and beauty. And it's like there's so much destructive, really damaging things that you can watch or that you can listen to. And if you're just open to anything and just letting anything into your mind and into your heart, it can actually be quite devastating. And so that's what I would want to see in my ministry is Heaven Permaculture, which is creating holy ecosystems through diverse art forms. So the more that we can bring heaven's values to a diverse array of art forms, the more that our souls can be healed and we can hopefully have a better human existence. So that's what I would want to see.
Well, the problems in Hollywood are, I think, pretty well known here. Everybody knows that it eventually became a system for propaganda to wreck society through toxic culture creation. That's pretty much done its job, so Hollywood has lost the power and influence that it used to have. That's moving to streaming services. So Hollywood's done for, but Edward Bernays said it was the greatest tool of propaganda the world ever seen. And so now all the answer, I think, is kind of what Jamie was talking about, which is we have the ability to create our own arts. That's what this is about. So people should just do their own thing, right? I mean, we need people with wealth who have the ability to create their own, outside the studio system stuff. So that's where we're at. I don't understand why more conservative-minded people don't promote the arts. They're always thinking about think tanks. They're always thinking about like the news. And really, the way that the left was successful was through culture creation.
Exactly.
Right wing forgot culture and the arts, and that's when they lost the culture battle. And so the key, I think, is to make it art independent.
Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture.
Exactly. So, Plato, I'm paraphrasing Plato, but you can trace it back to another philosopher if you wish, because they don't really know. But he said, give me the storytellers, I will give you the world. A great philosopher said that. Some people attribute it to Plato, some do not. Nevertheless, give me the storytellers, I'll give you the world, all right? Now let's look at stories. You go on a dark theater and you're captured for 2 hours. You can be inspired to do something better when you come out.
Thanks, Crystal.
It can inspire you to be a better woman, a better man, a stronger man. If, in good storytelling terms, the man in the story who's supposed to be the hero is the hero and overcomes the obstacles, overwhelming obstacles to save his wife, which, let's go back. Here's what you want to see in a film. Many people. Guys want to see what? Why did James Bond resonate for decades even though they destroyed it? What is James Bond? A, is a man. What does he have? Men need a purpose. He has a great purpose. It's for Queen and country and his fellow men. Get that theme in a story. Is he willing to sacrifice himself for country if needed? Yes. Does he have courage? Yes. You don't have to preach it. You can put it on paper in action. And it resonates with men who may have grown up without a father without a brother and who have never been able to see a concrete model. So what Hollywood does is insidious, moving men to become like women and women to become like men. What does that mean? There are certain characteristics. Men and women are different. Good thing is they complement each other. They make each other better. For example, Courtney, I heard her say something about intuition earlier. Let me say something about a woman's intuition. If you can keep women off the battlefield and out of the forefront of the fight, I believe it gives them a good intuition. If you force them into the fight and into the battlefield, it attracts from the womanhood. It also creates an attraction, right? Manly men are attracted to feminine women. So why would Marxists want to turn us against feminine women? So that you don't have marriage, because families are the smallest political institution, correct? Which makes government stronger if men are attracted to women and women are attracted to men. And it's self-evident. Feminine women know what a manly man looks like. Manly men are attracted to feminine women, and we can find that. Point is, stories can be powerful. Here's the good thing. Hollywood is teaching a lot of vices, not virtues, and the opposite, right? So there's a massive and enormous opportunity for you watching to do something. It's a greater opportunity than a decade ago. Because while we on the stage care about it, because you're important, whomever's watching this, and here's a principle of movie making. I care about the audience. People should care about the audience because you're the ones buying the tickets. Hollywood doesn't care about the audience. In fact, their goal, like my friend Jay said, is to push you into their ideology. So that again, what resonates? Look, you can make up any statement you want, but men are men and women are women, and that is it. You don't need to get in biology because it's self-evident, like the Constitution. Declaration of Independence earlier, unalienable rights, like every property, men are men and women are women. It's just, that's self-evident. So what you do at home as storytellers can have an impact and make a difference. Maybe with a 5 minutes short. Maybe with 15 minutes short. Doesn't have to be grand. Maybe by taking 3 guys to watch an old film. Like if you look at the dynamics of Casablanca versus films, and hey, what did you have there? You had a man on screen, Dr. Bogart, you had a woman, feminine, Ingrid Byrne. What makes the story? A lot today, Hollywood would change that. Why would they change it?
I love her. She's so great.
So fantastic.
End of the Sixth Happiness. So many great films. End of the Sixth Happiness. Ingrid Bergman as well. So yeah, classics.
And you got to see what a man like that, and what does that do for society? If boys growing up without a father can see a concrete example of men, because men are visual, they need to see it. You can read a book and talk about Aristotle's virtues. Read it. Say, okay, wisdom's important. You have the right amount of courage. But when men see it on film, it resonates with them. And it may inspire them to be a hero and do the right thing when they can the most.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think obviously this is about the arts and it's about independent artists, people who are not part of the mainstream or who have been deplatformed by the mainstream. And I think that it really is about the human experience. As you're saying, storytelling, right? That we are storytellers. And I think that art is it's trying to understand the human experience, it's trying to understand our place in the world around us. And when we're put into a box, which is what the mainstream does in order to push a narrative or propaganda or an agenda, then we're robbed of that because we know we're being sold a lie. So yeah, I think that is the solution. We need many more independent people pursuing truth through their creative talents, through their creative experience, and telling their stories. And telling multiple stories. I think that's one of the biggest things I saw. It was what started to wake me up to the lie of the machine, because it was like everything, you know, when they do these casting, it wasn't like about individuals. It was like everybody had to fit into these weird boxes. And yeah, I'm not gonna ramble on for too long about it, but it's very bizarre to me. Like, this is not representative of humans' life, reality, and we want, if you're going to lie and distort, you know, we want it to be aspirational, not debasing. So, yeah. We are gonna wrap it up because we are so far over. But thank you all so much, and I am so grateful to all. These are all really incredibly talented, creative souls. So I'm so grateful that they've all taken the courage to follow their own path and to pursue the talents which they were given. I believe that we were all endowed with unique gifts and talents, and that it is incumbent upon each of us to hone those, harness them, so we can be a contribution to the world. And these artists definitely do that. So thank you.
Don't own the copyrights to the music. Did a nice job. You're welcome. Wonder if it's like over. Do. I have no idea. This is like the end. 8:15 or 2000. Sorry for those of us who read military time or go off of. Wow. I have no idea what time this thing ends.
Hello there. Can everybody hear me? Are we ready to go, by the way? Yes. Okay, so anyway, let's put the first one on. Oops, I got to go back once. All right, so anyway, my name is Micki Witthoeft. I'm a doctor. I later became a lawyer and ultimately became a congressional candidate in a Republican primary. And the question you have to ask yourself is, how does somebody go from being a doctor to running for Congress? Well, the first answer, part of it is, it's not easy. And there had to be some good reasons. So I started out as a doctor, and when I was in medical school, I said, gee, I want to be an ophthalmologist. I want to be an eye surgeon. And the reason I wanted to do that was for a bunch of reasons. Number one, giving people their sight back is kind of a rewarding way to make a living. It was a specialty that was super high-tech. It was the first one to use lasers, the first one to use every new technology in medicine. Shows up in ophthalmology.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, all day, all night. I didn't realize it started at 9.
I became corneal surgeon.
I think like 5:30 then. I know, had I known, I would have gotten here sooner, earlier.
Really makes a difference.
I know, right?
You're insane.
Yeah, I try. Wait, who else is live streaming around here?
And what happened was
I try. I want to go start to finish, you know, so I did pay for both days.
As the doctor and the patient were kind of like
I try.
together.
I got 40. No, on YouTube. It's U-Haul Live, just like the name tag. Yeah.
reasonable.
It's
and
just this
done
with
without
LABE.
the bad dollars.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I'm on right now, so.
and what happened was the government. The government
Yeah,
decided
it's screwed
to
too.
get
Yeah, but you got to
involved.
put the ad symbol in front.
When they
So
got involved in healthcare,
you haul live. So it's just this with
they
LABE.
turned medicine into
Yeah.
a profession that was
Yeah,
a
between the.
healing profession to
Yeah, no, it's Rob.
a
ROB.
government-run
Oh, nice to meet you.
and they had
Connect with you on this.
so the first thing
Yeah,
that they did
that's
is
how you
they
can
introduced
connect.
this concept called the
I'm on right now. As soon as you see me, you'll see the live button.
Well, every single thing that you do as a
Yeah.
doctor
See
is
ya.
suddenly put into a medical code, and that code is like somehow micromanaged by the government. It's also partially the AMA actually owns the copyright, and then they have to decide what the description is. The next step in the process has to be, well, what's it worth? And so they have to figure out, well, they use this concept called the resource-based relative value scale, which means like how long does it take, how complicated is it, and what kind of overhead expenses do you have. So imagine taking these thousands upon thousands of codes, and every single year that you're deciding what healthcare is going to cost, you have to go through every single one of them and figure out what they're worth. That is an absolute waste of time, an incredible amount of money, and it doesn't do anybody any good. And the second part of it is they came up with this thing called ICD-9 and then ICD-10. So these are the diagnoses. Healthcare,
Thank you
the
for
diagnosis
that. Yeah,
has to
it was
match
good. It was good.
the code of what you've done. So, for example, if somebody has a broken toe, you can't.
Thanks for the
operate
speech
on their eye
yesterday.
because
Hell of
it
a
doesn't
speech. Yeah,
make
I
sense.
appreciate it. Yeah,
So
thank you much.
that somehow, then all this has to be going then into electronic medical records, where it all has to be put together and it all has to be sent out. And needless to say, it's all expensive. So in 2013, after I became a lawyer, I wrote an article about, a way to try to preserve private practice physicians to the idea of forming cooperatives. And I modeled it after the farmers. The farmers are a bunch of small farmers. They're growing their wheat and they're trying to sell it to the granary, and the granary is like pitting one against the other, trying to get the lowest price. And the farmers got smart and said, let's band together. We'll take the wheat, we'll buy our own granary, and then we'll sell the wheat, then we'll sell the flour.
Thanks, man.
And so I said, gee, if farmers can figure this out, why can't doctors? And the answer is, they wouldn't do it because dealing with doctors is like herding cats. So the $4 billion that we spend in healthcare, which used to be $2.4 billion a decade ago, where is it all going? Well, $1 trillion of it is going to the regulatory process. $1 trillion a year is spent on the bureaucracy that runs our healthcare system. What an absolute waste. It could be streamlined, it could be trimmed, we could cover everybody, we could reduce health insurance costs. All we need to do is get rid of the bureaucracy, and the creator of the bureaucracy is the government. The government is the main reason why our healthcare system does not work, and why it's expensive, and why it's going down the tubes. And this is the lesson that everybody.
Yeah, there's another Branson.
Big government is not.
I did that 2 days also.
Everything they run, messing up healthcare. So I've been a single practitioner. I don't like people telling me what to do. I like running my own space. And the problem, unfortunately, is that small entities have no bargaining power, which is why I talked about the co-ops. And anyway, and the money, the hospital systems have grown, they've collaborated, they've gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and they've kind of taken over the healthcare system, they hire the doctors, and the second big entity is the insurance companies. Actually, the insurance companies came first. They said to the hospitals, well, they offered them money for procedures as take it or leave it. If you don't take it, we'll send them someplace else. The hospital said, screw you, and they got together, and then they formed bigger entities. So now you have two giants fighting with each other, and then you have big pharma. And it costs probably close to $3 billion to get a drug approved by the FDA, and you know who's paying for it. So that's really what's going on. And, and then COVID came along. COVID is the most messed up thing anybody could experience. Healthcare workers who initially were working in hospital systems with no vaccine and often no protective equipment, and beyond any doubt how to have natural immunity, were suddenly told, if you don't get a vaccine, you're going to be fired.
Trust, I know.
lose your job, and a lot of them didn't get vaccinated, and I didn't get vaccinated for other reasons, and which I'll go into, and we now have a shortage of healthcare workers, and the vaccine makes no sense. So all the scientific research shows that if you have natural immunity, you've got better immunity than if you're vaccinated. And the reason's kind of simple. When you get a COVID vaccine, all you're getting immunity to is the spike protein. It's only part of the virus. When you have natural immunity, you're immune to the whole part of the virus. So if the spike protein changes, the vaccine doesn't work, which is exactly what happened today. And that's why the vaccines don't work against the newer variants, while natural immunity does still somewhat work. And so I have a bit of a condition in which my blood clots faster than most people, and one of the complications of vaccines is it makes your blood clot. So if the vaccine's making me clot, I have a natural tendency to
Just ask Jamie Foxx.
heart attack, puts me at risk of a stroke, and I said, heck, I'm not doing this. And the hospital said, we're not going to give you a medical exemption. So I reached the point where I could not break it. I would not apply for a religious exemption because I didn't really believe in it. So I kind of said to myself, I need to do something else. And I decided that I was kind of fed up with a lot of things that were going on. I was fed up with the way the healthcare system was working. I was fed up with the way the country was headed. And I thought we needed to go into a different direction. So I decided to run for Congress. I mean, that's a pretty radical step to go from, being a doctor in practice to suddenly running for Congress. And truthfully, it's
True that.
not an exciting process. It's an interesting process. So the way it works in Connecticut, at least where I live, is they have a convention-based system where they pick candidates. And in my particular district, which is the 4th district in Connecticut, there's 17 towns. And each town has a Republican town committee, and each town gets a certain number of delegates based on the number of people that voted for Republicans in the last gubernatorial election, plus they have super delegates. So I got involved, my son John, my wife, and I, we became the team. John became the campaign manager, my wife became the social media, and we started to go to these RTC meetings. And, people learned, some of them were polite, some of them weren't. They have these meetings that go on for like about 2 hours, and then at the end of the meeting, they let you speak for 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, you have to tell them, why they should vote for you. And of course, the problem is that I was running against somebody that I would call a party regular. This was a woman who ran a town. Everybody knew her. These people, they like the familiar, even if the familiar isn't a winnable candidate, even if the familiar has positions that did not possibly win, it didn't make a difference. And so, the real question is, but I went through the process, but getting to that process, to the point that I could even run, was a journey. So, as I said, I started out as a doctor, and then I decided one day that I was going to go to law school. And the way it happened was, my wife said to me, well, why don't you let your son study for the LSATs? And I looked and said, I can do this, and I decided I was going to go to law school. I took a weekend LSAT class, and bingo, I was in law school. And I had even had an academic scholarship, and I was going at night, and I would go from the operating room during the day to law school classes at night. My days would begin about 8 in the morning, they'd end about 11 at night. Spent every morning from about 6 to 12 on the weekends doing stuff, and somehow, I don't even know how I did it. I was even on the law review, and somehow I got through this process, and I became a lawyer in 3.5 years. I passed the bar exam in New York, Connecticut, and California, because at some point I thought, gee, I'd like to live in a warm state, but unfortunately, I didn't realize what a disaster California would become, so I just didn't, I don't think I'll ever live in California. So, once I had the skill set of being a lawyer and being a doctor, a friend of mine was the incoming president of the New York County Medical Society, and they put me on the board. And this is where I learned about how politics works and how politics doesn't work. So I kind of moved up the food chain, became an officer, became the president, later became a trustee, became the chairman of the board of trustees, and went through this whole process. And what we used to do is we used to meet with legislators in New York, and we used to tell them why they should support things that we thought were right. And then some of them would listen, some of them would give us these assistants that didn't seem to care much of anything. And we would also go to all these political events. I, as a Republican, went to more Democratic events than any Republican you'll ever see. And one of the unfortunate things is that New York has a system in which a reasonable number of New York State legislators do wind up in prison. I got to meet some of them. And some of them, you know, sort of kept out of prison for legal maneuvers, but, you know, essentially, I realized that the most important thing is in politics, at least at that level, is if you don't have a lot of money or you don't represent a large constituency, you have no power. And this is really the ultimate point. And this is one of the things that actually drove me into going into politics. The first thing I really wanted to do, since my background was in healthcare, was to fix a broken system. And our system is completely broken. Doctors spend 20 hours a week as data people putting stuff into computers. The government is siphoning off so much of the money in regulatory processes. Drug prices are too high. Approval of drugs are too high. Insurance companies are completely have a free hands. We have these other people called pharmacy benefit managers who act as middlemen in the drug supply chain. They can keep up to 40% of the price. These ultimately were taken over by insurance companies. And to make it simple, healthcare was run properly would be less expensive, more accessible, we'd have more medication, and the fault lies with the government. But the government screws everything up. You know, I mean, they mismanage it. I mean, the recent banking crisis is due to bad advice from the government. All the regulatory systems, there's so much regulation. It's regulation for sake of regulation. It's simple things like our Clean Water Act, where a puddle is supposed to be only navigable waters of the United States. A puddle is declared a navigable water under the Clean Water Act. The stuff does not make sense. And I believe in democracy. We need to bring our democracy back. We need a government by the people, and we need it for the people. We don't need a government by the bureaucrats and for the bureaucrats. And so we live in a world that's incredibly unstable. If you look what's going on with China and Russia and Iran and North Korea, it's the 1930s all over again. You have totalitarian dictatorships bent on world conquest that are arming themselves, and we are dependent on them. We're dependent on China for all kinds of stuff, for chips. We will be dependent for solar panels. We'll be dependent for lithium for our batteries. We're dependent with a country that wants to take over. We're in trouble. We cannot do that. We need to take control of our food chain. We need to be energy independent. We need to be essential in every single thing that we make, and we need to make our economy run and make us able to defend ourselves. We are making huge mistakes here, and we have an administration that's completely screwing this whole thing up.
Right.
And I think that this is really essential, because the key to peace is strength. Energy independence, which makes us more independent, lowers our cost of doing business, helps with inflation. I mean, why is buying oil from Venezuela cleaner than making it at home? That doesn't make any sense. And so, you know, anyway, so getting back to the convention, so I had to go through this process of a convention to get the nomination. And what they would do is that each town would have most towns have like one or two bosses that decide what everybody else is going to vote. So let's say a town had like 20 delegates, and there's like 200 delegates to this convention. Well, they would say, okay, we're all going to vote for this. The one I ran against was named Stevenson. We're all going to vote for Stevenson, even though like maybe 5 of you want to vote for Goldstein. We all are going to vote for Stevenson. So I got to the convention, and I'll show you a couple of pictures. You know, as I said, you speak at these meetings. You usually 3 minutes. And, you know, then you try to pull up these delegates, and they don't even want to talk to you. It's kind of lots of fun. So anyway, so this is some of this picture here is a picture of what we did at the convention. So we were running against a guy named Himes. He was the Democrat, and you know, how many of you know about Lyme disease? Okay, we have 2 or 3. Lyme disease is this disease that's caused by a tick. It bites you, and the bite goes into your the stuff goes into your bloodstream, and you can develop arthritis and all kinds of neurological problems. And it was first discovered in Lyme, Connecticut, so it's called Lyme disease. So the guy was running against was Himes, so we decided that we were going to call him Himes disease. After all, we were doctors, kind of like do something different. So my son John came up with the idea. We made these white coats. We had maybe about a dozen of us were here with these white coats. And in a sense of calling me the cure for Lyme's disease. We had a picture of a tick on the back with a little, stop signs through it. And we even trademarked, and it was copyrighted, the cure for Lyme's disease at LymesDisease.com and a few others. So, if you ever look, I'm the owner of Lyme's disease, at least the copyright owner. And so, this was the team, and you can see these things that we made, and we're walking around this convention. We're trying to convince these people that are not convincible to vote for me. I mean, nobody does this. I mean, so there were about 200 people to delegates, and I got 11%. You needed 15% to go into the primary. So what's next? You can either go home, or you can step up and keep the fight going. And I decided that this woman couldn't win, that 200 delegates do not have the right to decide who's going to run for Congress in a district with 100,000 registered Republicans. So
yeah, I know, Jay. I'm still going.
Petitions. Now, to get petitions, you have to go and request a special petition form from the Secretary of State, and they take their sweet time sending this out. While this is going on, the clock is ticking because you only have 5 weeks to get these people to say, Simon, you're waiting a week for this thing, and all they do is send you this one piece of paper, and you have to go then print them, copy them and print up hundreds of them, and each page had to be for a specific town, had to be notarized, the person that signed it, had to get a thing from the registrar of voters that they are a registered Republican in the district, and this is the stuff that you had to go through. And then finally you actually had to go and ask people to sign the petition. And so it started out with just my wife and myself. We had a couple of other people start. And what you had to do is you went to public places, like one of our big places was the town dump. And which is what you can see here. And people are coming there and they're dumping their garbage, and you're walking up to them saying, "Excuse me, are you a Republican?" And they look at you saying, "Go screw yourself, go to hell." I would never vote for a Republican. Then they start going into tirades about how terrible Donald Trump was. Or if you found a Republican, they say, "Why are you asking me?" Basically, what are you going to do to me? I said, "No, I'm trying to run a primary. I need a signature." And some of them would say, "Just too busy. I don't really have time." I said, "It only takes 30 seconds for you to do this." And they say, "Oh, no, I'm not doing this." So about 90% of the people that you actually spoke to did not sign the petitions. So we wound up with about 3,500 or 3,700 petitions, and which means we had to get about 35,000 people we had to interact with in order to get those petitions. Now, the interesting thing is, some of the people who signed these petitions thought they were Republicans. Guess what? They weren't. They were independents, or they were unaffiliated. They didn't know what party they belonged to. People don't even know that. It tells you a lot about our electorate. And so, and then you submit the petitions to the town where the person lives. So, for example, one of the towns in our cities was Stanford. So all the ones from Stanford had to go to the Stanford Registrar of Voters. And then they looked through the petitions and find as many reasons to disqualify them. So the first batch that we submitted, we got half of them were thrown out. So we said, well, we got to double check. So we started double checking every single name, which is very time consuming. We had to make sure the date of birth was correct, and their address was correct, and everything else. And then we got it up to about 65%, which is great. And then we submitted them to the other towns. We wound up really getting about 2,500 petitions that were valid, and we only needed about 2,000. But by the time we were toward the end of this, we had about 15 volunteers, and we had created a vast grassroots movement. I became known as the unvaccinated surgeon, and there was an organization called CTRAM, which is a Connecticut Residents Against Vaccine Mandates. We had those people. We had people that were,
Connecticut
supporters. We had rights groups, and we had conservatives. We had we put together this huge grassroots movement, and so finally the petitions get approved. So now I have less than 5 weeks to actually campaign for a primary. And of course, a lot of people who were doing these petitions were exhausted. I mean, this was grueling. I mean, we went to Home Depot, we were in supermarkets, we were thrown out of these places. People called the police to chase us. I mean, this was this is not democracy, but this is the process of what you had to do. And the truth was that nobody had actually succeeded in doing this in 50 years or more than 50 years in this district. And there were about 4 or 5 other candidates throughout the state that tried to do the same thing, and we were the only one that actually succeeded. And so we wound up on the ballot, and we're out there trying to get votes. We were actually went, and when people talk about how do you get votes, And they always have this tried and true thing. You go door knocking, and you knock on doors, and you talk to people. Well, guess what? 80% of the people whose doors we knocked on didn't even answer the door. Most of the people didn't even know who was running. A third of the people didn't even know who their congressman was. It's unbelievable how out to lunch and how uninformed the average person is. The one lesson you learn is that for most people, and this is why our democracy is vulnerable, is that if they wake up in the morning,
I did, Jay.
they get
I
their
did.
kids off to school, they have a job, and they see their kids at night, and they see their wife, or husband or spouse or partner or whatever. And
Let's see about
they
making a
feel
short
like,
video on it.
They don't care. They're too busy working. They have no idea what's going on, and that's why bad things have happened. So we have an electorate that is totally oblivious to what's going on, and we have bad actors that are out there trying to sabotage our entire system. And they get on school boards, they get on town committees, and then they start to push for these agendas, and there's nobody opposing them, and all of a sudden all these agendas happen, and people say, well, where did this all come from?
Well, I still got to drive back to Texas, Aruba.
Where did equity? It's been smoldering. People have been pushing this silently behind the scenes for years, and nobody's paying attention. If they don't even know who's running for office, they certainly don't know what's going on with any of these other things. So, I've campaigned on the issues that you see here, basically medical freedom, a government that runs, parental rights, education, not indoctrination. I believe in the rights of the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
I think it's another 9-10 hours to drive. Not that I'm doing it tonight.
I believe in a merit-based system. Can you imagine an equity-based sports team competing against a merit-based sports team? And can you imagine a society competing against another society when one's merit-based and one's equity-based? And that's exactly what we have. We're competing against China. China is not an equity-based system, it's a merit-based system. So we need to compete to win, and we do this by getting the most talented people into the system. We unfortunately, in our big cities, which are run by Democrats, the schools that educate the poor are substandard. They're substandard and they're totally mismanaged. And you really need school choice to make it happen.
It depends on when this ends, Jay.
Education, otherwise they're finished. And then we've got this wonderful stuff which you in the arts especially are feeling. We see it on college campuses. It's called cancel culture.
Yeah.
Cancel culture means if you don't think the way I think, you're finished. Now, what's interesting about cancel culture is in the 1950s you had the McCarthy era, and anybody that wasn't, that wasn't a super conservative was considered a communist, and all the left-wing progressives and socialists were basically canceled, and they were blacklisted and put out of jobs. So now these same people, the descendants of these same progressives, they get to take over the system, and what do? Exactly the same thing. They go after the people that think differently, and they don't tolerate different opinions. And interestingly enough, that system blew up and totally failed, and we have to make this cancel culture system blow up, otherwise we're going to be finished. And the other significant difference between the system that we have and the system that the progressives want is, in their system, you work for the government, and in our system, the government works for you. And that's really a cardinal difference between the two. So, we didn't win the primary. I was a political unknown. The entire leadership of the Republican Party was totally against me. And they did everything they could to stop me, and they did everything they could to hamper me. And yet, somehow or another, we still wound up with 40% of the vote when they only expected me to get 10. And from there, I realized that we had more time because we once again the person I was going against had 12 weeks to campaign. We had 5, so we had a lot of catching up to do, and we just didn't quite have enough time to do it. But I think we had a couple more weeks to do it. We actually won. And in the end, she lost the general election. She got slaughtered because she essentially was the candidate who was almost a carbon copy, female version of the man she was running against. So there was no distinction, and she didn't win. And that's what happened.
And it gets super blue.
Let's talk about art. Art is the way people express themselves. It's a way we get ideas across. Music is a way that people can inspire people to behave. I lived through the Vietnam era, and you had these, you know, it was the anti-war music that inspired young people to go against the war. There was far fewer, you know, pro-war music. And we
I-40 to Little Rock, I-30.
This kind of a venue are the conservative Woodstock, but we're trying to use our music and our ideas to get a message across that, you know, we're heading in the right direction. We believe in the freedoms of this country, and we believe in the greatness of this country. You know, the same thing, movies and television shows. They influence the way people think. What's considered normal is what you see on television. In the 50s, they had these shows where they had this like Lily White family, you know, the father comes home in a suit, and the mother was like dressed in hill, smiling, yes dear, you know, and the kids are like little robots, you know. And but now we have a totally different model, and it's just basically the people that are putting on the shows are teaching, are determining the values that we are seeing, and that's really, I think, one of the problems. And we need to create and expand, you know, social media, and print, and movies, and music, television shows that convey the image that we believe in. I mean, think of Law and Order in today's world. In the Law and Order on the TV show, the person that's the victim gets justice. In Law and Order 2023, the person doesn't get justice and the criminal walks. Now this they would never make that show. Imagine if they showed a show where people get stabbed and the person gets up there and the district says, well, we're not going to charge this person because he just didn't know what he was doing, and we're just not. And the poor family whose relative's been killed, you know, they just have no recourse. And this is basically our system today.
And Kate Steinle.
So,
thanks, Jay.
This is, you know, as I said, we have to fight about cancel culture, and we need you, the creative artists, to be our representatives to get the message back. We need to build everything back. So, what about me? So, I went through this process, and I didn't go home and lick my wounds and say, gee, this is the end of the world, it's time to do some stuff. And so I got involved in, I worked with my son, who was a manager of a state representative campaign, running in a 2-to-1 Democrat district. We didn't win, but you know, we got the experience of getting out there and trying. And there was potential to win, but unfortunately, the Republicans in Stamford, Connecticut, have just kind of given up on bothering, and some of the people we would call up would tell us they dropped dead. They didn't even want to vote. So I mean, this is voter apathy at its worst. And
it's Connecticut. That's the problem.
Town Medical Society. I'm sorry, my town Republican Town Committee. You know, we've been working on a whole bunch of stuff. We're working on some stuff now to communicate with the parents of school-age children, because the PTA is biased against Republicans, and which is unfortunate since it's a nonprofit and it should be neutral. I've been actually at meetings with the school boards. You know, you see the Republican coming to the board, and we're all standing for like parental rights and no more cancel culture. And the Democrats saying, we love our schools, we love our teachers, and everything's wonderful, when it really isn't. And so I've actually been considered to be on the board of
probably, Jay.
that the town runs. And I'm getting Substack going. But the most important thing is, I really haven't declared yet, but I really intend to run again, because I really believe in this country, and I believe that if you don't stand up and fight, you cannot complain if you don't like the way things turn out. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, no time for questions. Time to move on to the next. I know we're running late, so thanks a lot, everybody.
Hey. Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh man, it's way brighter up here than it is down there. Greetings, everybody. My name is Paul William, also known as Paul Conant. Paul Conant's my real name. Paul Williams, my hypnosis name. I'm a professional hypnotist, but I'm not here to hypnotize you. I got 5 minutes to explain to you guys as best as I possibly can how hypnosis works, because in truth, I'm more of a de-hypnotist than a hypnotist. There's way too much hypnosis going on. Not a lot of people know about it. So my mission from here until it's done is to explain to people how subliminal suggestion works. And the good news is, it's only going to take 5 minutes or so for me to explain this. So essentially, the way hypnotic suggestion works is that something, someone, some kind of object or even just a word or a cue focuses the attention completely on one point. Famously, you see hypnotists, they're dangling a watch or something, they have a person look at the watch, they say, look just at that watch, look only at that watch, and soon you'll start to get sleepier and sleepier and sleepier. That's basically how it works. Focusing on one point to the point where you start to experience an alteration in your subjective experience of reality, at which point suggestibility starts to set in. Now granted, you might be wondering, can a person become suggestible to do literally anything? The answer to that question is no. The reason why that's the case is because it has to be, the suggestions that you're being given have to be congruent with what you're motivated to do, what you're motivated to be, what your moral code says, what you're comfortable with. So when you see people and they're on a stage and they're clucking like chickens, barking like dogs, doing this kind of stuff, the honest truth about that is it real? Yes, but the people doing it actually want to on some level, otherwise it couldn't work. Now, the thing about cultural hypnosis, and my talk originally was going to be called Self-Defense Against Cultural Hypnosis. We're running low on time, and the fact of the matter is that all of you all have been learning all day long about cultural hypnosis. I don't have to convince you that it's a real thing, that it exists. I do want to point out to you guys that we spend, just in America, on advertising alone, I'm not talking about movies, I'm not talking about other parts of culture creation. We spend about $100 billion, not 100, hundreds, plural, hundreds of billions of dollars every single year on advertising, on figuring out how to manipulate consciousness. And it really does come down to hypnosis, because they'll use something like sex, violence, something bizarre, something out of the ordinary, that'll grab your attention just long enough for hypnosis.
I might get up the same to drive, Jay. Have a good night.
There's good news that I have to share with you guys, and that is that hypnosis is the bypassing of the conscious mind so that a suggestion can be implanted in the subconscious mind. Ergo, the solution is to become conscious of the fact that it's happening in the first place. So I guarantee you that just about everybody here is more than halfway to becoming completely, I really do mean completely immune to cultural hypnosis. I want to give you guys a real quick demonstration, not full-blown hypnosis, but something to get your toes wet so that you can get what I'm saying at an experiential level. I want to invite you guys, to the extent that it's okay with you, to the extent that you're comfortable with it, to experience just a handful of hypnotic suggestions so you can experience what it's like. And for anybody out there on the internet that's watching this, that's streaming this, do not follow this if you are operating heavy machinery, or you're driving a car, or your focus has to be elsewhere. But for everybody that wants to just get the tiniest taste of what hypnosis is like, what I'd like for you to do is to stare at, pick an arm, and just stare at it, and stare at it, and stare at it, to the exclusion of all other things in the room. Imagine that you're looking at that arm as though it was existing in a void.
Yeah.
Stare at it and stare at it like it's the only thing that exists. Notice the reality of that arm. If you can, notice the temperature on the top of the arm. Notice the temperature on the bottom of the arm. And have a thought to yourself. That arm is becoming loose, heavy, limp, and relaxed. Loose, heavy, limp, and relaxed. And now that you've done that, shake it out if you want. Come back to normal reality. That was a very, very small hypnotic demonstration. Some of you probably went pretty far with it, some of you didn't. That's absolutely fine either way, because the fact of the matter is that every single mind is unique. There's a theory that goes around out there that says that some people are more easily hypnotizable than others. The fact of the matter is that's not true. Everybody is hypnotizable given the right process. So if what I just did didn't really do much for you, doesn't mean that you can't be hypnotized, it just meant that process wasn't necessarily for you. But I'm going to demonstrate to you that there is the possibility of being hypnotized just about for everybody. Now, hypnosis is the communication directly to the subconscious mind. I want you to think about when you've gone and you've seen a movie, and you know that all the actors on the stage, or on the screen, I mean to say, they're acting, the roles are scripted, the set has been set up. You know consciously that it's fictional, and yet you have an automatic subconscious emotional response. Now, the thing I want to impress upon you guys is that as simple as everything I just said may sound at first, what I just gave you is the fundamental architecture, the structure of how hypnotic suggestion works. It is always about bypassing the conscious mind to put a suggestion in the subconscious mind, and then the subconscious mind makes it real. The best way to defend yourself against this, firstly, is to know that it's happening. Understand that advertisers, marketers, all kinds of people out there don't call themselves hypnotists, but they are hypnotists. And they don't have any business influencing you to begin with. But again, they gather your attention to a point, they keep your attention there, and then they start giving you suggestions. And you might think to yourself, well, that doesn't affect me, but the fact of the matter is it most certainly does. There is nobody that doesn't have a conscious mind, and there is nobody whose conscious mind does not make suggestions real. Now, the way to become perfectly immune against it, again, knowing that it exists. But another thing, too, is that a daily discipline to know what your value system is, live from it as honestly, with as much integrity as you possibly can, every single day. Also, you might want to take some time every now and again to make a list. Things that I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt. Try to disprove those things. The reason why you do that is because you're going to see potential holes in your worldview. We all got them. We're all human. It's totally fine to have that. But the point being is that self-awareness is really, as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm concerned, I should say, it is the one and only way to 100% guarantee that you have immunized your mind to cultural hypnosis. And cultural hypnosis, I'm going to wrap this up real quickly, is my word for basically mass hypnosis. There's weaponized versions of it. Weaponized hypnosis has two aims, always. And it's usually in tandem, but it can't be one or the other. The first aim is to demoralize. The second aim is to rob you of genuine contact with reality. Now, having said all that, I also want to share with you guys that there is a positive place in the world for hypnosis, which is really just a heightened state of suggestibility. I want you to think about learning a new skill from somebody that knows what they're talking about, somebody that really cares about you. In that situation, it's very helpful to be suggestible because it aids the learning process. There's also a therapeutic application for hypnosis. I myself I can't make any medical claims, so, requisite disclaimer, not a medical claim here, just a guy's testimony about what he's experienced. But I've gotten rid of my allergies by using self-hypnosis, by intentionally going into a trance myself and giving myself suggestions to heal and improve. Granted, a little bit more than I can describe in the short amount of time I have, but the point being is that hypnosis can have a therapeutic application. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the time, it's being used in such a way as to disempower, as to make people feel crappy about themselves so that they buy more products. And I'm sick of it, and so my mission now as a hypnotist is to try to get as many people as I possibly can to become aware of it. Because, look, there's only one of you. And if somebody wants to make your mind in their image, I don't know if this is PG-13 or not, but we'll just say screw those people. That's not okay. That's a violation of your rights as a spiritual, mental being, as well as a physical one. The weaponized use of hypnosis, I hope, will someday become widely understood and maybe brought to an end simply because people know what's going on and they can spot it a mile away. So with that being said, I thank you for coming here. I thank Courtney and her partner for putting together this event. I know that they've put in their heart and soul into this, and it's been an amazing, amazing experience. Oh, good question. My Substack is American Hypnotist www.substack.com. And on that Substack, you'll see a lot of posts specifically about self-defense against various types of mental influence and hypnosis, things that you can practice on yourself. Again, just to know the mechanics of it. It's not necessary to become some kind of hypnosis hobbyist to defend yourself against cultural hypnosis or weaponized hypnosis. But having a little experience, getting your toes wet, like I said, gives you that first-person point of view, that experiential reference point, so that you know whenever your attention is being captured, that you have a choice as to whether or not to let your attention get captured. And we do have a choice, and people can choose not to be hypnotized, and that's all I got to say, everybody, so thank you very much for having me.
All right. Hey.
I wanted the hardcore audience to have it's an autographed copy.
Oh, cool. Oh, thank you. Whoops.
So, we did a couple of awards, and I did one earlier to Micki, Ashdod's mom. These are personal sovereignty leadership awards, and so the whole theme here really is about personal sovereignty and the arts. It's how the two converge, and really about, taking ownership of free will and creativity. So this first one, he's not here, he's left. I'm just going to read it really quickly. We're going to give it to him. I already told him. The quote that we picked out is, "The most important endeavor is the striving for morality in our nation, in our actions, our inner balance, and even our very existence depend upon it. Only morality and actions can give beauty and dignity to life." That's Albert Einstein. And this is to Brad Miller. I had the honor of interviewing him pretty recently, and he had less than a year to go, and until he would get his retirement package from the military, and he let it all go because he did not want to take the experimental injections. And I want to honor this because I think what we need, the reason I coined it Personal Sovereignty Leadership Awards is because I think we live in a world where people don't take risks anymore. I think risk-taking has really been bred out of us. When Patrick spoke, he talked about our founding fathers, and I think that they really, I agree, they took
I appreciate
the biggest risks of anybody in history in order to come here and to build a vision, to flee the persecution that they were experiencing, and to be able to embrace freedom of consciousness. And now, because we have been so conditioned to compliance, very few people want to take that risk. And so we need people to set an example to take that risk. So that if he is somebody who has taken an example, that you can make a huge risk in order to honor your own moral code. I wanted to honor him. You can apply for him.
Yay! Woo!
And then, the next one, of course, he really made this happen. Personal Sovereignty Leadership Award goes to Patrick Byrne, and the quote was Lao Tzu. And it is, "A leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim is fulfilled, they will say we did it ourselves." So I just want to add a little something. So in terms of risk-taking, there is actually a risk-taking gene. It is the DRD4, the dopamine receptor, and it's on the repeater of the 7th allele. And what we're seeing today, I think they have actually intentionally tried to breed, through epigenetics, breed out this risk-taking with all of the compliance that's done, particularly through our education
sure
system.
Is.
We have adopted the 3-tier Prussian model of education that came out of the Battle of Jenga when they lost and they realized that it was because the soldiers did not comply and they decided they needed to come up with an education system that was catering towards compliance so that they did not lose wars again, that the soldiers were compliant and just fell in lockstep. And that was, I'm not going to go into the whole history of it, I've done several podcasts on it, but that was exported to this country. And I do think through epigenetics, we have become people who do not take risks. You cannot have personal sovereignty without risk, which is why we need leaders now, people who value personal sovereignty, to lead by example. And Patrick does that with everything he does.
It's both,
He does it with his entrepreneurship, he does it with his writing, he does it by backing things like this crazy idea to build communities of people who are anti-tyranny. If we can't get behind anything, I think the one thing we should be able to get behind is that we are free beings, we are endowed with free will, we have freedom of consciousness, and that we can express that through creativity and through the art. So I want to say thank you so much.
I want to especially commend Courtney and the artists who take part in this. I grew up in an era when rock was anti-establishment and non-conformist, and it was part of being an artist that you were bohemian and against the establishment. How tissue thin has that posture turned out to be in the last 3 years? There have been across the country have been the ultimate conformist.
I'm past 11 right now.
The movement in this country towards the
True.
So I really commend those
I try.
artists who are standing up to that.
Let's break yesterday's record.
That's what it's supposed to be about. It's not supposed
No,
to
I'm
be
good.
about regurgitating the party dominance. So thank you very much.
All right, fine, I'll take it. Yeah. I'll take one. Yeah. I'll take it. Nice. That's cool. Yeah. It's kind of like me too. Nice.
It's just that's too much for me. I just can't fill it.
Sure.
I'm trying to fill up on the rice. And as I get older, it's good to do because of diabetes and all that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, it's bad. Some people don't listen, they don't give a shit. They're just going to eat cookies at night and all kinds of dumb shit.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's like the refined carbohydrates, yeah.
It's like stuff I'm trying to help my family with.
Yeah.
Hey, like, I'm still like fucking got all kinds of energy at 7 years old.
Yeah. It's a thing? Yeah, at least I have been. When I first came in, I didn't realize that this started since 9. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
You're like, holy moly, yeah. I didn't realize it started that early.
Try and just use it for yourself or post it online?
I'll post online, hopefully, and then I'll see how soon YouTube can strike this. So, yeah, I'll leave this, yeah.
We'll leave it with them.
No. I'll leave this online for anyone to see. Yeah.
You have a card or something? What's it going to be on?
No. It's just this.
U-Haul.
Yeah. Just with live at the end. Yeah.
I buy propane from you all the time, but
Live. Yeah. You just add the word live afterwards. So yeah.
Propane's as important to me as it is fucking Hank Hill. I'm not kidding. Damn. I mean, I'm fucking all about it. I need to put money into propane market or something. That's what's happening, bud.
Man, propane.
I'm joking.
Propane accessories.
I'm excited about propane and propane accessories.
I'll tell you what.
Get
Yeah.
another tank, so I have 3 tanks at all times. 2
That's
of them
awesome.
full. Yeah, it's not going to hurt, but I don't need more than that because it's too much weight.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, 3 tanks. It's my lifestyle. I'm cooking.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you guys take care.
Yeah. You do the same.
I remember that.
Yes, sir.
Steve. Yeah, man. Steve B. Malden. You live in Tennessee?
I'm in the Byrne right now.
Sorry.
Okay. I lived in the Piney River Escape when I first fucking moved. Oh, God, you said the F word. Dude. You know Johnny Cash's place is? Okay, the church, that little car.
Yeah.
Okay,
Pass it every day. I live
at the Piney River Escape.
That's where you
Look
did?
it up, man. Yeah, with my camper. I rented a spot there right in the Piney River.
Are you there now?
No. I moved up.
Yeah. No, you good, man. You good.
Yeah.
How much? Oh, I'll take one.
For you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Would you like water? Oh, gosh. Thank you, sir.
This is a live review.
All right. What's your
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
CD Mold. Steve Byrne. Who? Steve Byrne. No, wait. You're fucking far way out there. Say Farmer. No, Steve. No. I need your autograph, man.
No shit. Oops. Hello. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I always say talk is beautiful, but more rock. Okay, I need a little more monitor here, please. Let's bring it. More guitar, monitor. It's time to wake up, people.
Yeah, I know.
Wake the people up. That's what I'm all about. You can bring down the monitor a little bit. It's too hot now. A little more. Give me a couple of dBs up for you. Two. A little more monitor, a little more vocals. Two. All right, well, welcome. I am the Blues Messenger, a.k.a. Richie Honore, or vice versa. So I've written these songs many years ago for the movement, and they just happen to be ready for this perfect divine time. So, everybody back there, come on out, everybody. Come on. Let's rock.
Yeah.
Come on. We need a crowd. A little more guitar monitors, please. A little more loud there, too.
Yeah. No, I'm back in Texas, so yeah. No, that one's yours. No, I'm good. Yeah, no, I'll find her. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. Ma'am. Oops.
Don't you know me? I'm your native son. I'm the train they call City of New York. I'll be gone 500 miles when the days. I'm dealing copies with the old man in the club car. Penny a .8, no one keeping score. Pass the paper bag that holds the bottle. Feel the wheels rumbling beneath the floor. And the sons of Pullman porters and the sons of engineers ride their daddy's magic carpets made of steel. Rocking to the gentle beat. The rhythm of the rails is all they feel. Wake up, America, where are you? Say, don't you know me?
of New Orleans. Changing cars in Memphis, Tennessee. Halfway home, they'll get there by the morning. Through the Mississippi darkness, rolling down to the sea.
He's away.
But all the towns and people seem to fade into a pantry. And the steel river still ain't heard of them. The conductor sings his songs again. The passengers will still refrain. And this old car's got the disappearing railroad. Wake up, America, where are you? Say, don't you know me? I'm your native son. I'm the train they call the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. I'll be gone 500 miles. I'll be gone 500 miles. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done.
Woo!
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you got another one. Didn't know where you placed the other one, huh?
This is called In the Name of Freedom. I did this with my rock album called In the Name of Freedom.
Now let me trade this one. Hold on. I'll take that one in your hand. No,
I'm
just
here
take
to
both.
wake up all the people.
Everybody, the same damn thing.
Look at the truth, while you got the chair.
Hey.
Falsehood brings darkness and evil. Your freedom is stepping into the
Yeah,
night.
that's an awesome room.
Don't you know they're controlling
This is
you
the
with
ceiling.
drugs now? Say you got the answer for your life. All they want to do is hypnotize you. Turn you into a slave for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's nice.
Steal your money and then you lie.
I know what's up there.
We're here to wake up all the people. There's other ways to change your life. They tear you down so you're not able. They feel your strength and that's not right. Don't you know they're controlling you with drugs now? They've been tapped, many falling in. All they want to do is hypnotize you. Turn you into a slave for the rest of your life. Steal your money and then you lie. They evaluate you, analyze you, numb you out, desensitize you. They've got a plan and you are part of it. Euthanize and specialize, making money, telling lies. Don't you know it's all about controlling you? I'm here to wake up all the people. The drugs they push, no sanity. With sound minds, so easy to rule you. Psychiatry's crimes on humanity. Take away our liberty. Undermine our liberty. Big money in our politics. Drug companies you make them rich. Go to doctors, they'll make you sick. Big profits in the name of freedom.
Nice job. Yeah, thank you.
Big money in the politics. Lobbyists, you make them rich. Hide your kids, they'll make them sick. Big profits in the name of freedom. 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 In the name of freedom. Freedom. In the name of freedom. Freedom. In the name of freedom. Freedom. Na, 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 na. Thank you. Yeah. This is called American Fighters. I'm just a simple man. I have a simple point of view. Sometimes I feel so blue. All we want is some peace of mind. It's kinda hard to find this day. Sometimes I wish I was the man on the moon. Well, there's people out there working way too hard just to feed their families. And the bankers rent the lead and claim it's the American way. Well, deeper in debt is legislation. It's a government in the ground. Time to clean it up and turn it around. Call it American fighters. We're American fighters. In condition with the fathers, we gotta make a stand today. American fighters. We're American fighters. Well, freedom doesn't give you the right to steal from the free. Most of us are simple folks. We all want to do what's right. Nobody likes to lose. There's a time when we must act to preserve our dignity. Sometimes I wish I was the man on the moon. Well, there's workers out there working all day long, barely making their ends meet. And the tiger takes a lion's share and says it's the American way. Well, deeper in debt, it's the equal step. It's a form of slavery. Time to clean it up and turn it around. Calling American fighters. We're American fighters. Well, I don't think Mr. Jefferson made it a part of our plan. American fighters. We're American fighters. Well, the Constitution says the pact's the hands of the man. American fighters. We're American fighters. In tradition with our fathers, we gotta make a stand today. American fighters. We're American fighters. Well, freedom doesn't give you the right to steal from the free. No, no, no. I'm just a simple man. I have a simple point of view. feel there's something going down? Can't you see it's clear they don't want us around? Do you feel the seeds of hate sown in each and every town? If we hold each other's hands, make a brand new plan, let's do what we all can. Oh, brothers and sisters, can you feel a change? Brothers and sisters, we are one. Brothers and sisters, love is everywhere. Raise your heart and please welcome. Raise your voice, the time has come. The time has come. The time has come. Can you feel there's something going down? Can't you see it's true? We gotta turn this ship around. We can grow with love, you see. I see love abound. If we hold each other's hands and sing this song out loud, all voices will resound.
Oh, nice job, man. I used to have a buddy back in 2010. He was into hypnosis.
Oh, right on.
That was the movie from Office Space. Remember they use hypnosis? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. I think 50 Shades of Grey, the Christian Bale, the main character, he used hypnosis.
He does.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, a guy asked me, he was like, so is hypnosis, is it real? I'm like, yeah, it is. And it isn't at the same time. It's like really hard to describe, really. Even after studying it for years, it's like, I can kind of give a different answer. But man, it is everywhere.
Yeah.
It is like the norm.
Yeah.
People like
Marketing. Yep. Subliminal. Yep.
Even with like flashing just whatever in the middle of your movie.
Yeah.
And your conscious mind doesn't see it, but your subconscious mind does.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Hey, how you doing? I had some of that. That was good stuff, man.
The sweet donuts?
Yeah, I had some.
Oh, they're so good,
Yeah.
right? I know.
Yeah.
I'm bringing some back to my wife.
Cool. No, U-Haul. No, but it's Rob. Yeah, it's my name tag.
Makes it easy to remember, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, my name is,
Yeah, there you go. Well, man, keep it a good fight, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for the speech yesterday.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks for being a part of all this, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Still filming. Yeah. All right, deal. All right, let's talk into the hypnosis news.
The time has come.
Yeah. Woo! Yeah.
Right, the time has come, folks.
Okay.
This is for Big Pharma. In the dead of the night, we'll steal your rights. The drugs that we push will not be on the touch. The side effects from there are good that we will bury. Our wallet's getting fatter, all that really matters.
Hey.
Oh, we love our jobs. If you listen to our lies, then we take your lives. Infected homes of death, the sorrow that we give. We hypnotize your mind with any drugs that we will find. We shock you with a charge, a dose of it so large. Oh, we love our jobs. We love our jobs. 'Cause you are who we run. Oh, we love our jobs. We love our jobs. We're doing so much better than the mob. So much better, come on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Big Pharma. You know, it's...
Yeah. Oh.
All right, so I'm going to switch to electric guitar now.
There you go.
I'm gonna get funky. How you guys doing today?
Woo.
Come on, are we awake out there?
Yeah.
Nah, come on. Okay. guys? Okay, so.
Moon.
So, this is a beautiful event. I have the nonprofit People for a New America, and we stand not only do I rock, but People for a New America is a beautiful model for America. And you might want to check it out. It's up on the screen. Also, I have We Rise. I got guys from Pink Floyd on it, the Eagles, Clapton's band. It's really well produced. It's available on the Blues Messenger site, thebluesmessenger.com. And it is beautifully produced, and it's with a full 11-piece band, and I must say, it is a beautiful thing. People really, really dig it. So anyways, just wanted to let you know about that. People for a New America, we've got a new model for America, which it's a beautiful thing. I've got Sherry Watson, who started ADA, and she's our president, and she was one of the key architects of Americans with Disability. So we're talking about a lot of people that were really oppressed more than anybody you could ever imagine. So her angle is, we are the government, it's our money. She's a grant reviewer and a grant writer, and they did it with ADA, and they were able to change America in that model, and that's what People for America stands for. So that's the other side, the many multifaceted aspects, and it's about community unity, how we need to come together, agriculture, create. We've got something called the Masters Inner Circle, which is simply amazing, with Americans that have nonprofits, and that's what she did with People for America. She was able to get, with ADA, 800 nonprofits working together in tandem, and that's what changed America. We call it the Solution Revolution. So we've got the music thing covered, we've got all these aspects from agriculture, committees, all this thing. I just want to get you guys all head to it out there in TV land about what we're up to. So it's very, very, very cool. So I think I'm going to close it off with Come Together with the USA. I'm having a problem with this guitar and my tuner a little bit, so I'm going to go back to the acoustic, and this was in my rock opera as well. A lot of these songs I haven't released, and it's on We Rise. But it says, come together with USA, because in one vision, we have to learn to come together. With all the religions, with basically all that we're doing, it's art which changes culture, and that's what's amazing about this event. We've got to think about art and how it did change. Like Patrick said, it's artists that changed the world. They were nonconformists. We were rebels back in that day. And we have to make our stand, the artists, and stand behind the music. So it gets more than just a think. It's about a do, and getting out there. So that's what I stand for. That's beautiful. Peace, love.
Don't own the copyrights to the music.
It's a weekly thing that needs for everybody to do.
Hey y'all, I'm Johnny Constantine. Some of the Nashville All-Stars behind me. My boy Kareem playing on the drums. Tell him what's up, dog. Hey. Alright, this first song's called Secrets, and I hope y'all fucking love it.
Yeah. That ain't ant. He's skinnier than Ant.
get this shit lit. I'm just everybody. I'm gonna practice like this. Motherfuckers filled to the brim. Everybody, put your hands in the air in the breakdown. You know they feeling this shit. Let them know, Kareem. Fun fact: we never played together in our life. This is what we are. We stars. We out here. Let's do this shit. Let me get a big hand for my man Kareem right now. Come on, everybody, put your hands together. Come on.
Hey, how you doing? Place to plug.
I'm so happy y'all came out and yet you're still here standing. I hope you enjoyed that motherfucker, because I did performing it.
Sorry. I need a plug. Yeah, I'll plug back up. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, plug back up.
It's my baby girl. Amazing, doggy. Records. Constantly. This song goes out to the dads whose kids think you're Superman. It's broken, you can fix it, you can do it, Dad. Do it, Dad, once you just super glue it, Dad. Don't give up, you're the only chance. This song goes out to the dads whose kids think you're Superman. It's broken, you can fix it, you can do it, Dad. What happens when you protect your kids? Cause your ex-wife lied and said domestic violence. Your dad is that, and he doesn't care about you anymore. He doesn't live and he doesn't pay child support. Why are you saying these things about my dad? I don't know, honey. I mean, he never knew dad. He comes to my room at night and touch it with my hand. My dad. How about my dad? I'm gonna go sleep now. I'm gonna go sleep now. I'm gonna get drunk and then go to work and play for sleep now. I'll be back in a while and don't you worry about anything. I love you so much. You're my little 8 here.
Okay, so no.
This song goes out to the past.
Sorry if you don't like it, yeah. Your discretion advised with the language.
With Daddy, now you're dancing. With Daddy, don't give up, you're the only songs of the dance. Whose kids think you're Superman? It's broken, you can fix it, you can do it, Dad. To all the dads who are fighting with all they have, all the corruption in the boys, just to get the kids back. The dance, those kids think you're
Oh,
Superman.
sorry about that, Sino.
You can fix it,
Start rap singing. Yeah, you'll clean up you. Like in World War II, like in World War II, they don't make them like they used to. Don't give up, you're the only chance. Thank y'all. Yeah.
All right, about to go crazy with this one, y'all. Thanks for rocking with us so far.